Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 4288 to Chapter 4474. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others are going to be miserable. DeVows will definitely kill them. Oh my god, is such a handsome man going to die soon? He was completely implicated by Bailey Hongzhuang. It bodes ill rather than well. DeVows is much stronger than Di Wentao. Who asked this man to come at the wrong time and fall into this trouble? The surrounding practitioners looked at Bewitching with sympathy. Some of the men originally looked at Bewitching with displeasure, but now that they knew that Bewitching was going to die soon, they sympathized with this short-lived guy. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao also stopped after seeing this scene. They were afraid that today's fight was unavoidable. However, even if they had to risk their lives, they had to help Bewitching escape. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at DeVows coldly. We only destroyed Di Wentao's cultivation. He didn't die at our hands. Do you understand the real situation? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, DeVows was slightly stunned. He unconsciously frowned. Didn't Wentao die at your hands? Hey, if you say that we destroyed Di Wentao's cultivation, I'll admit it. But if you say that he died at our hands, we won't admit it. Yi Haomiao hurriedly said, at that time, it was in public. There were many people who saw the whole thing clearly. Everyone can testify that we didn't kill him. However, as for how he died, you have to ask Yan Xiangming and the others behind you how he died. As far as I know, after they brought Di Wentao back, Di Wentao died that night. They should be the ones who know the situation best. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang opened her mouth, Yan Xiangming and the other two felt that something was wrong. Then, Yi Haomiao explained the whole sequence of events. The three of them couldn't help but turn pale, because they could clearly feel Di Wu's eyes as he turned to look at them with a trace of ruthlessness. Didn't you say that Wentao was killed by them? What's the situation now? Wentao died because of them. Yan Xiangming hurriedly said, after they crippled Wentao's cultivation, Wentao felt very uncomfortable. Later that night, Wentao couldn't take the blow and vomited blood and died. Big brother Wu Zhe, believe me. Everything I said is true. I'm definitely not lying to you. Yan Xiangming looked nervous and his eyes were filled with hope. He only hoped that DeVows would believe him. If DeVows didn't believe him, then he would definitely have a hard time. However, DeVows only glanced at him coldly and did not say anything. He was no fool. In fact, when he heard the news of Wentao's death, he was extremely shocked. All along, he had thought that it was Wan Yanhan and the others who crippled Wentao's cultivation and killed him after humiliating him. This kind of humiliation was simply abominable to the extreme. However, now that he had figured out the specific situation, it had become very strange. If it was only the Dantian that was crippled, it was impossible for him to lose his life. However, Di Wentao had died just like that. There must be something fishy about this. When I get back, I'll deal with you all. DeVows spat fiercely. Then, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others again. No matter what, Wentao's death is related to you all. You must pay the price. No matter what, all of you must die today. DeVows said angrily. His mood was even worse than before. He had always believed in Yan Xiangming and the other two, so much so that he didn't have any doubts after coming here. Now that he was being questioned in front of everyone, it was undoubtedly a loss of face. It turned out that he still hadn't figured out the real process of Wentao's death. Speaking of which, it was these annoying fellows who had deliberately deceived them. This guy is really domineering. Bewitching's gaze was ice cold. Although he didn't understand the ins and outs of this matter, after listening to the conversation just now, he was somewhat clear about it. You haven't seen my true domineering appearance yet. DeVows' face was ashen. He was already burning with anger and only wanted to find someone to calm his anger. He immediately turned his target to Bewitching. This guy was only from the lower realm, but his bearing was even more outstanding than his. It was really hateful. Die. As soon as these words came out, DeVows' aura of a rank 8-star Radiance Realm cultivator instantly burst out. That tyrannical aura shocked everyone present. Just by feeling this aura, one could tell how strong DeVows was. At least, the majority of the cultivators present were not his match. Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but cry out. A rank 8-star Radiance Realm cultivator's speed was even more powerful. In almost the blink of an eye, the attack had already arrived. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were also shocked. Devao's attack was really too unexpected. Even if they wanted to block a bit, it was too late. Devao's eyes flashed with raging anger. He wanted to kill everyone in front of him to avenge Wen Tao. Facing Devao's aggressive attack, Di Beichen's gaze turned cold. He punched out and met the opponent's fist. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and a tyrannical qi swept out like a gale. Everyone in the surroundings could feel the qi that spread out in all directions. It was simply terrifying. However, at this moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Di Beichen's fist, and their eyes flashed with a thick color of astonishment. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. Everyone was stunned and looked at Di Beichen in astonishment. They simply couldn't believe that Di Beichen was able to block Devao's attack. How is this possible? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. No one would have thought that this young man who was as handsome as an immortal would have such a powerful cultivation. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were also dumbfounded. According to the information they had gathered, Di Beichen had only just arrived in the upper realm. Could it be that his cultivation had already reached such a level? Wasn't this a little too frightening? Devao's was also dumbfounded at this moment. His dilated eyes showed the shock in his heart. This fellow in front of him looked much younger than him. How could his cultivation have reached such a level? In the exchange just now, he had clearly sensed that his opponent's power was not any weaker than his own. Bailey Hongzhuang was also astonished. However, she quickly understood the problem. It seems that Di Beichen's harvest in the ruins was not small. In such a short period of time, his power had increased by so much. However, when she thought about how powerful the ruins were, she felt that all of this was reasonable. Wow, I didn't expect this man to be so powerful. He's so handsome and powerful in battle. I'm so envious of him. How could such a good man be snatched away by Bailey Hongzhuang? We really can't underestimate the cultivators from the lower realm now. Each of them seems to be more powerful than the last. Initially, Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yanhan's performance had made everyone start to take the cultivators from the lower realm seriously. Now that Di Beichen had appeared, they could not help but feel even more strongly about it. In the past, the possibility of a cultivator from the lower realm wanting to stand out here was almost pitifully small. However, the situation now seems to have changed. Master, Beichen's aura has also become very powerful. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with amazement. Previously, Di Beichen had not made a move, so they had not noticed this. Furthermore, after meeting Di Beichen, there were too many things that they wanted to know, so they did not ask about this at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Her clear black and white eyes rippled with a joyful luster. It's only been a short time since we last met and Beichen has become so powerful. That's great. Beichen is so powerful. This means that we don't have to fear Devao's anymore. Xiaobai could not help but sigh in relief. He was really worried about the situation before. He did not expect Di Beichen to be able to completely resist Devao's. Devao's retracted his hand and stared gloomily at Di Beichen. He had really underestimated this guy. Since you've also reached this level of cultivation, why are you still running away? Are you deliberately playing with me? He was now in an extremely bad mood. He had wanted to use this opportunity to show off his abilities, but he did not expect the other party to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Instead, he had become a joke in front of everyone. One could imagine how gloomy he was feeling. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to show off and let everyone know how powerful he was. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to achieve such an effect, but he also let Di Beichen step on his head to show off. I'm willing, do you have a problem with that? Di Beichen's expression was mild and indifferent, as if he didn't care about Devao's at all. However, after seeing Di Beichen's arrogant look, Devao's had other thoughts in his mind. No matter how he looked at it, this guy in front of him did not look like an ordinary person. Logically speaking, if he was really a cultivator from the lower realm who had just arrived, there was no reason for him to be so arrogant in such a situation. However, Di Beichen was arrogant and full of confidence. He couldn't help but suspect that this fellow wasn't a cultivator from the lower realm at all. It was impossible for such a powerful cultivator to appear in the lower realms. "Tell me honestly, which family are you from?" Devous asked aloud. He couldn't rashly offend some extremely powerful opponents, it would not be good for his entire family. Listening to Devous' words, Bailey Hongzhuang and others were all surprised. They did not expect this guy to suddenly say such a thing. However, after they reacted, everyone only felt extremely funny. Obviously, Bewitching's strength gave the other party a wrong impression. "I just came to the upper realm for the first time," Bewitching said coldly. "Please enter the text." Looking at Devous' confident expression, Wang Yanhan and the others found it funny. They didn't expect that Bewitching would make Devous have such an illusion. However, they didn't find it strange. In fact, if they didn't know that Bewitching was a cultivator from the lower realm like them, it would be hard to imagine that Bewitching was from the lower realm. Thinking of this, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. In fact, he had the same feeling when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Bewitching glanced at Devous lazily. He didn't know why this guy would think of this question out of nowhere. Devous looked at Bewitching suspiciously. Thousands of thoughts were running through his mind. Could it be that he was mistaken? That shouldn't be, Devous was puzzled. The cultivation resources in the lower realm were far inferior to those in the upper realm. Wasn't it too shocking that Bewitching could cultivate to such a level at such a young age in the lower realm? However, after thinking about it carefully, if Bewitching was from the upper realm, there was no need for him to lie to him. After all, if he had a background, all he had to do was mention it. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? After understanding this point, Diwuza also felt that he had lost face. Thinking about how he had just vowed that Bewitching must have a background to protect him, now the situation was really shameful. However, the current situation put him in a difficult position. He could only hope that the cultivators from the D family would arrive soon. Although he had only exchanged one move with Bewitching, he found that Bewitching was very strong. At least, he didn't have the upper hand in the previous move. Once the two of them fought, he couldn't guarantee that he would win. On the contrary, if he lost, he would really be treated as a stepping stone by Bewitching. He would lose face, and Bewitching would be in the limelight. Devous wouldn't do such a thing. As Devous stopped attacking, the atmosphere suddenly became strange again. Why did Devous suddenly stop attacking? Could it be that he's no match for Bewitching, so he chose to stop? Devous is much older than Bewitching, but he's still no match for him? How talented is Bewitching's cultivation? The crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, they thought that it was already very difficult for Bewitching to block Devous' attack. However, based on the current situation, it seemed that they had underestimated Bewitching. Fortunately, the situation was just as Diwuza had expected. He'd only stopped for a short while when the figures of Di Sudong and the others appeared not too far behind him. When Di Sudong and the others came down, they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the others outside the gate of the Fiery Flame sect. Devous seemed to be in a deadlock with them. Seeing this, Di Sudong couldn't help but frown. There was some confusion in his expression. "Wuze, what happened?" Logically speaking, given Devous' strength, he should be able to defeat the other party. It was precisely because of this that he had come out late. After all, the conflicts between the younger generation should be left to the younger generation to resolve themselves. It would be troublesome for the elders to go and win with an unfair advantage. After Di Sudong walked to Devous' side, he lowered his voice and said, "Second uncle, this person's strength is on par with mine." Di Sudong was slightly stunned when he heard this. When he looked at Bewitching again, his expression was somewhat surprised. "Who is he?" "He seems to be this lady's lover, but I think he just came up from the lower realm." At this point, Devous' expression did not look too good. After all, he was a cultivator from the upper realm with a considerable family background. It was awkward that his strength was on par with a cultivator from the lower realm. Just came up from the lower realm? Di Sudong raised his eyebrows. In that case, he shouldn't be a disciple of the Blazing Flame sect, right? Devous nodded slightly. Definitely not. If Bewitching was also a disciple of the Blazing Flame sect, Bailey Hongzhuang would not have thought of escaping with him just now. Then it's easy. Di Sudong's gaze turned sinister. He immediately called out to the cultivators behind him and said, "Kill this fellow." As soon as Di Sudong finished speaking, a few Di family disciples behind him immediately stepped forward and targeted Bewitching. Their killing intent surged rapidly. Upon seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could not help but tense. They had not expected Di Sudong to make such a decision. "There are so many of you. Isn't this an unfair victory?" Yi Haomiao said angrily. The Di family had come this time to avenge Di Wentao, so the cultivators who came here were not weak. Di Baichen could deal with devours, but with so many people attacking together, Di Baichen was definitely no match for them. So what? Devours did not care. To him, it was enough as long as he could kill these guys to avenge himself and Di Wentao. Di Baichen looked coldly at the Di family members in front of him. He understood that these guys were very difficult to deal with. It seemed that his wife had spent a lot of effort to deal with these guys. It was just that his appearance had given the other party an opportunity. In the next moment, everyone saw Di Baichen's figure flicker and appear behind Devours like a ghost. By the time Devours reacted, Di Baichen's sword was already at his neck. Devours' face immediately turned pale, and his expression was filled with panic. "You, what are you doing?" Di Sudong and the others were also stunned. No one thought that Di Baichen's actions would be so fast, taking advantage of the time when they weren't paying attention and directly taking Di Wuzhe hostage. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others saw Di Baichen's swift technique, they all praised him in their hearts. Originally, they were at a complete disadvantage, but now, they had the initiative in their own hands. This was simply too good. "Baichen, well done." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile, her dark and bright eyes sparkling with appreciation and excitement. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Although Devours was not the ringleader, he was still a very important person in the Di family's team. As long as Devours was in their hands, the Di family would not dare to act rashly. "Let go of me." Devours struggled, his expression extremely ugly. He had wanted to use this opportunity to teach Di Baichen a lesson, but he had not expected to fall into Di Baichen's hands. How could he still have any face left? Please enter the text. Just as Devours was struggling in disbelief, Di Baichen's sharp sword had unceremoniously cut through his skin and fresh blood flowed out. Feeling the pain in his neck, Devours' face flashed with a trace of fear. He never thought that Di Baichen would actually dare to do this. Di Sudong and the rest did not dare to act rashly at this moment. They immediately stopped their movements and said, "Let's talk things over. Put down your weapon first." Hearing the other party's words, Di Baichen's lips could not help but curl into a mocking smile. "If I put down my sword, I'm afraid that you won't have such a good attitude, right? Cut the crap. What do you want us to do so that we can let Devours go? Since you like to cause trouble so much, why don't I just kill him? Even if I die, there will be someone to take the fall with me." Di Baichen's gaze was as cold as a sharp sword. Looking at Devours, his gaze was filled with murderous intent. This damned guy, how dare he target his wife? Don't. Devours raised his hands, his face filled with fear. "Brother, let's talk things over. Don't be rash." He was young and had a bright future ahead of him. He did not want to lose his little life like this. Bailey Hongzhuang took the opportunity to pry open Devours' mouth and put a pill in. Gulp. Before Devours could react to what it was, he had already swallowed it. Instantly, his face became even more unsightly. "You. What did you feed me?" "Nothing." Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged, "It's just poison." As soon as these words came out, Devours' face became extremely unsightly. He immediately wanted to spit it out, but found that the pill melted in his mouth and could not be spitted out at all. You actually poisoned me." Devours looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. He had never imagined that this fellow would actually do such a thing. "There are so many people from the Di family surrounding us. If I don't do this, how can I guarantee our safety?" Bailey Hongzhuang's long, shapely eyebrows raised slightly. Her expression was indifferent, as if her actions were perfectly normal. Devours looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who had a cunning expression. His heart was filled with regret. He should have realized that this woman was not simple, but it was too late now. Bailey Hongzhuang, how dare you? Di Sudong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang angrily. He did not expect that his negligence would allow Bailey Hongzhuang to grasp such a big loophole. His face was also ugly. Di Wentao was already dead. If something happened to Di Wuze, then he would really be too ashamed to return to the Di family. Old man, don't frighten me. Bailey Hongzhuang looked coldly at Di Sudong. I can't stand being frightened. If you scare me, I'll forget what poison I've given him and won't be able to find the antidote. That won't be good. When the Di family's cultivators saw Bailey Hongzhuang's arrogant look, they could not help but say, so what if you've poisoned him? Do you think our Di family can't detoxify the poison you've given him? Don't say that I'm looking down on you. This poison. You really can't detoxify it. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. This is a unique poison that I bought with a lot of money in the past. An ordinary antidote will not work at all. However, if you don't believe me, then feel free to try it. Bailey Hongzhuang signaled Di Beichen with her eyes. Di Beichen then released DeVows. Bang! Please enter the text. Although he had regained his freedom, DeVows was not happy because his mind was full of the poison that Bailey Hongzhuang had given him. He did not know what kind of poison it was, but he had a bad feeling when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's confident look. Wu Zhe, take this antidote first. Di Sudong obviously did not believe Bailey Hongzhuang's words and immediately handed a detoxification pill to DeVows. DeVows swallowed it without hesitation. Wan Yanhan and the others could not help but feel nervous when they saw the scene. They did not know what kind of poison Bailey Hongzhuang had given them. If it was detoxified just like that, their original advantage would be gone. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked indifferent. Obviously, they were not worried that DeVows could detoxify the poison at all. Di Beichen was very familiar with Bailey Hongzhuang's medical and poison skills. Although they were in the lower realm previously, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang's poison skills were still outstanding even in the upper realm. After DeVows took the detoxification pill, he felt relieved. Their family's detoxification pill was also very effective. Ordinary poisons were not effective at all. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's nonchalant look, he still felt a little nervous. Wu Zhe, how are you feeling? Di Sudong looked at DeVows with concern. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to DeVows. DeVows thought carefully for a moment. He could not tell what his situation was at that moment. Second uncle, this. I'm not sure. Hearing DeVows' words, Di Sudong and the others seemed helpless, but they knew that he was not lying. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang's poison did not take effect, and DeVows was not a doctor. Naturally, he did not know what was going on. Bailey Hongzhuang, I've cured you of the poison. DeVows looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. He did not believe that a cultivator from the lower realm would be able to come up with such a powerful poison. The alchemy techniques of the upper realm were much more powerful than those of the lower realm. It would not be a problem for them to detoxify the poison. Seeing DeVows' smug expression, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sneer, look at your wrist and see if it's blue. My poison isn't that easy to detoxify. Hearing this, DeVows hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and looked at his wrist. His face couldn't help but change. As expected, there was a faint green color around his wrist. He had never noticed that there was such a green color around his wrist. He was afraid that this was really Bailey Hongzhuang's doing. Di Sudong noticed the change in DeVows' expression and couldn't help but pull his hand over. His expression changed as well. When he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again, his gaze became even fiercer. Bailey Hongzhuang, hand over the antidote. Do I have to hand it over just because you want me to? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, in your dreams. If you don't hand over the antidote, I'll kill all of you. If you kill us, you'll never be able to get the antidote in this lifetime. DeVows will have to die. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Of course, if you want DeVows to die, you can give it a try. Please enter the text. Di Sudong sighed when he saw this. He could not understand how they had ended up being held hostage by the other party when they clearly had the upper hand. Then what do you want to do? Di Sudong stared coldly at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had originally thought that Wan Yanhan was the leader of the team and had placed all his attention on him. It was only now that he realized that this woman was not easy to deal with. She had actually turned the situation around. How hateful. It's very simple. As long as you promise not to cause trouble for us in the future and give me 50,000 spirit stones, that will do. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. The golden sunlight shone on her face, making her delicate and pretty face appear charming and charming. However, when the crowd heard Bailey Hongzhuang's exorbitant demand, they could not help but be dumbfounded. 50,000 spirit stones? This Bailey Hongzhuang's list is really not small. 50,000 spirit stones, that's not a small number. I'm afraid that the D family will be angered to death by Bailey Hongzhuang. She asked for so many spirit stones. If they agree, where will the D family put their face? When Di Sudong heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, his expression became increasingly gloomy. Little girl, don't go overboard. Overboard? Bailey Hongzhuang laughed softly. No matter how overboard I am, can I be more overboard than you? The grudge between Di Wentao and my senior brother is between the two of them. Your D family is rather interesting. The younger one has lost and the older one has run out. According to your logic, if my senior brother and Di Wentao were to fight one-on-one, would it be one-on-one against him or your entire family? If you want to talk about going overboard, I don't think anyone is more overboard than you, right? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flickered with disgust and disdain. The other party's method was very unreasonable. As expected, when Bailey Hongzhuang finished speaking, the surrounding cultivators could not help but nod their heads. Speaking of which, the problem between Di Wentao and Wan Yanhan should be resolved by themselves. Moreover, everyone was clear that it had always been Di Wentao who took the initiative to find trouble with Wan Yanhan. Wan Yanhan had been avoiding him all along. It was only in the end that he had no choice but to make a move. He had never expected that a group of cultivators from the Di family would rush over right after he had gotten rid of Di Wentao. This was equivalent to provoking the other party's entire family. According to the Di family's way of doing things, no one dared to provoke the Di family. However, in this way, they could only be bullied by the Di family. To be honest, everyone was somewhat dissatisfied. After Di Sudong and the others heard this, they also felt embarrassed. If the young one couldn't do it, the old one would step in. Overall, they were indeed unreasonable. So what? You killed my brother, so it's only right that we avenge him. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for having no background. Even if you die, no one will avenge you. This is a very normal thing in the upper realm. So, it's normal for me to blackmail you now. Think about it yourselves. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was cold. She really could not be bothered to talk nonsense with this idiot DeVos. If you agree, I can give you the antidote. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Anyway, we have nothing to lose. At most, we only have one life. It's not bad to have you as a scapegoat. Di Sudong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang angrily. He really wanted to arrest Bailey Hongzhuang and the others directly. This guy thought that he had caught their weakness and was proud of himself. This feeling of being pinched by the other party really made him feel very unhappy. Do it. Capture all of them. I don't believe that we can't find the antidote. Di Sudong said angrily. He had been angered by Bailey Hongzhuang time and time again, so he was no longer clear-headed. The essence energy in Di Beichen's body surged instantly. His black eyes were as deep as the sea and filled with surging killing intent. At that moment, Wu Wenfeng walked out of the blazing flame sect. He sighed helplessly when he saw the confrontation in front of him. He had already expected that the Di family would not let the matter rest, but he had not expected them to confront each other so quickly. What's going on? Wu Wenfeng walked over to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. His eyes darted back and forth between Bailey Hongzhuang and the Di family, obviously trying to figure out what had happened. Steward Wu, the Di family is here to cause trouble, Wan Yanhan could not help but say. Wu Wenfeng frowned slightly and looked at Di Sudong. Brother Di, I think that I have already made myself very clear. Are you determined to become enemies with the Blazing Flame sect? He had already been very unhappy with DeVo's attitude previously. He felt that the Di family thought highly of themselves and did not even care about the Blazing Flame sect. Now that they were actually causing trouble outside the Blazing Flame sect, One could imagine how unhappy he was. Di Sudong was also unhappy when he heard Wu Wenfeng's words. He felt that Wu Wenfeng was really using a chicken feather as a token of authority and thought that he was a big shot in the Blazing Flame sect. However, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only suppress all of this at the moment. Steward Wu, it's not what you think it is. However, it's good that you're here. Bailey Hongzhuang of the Raging Flame sect poisoned Wu Zhe and even tried to blackmail us. I think you should deal with this matter properly. Di Sudong's face did not look good. Originally, he did not know how to deal with this matter. Now that Wu Wenfeng had come, it was an opportunity to solve the problem. Hearing Di Sudong's words, Wu Wenfeng was slightly stunned, and his eyes revealed some surprise. Poison? Is this true? Wu Wenfeng turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang and asked. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The Di family intended to gang up on us. I had no choice but to do so. Wan Yanhan also said, the situation just now was very dangerous. If it wasn't for Junior Sister's actions, I'm afraid we would all be dead now. Di Sudong and the others' expressions changed slightly, but they did not refute. After all, everyone had witnessed the development of the situation. There was no point in denying it. Wu Wenfeng was also a smart person. He sized up the situation before him and understood what had happened. Brother Di, they are all disciples of the Blazing Flame sect. The Blazing Flame sect is responsible for their safety. I hope that on account of our past relationship, you will not cause trouble here. Otherwise, if this continues, both sides will not be happy. Logically speaking, this was still within the Fiery Inferno sect's jurisdiction. If the other party could not wait to make a move, wouldn't it be a slap to the Fiery Inferno sect's face? Steward Wu, this matter is not as you described, Di Sudong immediately explained. Bailey Hongzhuang had a bad premonition when she noticed Di Sudong's gaze on Di Baichen. When Di Sudong opened his mouth, she sighed inwardly. He was indeed a sly old fox. Steward Wu, I know that Wan Yanhan and the other two are from the Fiery Inferno sect. Even if I am unhappy with them, I would not choose to attack them at the Fiery Inferno sect's gates. However, the Di family's target is this man in white. It's just that when we attacked this man, the three of them participated in the battle themselves. In all fairness, this matter should not be our problem, right? Or, is this man in white also a disciple of the Fiery Inferno sect? Di Sudong's face rippled with a faint smile, but his eyes were filled with a hidden sharpness. No matter what, as long as Di Baichen was not a disciple of the Fiery Inferno sect, they were in the right. As expected, Wu Wenfeng's expression became complicated when he heard Di Sudong's words. In fact, he had already noticed Di Baichen when he had just come out. It was hard to ignore such an outstanding man. However, he did not overlook the closeness between Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen. In his heart, he had already guessed that the other party's relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not simple. In the face of Di Sudong's questioning, Wu Wenfeng's mind raced. He had not expected the situation to suddenly turn out this way. If he said that Di Baichen was not a disciple of the Fiery Inferno sect, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest would not sit idly by as long as Di Baichen and the rest still decided to attack Di Baichen. If he said that Di Baichen was a disciple of the Fiery Inferno sect, no matter how one looked at it, it would seem a little far-fetched. The Di family would also find it difficult to accept his explanation. Then, it would be tantamount to completely falling out between the two sides. It had not been easy for him to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang. An inscription master was very valuable to the Fiery Inferno sect, so he had to protect her. Therefore, how should he answer this question? The eyes of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others also fell on Wu Wenfeng's face. They just wanted to know what decision Wu Wenfeng would make. Di Sudong and the others were also in the same state. Under such circumstances, they did not believe that Wu Wenfeng could still say such words. While Wu Wenfeng's to the Inferno sects the family sects its so livelies. There was a faint smile on Qing Zhonghao's face as he walked calmly and easily towards Wu Wenfeng and the others. His eyes were looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest. Although he had been rejected by Bailey Hongzhuang earlier, he had arranged for people to keep an eye on the place. As long as there was any movement, they would immediately report to him. He had never thought that such a lively scene would occur. How interesting. He studied Bailey Hongzhuang curiously. Ever since he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was an inscription master, he had always wanted to meet this extremely young inscription master, but he had never had the chance. Wu Wenfeng clearly treated Bailey Hongzhuang as a treasure. He had covered her up and did not want anyone to see her at all. After Wu Wenfeng saw Qing Zonghao, his face stiffened slightly. Qing Zonghao was definitely one of the people he didn't want to see. Sure enough, since Qing Zonghao arrived, he found that Qing Zonghao's eyes had been fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Obviously, he had found out Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. Compared to Wu Wenfeng's worry, Di Sudong and the others smiled happily after seeing Qing Zonghao. In their opinion, Qing Zonghao was on the same side as them. "Master Qing, you're here." Qing Zonghao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I happened to pass by and noticed that something seemed to have happened here, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you guys." Listening to Qing Zonghao's words, Wu Wenfeng cursed in his heart. This guy definitely rushed over after hearing the news. What did he mean by passing by? It was impossible. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Qing Zonghao. She had heard of the only inscription master in Rong'an City many times. Previously, someone had informed her that Qing Zonghao wanted to see her, but she refused. She didn't expect to see Qing Zonghao in the end. I wonder if this is the owner of that inscription? Qing Zonghao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile, but his question was directed at Wu Wenfeng. Obviously, only he and Wu Wenfeng knew about that matter. Hearing this, Wu Wenfeng's thoughts were really complicated. The previous troublesome matter hadn't been solved, and now there was another big trouble. It really made him restless. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang understood a bit in her heart. The inscription that Qing Zonghao mentioned was probably the one that Steward Wu had taken out to appraise. However, after noticing the complicated expression on Wu Wenfeng's face, she understood what was going on. That's right. Wu Wenfeng nodded. At this point, it was useless for him to hide it. From Qing Zonghao's performance, it could be seen that he had already confirmed this fact. Even if he didn't admit it, Qing Zonghao would find ways to confirm it himself. The smile on Qing Zonghao's lips gradually widened, and his gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang became brighter and brighter. He had guessed correctly, the inscription was actually created by such a young girl. This news was too hard to believe. It seemed that this young woman had an incredible master behind her. To be able to have such attainments in inscriptions at such a young age, one could see how amazing he was. He had to befriend her. If he could obtain the inscription pattern technique from her, that would be great. I didn't expect that young lady would have such attainments in the inscription technique at such a young age. I'm impressed. I wonder if I have the honor of befriending you. Qing Zonghao's every move was refined and courteous, and his gaze was sincere and serious. It was as if he treated Bailey Hongzhuang as someone of equal weight and not just a junior. Wu Wenfeng and Bailey Hongzhuang understood why Qing Zonghao had such an attitude. However, the other cultivators and the D family members present could not help but be dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Master Qing actually has such an attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang? When Wan Yanhan used that inscription pattern, I already noticed its power. Now it seems that the level of that inscription pattern is definitely not low. The cultivators of the Raging Flame sect suddenly understood everything at this moment. No wonder Steward Wu would still recruit Bailey Hongzhuang under such circumstances. It was because of her inscription technique. Previously, everyone thought that since Bailey Hongzhuang was so young, even if she had mastered the inscription technique, her attainment in the inscription technique would not be strong. Now that Qing Zonghao had appeared, everyone understood that her inscription technique was definitely not simple. This was because there were originally many young inscriptionists in Rong'an City. These people were all trying their best to squeeze into Qing Zonghao's line of sight, wanting to learn from him. However, it was extremely difficult to be accepted as a disciple by Qing Zonghao. As for the situation where Qing Zonghao took the initiative to look for her, it was even more unheard of. Di Sudong and the rest could not help but be dumbfounded after seeing this scene. They originally thought that Qing Zonghao was on their side and that he was targeting Wu Wenfeng. However, from the current situation, it seemed that the one that Qing Zonghao was interested in was Bailey Hongzhuang. According to this development, Qing Zonghao obviously wanted to extend an olive branch to Bailey Hongzhuang. In this way, besides Wu Wenfeng, wouldn't there be another force protecting Bailey Hongzhuang? Second uncle, what's the situation? Devouz also realized that the situation was a little strange at this moment and could not help but look at Di Sudong. Di Sudong's face was ugly, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Xianxia was really an old fox. All the previous words were actually just to get information from their mouths, so as to determine whether Bailey Hongzhuang was the person he was looking for. As for the rest of the situation, it was completely their own imagination. From the beginning to the end, Chung Zonghao had never explicitly said that he had a grudge with Wu Wenfeng, but the meaning he had shown before was obviously so. Master Chung. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. If there's a chance, I'm naturally willing to befriend Grandmaster. But in the current situation, I'm afraid, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't stupid. Although she didn't have any feelings for Master Chung, she knew that this was a great opportunity to help them. It seemed that their current predicament could be resolved. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't understand why this rarely seen Master Chung would suddenly get involved in this matter. However, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Don't worry, Miss Bailey. With me around, this won't be a problem. Chung Zonghao's expression was calm and certain. To him, there was nothing more important than improving his inscription technique. Although the Di family was not a small force, he had nothing to fear in Rong'an City. If he wanted to protect someone, the Di family wouldn't dare to say anything. Di Sudong frowned. Chung Zonghao's attitude was already very obvious in his words. However, he didn't expect the situation to suddenly be out of their control. At this moment, they had become the people with the least right to speak. Wu Wenfeng's heart also tightened. He knew Chung Zonghao's style of doing things very well. This guy obviously wanted to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang to his side. How could this be? If he allowed Bailey Hongzhuang to leave just like that, the higher-ups would definitely blame him. At this thought, Wu Wenfeng hurriedly said, Master Chung, Bailey Hongzhuang is a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. We can handle her matters. We don't need to trouble you. Oh? Chung Zonghao raised his eyebrows. But this man in white doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. Although you are the steward of the Fiery Flame sect, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to show your face, does it? He had been watching the show for a while and naturally knew that Bewitching was definitely not a member of the Fiery Flame sect. After hearing Chung Zonghao's words, Wu Wenfeng made up his mind. Now, he no longer cared whether the Di family would misunderstand. Keeping Bailey Hongzhuang was the most important thing. Previously, Chung Zonghao was the only inscription master in Rong'an City. They had been suppressed everywhere. Now, they had finally found Bailey Hongzhuang to turn the tables. If Bailey Hongzhuang was also recruited by Chung Zonghao, in the future, they would really be completely controlled by Chung Zonghao. Master Chung, you don't know this. This man in white is actually a disciple of the Fiery Flame sect. Once this was said, everyone present was stunned. This explanation was a little too far-fetched. Actually, Bailey Hongzhuang has already recommended him to me. He just hasn't reported to me yet. As you all know, it's time for the disciples of the Fiery Flame sect to report to you. He is now reporting to the Fiery Flame sect. Wu Wenfeng's expression was calm, but his palms could not help but sweat. This was the best explanation he could think of so far. Fortunately, everything could be connected. Although the explanation was a little far-fetched, at least there was nothing wrong with it. Bailey Hongzhuang, am I right? Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and asked. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Yes, this is Di Beichen whom I introduced to you before. Wu Wenfeng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's cooperative reply. He turned to look at Di Sudong and said, Brother Di, there was a misunderstanding earlier. He is also a disciple of the Inferno sect. I hope you can understand. Di Sudong's eyes were full of haze. Even a fool would know that Wu Wenfeng had changed his words at the last minute. However, in the current situation, whether he exposed it or not, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't touch her, so he simply didn't bother to expose it. Steward Wu, I won't say anything else. However, Bailey Hongzhuang poisoned Wu Zhe. Since she's a disciple of the Raging Flame sect, shouldn't you step forward and resolve this matter? Di Sudong's attitude was firm. No matter what, the problem of the poison had to be resolved. Wu Wenfeng frowned. This matter was indeed a little troublesome. He could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and say, "Bailey Hongzhuang, hand over the antidote." DeVos, who was originally extremely unhappy, had his eyes brighten when he heard this. As long as the antidote could be cured, it would not be too late to think about other things at length. "Master, isn't it too unwise to hand over the antidote just like that?" Xiaohei was a little dissatisfied. The D family was really asking for a lesson. It had not been easy to teach them a lesson, but now they had to return the antidote. It was really annoying. "Steward Wu, I can hand over the antidote," Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Once these words were spoken, DeVo's face lit up with a delighted smile while Di Sudong also heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they did not achieve their goal today, they did not suffer any losses. However, they attacked us first. We did not start the fight. I had no other choice but to do so. At the same time, I'm not a soft persimmon and I won't let them bully me. I can hand over the antidote, but they must compensate me with 100,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, I won't hand it over. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a dazzling light. Her tone was unyielding and her aura was resolute. The other party had taken the initiative to cause trouble for them. If they did not pay a certain price, she would not let them go. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the faces of DeVos and the others turned abnormally ugly. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude would be so unyielding. Now that Wu Wenfeng had stepped in, she still dared to insist. "Steward Wu, you've seen Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude. 100,000 spirit stones is simply an exorbitant demand." Di Sudong's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Today, he had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He was already very unhappy and had lost face in front of so many people. If Wu Wenfeng and Qing Zonghao had not appeared, he would have immediately taken Bailey Hongzhuang's life. Now that he had agreed to let go, Bailey Hongzhuang still dared to ask for a yard after taking an inch. How hateful! Wu Wenfeng stared helplessly at Bailey Hongzhuang. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would say such a thing. "Steward Wu, my wife's words are not wrong. They were the ones who had taken the initiative to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that we still had some ability to protect ourselves, we would have died in their hands by now. Now, shouldn't they compensate us?" Di Beichen's voice was low and powerful. His wife was not someone who could be easily bullied. Naturally, he had to pay the price. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's determined expressions, Wu Wenfeng understood that if the other party did not take out the 100,000 spirit stones, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others would not take out the antidote. At this moment, Qing Zonghao spoke out as well. "Miss Bailey is right indeed. How could we inscription masters be bullied and casually let off? 100,000 spirit stones is already a light compensation." As Qing Zonghao's voice fell, Di Sudong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. 100,000 spirit stones. And this was still a small number? Don't they know how much 100,000 spirit stones are worth? If the disciples of the Raging Inferno sect wanted to obtain 100,000 spirit stones for cultivating resources, they would have to stay here for a long time. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had asked for 100,000 spirit stones right off the bat. This was not an amount that the D family could easily give out. However, when he saw Qing Zonghao's nonchalant look, he also understood that inscription masters had always been rich people. There were many people who brought spirit stones to their doorstep. Therefore, their point of view on spirit stones was completely different from cultivators. At this thought, he suddenly recalled that Bailey Hongzhuang was actually an inscription master as well. That was why she had said such a shocking amount right off the bat. When he saw that Qing Zonghao had also spoken up for Bailey Hongzhuang, Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but say, "Brother Di, you were indeed the ones who took the initiative to cause trouble today. It's only right for you to compensate a little. What do you think?" DeVos couldn't help but shout angrily. He couldn't understand why the situation in Rongan City was so different from what he had imagined. Who did Bailey Hongzhuang think she was? Now, everyone was siding with Bailey Hongzhuang. He suddenly felt that their roles had changed. Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to be the one with a background, while he was the one from the lower world without any background. "It doesn't matter if you don't agree." Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at DeVos lazily. "Isn't the D family very capable? You can find someone to cure you. I don't have time to entertain you. Her voice falling, Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave. Diwu's face was gloomy. His face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. However, he really didn't know what to say in the current situation. He could only clench his fists tightly and restrain himself from rushing forward. Di Sudong also pulled Diwu's back. Now the Raging Flame sect clearly didn't put the Di family in their eyes, not to mention that Qingzonghao was waiting to help Bailey Hongzhuang at any time. Under such circumstances, they couldn't gain any advantage at all. In that case, they might as well restrain themselves for the time being. Besides, Bailey Hongzhuang's antidote didn't mean that they really couldn't cure it. She might just be scaring them on purpose. It would be a joke if they took out 100,000 spirit stones just like that. Let's go. Di Sudong glared at Wu Wenfeng and Qingzonghao. He would remember what had happened today. Qingzonghao was extremely calm in the face of Di Sudong's glare. After all, he didn't have much interaction with the Di family. If there was, it was the Di family who begged him. He had never begged them. He didn't care whether they hated him or not. Wu Wenfeng felt helpless. Between Bailey Hongzhuang and the Di family, he could only choose Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, he had no choice but to make this decision. Master Qing, we have some internal matters to take care of. We'll take our leave first. Wu Wenfeng cupped his hands at Qingzonghao and immediately left with Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and the others. It was obvious that he did not want Bailey Hongzhuang and Qingzonghao to have any contact. Looking at Wu Wenfeng's expression, Qingzonghao understood what he was thinking. He smiled and didn't say anything. It was not until Wu Wenfeng and the others walked into the Raging Flames gate that Qingzonghao's subordinate could not help but ask, Master Qing, are we going to let them leave just like that? Steward Wu clearly doesn't want you to see Bailey Hongzhuang. It's normal for him to have such a reaction. I'm sure that every faction that finds such an inscription master would want to protect him and not let others know. After all, it would be a loss that they would not be able to bear if they were poached away by others. Qingzonghao's lips curled into a faint smile. Today's trip was really worth it. Then what should we do? There's nothing to do. Qingzonghao looked indifferent. As long as they're still in Rongan City, we'll have the chance to meet sooner or later. Wu Wenfeng is already afraid. This proves that he thinks that I can offer better terms than him. That's why he's afraid. Qingzonghao's dark eyes flickered with confidence. He would definitely recruit Bailey Hongzhuang and obtain the perfect inscription method from her. At the thought of this, Qingzonghao could not help but order, control the news. I don't want other inscription masters to hear about Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't worry, master. I won't let this news spread. Upon hearing this, Qingzonghao nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk back. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others followed Wu Wenfeng and walked slowly into the Raging Inferno sect. The surrounding disciples of the Raging Inferno sect started discussing after seeing this scene. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had put on a good show today. Wan Yanhan, your junior sister is really amazing. She could actually defeat the Di family in that situation just now. 100,000 spirit stones. I was shocked when I heard this number. At this moment, Yi Haomiao was already full of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. He thought that under such circumstances, it was already very good that they were not bullied by the Di family. He did not expect that they would have the upper hand. Most importantly, even Steward Wu was on their side and gave Di Beichen the identity of a disciple of the Raging Inferno sect. He knew that the Raging Inferno sect had a set of standards for recruitment. He had been very surprised when Bailey Hongzhuang had joined the Raging Inferno sect directly. He had not expected that Di Beichen would be even faster. He had become a disciple of the Raging Inferno sect without going through the assessment. Wan Yanhan was not much better than Yi Haomiao. Yes, junior sister is really not simple. I think she must have been a very amazing person when she was in the Penglai Palace. Besides, Di Beichen and junior sister are both skilled and bold. No wonder they are a couple. Even he had not dared to speak under such circumstances, but Di Beichen had. Logically speaking, Di Beichen should have been the person with the least right to speak in such an environment. However, he had spoken fearlessly, as if there was nothing worth worrying about. I find it funny when I think about the Di family's expressions just now. This is completely different from the arrogance they had when they first arrived. Originally, I thought that this was a huge problem that would be difficult to solve, but now, this feeling has faded a lot. As he spoke, Yi Hamiao couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. He knew very well that all these changes were because of Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for her, she and Wang Yanhan would be in a much more difficult situation now. A person with great skill is bold, this saying was not wrong at all. Bailey Hongzhuang's courage was much greater than theirs. Wu Wenfeng didn't say a word all the way until they reached their residence. Then, he closed the door and looked helplessly at the four young guys in front of him. You knew that the D family would not let this matter rest, yet you still caused such trouble today. Sigh. Wu Wenfeng sighed. He had mixed feelings at the moment. Actually, he cared about Qingzonghao the most, not the D family. Steward Wu, we have no choice but to do this today, Wang Yanhan said. Beichen happened to come to find me, but I didn't expect DeVos to receive the news so quickly. That's why this happened. Bailey Hongzhuang explained slowly. They had indeed made things difficult for Wu Wenfeng today, but the situation itself had also exceeded their expectations. Upon hearing this, Wu Wenfeng's eyes couldn't help but fall on Di Beichen. He had to admit that Di Beichen really looked like the son of a big family. Wu Wenfeng calmed down and felt much more at ease. I just didn't think that the Fiery Flame sect would have another new disciple so soon. Steward Wu, Di Beichen is actually very powerful. Even DeVos is no match for him. Wang Yanhan hurriedly spoke up. I understand that the Fiery Flame sect has its own set of criteria for recruiting disciples, but he definitely won't disappoint you. He's even more powerful than DeVos? Wu Wenfeng was astonished. He hadn't seen the fight between Di Beichen and the D family. He had only thought that Di Beichen was too young to reach the Fiery Flame sect standards. However, when he heard that Di Beichen was actually more powerful than DeVos, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He also knew that DeVos was at the Star Edge level 8. Given Di Beichen's age, if he had reached the Star Edge level 8, his cultivation talent would be too terrifying. Yi Hamiao nodded repeatedly. Yes, DeVos was held hostage by Di Beichen just now. There were many witnesses. Steward Wu, given Di Beichen's cultivation talent, I'm sure that many forces would be willing to recruit him. Actually, you didn't lose anything by recruiting him this time. Wang Yanhan smiled. He was absolutely right. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't been here, the Fiery Flame sect might not have been able to recruit such a person. Wu Wenfeng's gaze toward Di Beichen immediately changed. He already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were husband and wife. Thinking about Bailey Hongzhuang's inscription technique and Di Beichen's cultivation talent, they were a terrifying pair. Did you both just come up from the lower realm? Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Yes. The cultivators from the lower realm are becoming more and more amazing. Even in the upper realm, very few people can reach your level of cultivation. Wu Wenfeng immediately tossed the displeasure he had in his heart to the back of his mind. He was happy to be able to recruit another outstanding cultivator. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others smiled. They didn't know how the cultivators from the lower realm performed here, but they didn't think they were much worse than the cultivators from the upper realm. Bailey Hongzhuang, as you can see, Master Qing is very interested in you. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a serious expression. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. She could also see this point. On the contrary, Wu Wenfeng seemed to have some scruples when facing the D family. However, Qingzonghao had no scruples at all. I hope you can agree to stay in the Fiery Flame sect. You can tell me if you need anything. Wu Wenfeng's expression was serious. He knew Qingzonghao's methods very well. If Qingzonghao wanted to find Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. In that case, he could only communicate with Bailey Hongzhuang first. Otherwise, if Bailey Hongzhuang was poached, it would be very difficult for him to answer to the higher-ups. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and nodded. Don't worry, Steward Wu. I don't like trouble. Since I have already joined the Fiery Flame sect, I will stay here properly. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmative answer, Wu Wenfeng's eyes lit up and he relaxed a lot. Let me know if you need anything. The Fiery Flame sect will do its best to satisfy you. Wu Wenfeng had already thought of all sorts of conditions. However, when he found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had actually made up her mind to stay in the Fiery Flame sect, he suddenly felt that he had been overcomplicating things all this while. It was precisely because Bailey Hongzhuang was so honest that he felt somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps he was too worldly and worried that Bailey Hongzhuang might be poached by Qing Zonghao. But now, the other side's honesty was like a clear stream, making him feel a different feeling. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "Steward Wu, you are too polite. We have already caused you a lot of trouble. You have always helped us. I am very grateful." Although she knew that Wu Wenfeng had done all this because he had taken a liking to her inscription technique, this was a very normal thing. No one would bother if they did not have sufficient value. At least, Wu Wenfeng had indeed helped them chase away the trouble of the Di family today. If it had not been for the Fiery Flame sect, it would have been very difficult for them to face the group of cultivators from the Di family. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the smile on Wu Wenfeng's face gradually widened. "If something similar happens in the future, you can inform me first. It will be easier for me to resolve it after I know the situation. Otherwise, it would have been too abrupt like today." "Thank you, Steward Wu. However, I don't think something like this will happen again in the future." Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at Di Beichen, who was beside her. It was obvious that Xiren and Shang Guaninging would not be here for a while. Being able to meet Beichen was already the biggest surprise. "Di Beichen, right? Now, you are a new disciple of the Fiery Flame sect, just like Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as you cultivate well, the Fiery Flame sect will not mistreat any of you. As for this residence, do you want to stay with Bailey Hongzhuang or do you want to arrange another room?" Wu Wenfeng was obviously in an extremely good mood and his tone was extremely relaxed. "I'll share a room with my wife." "All right." Wu Wenfeng nodded. "By the way, I'm afraid the Di family will not let this matter rest. You'd better stay in the Raging Flame sect and try not to go out." "Steward Wu, don't worry. We won't go out again." "That's good." After coming out from Steward Wu's place, Wan Yanhan and the others could not help but smile at each other. Today's situation really gave me a fright. I didn't expect that we would be able to avert danger in the end. Wan Yanhan shook his head and sighed. "Anyway, junior brother D, welcome to the Raging Flame School. It's a pity that we can only stay here for the time being and can't go to the restaurant to drink and celebrate with you." A faint smile spread across Di Beichen's handsome face. "Brother Wan Yan, you're too polite. You husband and wife finally reunited. Wan Yanhan and I won't hold you up. After all, absence makes the heart grow fonder, hee hee." Yi Haomiao smiled mockingly. After saying goodbye, he pulled Wan Yanhan and left together. Watching Yi Haomiao and Wan Yanhan leave quickly, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but smile at each other. Di Beichen reached out to hold Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand and smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Wife, it's so good to see you again." "So good." Ever since he arrived in the upper realm, his heart had been empty. He kept thinking about the various dangers that Bailey Hongzhuang might encounter. It was only when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang that he felt completely relieved. It was as if he had come back to life. Bailey Hongzhuang's red lips curled into a bright and brilliant smile. "That's right. I thought I didn't know when I would be able to see you again. I didn't expect you to find me so soon. I'm so happy." After returning to the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen did not say anything. They only hugged each other tightly. Being close to each other's skin and feeling each other's warmth was the most reassuring thing. Bailey Hongzhuang leaned on Di Beichen's shoulder and asked, "Beichen, what kind of inheritance did you receive from the ruins?" "I received the inheritance of the Dark Force. It turns out that the Dark Force is really powerful. The rumors from the past were not wrong." Di Beichen played with Bailey Hongzhuang's soft and boneless little hand. Those slender fingers and fair skin looked like a work of art. When he held it in his hand, the warm touch made him unwilling to let go. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Her guess was right. Di Beichen received the inheritance of the Dark Force. However, the world has a huge misunderstanding about the Dark Force. My master is the owner of the Dark Force ruins. He is the person who controls the Dark Force. He said that the Dark Force itself is a very powerful force. In fact, although the dark force existed in the past, it did not cause any harm. It was only later that a cultivator with impure thoughts accidentally used it and caused a disaster. However, since then, everyone thought that the dark force was a very evil force. Although my master wanted to change everything, it was too late. No one believed him. Bewitching slowly narrated the story. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard everything, she could not help but sigh in her heart. Actually, there are still some things that master didn't tell me. He said that my destiny is very similar to his. As for the other things, it wouldn't do me any good to tell me too early, so he sealed that part and said that I would naturally know in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows as a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. So strange? Bewitching nodded slightly. Yes, although there are still many things that I don't understand, I know that my master is a very good and upright person. His master's greatest wish was to eliminate everyone's prejudice against the power of darkness. He hoped that one day, the power of darkness would be accepted by everyone. Now, he has placed his hopes on me. He hopes that I can do it. Bailey Hongzhuang held Bewitching's hand. Her eyes were serious and firm. Beichen, I believe you can do it. Bewitching smiled dotingly. This is a very difficult task. Even someone as powerful as my master couldn't do it. You believe that I can do it? I believe in you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I will do my best. I won't let you down. Bewitching hugged Bailey Hongzhuang again. As long as you are by my side, I have confidence. I will always be here. Devouz and the others returned to the inn with stomachs full of anger. Staying in the room, everyone felt that they had been too aggrieved today. They did not know how to vent their anger. Damn it. Damn that Bailey Hongzhuang. I really don't know what's so great about her. Everyone is actually protecting her. Devouz wanted to tear everything in front of him into pieces when he thought of what had happened before. Wu Zhe, we might have underestimated this Bailey Hongzhuang. She's not simple. Di Sudong was also very angry, but he still calmed down and analyzed the matter. The reason why things developed differently from what we expected was entirely because of this Bailey Hongzhuang. Compared to her, Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao are really nothing. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very good at judging the situation. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao obviously didn't have any say in the previous scene. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang took the initiative. Even the new man in white had a certain amount of weight. Then what should we do now? Bailey Hongzhuang has poisoned me. We have to detoxify it as soon as possible. Devouz couldn't help but look at the green mark on his wrist. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't want to lose his life like this. Bailey Hongzhuang had acted so confidently before. Now that he thought of it, he still felt a little panicked. Hearing Devouz's words, Di Sudong also came back to his senses and said, now is indeed not the time to be angry. The most important thing is to detoxify the poison for you first. Yes. Devouz nodded repeatedly, we don't know when the poison will take effect. We must detoxify it before it takes effect. You all go find the doctor and poison master now. Di Sudong looked at the others and ordered. Yes. After everyone left, Devouz couldn't help but ask, second uncle, do you think that this poison can't be detoxified by others? No, that Bailey Hongzhuang is just a person from the lower world. How can the doctors from the upper world not be able to detoxify her poison? She just wanted to scare us before, so she acted so arrogantly. We can't give her 100,000 spirit stones even if we think about it. After Devouz heard Di Sudong's affirmative and comforting words, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's right. This woman is really asking for an exorbitant price. She must be crazy for spirit stones. Wu Zhe, don't worry. The doctor will definitely be able to cure the poison. She's just a fellow from the lower realms. Does she really think she's that capable? After I detoxify the poison, I'll go in front of her. Let's see if she can still be as proud as she is today. The D family's cultivators were very efficient. They quickly found a doctor and a poison master. However, they were dumbfounded when they heard what the doctor and the poison master had to say. I'm sorry, but I've never heard of this poison before. I'm afraid I won't be able to find a way to neutralize it. Young Master D, the poison in your body is very special. I have never seen it in a book. As for the antidote, young Master D, I'm sorry. I am not capable enough. Doctor, please help me think of another way. I'm really sorry. Di Sudong and Devouz watched the doctors and poison masters leave one by one. Their hearts sank every time they heard a person's words. After all the doctors and poison masters had left, the Di family's cultivators' faces turned as red as a pig's liver. Di Sudong, who had been full of confidence, was now speechless. Bailey Hongzhuang was telling the truth. No one could cure this poison. How could this be? She's just a cultivator from the lower realm. How could her poison not be cured? Di Sudong's face was full of disbelief. What's with the doctors and poison masters from the upper realm? They can't even cure a poison from the lower realm. Second master, I think that little girl is full of evil energy. Everything that happens to her is strange. Something's not right at all. Another Di family disciple could not help but say. Di Sudong frowned. At the moment, he had the same thought. Bailey Hongzhuang was too strange. No one could see through her at all. He had thought that it would be easy to get rid of this little girl. However, the situation was now completely obstructed because of her, which made him feel very helpless. Second uncle, what should we do now? Devouz looked at Di Sudong nervously. He was still poisoned and no one knew when the poison would take effect. If the poison took effect in the next second, would he lose his life? No, he did not want to die yet. Di Sudong's face was gloomy. This little girl has always been so calm. I'm afraid she has already guessed that this would be the result. If we go and find her now, she will definitely be very proud. But if this poison is not cured, I will die. Di Wuza had an anxious look on his face. 100,000 spirit stones it is. If she doesn't give me the spirit stones, only death awaits me. He no longer suspected that Bailey Hongzhuang was lying to him. Everyone who had come just now had proven that he was really poisoned. However, even those doctors could not say when the poison would take effect. When he saw Di Wuza's nervous appearance, Di Sudong nodded and said, Wuza, don't be anxious. Compared to 100,000 spirit stones and your life is naturally more important. Since we can't find a doctor to cure you, let's go find Bailey Hongzhuang. Thank you, second uncle. Di Wuza heaved a sigh of relief. Compared to losing one's life, losing one's dignity naturally wasn't much. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen were resting, someone knocked on the door. The two of them looked at each other, feeling a little puzzled. They didn't know who would come looking for them at this time. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao standing outside. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with surprise. Didn't you go back? Did something happen? Based on her understanding of Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao, they wouldn't disturb them at this time unless something happened. Actually, we didn't want to disturb you. Wang Yanhan looked apologetically at Di Baichen and Bailey Hongzhuang. We just heard that the people from the Di family seem to have come to the Raging Flames sect again and specifically asked to see junior sister. Hearing Wang Yanhan's words, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood and the corners of her lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems that they can't cure the poison, so they came back to find me. Ah? Yi Haomiao was astonished. They can't cure the poison? Of course. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Did you think that I was lying? It has always been difficult to detoxify Hongzhuang's poison. Di Baichen's handsome face was filled with an indifferent smile. His voice was faintly filled with pride and pride. His wife's means had always been very powerful. Yi Haomiao nodded. Miss Bailey, you really make me see you in a new light time and time again. The Di family is here now. What should we do? Wang Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, not knowing what decision she would make. Don't pay attention to them. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was indifferent, this is their choice. She had already given Devouz a chance today, but they had not been willing to believe it. So what if they came again now? You don't want 100,000 spirit stones? Yi Haomiao could not help but ask. 100,000 spirit stones, that was a resource that was extremely difficult to obtain. They usually had a lot of resources in the Raging Flames sect, But they would have to stay here for a long time if they wanted 100,000 spirit stones. Now that 100,000 spirit stones were in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, she actually rejected it so casually. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Just as she was about to explain, Wan Yanhan could not help but say helplessly, "Yi Haomiao, have you forgotten that junior sister is an inscription master?" When had an inscription master ever lacked spirit stones? Yi Haomiao only reacted when he heard Wan Yanhan's words. He immediately touched his head helplessly and said, "Yes, I'm used to looking at things from my point of view. I forgot that Miss Bailey's status is different. Actually, this is quite good. The D family has always been so arrogant. Today's incident can be considered a lesson to them and let them know that they are not the ones who call the shots here. Junior sister, we'll head back first." Okay. Di Sudong and the others stood outside the Raging Flame sect and waited anxiously. Now that Devouse had been poisoned, no one knew when the poison would take effect. Since they had decided to look for Bailey Hongzhuang, it was naturally better to do it as soon as possible. Today, Di Sudong's group had caused quite a commotion in the Raging Flame school. Now that they had returned, the disciples of the Raging Flame school paid close attention to them. However, they didn't know what trouble they were looking for. In my opinion, it will be very difficult for the D family to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. I used to think that Di Wentao was very powerful when he was here, but now I don't think so at all. Yan Xiangming and the rest are the ones who are really unlucky. It doesn't matter if the D family leaves, but they still have to stay in the Raging Flame sect. You can imagine what kind of situation they will face in the future. Faced with the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, the D family members wanted to cover their faces. Unfortunately, they could not do so. Why hasn't Bailey Hongzhuang come out yet? Devouse furrowed his brows in annoyance. He found it unbearable to stay under these gazes for even a second longer, but Bailey Hongzhuang still hadn't come out. The person who sent the message should have already sent the message. Why hasn't there been any movement after so long? Di Sudong's brows furrowed. Second uncle, that Bailey Hongzhuang shouldn't be unable to put on airs, right? Di Wuza had a bad premonition in his heart. If it really was like this, then it would be terrible. I don't think so. Di Sudong shook his head. Today, she opened her mouth and asked for 100,000 spirit stones. Obviously, she wants to make a fortune from us. Now that this opportunity is right in front of her, she has no reason to reject it. I think she deliberately slowed down to embarrass us. However, when Yan Xiangming and others came back and told them that Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen to refuse, Di Sudong's face, which was originally quite calm, became extremely ugly. He did not expect that the result would be like this. Are you sure? Bailey Hongzhuang has rejected the offer? Devouse stared at Yan Xiangming in disbelief, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Yan Xiangming's expression was extremely ugly, but he still nodded. Brother Wu Zhe, we've asked. Bailey Hongzhuang has really rejected the offer. Damn it. Devouse could not help but curse. They had already lowered themselves to look for Bailey Hongzhuang, but Bailey Hongzhuang had still rejected them. This was simply a slap in the face. Di Sudong's expression was also ugly. Previously, he had solemnly vowed that Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely save Aing. He never thought that the other party would be so ruthless in this slap. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really difficult to deal with. Di Sudong said in a low voice. He had thought that 100,000 spirit stones would be enough to move Bailey Hongzhuang. He never thought that the other party would be so patient. Second uncle, what should we do? Devouse had no idea at this moment. Bailey Hongzhuang had his life in her hands. Di Sudong's expression was ashen, but he did not know what to do at this moment. If Bailey Hongzhuang did not come out to see them, then they could not do anything. Yan Xiangming, bring us to Steward Wu. Di Sudong sighed. It seemed that they were destined to be humiliated today. If Bailey Hongzhuang was determined not to give them the antidote, then their only hope was Wu Wenfeng. He only hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would be willing to listen to Wu Wenfeng's words. After all, even if they were humiliated, it was not as important as Devou's life. All right. Yan Xiangming hurriedly nodded and led Devouse and the others into the Raging Flame sect. When Wu Wenfeng saw that Di Sudong and the others had come again, he could not help but feel a burst of irritation in his heart. Now, as long as he saw the D clan, he felt that it was troublesome. Not only that, but looking at Yan Xiangming and the other two who were leading the way, he also felt extremely annoyed. If it weren't for them, this matter wouldn't have become so complicated. Steward Wu, I apologize for disturbing you at night. Di Sudong's face was full of smiles, and his attitude was completely different from before. When he saw that the other party's attitude was somewhat restrained, Wu Wenfeng's expression became a little better. He said, Brother D, may I know what has caused you to make a special trip here at night? I have a presumptuous request that I would like to ask Steward Wu for help. Di Sudong cupped his hands. If it weren't for the fact that we had no other way, we wouldn't have come to disturb you at night. I hope that Steward Wu can help us. Brother D, you're too polite. What's the matter? As long as it's something that I can help with, I will definitely help. Bailey Hongshuang poisoned Wu Zhe. I hope that Brother D can help us get the antidote, Di Sudong said helplessly. When he heard that, Wu Wenfeng's expression changed and his eyes flickered with astonishment. You didn't manage to get rid of Bailey Hongshuang's poison? Di Sudong shook his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. We really underestimated Bailey Hongshuang. We didn't expect her poison to be so powerful. We found many doctors and poison masters, but they couldn't get rid of it. When Wu Wenfeng finished listening to Di Sudong's narration, his expression became a little strange. The Di family was considered quite powerful in the upper realm. However, they were now in a terrible fix because of a cultivator who had just arrived in the upper realm. When he recalled how arrogant they had been when they had first arrived at the Raging Flame sect and how they were now begging for help, even he could not help but have an illusion. Steward Wu, I'll leave this matter to you. You must help us. Wentao is no longer around. If something happens to Wu Wentao, the Di family will not be able to bear it. Di Sudong said earnestly. The Di family had been enraged by Di Wentao's mishap. That was why so many of them had come to Rongan City. They had wanted to seek justice for Di Wentao in a dignified manner. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? At the very least, he had to ensure that DeVos was safe and sound. Otherwise, he would not know how to face his family members if he returned like this. Wu Wenfeng looked at Di Sudong and the others and was filled with emotions. His initial dissatisfaction with the Di family gradually dissipated. In fact, the Di family was not the only one who would be unable to bear such a huge difference. Brother D, I will persuade Bailey Hongshuang, Wu Wenfeng said. Di Sudong's eyes lit up when he heard Wu Wenfeng's words. He hurriedly thanked him. Steward Wu, thank you so much for being willing to help. You're welcome. Wu Wenfeng waved his hand. Di Wentao is also a disciple of the Raging Flame sect. We did not want to see this happen either. After a short conversation, Wu Wenfeng led the Di family to Bailey Hongshuang's residence. Initially, he had intended to go alone. However, after seeing how anxious the members of the Di family were, he had decided to bring them along. However, he was not sure whether Bailey Hongshuang would agree or not. Wife, there seems to be a lot of people walking towards us. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongshuang in his arms, looking confident and confident. He wanted to have a good time with Bailey Hongshuang tonight, but he didn't expect that things would come one after another. Bailey Hongshuang narrowed her eyes. She had also heard the footsteps in the distance. It seems like the Di family still came knocking on my door after I rejected them. Di Beichen's lips curled into a devilish smile. As expected. DeVo's position in their team is very high. Since they can't cure the poison, they can't let anything happen to him. Naturally, they can only look for him. But they should know that it's impossible for me to agree. Bailey Hongshuang frowned. The Di family had already eaten a lot of things in front of her, how could they still dare to run over like this? Di Beichen chuckled. His deep eyes flickered with a wise light. If I'm not wrong, they must have invited Steward Wu. After all, they can't bear the consequences of such a big thing. Hearing his words, Bailey Hongshuang's face turned a bit more serious. What you said really makes sense. The only possibility now is Steward Wu. Wife, if Steward Wu has really brought people here, you have to think carefully about how to deal with him. Di Beichen squeezed Bailey Hongshuang's small hand. Although a large group of people was about to arrive, they were not worried at all. Knock, knock, knock. As expected, someone knocked on the door. Bewitching was the first to open the door. Bewitching's eyes lit up when he saw Wu Wenfeng, who was at the front of the group. Steward Wu. Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Bewitching's side with a kind and calm smile on her exquisite face. Please come in. Wu Wenfeng sighed inwardly when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's calm expression. It seemed that everything was within Bailey Hongzhuang's expectations. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not admitted it herself, he would not have believed that this intelligent and resourceful woman had come from the lower realm. Di Sudong and the rest, especially DeVows, felt extremely conflicted when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang. The person he was most unwilling to show weakness to was Bailey Hongzhuang. However, his life was now in Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. There was no way he could refuse to admit defeat. It was extremely terrible. The atmosphere became extremely awkward when the group of D family cultivators walked into the room. Both parties did not say a word. The room was filled with people, but there was no sound at all. Bailey Hongzhuang sat down after pouring a cup of tea for Wu Wenfeng. Her expression was calm and indifferent. She was not anxious at all when the other party did not speak. Di Sudong and the rest also remained silent. They could speak softly in front of Wu Wenfeng, but they could not do so in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. When he saw this, Wu Wenfeng could not help but speak first. Bailey Hongzhuang, you should have guessed the purpose of my visit today. I hope that you can hand over the antidote. The D family was indeed the one who started the fight today. They are very apologetic. However, it would be troublesome if lives were lost. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her brows when she heard this. Her gaze then landed on Di Sudong and the rest behind Wu Wenfeng. Apologetic? The way they are acting. I really don't see any apology at all. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's mocking expression, DeVows and the others couldn't help but clench their fists. They couldn't wait to rush up and kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Unfortunately, the other party had grasped their weakness, so they could only endure it. Miss Bailey, I'm very sorry about what happened today. Di Sudong said slowly. He looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a very calm gaze, as if he was really apologetic about what had happened today. However, the trace of hatred in the depths of his eyes was deep and suppressed. It was obvious that he had suppressed all his emotions in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang noticed the look in her eyes, but did not point it out. In any case, there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. Even if the other party sincerely apologized, she would still ignore it. After Di Sudong finished speaking, he realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze had stopped on DeVows. It was obvious that DeVows had not apologized. When he saw this, Di Sudong could not help but nudge DeVows. DeVows then said unwillingly, I was presumptuous today. I hope that Miss Bailey will be magnanimous enough to forgive me and give me the antidote. The smile on Bailey Hongzhuang's lips gradually widened. Although the other party's apology was fake, she felt that it was pretty good that he could suppress their arrogance. Bailey Hongzhuang, they've already apologized. Why don't you hand over the antidote? Wu Wenfeng stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. If it was an ordinary disciple, he could directly order them. But the other party was Bailey Hongzhuang, so he could not do so. Steward Wu, since you personally come, I naturally have to give you face. Once these words were spoken, Wu Wenfeng, Di Sudong and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief. Bailey Hongzhuang had finally agreed. However, before the smiles on their faces bloomed, Bailey Hongzhuang's words stunned them once again. I can hand over the antidote, but the compensation is also necessary. 150,000 spirit stones, hand it over and I'll give you the antidote. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Sudong and the rest were all dumbfounded. 150,000 spirit stones, wasn't it 100,000 spirit stones previously? They had finally accepted the price of 100,000 spirit stones with great difficulty. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang had opened her mouth and raised it by 50,000. Could it be that she thought that it was so easy to obtain these tens of thousands of spirit stones? Miss Bailey, did you remember wrongly? Di Sudong suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and asked tentatively, today you clearly said that it was 100,000 spirit stones. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, that's right. During the day, I've already said that it was 100,000 spirit stones. If it wasn't 100,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't hand over the antidote. However, at that time, you rejected it. Now that you want this antidote, then I'll raise the price by 50,000 spirit stones. So, 150,000 spirit stones is not wrong. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was innocent. She was clearly cheating people, but her appearance was extremely naive. She was already so black-hearted that no one could compete with her, but she still felt that her transaction was especially worth it. For a moment, Di Sudong and the rest felt that they could not help but curse. They had mingled around here for so long and had never seen such a shameless person. Di Baichen sat next to Bailey Hongzhuang. His extraordinarily handsome face was filled with a faint smile. His wife was as smart as ever, her methods of doing business were becoming more and more outstanding. It seemed that he had taught her well during this period of time. Steward Wu, Di Sudong could not help but look at Wu Wenfeng, only hoping that Wu Wenfeng could speak up for them. 100,000 spirit stones. It was already a huge loss for them to take it out. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had added another 50,000 spirit stones, they really couldn't bear it. Ah. Hearing this, Hongzhuang. 150,000 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones is not a small sum. Is the price. Steward Wu, this is how I always settle accounts. This is my style. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. There are a lot of things that some people don't know the value of and give up. But when they know the benefits, they come back. How can it be the same price? 2. If Hong's Tess, I not. Is. Teat. A. Hong. Not. Can you be any more exaggerated? A cultivator from the lower realm, speaking in such a tone, was she really not afraid of biting her tongue, even though they were cursing endlessly in their hearts? At this moment, they could only swallow it back, not daring to speak. Wu Wenfeng opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Since Bailey Hongzhuang had already said so much, it seemed like there was no point for him to say anything else. At this thought, Wu Wenfeng could not help but look at Di Sudong and the others. He wanted to help but could not. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had already rejected him. Now that he had come, he wanted to make Bailey Hongzhuang be willing to hand over the antidote. As for the price that he had to pay, there was nothing he could do about it. When they saw Wu Wenfeng's expression, Di Sudong and the others' hearts sank. It seemed like they had no other choice but to hand over the 150,000 spirit stones. However, that was 150,000 spirit stones. In their Di family, this was also a huge sum of money. Now, they had to hand it over just like that. Their hearts were bleeding. Di Sudong could not help but look at DeVos. He really regretted it. If he had not let DeVos come out alone this afternoon, this would not have happened and they would not have suffered such a huge loss. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. DeVos' mood was also very bad. However, he was more afraid of Di Sudong's rejection. Second uncle, there is no other way. DeVos shook his head. He was really worried that if they continued to bargain, Bailey Hongzhuang would directly raise the price to 200,000 spirit stones or not pay at all. In that case, they would really be finished. All right. Di Sudong gritted his teeth and nodded. 150,000 spirit stones it is. However, you need to give us some time. We only have 100,000 spirit stones on us now. Can you give us the antidote first? He did not want to obey Bailey Hongzhuang, but they had come this time to avenge Di Wentao and had not expected to stay here for long. Naturally, they did not have many spirit stones on them. 100,000 spirit stones was all that they had. As for the remaining 50,000 spirit stones, they simply couldn't afford it. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Di Sudong. Her meaning was obvious. Are you going to go back on your word? Steward Wu, believe me. I will definitely take out the 50,000 spirit stones, Di Sudong said. The Di family will not renege on a debt. Wu Wenfeng nodded and turned to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. I can guarantee that the Di family will not go back on their word. Why don't you give them the antidote first? Since Steward Wu has said so, I will naturally agree. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and immediately took out a white porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. The antidote is here. Di Sudong took out a Qianquan bag and placed it on the table. There are 100,000 spirit stones here. You can take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang opened it and saw that it was full of spirit stones. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. Okay. After coming out of Bailey Hongshuang's house, Wu Wenfeng and the others walked all the way. The atmosphere was a little tense. Brother D, Bailey Hongshuang's temper is like this. I can only help you to this extent. I am really sorry. Wu Wenfeng cupped his fists, his voice filled with helplessness. He had seen Bailey Hongshuang's temper today. Although she was young, she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The D family had suffered a huge setback because of her, not to mention the rest of the family. Steward Wu, don't say that. Actually, you have already helped us a lot. Di Sudong cupped his fists. We will head back first then. After bidding farewell to Wu Wenfeng, DeVouz immediately consumed the antidote. He only felt relieved when he realized that the green color on his wrist had disappeared. My life is finally not in danger. DeVouz heaved a sigh of relief. He recalled everything that had happened. Fortunately, he had brought the antidote back. Otherwise, he would have had to accompany Di Wentao. However, after the poison was detoxified, Di Wuza remembered Bailey Hongshuang's arrogant expression before, and his face suddenly became gloomy. Bailey Hongshuang is still so arrogant in front of Wu Wenfeng. She's really unreasonable. Di Sudong's face was so dark that it could drip water. 150,000 spirit stones. She really dared to ask for it. Second uncle, we definitely can't give her so many spirit stones, DeVouz said unwillingly. She's so detestable. Won't she be even more arrogant with these spirit stones? Of course we can't let her get away with it. Di Sudong's face was sinister. We'll give her the spirit stones, but it depends on whether she's alive to use them. Upon hearing Di Sudong's words, DeVouz could not help but be stunned. Then, he asked curiously, Second uncle, what do you mean by that? You'll find out soon enough. The next day, the news that the D family had submitted to Bailey Hongshuang spread, causing an uproar in the entire Blazing Flames sect. 100,000 spirit stones, that was something everyone dreamed of. But Bailey Hongshuang was able to get it so easily. Everyone couldn't help but be envious. When Bailey Hongshuang woke up, she realized that many cultivators were smiling at her. This was a completely different situation from when she had just joined the Blazing Flame sect. Wife, you're very popular in the Blazing Flame sect. Bewitching smiled. This situation was much better than when Bailey Hongshuang was in the lower realm. Bailey Hongshuang noticed the expressions of the people around her and couldn't help but smile. They should know about what happened yesterday, so they decided to express their goodwill to me. It wasn't like this a few days ago. The news about the Raging Flames sect spread pretty quickly. No matter what, this is a good sign. In my opinion, the D family will not let this matter rest so easily. They will feel the pinch for 150,000 spirit stones. Now that they've fallen into my hands, they must be very unwilling. Bailey Hongshuang looked carefree. Although she had not interacted with the D family for a long time, she knew that they were not gentlemen based on what had happened during this period of time. Then let them come. The smile on Di Beichen's lips remained unchanged, but a storm was brewing in his eyes. If they still don't know what's good for them and come over, I'll make sure they don't return. Daring to cause trouble for his wife, he would definitely not let him off easily. It would be fine if they left just like that. However, if they came to cause trouble again, he would make them all accompany Di Wentao. In the next few days, Bailey Hongshuang had a few carefree days. The D family had quieted down and did not cause any trouble. More and more new disciples have come to report. Tomorrow is the new disciple assembly. You can take advantage of this opportunity to see the attributes you have awakened. Upon hearing Wan Yanhan's words, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen smiled and nodded. However, when the two of them looked at each other, their gazes were somewhat complicated. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen had already discussed this issue. They both believed that Di Beichen would awaken the darkness attribute. After all, he had received the darkness inheritance and possessed the power of darkness. It was impossible for him not to awaken the darkness attribute. For Di Beichen, he did not feel that there was anything wrong with the darkness attribute. On the contrary, he felt that it was natural for him to awaken the darkness attribute. However, the darkness attribute was discriminated against in the upper realm. Once he awakened the darkness attribute in front of everyone, it would probably be a little troublesome. Wife, you don't have to worry about me. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's worried expression, Di Beichen could not help but comfort her. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the darkness attribute. I promised Master that I would change the way the cultivators in the upper realm view the power of darkness. If I still care about other people's opinions, how can I fulfill Master's request? Di Beichen was very calm. He did not care about everyone's strange gazes. Moreover, he was not the only one in the upper realm who had the darkness attribute. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. But this way, you'll have to bear some unnecessary pressure. It's okay. You didn't often bear such gazes and pressure in the past. If you don't mind, I'm your husband. Do you think I can't stand it? Di Beichen smiled faintly, but he held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly. I know that no matter what, you'll always be by my side. To me, other people are no different from radishes and cabbages. Do you think I'll care about their gazes and opinions? Looking at Di Beichen's indifferent expression, especially after hearing the analogy of radishes and cabbages, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but chuckle. Radishes and cabbages. If those female disciples who adore you knew that they were radishes and cabbages in your eyes, they would probably die of anger, right? So what? Di Beichen spread out his hands. His eyes were affectionate. In this world, except for you, my wife, all other women are like radishes and cabbages in my eyes. Beichen, why don't you not awaken here? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen worriedly. As long as they didn't awaken here, they could go somewhere else to secretly awaken. The situation might be better. Wife, don't worry. I'm fine. Di Beichen rubbed Bailey Hongzhuang's head with emotion. So what if everyone knows? That's what I wanted everyone to know. Actually, the situation isn't as bad as you think. It's been a long time since that incident. Many cultivators have already forgotten about it. The reason why everyone disdained the power of darkness was undoubtedly because the inheritance of the power of darkness had disappeared. It was very difficult to achieve anything in the power of darkness. However, this doesn't apply to me. I've already received the inheritance of the dark force and I have my ways to further improve myself. I believe that everyone will change their minds sooner or later. Bailey Hongzhuang stared at Di Beichen. After seeing that Di Beichen was not worried at all, she was relieved. Since you've decided to do this, I will definitely support you. Thank you, my wife. Today, the awakening ceremony for the new disciples would be held here. Almost all the cultivators in the House of Flames would be there to watch the show. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators present. The crowd saw a man and a woman dressed in white walking over gracefully. They were like a celestial couple from a painting. Their outstanding looks and otherworldly auras were enough to make one feel suffocated. When Di Beichen first appeared in the House of Flames, the crowd was already shocked by his appearance. He was like a piece of jade, and the young master was unparalleled. Such a suave and elegant young master directly refreshed the crowd's understanding of handsome men. Even though he already had Bailey Hongzhuang by his side, there were still many women who admired him and even took the initiative to express their goodwill. Although he was only a cultivator from the lower realm, the power he displayed that day was enough for everyone to be certain that he would obtain a good position in the upper realm in the future. However, Di Beichen seemed to have placed all his attention on Bailey Hongzhuang. Although many women expressed their goodwill, he did not pay any attention to them. At this moment, the person who attracted the most attention was the woman next to Di Beichen. The woman was dressed in a simple white gauze dress. Her graceful and slender figure was curvaceous, and her slender waist could not be held with one arm. As she walked, she swayed gracefully. When the crowd saw her face, many words quickly flashed across their minds, captivating the birds and alighting geese, overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. Her appearance was like a masterpiece carved by the heavens. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her facial features were exquisite beyond compare. Even when she did not smile, it was enough to make people forget their steps. Occasionally, she would smile at Di Beichen, making the crowd forget to breathe. Who is this woman? Isn't Di Beichen Bailey Hongzhuang's husband? Why is he walking so intimately with another woman? This woman's style of dressing is very similar to Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang does not have such outstanding looks. Everyone stared at the two people in a daze, their hearts filled with doubt. However, regardless of whether they were men or women, the cultivators present had the same thought. They hated that they could not separate the two of them. That way, they would have someone to pursue. Xianxia was dumbfounded when he saw this. What's going on? How could Bewitching be with someone else? How can he face Miss Bailey like this? Although he also felt that there was a gap between Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance and Bewitching's, and the woman in front of him was obviously more compatible with Bewitching, but Bewitching was already Bailey Hongzhuang's husband. How could he do such a thing? Therefore, Xianxia immediately stood up for Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at Xianxia's indignant look, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but smile. She's little junior sister. She's little junior sister? Xianxia sneered. However, when he realized Wang Yanhan's words, his expression instantly changed. What did you say? This woman is Miss Bailey? That's right. Wang Yanhan nodded. For safety reasons, little junior sister is a newcomer. With her looks, I'm afraid that she'll cause a lot of trouble. In the past, when Bailey Hongzhuang did what she did, he also agreed. Thinking back to the first time he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he still remembered how he felt. No man would be able to restrain his heart from falling for such a peerless woman. Fortunately, Bewitching's strength was strong enough. In the Raging Flame Gate, there would be no problem protecting Bailey Hongzhuang. Don't you think this is good? Wang Yanhan raised his eyebrows. They look more compatible like this. I think no matter who the other party is, they wouldn't look as compatible as they do. After Xianxia understood all this, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. His expression was extremely complicated. Previously, I thought that Miss Bailey didn't look too compatible with Bewitching in terms of appearance. Now it seems that I was overthinking. But you're right. They really look like a match made in heaven. There are so many cultivators here today. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the sea of people in front of her. The Raging Flame School was a very big force in Rongan City and had always had a large number of cultivators. But now that everyone had gathered together, she realized that the number was really shocking. Today's awakening ceremony for the new disciples is very important, so everyone rushed over. This situation is very normal. Bewitching smiled faintly. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked over to Wang Yanhan and Xianxia. Senior brother, Xianxia, you're actually here earlier than us. As senior disciples, we're responsible for maintaining order today, so we came very early. Wang Yanhan smiled. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang understood. Wang Yanhan had always been valued by Wu Wenfeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him the position of team leader. Almost all the new disciples are here. You should go in quickly. The awakening ceremony will begin soon. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching nodded slightly and walked into the group of new disciples. At this moment, the new disciples were standing in a rectangular formation. In front of them was a high platform. Obviously, this was where the leader and steward would appear later. As for the senior disciples who were watching, they were now at the outermost circle. Although they were only here to watch the show, everyone still maintained good order. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked into the group of new disciples, they immediately became the focus of the new disciples. These two are actually new disciples? I think many senior disciples know them. How can they be new disciples? This is really strange. I'm afraid these two are influential figures. They're not simple at all. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated expression. They had just reported in a few days, and there were still many things they didn't know about the Raging Flames Gate. They didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had already been familiar with everything. Under such a comparison, everyone's feelings were naturally complicated. Not long after, with the appearance of a group of people, the bustling martial arts arena suddenly quieted down. A man in a purple robe walked at the front. He had an extraordinary bearing and a dignified appearance. He exuded a noble and imposing aura from head to toe. Wu Wenfeng and the rest walked behind the man respectfully and cautiously. Several seats were placed on the high platform. The sect master arrived at the high platform and looked down at the group of young disciples. His eyes flickered with a satisfied light. Today is the awakening ceremony for the new disciples. It's also a welcoming ceremony for the new disciples. I'm very happy that you've chosen to join the Fiery Flame sect. From now on, this will be another home for you. Following the sect leader's words, all the cultivators present began to applaud. The Fiery Flame sect has always been fair in its rewards and punishments. Disciples who perform well will receive generous rewards, while disciples who make mistakes will definitely be punished. I hope that you'll abide by the Fiery Flame sect's rules. As long as you work hard in your cultivation, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Yes. The sect master's words were short, but he reminded everyone of the things that they needed to pay attention to. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. They were not unfamiliar with this statement. Wu Wenfeng's gaze also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's face, his expression changed, and confusion appeared in the space between his brows. However, he quickly regained his composure. Clearly, he had suppressed his doubts. Clearly, now was not the time to ask about this. It would not be too late for him to ask after the awakening ceremony. Following the sect master's instructions, Wu Wenfeng walked to the front and spoke about some matters related to the new disciples. Only then did the sect master announce, the awakening ceremony will now begin. Following the sect master's announcement, the atmosphere changed abruptly. Every new disciple's eyes flickered with anticipation and nervousness. This was undoubtedly an extremely complicated feeling. On one hand, they hoped that they would awaken a powerful attribute. On the other hand, they were worried that the attribute they awakened would not meet their expectations or that they would not be able to awaken it at all. Everyone was immersed in their dilemma. They discussed amongst themselves, worried about their own attributes. Wife, what attribute do you think you'll awaken? Di Beichen's lips hooked up in a charming smile, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone's so nervous, but you're not worried at all. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. What do I have to worry about? Even a dark-type person like you isn't worried here. Even if I awaken the dark type, at most I'll be the same as you. I won't be too far off. My wife is really open-minded. If that's really the case, isn't that great? That way, we'll be husband and wife of the dark attribute. How compatible would that be? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up and she nodded. That's not a bad idea. It would be great if we could all awaken the darkness attribute. If it was in the past, perhaps she would be a little worried because of this attribute, but now that Di Beichen was with her, she was not worried at all. Even if it was the worst-case scenario, so what? Along the way, had he not experienced many such things? As long as there was someone by her side, nothing else was scary. I actually hope that my wife can awaken other attributes. I can't bear for my wife to be criticized by others. Di Beichen's eyes were filled with deep affection. He did not care about his own situation. The only thing he cared about was Bailey Hongzhuang. He did not wish for gossip to hurt Bailey Hongzhuang. That was something he could not accept. According to Wan Yanhan and the others, some cultivators would have their own premonitions, such as which attribute they were closer to. However, this did not apply to Bailey Hongzhuang. She had never felt that she was particularly close to any attribute. Then, do you have an attribute that you like? I do. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The darkness attribute. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Beichen laughed involuntarily. He looked at her helplessly and said, then I'm even more excited to see what attribute you'll awaken next. Immediately after, Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that a huge crystal ball had appeared on the high platform. The white crystal ball was sparkling and translucent. Under the sunlight, it reflected a charming luster. It was overflowing with light and was very beautiful. This should be the instrument for awakening an attribute. Di Beichen stared at the crystal ball in front of him. His eyes were shining brightly. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. When I was in the lower realm, I never heard of this. The upper realm and the lower realm are really very different. I hope that everyone can come to the upper realm in the future. The development here will always be better. Di Beichen's gaze was distant and deep. When he was in the lower realm, he thought that they were already a group of extremely outstanding people. Now, as his horizons were constantly broadening, his thoughts were constantly changing. Whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang's parents or master and mistress, they were all people with outstanding talent. If they came to the upper realm, their strength would definitely rise to another level. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. She also thought of her parents and family. Originally, I only planned to wait for your physique to change before going back. I didn't expect that so many unforeseen events would happen. Now, I don't know when I'll be able to go back. In fact, she knew that her family had always been thinking about them. Now that they had not gone back for so long, they must miss them very much. It was just that things had developed in the opposite direction. Given the current situation, she really did not know when she would be able to return. Noticing Bailey Hongzhuang's gloomy mood, Bewitching couldn't help but hold her hand and said, "Don't worry too much. Since Xiran knows that we are here, he will definitely help us pass the news back. I've been his brother for so many years, and he's always been reliable." Although the situation at that time was somewhat unexpected, he knew that we had come to the upper realm, so he would definitely take care of the follow-up. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Xiran and Yingying are indeed very reliable. Whether it was Wen Xiran or Shengguan Yingying, they were both smart people and had strong adaptability. Presumably, they would know what to do after they understood everything. "Don't worry, we will definitely be able to go back." Bewitching's eyes flashed with a resolute light. Although it was not easy to return from the upper realm, he firmly believed that they would be able to return. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Right now, she hoped that Ao Lingxiao would be able to come to the upper realm as soon as possible. As long as Ao Lingxiao met up with them, they would be able to find the D family. If Bewitching was really a member of the D family, then it would not be a problem for them to return to the lower realm. Right now, this was clearly the fastest way. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were conversing, the first cultivator had already walked up the stage. Hearing Steward Wu's words, the cultivator immediately nodded, then placed his hand on the crystal ball and fell into meditation. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest focused their attention on the crystal ball. Until now, they still didn't know what the awakening process of the attribute looked like. As the man gradually channeled his elemental energy into the crystal ball, they realized that there were some changes in the crystal ball that had been calm all this while. Then, a bright flame appeared in the crystal ball. Bright flames danced in the transparent crystal ball, making it look very beautiful. "Fire attribute," Wu Wenfeng immediately announced. After the man who was awakening heard this, a joyful smile appeared on his face. The fire attribute was considered one of the most powerful attributes among the many attributes. Usually, cultivators who awakened this attribute would develop in the direction of destructive power in the future. If they encountered a cultivator with a weaker attribute, they would be completely crushed. Fire attribute level, level 5. Wu Wenfeng looked at the depth of the flame's color and determined its talent level in the fire attribute. "I heard that the attribute level is divided into 10 levels. Level 1 to 3 are ordinary, level 4 to 6 are intermediate, and level 7 is considered extremely powerful. Above level 7, every level means that the attribute talent is more powerful and the speed of cultivation will be much faster than cultivators of other levels." Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. She knew this from Wan Yanhan. "In that case, level 5 isn't very outstanding, but it's still pretty good," Bewitching said slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "That's right. Look at that cultivator, isn't he very happy?" Looking in the direction that Bailey Hongzhuang pointed at, Bewitching saw that the cultivator had a joyful smile on his face and walked down the stage happily. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this result. "Next." Wu Wenfeng called out the names of the cultivators who were awakening one after another. Water attribute. Water attribute level, level 3. After Bailey Hongzhuang's observation, she found that as long as a cultivator reached the middle level, they would be satisfied. On the other hand, cultivators with ordinary aptitudes would be disappointed. After all, this kind of level was really too low. It would be more difficult for him to achieve higher attributes in the future. Although cultivation was inseparable from hard work, talent was equally important. Even with the same amount of effort, high-level cultivators would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Wind attribute, grade 7. When Wu Wenfeng identified one of the cultivators as a level 7 wind attribute cultivator, the crowd could not help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone looked at the man in surprise. There was no lack of envy in their eyes. He actually reached the 7th level of the wind element. How enviable. With such an innate attribute rank, no matter which power he joins, he'll be highly sought after. It goes without saying that he'll become an influential figure in the blazing sect. It's too difficult to have a cultivation talent above level 6. I'm afraid we don't have such good talent. While everyone was envious, they were also a little disappointed. They only hated that they didn't have such talent. Since Wan Yanhan is valued so highly by Manager Wu, his talent shouldn't be bad. Bewitching smiled faintly. If a practitioner from the lower realm wanted to get attention, he would have to put in more effort. Therefore, Wan Yanhan's level shouldn't be bad. On the contrary, he should be very outstanding. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Look, that level 7 wind attribute practitioner's name has been recorded. I'm afraid that his treatment in the future won't be the same as ordinary practitioners. The so-called fairness was only within a certain range. There was no absolute fairness in this world. Bailey Hongzhuang and Manager Wu were very clear about this point. Just like how everyone's cultivation talent was different, it was already unfair from the moment they were born. Bewitching. After waiting for a while, it was finally Bewitching's turn. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned slightly, her expression filled with worry. Although Bewitching kept saying that it didn't matter, she couldn't help but be worried. Once everyone knew that Bewitching's talent attribute was darkness, they would probably look at him differently. Wife, don't worry. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile. After giving her a reassuring look, he walked up the stage. Don't think about anything. Just slowly channel your elemental energy into the crystal ball. Manager Wu smiled at Bewitching. Ever since he knew that Bewitching's strength could compete with Devao's, Wu Wenfeng was very optimistic about Bewitching. Therefore, his attitude was more enthusiastic than ordinary practitioners. Thank you for your reminder, Manager Wu. Bewitching then placed both his hands on the crystal ball. As his elemental energy gradually flowed out, an incomparably gloomy black energy appeared in the crystal ball. The originally sparkling and translucent crystal ball seemed to have been swallowed by darkness in an instant. The entire ball presented an extreme darkness, like ink, so thick that it could not be diluted. When Wu Wenfeng saw the black shadow appear, he felt as if someone was strangling him, making him unable to say a word. The entire martial arts stage fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the crystal ball that was filled with the darkness attribute. They stared at the tall white figure in disbelief. They couldn't connect Bewitching to this dark power. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Did Bewitching awaken the power of darkness? His dark energy seems to be very dense. Even the wind elemental cultivators who had reached the 7th level couldn't reach this level. Then, how strong is his dark elemental power? This level has practically filled up the entire crystal ball. I'm afraid it has reached the highest level, right? Everyone discussed animatedly. Such a dense scene simply refreshed everyone's understanding. At this moment, Wu Wenfeng was completely dumbfounded. He never thought that Bewitching would awaken the dark elemental power. Moreover, it seemed that the density of the dark elemental power was simply unheard of. After seeing this scene, the sect master's eyes couldn't help but freeze. When he looked at Bewitching again, his expression became complicated. He's the practitioner you just recruited? Hearing the sect master's question, Wu Wenfeng quickly replied, yes, that's him. His talent for cultivation is indeed very strong. The sect master nodded. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a dense attribute level. It's a pity. If it wasn't for the dark attribute, he would definitely be a rare genius. Sect master, what exactly is his level? Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but look at the sect master. Even he had never seen such a dense attribute level, so he couldn't determine it for a moment. Maximum level. The sect master stared at Bewitching in front of him. Even he had only heard of such a level in rumors. He didn't expect to see a real one in front of him. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he realized that all of this was actually true. A cultivator with a maximum level of attribute level really existed. Following the sect master's words, Wu Wenfeng and the others on the high platform couldn't help but be dumbfounded. When they looked at Bewitching again, their eyes were filled with shock. Maximum level, that was a legendary existence. It was said that a cultivator with a maximum level of talent could cultivate much faster than ordinary cultivators. Once such a cultivator appeared, they were all geniuses and left a deep mark in history. However, one actually appeared in front of them. At this moment, Wang Yanhan and Xianxia were also staring at Bewitching in a daze. They had never expected Bewitching to have the dark attribute. How could this be? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had said before that no matter what attribute Bailey Hongshuang and the others had, as long as it wasn't the dark attribute, there would be no problem. However, such a small probability actually happened. Bewitching actually had the dark attribute. Bewitching's dark attribute seems to be different from ordinary dark attributes. Look at the color, it's really too dense. Manager Wu and the others also have strange expressions. So what if his talent in the dark attribute is amazing? Don't forget that it's the dark attribute. Xianxia couldn't help but remind them. Just the presence of the dark attribute here was already very bad. Below the high platform, Bailey Hongshuang stared at Bewitching's back. When the thick darkness appeared, she only felt that Bewitching was shrouded in darkness. Master, Bewitching's dark attribute is so dense. The wind attribute cultivator from before only filled the crystal ball with wind attribute energy, but Bewitching has already filled the entire crystal ball. Xiaohei looked surprised. Even if they didn't know much about the crystal ball, they could still see some clues. That's right. Look at Sect Master and Steward Wu's expressions. It's obvious that something isn't right. Is there something else other than what we're worried about? Xiaobai couldn't help but worry. Bewitching has obtained the dark inheritance, so his attribute energy must be very strong. However, it's probably stronger than what everyone expected. That's why such a situation has occurred. Bailey Hongshuang analyzed. After a moment of silence, Wu Wenfeng finally calmed down and slowly said, Bewitching, dark attribute, max level. When the two words max level were heard, all the cultivators around the tournament stage sucked in a breath of cold air. Shocked and astonished gazes landed on Bewitching. Not to mention the fact that the dark attribute was enough to attract everyone's attention, the fact that he had reached max level left everyone dumbfounded. Cough, cough. When Xianxia heard this, he almost choked on his own saliva. Did I hear wrongly? It's actually the maximum level? Wang Yanhan also looked at Bewitching in disbelief. He also thought that the highest level should be level 9, because the maximum level was an existence that everyone thought was impossible. Bewitching is indeed an extraordinary person. I knew it from the first time I met him, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Wang Yanhan sighed inwardly. Such an achievement simply stunned everyone. It's a pity that it's the dark attribute. If it wasn't, then his future achievements would be unimaginable. Just as Bewitching was about to withdraw his hands, something strange happened. To everyone's astonishment, a scorching white light suddenly appeared in the dark energy. Although this white light seemed very small compared to the darkness, it was extremely bright and could not be ignored. What's going on? Wu Wenfeng was once again dumbfounded. This situation was even more incomprehensible than when he saw Bewitching's maximum level dark attribute. Bewitching had already confirmed that it was the dark attribute. What was the meaning of this white light that suddenly appeared? At this moment, the sect master couldn't help but walk in front of Bewitching. After carefully sensing the power in his body, he couldn't help but frown. Sect master, what is this white light? Wu Wenfeng lowered his voice and asked, this can't be the light attribute, right? Impossible. The sect master immediately denied Wu Wenfeng's guess. As everyone knows, the dark and light attribute are two completely opposite forces. It's impossible for them to merge. How could he awaken these two extreme powers? Hearing this, Wu Wenfeng hurriedly nodded because the situation was too strange, to the extent that he had even lost the most basic judgment. Indeed, this can't be the light attribute. Then sect master, what do you think this white light is? Maybe it's impurities. The sect master slowly said, according to the records, when a person reaches the maximum level, it's very likely that some other inexplicable changes will occur. Perhaps this is one of those changes. Max level is simply too heaven-defying, so it's not surprising that there are some impurities. The other stewards couldn't help but nod their heads after hearing the sect master's judgment. Sect master is right. It should be like this. While the sect master and the stewards were discussing, Bewitching was also staring at the crystal ball in front of him. He had a very magical feeling in his heart. He was certain that this black power was the power of darkness, and it was also the power that he had mastered after receiving the inheritance. However, before the awakening, these powers did not exist in such a manner. After the awakening, there was a change in the way they existed. However, he was also certain that this strand of white light was not the so-called impurities, but the energy of light. After awakening his attribute, he now had a better understanding of the attribute power that he did not understand before. He was also completely sure that this was the power of light. Isn't it said that every practitioner can only awaken one type of power? Bewitching thought to himself. How did I suddenly awaken two types of power? This doesn't make any sense. Why, is this so? Bewitching had become the center of everyone's attention. Most importantly, even the gate master and the others could not figure out what was going on with Bewitching. Wu Wenfeng also could not figure out what was going on, so he could only conclude based on what the gate master said. Although Bewitching's awakened talent was the dark attribute, and it was very difficult for this attribute to develop in the upper realm, the fact that he had reached the maximum level was enough to prove that Bewitching was not simple. Maybe he would develop well in the future. Thinking of this, Wu Wenfeng remembered Bewitching's name. After Bewitching walked down the high platform, he returned to Bailey Hongshuang's side. Beichen, how are you? Bailey Hongshuang looked at Bewitching with concern. Just from the reaction of the crowd just now, it was clear that the dark attribute was still discriminated against. Hearing this, Bewitching smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm fine, what can happen to me? Don't worry. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Although this attribute is not liked by everyone, your maximum level has shocked everyone. Not to mention the other cultivators, even she could not help but be surprised when she found out about this. She did not expect Bewitching's talent in the dark attribute to be so strong. In fact, after knowing this, she was not very worried. Other dark attribute cultivators could not develop well because they did not have the inheritance of the dark energy and did not know how to cultivate in the future. However, Bewitching was different. Long ago, Bewitching had already obtained the inheritance of the dark attribute. With this inheritance, coupled with Bewitching's cultivation talent, his future achievements were imaginable. Bailey Hongshuang. Steward Wu's voice rang out once again, pulling everyone back from their shock. Wife, you can go up first. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly, then walked up the high platform under everyone's gaze. At this moment, everyone's curious gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang. Previously, Bewitching's results had already amazed everyone, but they did not know what kind of attribute Bailey Hongshuang would awaken as Bewitching's wife. Do you think Bailey Hongshuang will awaken the dark attribute like Bewitching? If that's the case, then it will be interesting. It shouldn't, right? The probability of Bewitching awakening such an attribute is very small. Even if they are husband and wife, their attributes should not be the same. Sigh, I didn't expect him to awaken to the dark attribute. In the future, his potential. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They were originally envious of Bailey Hongshuang, but now their moods had calmed down a bit. After all, in the upper realm, strength was the most important thing. Even if Bewitching's cultivation was very high, the dark attribute had already limited his future development. Everyone was sure that it would not be long before Bewitching was gradually overtaken by other cultivators, and he would still be at the bottom of the list. The only good thing was that he had a max-level talent, so perhaps he would not be overtaken by others too quickly. What's your situation now? Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongshuang in front of him and asked in a low voice. Looking at the faint dissatisfaction between Wu Wenfeng's eyebrows, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but smile and said, Steward Wu, I was afraid that it would be troublesome so I disguised myself. Now that Bewitching is here, I naturally don't need to continue the disguise. I didn't do it on purpose before, I hope you don't blame me. Originally, Wu Wenfeng was a little dissatisfied with the fact that he had been concealed from him, but after listening to the explanation and looking at Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful face, his heart suddenly understood a little. With Bailey Hongshuang's demonic appearance, she would indeed attract a lot of trouble. Even with Bewitching by her side now, there were still many practitioners who had designs on her. If it was in the past, it would be even more so. Seeing that you have a reason, I'll let this matter go. Wu Wenfeng sighed. Thank you, Steward Wu. Bailey Hongshuang smiled playfully. I know that Steward Wu is the most magnanimous person. Let's test it first. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongshuang helplessly. If it was on a normal day, he would definitely be very dissatisfied with practitioners causing trouble time and time again. The strange thing was that when these things happened to Bailey Hongshuang, he did not have such a feeling. On the contrary, he felt that Bailey Hongshuang was very lively and cute, so he was more tolerant of her. Yes. Bailey Hongshuang nodded and immediately placed both hands on the crystal ball. As the elemental energy in her body gradually surged, Bailey Hongshuang's mind was also filled with hope that she could awaken the dark attribute. Everyone despised the dark attribute, but she did not care at all. On the contrary, because Bewitching had the dark attribute, she was very fond of it. After Bailey Hongshuang's talent was awakened, the practitioners present could not help but exclaim in surprise. Bailey Hongshuang opened her eyes and saw a dazzling light filling the entire crystal ball. This ray of light was incomparably sacred, pure, and bright. The originally transparent crystal ball suddenly became incomparably resplendent, illuminating everything around it. The cultivators who were closer to the light felt a wave of comfort wash over them. It was as if they had returned to their mother's embrace. It was safe and warm, and all their pores seemed to relax. Light attribute. Bailey Hongshuang awakened the light attribute. What a rich power of light. It's so dazzling. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Bailey Hongshuang, who was wearing a white gauze dress, looked like a goddess of light under the light. Her entire body exuded a soft luster, which made her delicate and perfect face look even more beautiful. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. It was as if she was born to be sacred, honorable, and inviolable. Wu Wenfeng looked at Bailey Hongshuang in astonishment, then his eyes shone brightly. Bailey Hongshuang had really given him a huge surprise. Originally, after knowing that Bailey Hongshuang was an inscription master, he felt very helpless about her insistence on becoming a practitioner. He only felt that Bailey Hongshuang was not smart enough and did not know how to best develop herself. The sect master, who had originally been very calm, could not help but stand up when he saw the light energy in the crystal ball. He walked slowly to the crystal ball and felt the extremely rich light energy. The light energy was equivalent to a gift from God in everyone's eyes. As long as one got close to it, they would feel as if their entire body and mind had received the essence. That kind of comfortable and peaceful energy was something that nothing else could give him. Even the sect master, who was very powerful, could not help but smile when he got close to this energy. The sect master's eyes flickered with excitement. When he looked at Bailey Hongshuang, his eyes were also dazzling. Is she the inscription master that you recruited? The sect master could not help but look at Wu Wenfeng and ask. Wu Wenfeng smiled and nodded. That's right, sect master. She is Bailey Hongshuang. You've made a great contribution this time. The sect master patted Wu Wenfeng's shoulder happily. You'll be rewarded. Thank you, sect master. Wu Wenfeng was delighted. He knew all too well how important a light attribute cultivator was to a sect. Previously, the Fiery Flame sect only had one light attribute cultivator. This cultivator's status in the sect was no less than their steward's. Bailey Hongshuang seemed to be even more talented in the light attribute. One could imagine her future status in the Fiery Flame sect. At that thought, Wu Wenfeng could not help but rejoice. He was glad that he had chosen to support Bailey Hongshuang. If he had known that Bailey Hongshuang had awakened a light attribute, he would not have hesitated to reject anyone who came looking for trouble, let alone the D family. When Bewitching noticed that Bailey Hongshuang had awakened a light attribute, a trace of astonishment flashed across his handsome eyes. Then, a joyful smile appeared on his face. His wife was supposed to be a proud daughter of heaven. As he looked at Bailey Hongshuang, who was illuminated by the light energy, he felt that it was simply too suitable. Previously, he had not been able to figure out which attribute suited Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that the light energy had appeared, he felt that there was no energy more suitable for her than the light attribute. This is too shocking. Miss Bailey actually awakened the light attribute. Yi Haomiao looked at Wang Yanhan in shock. Although he had previously joked that he hoped that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to awaken the light attribute, he didn't expect that his blind guess would actually come true. Little junior sister's talent is amazing. Not only did Wang Yanhan notice that Bailey Hongzhuang had awakened the light attribute, he also discovered that the level of this light attribute was extremely terrifying. Do you remember when Xiao Rojin awakened the light attribute? At that time, the sect master said that Xiao Rojin's attribute talent level was extremely high. She was already a rare light attribute cultivator. Look at the crystal ball in front of little junior sister. The light is even brighter than Xiao Rojin's back then. Hearing this, Yi Haomiao couldn't help but take a closer look, and said, "Before you mentioned it, I didn't think much of it, but now that you mention it, I realize that it really is. Could it be that Miss Bailey's attribute level was even higher than Xiao Rojin's? That would be amazing." "I think so." Wang Yanhan nodded. "Look, the sect master's attitude has also changed. I think he will announce it later." Just as everyone was discussing, a similar white figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. "Look, Xiao Rojin is here too." Could it be that she knew that Bailey Hongzhuang would awaken the light attribute, so she came here to take a look? This Xiao Rojin's status in the Blazing Flame School is also extraordinary. It's fine that she came late today, but she actually came in such a high-profile manner. I really don't know what to say. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang has also awakened the light attribute, she won't be the only light attribute cultivator in the Blazing Flame School in the future. I wonder if she can still be like this. Xiao Rojin just happened to be interested, so she wanted to come to the awakening ceremony to take a look. However, she didn't expect to notice the shining light attribute on the high platform as soon as she arrived. Her expression immediately changed. Such a dense light was even more powerful than what she had been before, causing her expression to stiffen. Light attribute cultivators were rare in the upper realm. She didn't expect the Blazing Flame School to recruit another one so quickly. It was really surprising. Bailey Hongzhuang also didn't expect her awakened attribute to be light. She couldn't help but be shocked. She inexplicably remembered the two words that the Master of the Ruins said to her back in the ruins: ill-fated relationship. Ill-fated relationship. All this time, the chains of this chain had been circling in her mind. She couldn't understand why the Master of the Ruins would say such a thing. She and Bewitching had always been developing smoothly without any obstacles. How could it be related to ill-fated relationship? However, when she awakened the light attribute, she felt that the ill-fated relationship might have something to do with their different attributes. Light and darkness were two completely different attributes. Although it was a little strange for it to appear in a couple, it shouldn't have too much of an impact. She had never heard of cultivators of different attributes not being able to be together. Even if they were of completely opposite attributes, there shouldn't be any relationship between them. "Master, what's Bailey Hongzhuang's talent level?" Wu Wenfeng looked at the dense light in front of him. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask the master. In fact, he felt that such a dense light was very similar to the situation that appeared with Bewitching previously, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was impossible to reach the max level on a normal day. It was already inconceivable that a single max level player had appeared today. If there were two max level players, and both of them were a married couple, it was simply too unbelievable. However, the sect leader still said those two words. Max level. Bailey Hongzhuang, light attribute, max level. At this moment, without waiting for Wu Wenfeng to announce it, the sect leader had already announced it himself. Even with the sect master's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. What did it mean to have a max-level light attribute cultivator? If he could not spread this news, he did not know how many forces would envy him. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. Wu Wenfeng actually recruited such a talented cultivator for him. It was simply an incomparable surprise. Following the sect leader's words, all the cultivators present were dumbfounded. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but imagine what it meant to have a full-level light attribute cultivator. It meant that Bailey Hongzhuang's future was limitless. and it meant that she would have a high status. After Xiao Rojin heard the sect master's announcement, she could not help but tremble, and her expression became extremely ugly. Back then, when she was assessed as an 8th-level light attribute cultivator, it had already shocked everyone. However, now, there was actually a max-level light attribute cultivator. This was simply too unbelievable. This kind of talent was simply a legendary existence. However, the next scene made Xiao Rojin's eyes light up. This was because, after the crystal ball released the extreme light attribute light, a faint black light suddenly appeared in it. After noticing this black light, everyone's expression became strange again. How strange. Previously, a white light appeared in Bewitching's darkness attribute, and a black light appeared in Bailey Hongshuang's light attribute. Could it be that because the two of them are husband and wife, their attributes are somewhat mixed? That's impossible, right? I've never heard of such a situation. Wu Wenfeng could not help but look at the sect master again. Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang had the same situation, and after connecting the two, it became very strange. Sect master, what's going on? The sect master frowned and shook his head. A max-level cultivator has only been recorded in books before, and has never been seen in real life. Therefore, I can't judge the real situation. The only thing I can be sure of is that their attribute talents are all at the max level. As for the rest, I'll do some research. At this moment, even the sect master could not easily make a judgment. Hearing the sect master's words, Wu Wenfeng also nodded. This kind of situation could only be confirmed after consulting the books. After all, this kind of situation was simply too rare. Bailey Hongshuang stared at the darkness attribute energy in front of her, and she felt that all of this was not a coincidence. Bewitching's situation just now must have some kind of connection with her situation. Furthermore, this trace of black energy was not an impurity at all, but darkness energy. Previously, when she had not awakened, she could not judge, but now that her attribute talent had awakened, she could already judge that this was definitely darkness energy. As Bailey Hongshuang walked down the stage, everyone's eyes never left her. Especially when they saw Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching standing together, their expressions became extremely strange. Today, everyone's limelight had been overshadowed by Bailey Hongshuang and Xiao Luo, unless another max-level cultivator appeared. However, everyone knew that this was impossible. Bewitching. As Bailey Hongshuang walked to Bewitching's side, the two looked at each other and immediately understood everything. Wife, is the power you've awakened darkness? Bewitching asked. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. That's right. Your darkness attribute is mixed with the light attribute, right? Yes. Bewitching and Bailey Hongshuang both fell into deep thought. This situation was indeed a little strange. Why is this happening? Bailey Hongshuang frowned slightly. This situation was completely out of their expectations. Could it be that a person can actually awaken more than one type of power? After what happened to Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching, the following awakening ceremony seemed dull. Everyone was immersed in Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching's results. Such results were too shocking. Coupled with the recent deeds of Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching in the Blazing Flame sect, they were now known by everyone. After the awakening ceremony ended, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching slowly walked back to their residence. However, at this moment, both of them were thinking about why such a situation occurred. Little junior sister, congratulations. Wan Yanhan walked up to Bailey Hongshuang with a congratulatory smile on his face. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Thank you, senior brother. Your results today really shocked everyone. In the history of the Blazing Flame sect, oh, no, in the history of the entire Rongan city, I'm afraid such a situation has never happened before. Yi Haomiao's eyes flashed with excitement. You've even stumped the sect leader. How rare is that? As he spoke, Yi Haomiao put a hand on Bewitching's shoulder and said, Bewitching, you don't have to worry too much. Although the darkness attribute isn't very popular, you have the max-level darkness attribute. This way, the situation will be different. I believe that you'll be very strong in the future. Bewitching knew that Yi Haomiao was taking his emotions into consideration, so he smiled. Yes, no matter what kind of power it is, there will always be a way out. Speaking of which, something else has appeared in both of your powers. Do you know what it is? Wang Yanhan couldn't help but ask. We don't know. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. We only learned about the awakening of attributes recently. As for the possible situation, we only heard about it from you, senior brother. Senior martial brother, do you know why this happened? I don't know either. Wang Yanhan looked helpless. I've never heard of it before. Senior brother Wang Yan, we would like to inquire about the situation in this area from books. May I know where we can find related books? There should be some in the library. Now that you're disciples of the Raging Flame School, you can go take a look. However, I think that the sect master will also look for relevant information. If he finds it, he should tell you. Hearing this, Bewitching cupped his hands and said, thank you. After separating from Wang Yanhan, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching and said, Beichen, have you decided to go to the library to check it out? Bewitching nodded slightly. If the relevant information is recorded in the books, we'd better check it out ourselves. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang replied. The sect master would indeed check it out, but they couldn't guarantee what he would tell them. In comparison, it was safer for them to find out the situation themselves. Whether it was Bewitching or Bailey Hongzhuang, they both liked to control everything in their own hands, not others. In the library. With Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's current level, they could only stay on the first floor of the library. Although they couldn't find more books, they didn't mind. Even if they could find some clues, it would be good. Time gradually passed. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching sat quietly in the library, but the number of books they read increased. The four beasties did not stay idle in such a situation, and they all helped to search. Therefore, their reading speed was extremely fast. However, after flipping through almost all the books on the first floor of the library, they still did not find anything. Beichen, these books have no record of the relevant situation. Bailey Hongzhuang closed the book in her hand and looked at Bewitching, who was still searching seriously. Bewitching looked up slightly and nodded. There are no descriptions in these anecdotes either. The situation we encountered today should be very rare. Actually, we could tell from the temple master and steward Wu's expressions at that time. There might be some records in the books on the upper floors, Bailey Hongzhuang said after some thought. Max-level cultivators are already very rare, and the situation after that is probably even more unheard of. It's normal that we can't find any records in such a short period of time. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Why don't we ask Steward Wu? With my identity as an inscription master and our performance today, perhaps I'll have some special privileges. Moreover, we're not looking for cultivation methods or martial techniques. We just want to find some anecdotes. It should be possible. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's suggestion, a thoughtful light flashed across Bewitching's eyes. We can try. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching went to ask Steward Wu for permission to enter the upper floors of the library, the Blazing Flame Sect's master, Yunqingyu, was also looking through the relevant information. Wu Wenfeng was right beside him. The situation we saw today is really too rare. Even when we flipped through the ancient books, there was no record of the relevant content. Yunqingyu frowned. He had to admit that the appearance of two cultivators with max-level innate talents today was a huge surprise to him. The only thing he could not understand now was why such a situation had happened later. He had never heard of any substance other than this attribute appearing during the awakening of an innate talent. As for the impurities that he had mentioned, he wasn't very sure himself. Sect Master, didn't you say those things were impurities? Wu Wenfeng couldn't help but ask. Although that's what I said, when I think about it carefully, I feel that there might be some problems. Yunqingyu pondered. If there are impurities, then their talent level shouldn't have reached the maximum level. Max level means that their talent in this attribute has reached perfection. Since it's perfect, why would there be impurities? As Yunqingyu's voice fell, Wu Wenfeng also nodded. Sect Master, you're right. In that case, the situation is indeed a little strange. I actually have a rather unbelievable guess. What guess? Yunqingyu glanced at Wu Wenfeng's hesitant expression and said, We're both thinking about this right now. Just say whatever comes to mind. There's no need to be reserved. Seeing this, Wu Wenfeng finally relaxed a little. Sect Master, Could the other substance that appeared be of another attribute? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching have the light and dark attributes respectively. They're also husband and wife. Since they spend every night together, perhaps there's an effect on each other? Now, other than these two possibilities, I really can't think of any other. Wu Wenfeng's expression was somewhat helpless. Originally, he had recruited 2 cultivators who were at the maximum level. This was something that made him extremely happy. However, he didn't expect to give them such a big problem at the same time. If you really don't have any ideas, why don't you invite Xiaorojin over and ask her? Yun Qingyu said slowly, her main family has a holy maiden of light. I'm sure we'll know something after asking her. Yes. Ever since Xiaorojin found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was a cultivator with the highest level of the light attribute, her feelings were very complicated. She originally thought that if she didn't stay in the main city and came to Rong'an City, she would be able to become the rarest light attribute cultivator here. She didn't expect that there would be a cultivator with the highest level of the light attribute in Rong'an City now. Her previous balance was immediately broken. This was not a situation she wanted to see. Cultivators with the light attribute are extremely rare. It's already extremely difficult to find someone with average aptitude. How could there be a cultivator with the highest level of aptitude? Xiaorojin frowned. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes today, she wouldn't have believed this news at all. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard the news from the sect master. Her heart couldn't help but thump. She felt a wave of apprehension, but she didn't dare to delay at all. Greetings, sect master. Xiaorojin bowed to Yun Qingyu. Her delicate and fair face was rippling with a gentle smile. Coupled with her delicate temperament, her entire person seemed to be made of water. Her pair of watery eyes made people feel relaxed and happy at a glance. Seeing Xiaorojin, Yun Qingyu's face also bloomed with a smile. You're here. Congratulations, sect master, for recruiting 2 cultivators with the highest level of talent. One of them is even a cultivator with the highest level of the light attribute. Congratulations. Xiaorojin congratulated, her beautiful little face blooming like a flower. Haha. Yun Qingyu chuckled. This is indeed a joyous occasion. It's beyond all of our expectations. I heard that these 2 took the initiative to join the Blazing Flame sect. I think it must be because of the sect master's reputation that they came because of it. With just a few simple words, Xiaorojin made Yun Qingyu extremely happy. Xiaorojin, I called you over this time because I have something to ask you, Yun Qingyu said slowly, and there was a hint of seriousness in his smile. Hearing this, Xiaorojin's expression also became more serious. Sect master, please ask. Rojin will definitely tell you everything she knows. Do you know what happened to Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching today? Yun Qingyu's dark eyes were serious. You're a level 8 light attribute cultivator yourself, so you should have some understanding of this. Do you think it could be another attribute? Xiaorojin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she thought seriously for a moment before saying, Sect master, to be honest, I've heard of cultivators who can awaken 2 attributes at the same time. However, I've only heard of it in stories before. However, those are attributes that don't conflict with each other. For example, darkness and light are 2 completely opposite attributes. My family has said that it's impossible for them to exist at the same time. Because this possibility itself already defies common sense. According to this, it seems that there is only one explanation for the existence of impurities in the attribute. Yun Qingyu frowned slightly. The deep and bright name was blooming with a complicated light. He always felt that this explanation was a bit far-fetched. Xiaorojin also said uncertainly, I think so. Other than this, I really can't think of any other possibilities. Sect master, even if there are impurities, it's not a big deal. Their attribute talents have already reached the maximum level. Although they are not as powerful as the Holy Maiden of Light of our main house, their talents have definitely surpassed the vast majority of cultivators. Hearing this, Yun Qingyu nodded, and his expression relaxed a little. You're right. Whether it's impurities or not, to be able to reach this level is already very outstanding. Rojin, if you have the chance, can you help me ask? Don't worry, sect master. If I have the chance, I will definitely ask. If I have any news, I will definitely report it as soon as possible. Then I'll have to trouble you. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face. The Holy Maiden of Light must have a certain understanding of this. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen waited outside the door for a while before they saw Wu Wenfeng slowly walk back. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Rojin, Wu Wenfeng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. You're here to find me? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Steward Wu, we want to go to the library to take a look, but we can only go to the first floor, so. We came to find you to ask if there's a way to go to the higher floors to take a look. Hearing this, Wu Wenfeng was not surprised. You want to check if there is any information related to your situation today in the ancient books, right? Yes. Di Beichen replied frankly. With your performance today, you will definitely be groomed as key disciples of the Blazing Flames sect in the future. It's possible to upgrade your authority, but I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to achieve your goal. Wu Wenfeng sighed, his expression filled with confusion and helplessness. Actually, after what happened today, we've already looked into it, but it's really too rare. Until now, we haven't found anything related to it that can explain it. However, since Sect Master is looking for Xiao Rojin, maybe you can get some information from her. Once I figure it out, I'll tell you. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that their guess was right. The Sect Master was also studying this point. Xiao Rojin? Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but think of the white-robed woman she had seen today. Steward Wu, was she the only light cultivator in the Raging Flame School? That's right, it's her. Wu Wenfeng nodded. The Xiao family has a very high status in the upper realm. Light attribute cultivators often appear in their family. As soon as he said that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen immediately understood. Just based on what Wu Wenfeng had said, it was enough to prove that Xiao Rojin's background was completely incomparable to Di Wentao's. No wonder that Xiao Rojin has always been like the moon surrounded by stars in the Raging Flame School. So she has such a background. Xiao He could not help but sigh. The scene of Xiao Rojin's appearance today was comparable to that of the Sect Master. She was just a disciple of the Raging Flame School. How could such a scene not leave a deep impression? I see. Bailey Hongzhuang was a little surprised to see Wu Wenfeng give her the warrant so easily. Although she felt that she had a chance to enter the higher levels of the library, she thought that Wu Wenfeng would hesitate. She didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Both of you are cultivators with full attribute talents. It's only a matter of time before you obtain this level of authority. Why should I stop you? Wu Wenfeng explained as if he had guessed Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for joining the Blazing Sect. If it weren't for you, the Sect Master probably wouldn't have treated me differently. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen smiled when they heard that. Thank you, Steward Wu. Go on. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen returned to the library after receiving the warrant. Even though Steward Wu said that there was no relevant information in the library, they still decided to take a look. They had just arrived in the upper realm, so there were too many things they didn't know. They would be able to understand more through these books. At the very least, they wouldn't be completely clueless. For the next few days, they stayed in the library. The contents here allowed them to gain a better understanding of the upper realm. However, everything was as Manager Wu had said. There was indeed no record of the situation that they had appeared in. Beichen, things that haven't appeared in the past don't mean that they can't appear now. It's just like how most cultivators can only contract one beast. However, this rule has been broken for me. There hasn't been a cultivator who has awakened the darkness and light attributes in the past, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible for the two of us. Bailey Hongzhuang's clear black and white eyes rippled with a calm and wise light. In the past few days, she had made many connections and finally came to this conclusion. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have believed it either. However, transmigration had happened to her. What else was impossible? Di Beichen nodded when he heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. You're right. Perhaps what happened to us is another transformation. It's just that it happened to us, and it's our attributes. It's too much of a coincidence. Maybe we're husband and wife and spend all our time together, so we've been affected by each other. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. In fact, other than this explanation, she really couldn't think of any other explanation. Suddenly, Bewitching's eyes narrowed. "Wife, take a look at what's written in this book." Bailey Hongzhuang went to Bewitching's side. He was also holding a book's record. He was also holding a book that contained excerpts of legends. The Holy Maiden of Light and the Lord of Darkness had disappeared together for a period of time? After reading up to here, Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. This news was really a bit explosive. Bewitching nodded slightly. There are only a few sentences recorded in this book. Back then, the Holy Maiden of Light and the Lord of Darkness disappeared together. Later on, the people of the Holy Assembly of Light found the Holy Maiden of Light and had a great battle with the Lord of Darkness. Since then, the Holy Maiden of Light had stayed in the Holy Assembly of Light and never left. In just a few decades, the Holy Maiden of Light had fallen. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes sparkled with doubt. She propped her chin up with her hand and tapped her chin rhythmically with her index finger. There must be something fishy about this. I have the same thoughts as you. There must be something hidden behind this. It's just that it hasn't been recorded yet. Logically speaking, since she could become the Holy Maiden of Light, her cultivation must be very strong and her lifespan should be very long. How could she have died in just a few decades? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Could it be that the Lord of Darkness had captured the Holy Maiden of Light? The relationship between the two parties was so bad. It's very possible that the Lord of Darkness had done so. I don't think that's the case. Bewitching pondered over the description in the book. Although it was only a few lines of words, after careful consideration, he could still find some clues that were revealed. If the Lord of Darkness wanted to harm the Holy Maiden of Light, since he had captured the Holy Maiden of Light, then he could have killed the Holy Maiden of Light. Why would he give the people of the Holy Assembly the chance to rescue the Holy Maiden of Light? Bewitching's voice was low. His handsome eyes rippled with thoughts. His intuition told him that this was definitely not the case. You're right. But if that's not the case... Bailey Hongzhuang's index finger that was tapping her chin suddenly stopped. Her clear black and white eyes suddenly shone brightly. Do you think? Could there be an affair between the Holy Maiden of Light and the Lord of Darkness? Bewitching fell silent as soon as she said this. Thinking about it carefully, there is indeed such a possibility. The book says that the Holy Maiden of Light had disappeared for a long time. If there were feelings between the two parties, then everything would make sense. It can't be that explosive. Bailey Hongzhuang stood up and paced slowly. The Holy Maiden of Light had a very high status in the past. The Lord of Darkness was also someone who was abandoned by everyone. This feeling is equivalent to the Holy Maiden and the devil being together. If this news were to spread, how shocking would it be? If it's true, then this relationship can be called an unparalleled love. Nothing is impossible in this world. Bewitching was relatively indifferent. If that's the case, the Saintess of Light might have died of depression. A relationship that everyone opposes must be very stressful for them. I suddenly sympathize with them. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. With such a huge gap, let alone actually happening, just thinking about it was enough to understand that this was an extremely terrifying disaster. If their guesses were true, the relationship back then must have been fascinating and torturous. How deep must their feelings be for them to disregard the views of the world and be together? Unfortunately, it didn't end well. They had already expected this outcome before they got together, but they still did it. This proves that everything is worth it in their hearts. At the very least, they still spent some time together, didn't they? It's best if the relationship lasts forever, but for them, having a period of time together might be worth a lifetime of nostalgia, Bewitching said slowly. For people of their status, they can obtain many things that ordinary people can't. However, the things that they can't obtain are the things that ordinary people can easily obtain. Bewitching's eyes were deep. He couldn't help but think of his master, Xianxia. From the moment he saw his master, he felt a kind of sadness in his master's eyes. This kind of sadness went deep into the bone marrow, dissolved in the blood, and implanted in the soul. Logically speaking, with Xianxia's strength and ability, he should be high-spirited. However, he only saw an indescribable sadness in Xianxia's eyes. Even if he knew that the power of darkness was misunderstood by the world, he believed that this was not the only thing that made He Shinjun so sad. There must be something else. However, He Shinjun had never told him. He felt that perhaps when the time He Shinjun spoke of arrived, he would be able to find out everything. Beichen, doesn't your master have the inheritance of the power of darkness? The power of darkness has been lost for so many years. So many people in the upper realm have not been able to find the inheritance of the power of darkness. However, your master has it. Do you think that he is the Lord of Darkness? Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and outstanding face rippled with a faint pondering expression. Her bright eyes stared at Di Beichen. She felt that her guess was not impossible. I don't know about this. Di Beichen shook his head. There were still too many things that they did not understand. Even if he vaguely had such a guess in his heart, he could not be so sure before he had concrete evidence. Let's look at the books again. Maybe there will be other clues. Okay. The two immediately looked at the books again. Unfortunately, except for a few sporadic records in that book, they could not find any other related records. Regarding this point, Bailey Hongzhuang was helpless, but they were also quite calm. They had already guessed that they could not find any related content. Now that they could see a few words, it was already a good result. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen appeared in front of everyone again, everyone looked at them differently. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao rushed over almost immediately. Where have the two of you been these 2 days? We didn't see any trace of you, so we thought something had happened to you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. What else can happen between us? Did you think that we were captured by the Di family? That's not impossible. Yi Haomiao said seriously, the Di family is obviously not a good person. They might have been taught a lesson, but they might not have stopped. If the two of you don't appear, Wang Yanhan and I will go to the Di family to look for you. Fortunately, the two of you didn't go. The Di family is sinister and ruthless. If only the two of you went, wouldn't you have died in their hands? Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. Fortunately, these two guys didn't do anything impulsive. Speaking of which, where did the two of you go? Wang Yanhan couldn't help but ask. We stayed in the library for a few days, Di Beichen answered. So you went to the library? Wang Yanhan suddenly understood. To find out what happened to the two of you? Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands. Everything was as Wang Yanhan had told them before. It's normal that you didn't find anything. However, during the few days you were in the library, there was a rather certain piece of news. Wang Yanhan said. What news? You know Xiao Rojin, right? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I know her. She's the light attribute cultivator from before. I heard that she and the sect master had researched it. In the end, they determined that the reason why your innate talents are like this is because of impurities. There are still some impurities in your innate talents. Therefore, although it looks like you're at the peak level, there's still a gap. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. They found it funny. Although they hadn't found any records to confirm their thoughts, the two of them were very sure that what happened to their bodies was the awakening of two innate talents, that other substance was definitely not an impurity, but a different kind of power. Because the two of them could clearly feel it. It was just that Bailey Hongzhuang's light attribute was the strongest, and her darkness attribute was the weakest. Di Beichen's situation was the complete opposite. Even so, it was still another kind of power. They even tried to control the other kind of power. The situation was just as they thought, they could indeed control it. They believed that as long as they practiced more, they would definitely be able to control both kinds of power very well in the future. As for the so-called impurities, they couldn't be bothered to care about it. What kind of person is Xiao Rojin? Why is she so sure that everyone believes her? Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. Speaking of Xiao Rojin, it's complicated. Actually, the reason why she was able to obtain such a position in the Raging Flame sect is not only because she's a light attribute cultivator that has reached the 8th rank, but also because of her background, the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan is a large aristocratic family in the upper realm. They're so powerful that it's beyond our understanding. Normally, we wouldn't even be able to come into contact with them. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but exchange a glance. It seemed like the Xiao clan was also a super clan like the D clan. Just like how no one knew about the D clan when they asked about the D clan, they didn't expect that someone from the Xiao clan actually knew about it. Since the Xiao family is so powerful, why did she come to Rongan City? With her background, she should be able to develop better if she stays in a super family like the Xiao family, right? Bewitching furrowed his beautiful eyebrows. Just this point alone was already very unreasonable. Xiao Rojin is actually a cultivator from the Xiao family's branch family. She is not qualified to enter the real Xiao family. In fact, those super aristocratic families had existed for many years, so there were branch families, but the main family was the direct descendant. Of course, if the branch family cultivators performed well, they would be able to enter the main family and stay in the main family. However, Xiao Rojin obviously hasn't reached that level yet, but she's not bad either. That's why she came to the Raging Flame School and obtained such a high status here. So it's like that. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly, immediately understanding. She used to be the head of the Bailey family, so she was very clear about this situation. Let me tell you, there's a cultivator of the light attribute with full talent in the Xiao family. It's said that she's very likely to become the next Holy Maiden of Light. Ever since this news spread, the status of the Xiao family has risen. Although Xiao Rojin is only a branch disciple of the Xiao family, in our Rongan city, her status is already very impressive. The next Holy Maiden of Light? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. She didn't care much about the other news, but this news was very surprising. Wang Yanhan nodded. That's right. It's very rare for the Holy Maiden of Light to appear. Only cultivators with full talent attributes can inherit it. In fact, ever since the previous Holy Maiden of Light fell, there hasn't been a new Holy Maiden of Light for a long time. We only found out about this news because Xiao Rojin joined the Blazing Flame School. By the way, I also heard another news. In fact, although the Holy Maiden of Light of the Xiao family is very strong, her talent attribute hasn't really reached the full level. It's only close to the full level. There's still a slight difference. However, because the Holy Maiden of Light hasn't appeared for too long, the people of the Holy Assembly are still very interested in making her the Holy Maiden of Light. Xianxia lowered his voice and told them the news he had received. How did you know about such secretive information? Wang Yanhan looked at Xianxia in surprise. Even he had never heard of this kind of news. I heard from the people around Xiao Rojin that as long as you find a way to get this kind of news, you can always get it. You're not as flexible as me. Women, you can get a lot of information from them by coaxing them. Xianxia chuckled. Actually, I'm also concerned about your situation, Hongzhuang. That's why I went to get information. Don't look at me with such strange eyes. Alright, seeing that you have good intentions, I won't despise you. Wang Yanhan shrugged and said. Hongzhuang, speaking of which, your light attribute talent is so powerful. If you go to the Holy Assembly, you should be treated very well. If there are no impurities when your talent awakens, you might directly replace the Holy Maiden of Light of the Xiao family and become the real Holy Maiden of Light. Once you succeed, it will be amazing. A hint of excitement appeared on Xianxia's face. Just thinking about this possibility made him extremely excited. Forget it, the Xiao clan has already produced a successor to the Holy Maiden of Light. Why should I join in the fun? Fortunately, some impurities appeared when my innate talent was awakened. Otherwise, I might have lost my life. Bailey Hongzhuang wrinkled her nose. She understood this situation very well. The Xiao family had such a strong background. They would definitely be overjoyed to have an inheritor of the Holy Maiden of Light. If he ruined their plan, they might send someone to deal with him soon. Moreover, ever since she had guessed some secrets about the Saintess of the Light in the library, she felt that there was nothing good about being the Saintess of the Light. Coincidentally, Beichen was also a practitioner of the dark attribute. If she had to separate from Beichen because of this, she would not be able to accept it. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Wang Yanhan nodded. Junior sister, you're right. We shouldn't get involved in this matter. After reaching a consensus, Wang Yanhan and the rest did not continue to harp on this point. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen were already very impressive to be able to achieve such results. In the future, they would definitely have a good future in the Blazing Flame sect. As for those things that were out of their reach, it was better for them to just ignore it. After returning to the house, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen had a good discussion again. Wife, since everyone is now certain that this situation is due to the appearance of the impurities, we might as well not explain it. I will pass on the dark attribute inheritance to you. As long as you cultivate it well, it can be used as a trump card in the future. It can achieve unexpected results. As cultivators, they were very clear about the use of trump cards. If all of their trump cards were known by their opponents, they would be in real danger. The more trump cards they had, the safer they would be. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Okay. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. She was very clear about this. Their previous performance was already sufficiently high profile. Now that the major forces had not noticed them, it was extremely good for them to keep a low profile. Master, something seems to be wrong with Xiaobai's situation. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were discussing the upcoming situation, Xiao Hei's anxious voice was suddenly heard. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's expressions changed. They hurriedly asked, what happened? Actually, ever since Master's innate talent was awakened, Xiaobai has been a little strange. It has always felt very uncomfortable, but it felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It also didn't want Master to worry, so it has been enduring it. Now, it's becoming more and more strange. Master, quickly take a look at it. Xiao Hei's face was filled with anxiety. It had been with Xiaobai for so many years, but it had never seen Xiaobai in such a situation. How could this be? Bailey Hongzhuang was also very anxious. She immediately began to check on Xiaobai's situation. You should have told me immediately. We also don't know why its situation is getting worse. At first, we thought it was just a little uncomfortable and would be over after a while. We didn't expect it to get worse. Bailey Hongzhuang took Xiaobai's pulse and realized that Xiaobai's situation was indeed very strange. Wife, how's Xiaobai's situation? Asked Di Beichen. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Its situation is very strange. It's a bit like an attribute awakening. The power in its body is rampaging, so it fell into this situation. Be able to control? I've never encountered such a situation before, but I'll think of a way to try. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking of a way to control Xiaobai's situation, Xiaobai suddenly charged toward Di Beichen as if it had gone mad. It bit Di Beichen's shoulder. Seeing this, everyone could not help but be stunned. Xiaobai! Everyone called out. They could not understand why Xiaobai had suddenly become like this. It was really too strange. Just as everyone was wondering why Xiaobai had suddenly gone mad, they realized that after Di Beichen's blood stained Xiaobai's fur, Xiaobai's situation suddenly calmed down. Then, there was a flash of light, and Xiaobai fell into a deep sleep. Master, what's going on? However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not answer Xiao Hei's question immediately. Instead, she exchanged glances with Di Beichen. If they had not seen wrongly, did Xiaobai complete a contract with Di Beichen? Bailey Hongzhuang immediately checked the contract totem between her and Xiaobai. She realized that the original totem had disappeared. At the same time, Di Beichen realized that he had a new totem. There was a new connection between him and Xiaobai. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen stared at each other. This situation was too strange. Since ancient times, they had never heard of a contract beast being able to change owners. Moreover, this had happened so suddenly. How did Xiaobai suddenly become Di Beichen's contract beast? I don't know. Di Beichen shook his head. This had happened so suddenly that he did not expect this at all. Xiaobai had already fainted. Bailey Hongzhuang heaved a sigh of relief after checking on Xiaobai's condition. Although I don't know what happened, Xiaobai's condition has stabilized. There shouldn't be any more problems. Di Beichen, Xiao Hei, and Baisher heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words. They had been very worried when Xiaobai suddenly became like that. After letting Xiaobai rest, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen began to recall the details from before. Xiaobai was originally fine. Did this happen all of a sudden because you were going to be its owner? Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. This situation had happened too suddenly. Moreover, she had never heard of a similar situation. Come to think of it, Xiaobai's situation seems to coincide with the awakening of our talents. Previously, the energy in Xiaobai's body kept clashing. Could it be that your darkness attribute is suitable for it? I just checked and found that Xiaohei's awakened elemental power is also of the dark attribute. Upon hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching was surprised. Xiaobai has the dark attribute? That's right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. I've checked it myself. It's the darkness attribute. Then take a look at Xiaohei's attributes. Without waiting for Bailey Hongshuang to check, Xiaohei had already taken the initiative to explain, Master, I'm of the light attribute like you. That's interesting. Bailey Hongshuang raised her eyebrows slightly. After connecting all the dots, everything became very interesting. Indeed, this seems to be too much of a coincidence. Bewitching's deep eyes flashed with a complicated light. Xiaohei and Xiaobai's attributes are just like the color of their fur. Could it be that this was destined from the beginning? The two of us have such a difference in attributes. It's the same for Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Now, Xiaobai has even become your contracted beast. All of this is very strange. Moreover, after connecting all the dots, it seems like it was destined? If it was only one thing, it might be a coincidence. However, when all of these things were connected together, it was no longer a coincidence. Bailey Hongshuang never believed that so many coincidences could happen in such a short period of time. Everything seemed to have been premeditated. It's very strange indeed. Bewitching agreed with Bailey Hongshuang's opinion. There should be some connection between all these things. However, we need to think carefully about what exactly it is. When Xiaobai slowly woke up, it opened its eyes to find Bailey Hongshuang, Bewitching, Xiaohei, and Baisher staring at it. It could not help but be stunned. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Bailey Hongshuang saw Xiaobai calling her master and could not help but say helplessly, Xiaobai, your current master is Bewitching. As Bailey Hongshuang finished speaking, Xiaobai was stunned. It looked at her in confusion, its eyes filled with confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other. It seemed that Xiaobai did not know what had happened either. In that case, the situation was really a mystery. Xiaohei moved in front of Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, you suddenly went crazy and changed the contract. Now, you're Bewitching's contracted beast. Xiaohei, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaobai frowned, vaguely showing some anger. Bailey Hongshuang had always been its closest master. Now that Xiaohei had suddenly said such things to it, it was very unhappy. However, when it felt carefully, it found that it didn't know when, but the person who was connected to it had become Bewitching. For a moment, Xiaobai felt as if it had been struck by lightning. It stared blankly at Bailey Hongshuang and the others in front of it, its mind blank. Just as Bailey Hongshuang was about to tell Xiaobai what had happened, Xiaobai suddenly burst into tears. Master, don't you want Xiaobai anymore? What did Xiaobai do wrong? Why did you abandon me for no reason? Wah, Xiaobai sat on the bed with a thud. Its chubby little hands covered its eyes as it cried. Its pitiful little appearance was completely like an abandoned little beast. It could not take such a blow and was heartbroken. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongshuang's lips twitched. Speaking of which, she should be the one who was abandoned now, right? Xiaobai suddenly abandoned her and chose another master. Now, it was actually complaining about her. She was the one who was suffering but could not speak of it. However, seeing Xiaobai's heartbroken expression, Bailey Hongshuang's heart ached. This little fellow had always been by her side and was very loyal. Thinking about it, it seemed that Xiaobai did not know what had happened. Otherwise, it would not be so sad. It would not be so sad now. In the next second, Bailey Hongshuang pulled Xiaobai into her arms. She stroked its furry little head and comforted it. Xiaobai, don't be sad. I didn't abandon you. Hearing this, Xiaobai raised its head and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with its big, red, swollen eyes. Then why was the contract between us suddenly cancelled? Wah, you must be lying to me. As soon as he said that, Little White cried even harder. Little White, we don't know what's going on either. You suddenly bit Beichin. After his blood dripped on you, the master-servant contract between us automatically cancelled. On the other hand, the contract between you and Beichen was completed. Speaking of which, I was the one who was abandoned by you. Xiaobai was slightly stunned. It looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion and could not react for a moment. This was done by me? At this moment, Xiaohei also nodded. Xiaobai, what master said is true. I don't know what happened to you just now, but you suddenly seemed to be possessed and mysteriously became like this. Xiaobai, who was originally heartbroken, gradually calmed down after hearing everyone tell it the truth. Its red and swollen eyes looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen in front of it. It was obvious that it still could not believe this fact. After a long while, Xiaobai finally calmed down. However, its eyes were still full of reluctance when it looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and patted Xiaobai's head. Don't be sad. It's good that you're with Beichen. Besides, I've always been with Beichen. Although the owner of the contract has changed, it's still the same when you think about it. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you too. Di Beichen also smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiaobai nodded. In fact, thinking about it carefully, its master and Di Beichen's relationship was so good, but in fact, it had not changed much. I'm just not used to it yet. It's okay. You'll get used to it slowly. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and perfect face had a gentle smile. Her voice was as warm as the spring breeze. If this happened to someone else, she would definitely not be able to accept it. However, it happened to Di Beichen. This was already the most fortunate thing for her. At least, Xiaobai was still with them every day. Master, do you know why this is happening? Little White had a puzzled look on his face. Even though he had already believed this fact, it was still too inconceivable. It had lived for so many years, but it had never heard of such a thing. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. Right now, I don't know what happened either. However, the only thing I can think of is that it has something to do with the darkness attribute that you've awakened. Do you know that you've already awakened the darkness attribute? Xiaobai shook her head. I don't know. Previously, I just felt very uncomfortable inside my body, as if my entire body was being burned. As for other problems, I don't know. I've just discovered this as well. You and Xiaohei have awakened two completely different attributes. I think it's because you've awakened the darkness attribute, which doesn't match my attribute. That's why you completed the contract with Beichen. However, I've never heard that a cultivator and a contracted beast must have the same attributes, so I can't think of a real explanation for now. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. Originally, they came to the upper realm to help Di Beichen find his biological parents and solve their doubts. Unexpectedly, they encountered even more puzzling things now. Beichen is definitely not the only dark attribute cultivator in the upper realm. Why did Xiaobai complete the contract with Beichen? Baisher, who had been silent all this while, could not help but voice the doubts in his heart. He really could not understand this. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I don't know either. Perhaps it's because Beichen is closer to her. No. Di Beichen shook his head. His deep, dark eyes flickered with a complicated light. There must be another reason behind this. It's definitely not that simple. Di Yujue and Lin Yunqing searched for Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang along the way. Apart from finding some traces of Di Beichen, there was no news of him at all. Yujue, we've been searching for a few days now. Why haven't we heard from Beichen yet? Lin Yunqing's hands were tightly clasped together. Her beautiful face was filled with worry. Do you think something has happened to Beichen? Di Yujue also frowned. There's something wrong with this matter. I've already sent people to investigate. However, don't worry. Beichen is blessed by the heavens. He'll definitely be fine. Something wrong? Lin Yunqing's eyes suddenly widened. She looked at Di Yujue with burning eyes. What's wrong? Di Yujue looked at the anxious Lin Yunqing. For a moment, he was hesitant about whether he should tell her. Don't hide it from me. I'm Beichen's mother. I want to know everything about him. Lin Yunqing grabbed Di Yujue's hand. Her expression was sincere and nervous. She had waited for so many years and finally found out about her son's whereabouts. He had already come to the upper realm, but they had searched for so long without finding any trace of him. She knew that something must have gone wrong. Then promise me that you won't think too much and that you won't be impulsive. Lin Yunqing nodded repeatedly. Alright, I promise you. There are two strange things. The first is that Beichen should have come with Hong Zhuang. However, according to the information we've received, everyone has only seen Beichen's figure. They've never seen Hong Zhuang's figure. According to what I know, the relationship between husband and wife is very good. They shouldn't have separated. Could they have gotten lost? Lin Yunqing guessed. That's indeed a possibility. Du Jue nodded. Originally, we had already found the city where Beichen had appeared, but he didn't stay for long. Instead, he left in a hurry. Based on this point, I think he must have gone to find Hong Zhuang. Otherwise, he would not have gone to other places with a purpose. What's the second point? Lin Yunqing continued to ask. Secondly, with the D family's strength, it should be very easy for us to find Beichen. At first, we found Beichen's traces very quickly, but then the situation became very strange. It seems that someone got ahead of us and erased all traces of Beichen. After that, a bunch of messy news suddenly appeared, completely confusing our line of sight. Until now, we have lost all clues. Du Jue's handsome face suddenly showed a trace of hostility. For such a situation to occur, it was obvious that someone was behind it. He had spent so many years to find his precious son. He would never allow anyone to lay a hand on his son again. If he knew who the culprit was, he would make sure that the culprit died without a burial place. Lin Yunqing was not a stupid person. After hearing this point, she immediately understood. You mean, there's a traitor in the family? Du Jue nodded slightly and lowered his voice. Not many people know about Beichen's whereabouts. However, the traitor was able to find out about it. It seems that the traitor has hidden himself very well in the D family and has a very high status. How could this be? Lin Yunqing only felt that her view of the family had suddenly changed. She had thought that the family was peaceful, but she realized that there were hidden waves surging. The other party may have been hiding in the family for many years. If we hadn't been looking for Beichen this time, we might not have been able to find out. You mustn't tell anyone about this, do you understand? Du Jue stared at Lin Yunqing with a sense of worry in the depths of his deep eyes. The other party had planted a mole deep within their family, so it was clear that the other party's background was not small. Although they had a large family business and a stable foundation, they had many opponents. Once the other party carried out any plans, they would have to deal with it carefully. Before he could confirm the identity of the mole, he must not let this information leak out because he was worried that Lin Yunqing would be in danger. I understand. Lin Yunqing nodded, but her heart grew even more worried. The other party is doing everything possible to prevent us from finding Beichen. Could it be that they want to harm Beichen? In that case, they will definitely find Beichen before we do. If they were to attack Beichen, Beichen would definitely not be a match for them. Lin Yunqing's eyes immediately turned red. She could not accept that something had happened to Beichen. In the past, she had always felt that something had happened to Beichen. Ever since she found out that Beichen was still alive and had grown up well, she felt as if she had ascended to heaven and was incomparably happy. If something were to happen to Beichen at this time, she would fall into hell once again. This was something that she absolutely could not bear. No. Lin Yunqing hurriedly rose to her feet. We must find Beichen as soon as possible. Yunqing, calm down first. Du Jue held Lin Yunqing's hand. I've already sped up the investigation. I've also sent a message back to the family. Believe me, I will definitely find Beichen safely, but now the situation has become a lot more complicated. The other party is in the dark, and we are in the light, so we must be more careful. Lin Yunqing's eyes reddened as tears rolled down her cheeks. I really don't understand why they want to stop me from reuniting with Beichen. I just want to see my son. What's the problem? Looking at Lin Yunqing's fragile appearance, Du Jue hurriedly pulled Lin Yunqing into his arms and said with heartache, Yunqing, I'm sorry for making you suffer so much pain. I made a mistake in the past and caused you to lose contact with your beloved son. But this time, believe me, I won't let them succeed, okay? Lin Yunqing bit her lip and nodded. I believe you. All right. In the secret chamber. A middle-aged man was sitting in the room. The dim light shone on his body, making his face look sinister and cold. How is it? Did you manage to stop them? I've already sent people to spread the news to confuse them. Now, they've stopped moving. It's obvious that they can't tell which news is true at the moment. Very good. The middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction. I never thought that this kid would be so lucky. He has the cursed body, yet he's still alive after so many years. However, I won't give him the chance to return to the D family. Listen up, you must find him before the D family does. Kill him to silence him and prevent any future troubles. Lower realm. Beichin and the rest have already been in the upper realm for a few days. I wonder how they are doing in the upper realm. Did they reunite with their father? Shangguan eyes flashed with a complicated and expectant light. Originally, she felt a little disappointed because she was separated from Beichin and the rest. However, when she thought about how Beichin was able to reunite with his family in the upper realm, she felt happy for Beichin from the bottom of her heart. Uncle and the rest should have a huge influence in the upper realm. I think it shouldn't be a problem to find Beichin. Xiren's face was filled with a warm smile. You don't have to worry about them. D family. Just from Lord Long and the rest's expression, you can tell how powerful this family is. The most important thing for us now is to increase our cultivation speed and break through to the Star Radiance realm as soon as possible. This way, we will be able to meet up with Beichin and Hong Zhuang at the D family. Shangguan nodded. I didn't expect there to be a upper realm. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I just received a letter from Tiangang sect. It's addressed to Beichin. However, they aren't here right now, so I opened it to take a look. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Beichin never hid anything from us. Moreover, sect head Situ also watched us grow up. It shouldn't be a problem. Xiren comforted. What's written on it? It's about Beichin's background. Previously, Uncle D went to Tiangang sect and found out about Beichin's true identity. Sect head Situ wrote this letter to let Beichin understand everything. However, I don't think it's necessary now. By the time we go up, Beichin would have already become the D family's young master. That's true. Haha. Xiren couldn't help but chuckle. When I first met Beichin, I felt that he couldn't be an abandoned orphan. Think about it, his looks are so demonic and his strength is so abnormal. Who would abandon such a child? Now it seems that he is indeed a young master. I'm afraid it will take some time for Sect Master Situ and the others to receive the letter we sent back. The distance between here and the outside world is simply too far. I hope Sect Master Situ and the others won't be worried. Don't worry, it's fine. Xiren was very indifferent. Although one upper realm and the other lower realm are very far apart, Beichin can come down and find us at any time. Who knows, Beichin and Hong Zhuang might have already returned to see us before we even break through to the Star Radiance realm. Now that I think about it, if that's really the case, it would be a little embarrassing. Shangguan shrugged. We still have to seize the time to cultivate and improve our cultivation as soon as possible. That's right. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. We can't be too weak. Having said that, Xiren and Shangguan couldn't help but look at each other. Then, the two of them immediately began cultivating. What happened last time was still fresh in their minds. If it wasn't because they weren't strong enough, Beichin and Hong Zhuang wouldn't have been forced to enter the upper realm. What happened in the past couldn't be changed. They could only hope that such a thing wouldn't happen again. After a short period of depression, Xiaobai had already recovered and accepted the fact that he had already become Beichin's contracted beast. Master, Xiao He and Xiaobai have already awakened their attributes. When can I awaken my attributes? Ever since he found out that Xiao He and Xiaobai's attributes had awakened on their own, White Lion had been very envious. Unfortunately, he could not awaken his attributes directly like Xiao He and Xiaobai. He would probably need a device to awaken his attributes. Bailey Hongzhuang turned and saw White Lion's expectant look. Her lips immediately curled into a faint smile. She reached out and rubbed White Lion's soft head. You've already broken through to the Starlight realm. You can indeed awaken your attributes. I'll ask Steward Wu later if he can borrow the device to help you awaken your attributes. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, White Lion's eyes lit up. Thank you, Master. What's there to thank me for? Bailey Hongshuang frowned. This is what I should do. White Lion chuckled. Its expression was filled with excitement and anticipation. It did not know what kind of attributes it would awaken. White Lion is a beast king. I wonder what kind of attributes it will awaken. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. Bailey Hongshuang tapped her chin with her index finger. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in her clear black and white eyes. She was really looking forward to White Lion's attributes awakening. Thinking about it, once White Lion's attributes awakened, it would definitely become even more powerful. Indeed, I wonder what White Lion's attributes are. Bewitching looked at White Lion's muscular body. Its fur is also white. Perhaps its attributes are also light. That I don't know. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. However, if that's really the case, it's pretty good. My contracted beast and I actually have the same attributes. If word gets out, I'm afraid everyone will find it very magical. Wife, after awakening our attributes, we'll have to cultivate our attributes. I heard that every attribute has its own guild. Among them, your light attribute has the highest status. It's called the Slight Light Sacred Guild. I'm afraid you'll have to join it. Bewitching had a warm and gentle smile on his face. The upper realm had existed for so many years, and many things were perfect. It was very easy to find the organization. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Every attribute? Does that mean there are also dark guilds in your darkness type guild? That's not it. Bewitching shook his head. You know how much the upper realm dislikes dark energy. Normally, dark energy practitioners don't even dare to admit their attributes. If it weren't for my talent being maxed out, I'm afraid my position in the Raging Flame sect would be very low as well. Hence, there is no dark guild in the upper realm. Ah? Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed slightly. It has all the attributes except for this one. This is too biased. Wife, since the upper realm doesn't have it, it doesn't mean we can't create one. Who knows, maybe I'll create a dark guild in the future. Bewitching's face was filled with confidence and a charming luster. I promised Master that I'll change everyone's view of dark energy. I'll let dark energy practitioners no longer have to bear the strange gazes of others. This dark guild might be one of the most important steps. That's right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded heavily. Her pitch-black bright eyes rippled with a bright light. I believe in you. You'll definitely be able to do it. Although this plan may be crazy in the eyes of others, Bailey Hongshuang did not think that it was unattainable. Everything depends on effort. Wife, thank you for believing in me. Bewitching gazed at the beautiful and fair face in front of him, and his eyes gradually softened. Everyone would think that he was crazy if he told them about his thoughts. Perhaps Hongshuang was the only one who would believe him as usual. Bewitching, I'm not comforting you. I really believe that you can do it. No, we can do it. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were serious. She always believed that there was nothing impossible in this world. Bewitching held Bailey Hongshuang's hand and nodded solemnly. We will definitely do it. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little strange. In the entire Raging Flame school, the only people they were familiar with were Wan Yanhan and Xianxia. However, the two of them had started cultivating in seclusion today and had only come to inform them in the morning. Obviously, they couldn't have come to find them at this time. Who could it be? As soon as they opened the door, Bailey Hongshuang was surprised to see a white figure. Junior sister Bailey, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Xiaorojin's face was filled with a warm and bright smile, and her voice was even more gentle and pleasant. Just listening to it made one's bones melt. Bailey Hongshuang didn't expect Xiaorojin to come find her. Logically speaking, her performance at the awakening ceremony was tantamount to stealing Xiaorojin's limelight. Needless to say, Xiaorojin's impression of her wouldn't be very good. After all, this was human nature. Moreover, Xiaorojin had already determined that there were impurities in her attribute without carefully understanding her situation. It was clear that she was unwilling to admit how good others were. Now that she suddenly came to find her, she couldn't help but be vigilant. Senior Sister Xiao, I didn't expect you to come find me. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Her generous and decent appearance didn't reveal the slightest bit of her inner thoughts. May I ask why Senior Sister Xiao is looking for me? It's like this. You've already awakened a light attribute talent during the awakening ceremony. Before you came, I was the only light cultivator in the entire Raging Flame school. Ever since he found out that you're also a cultivator of the light attribute, and that your talent is almost at the maximum level, the sect master was very happy. He specially instructed me to bring you to the Holy Light Assembly to register. The smile on Xiao Rojin's face was gentle and charming. She spoke slowly and clearly. Her soft voice, coupled with her delicate and pretty face, really gave people a pleasing feeling. So, if Junior Sister Bailey is free now, why don't we make a trip to the Radiant Saint Assembly? After becoming a member of the Radiant Sacred Assembly, you will be able to obtain the cultivation method of the Radiant Force. You might not know this since you're new to the upper plane, but cultivating elemental energy is much more powerful than cultivating basic origin energy. I believe you'll like it. Looking at the gentle and lovely Xiao Rojin in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This Xiao Rojin really looked like a caring sister. Gentle, beautiful, and talented. No wonder she had so many suitors in the House of Raging Flames. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Senior Sister Xiao. You're welcome. We're all from the same sect, so this is what I should do. Xiao Rojin smiled gently. Then, Junior Sister, pack up and we'll set off. Okay. Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the room and told Bewitching the purpose of Xiao Rojin's visit. Bewitching warned Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Xiao Rojin looked harmless on the surface, he was not a superficial person who only looked at the surface. To be able to reach such a position in the Raging Flame School, she was definitely not an idiot. Sometimes, the more harmless a person looked, the more shocking their methods were. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Don't worry, I understand. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang was not careless, Bewitching was relieved. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Rojin's journey together immediately attracted the attention of the cultivators in the Raging Flame School. Everyone thought that Xiao Rojin and Bailey Hongzhuang would be like fire and water, but they did not expect to see the two of them chatting and laughing as they walked together. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. I thought that a fight would definitely break out between the two of them. I didn't think that they would get along so well. I knew that with Senior Sister Zhao's magnanimous personality, she definitely wouldn't argue with Bailey Hongzhuang over this matter. Isn't that great? The Raging Flame School has 2 light attribute cultivators. Speaking of which, we're also proud. You're right. Senior Sister Zhao's personality has always been very good. She doesn't put on airs. Although it's usually very difficult to get close to her, that doesn't stop me from admiring and liking her. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the discussions around her, and her eyes could not help but fall on Xiao Rojin. This woman's reputation in the Raging Flame School was very good. Basically, the majority of cultivators had a good impression of her. It was really not easy for her to reach this step. At the same time, she did not have any thoughts of competing with Xiao Rojin. She had only come here to cultivate properly. As long as others did not make trouble for her, she would definitely not take the initiative to provoke others. If they could get along so well, that would be pretty good. Senior Sister Xiao, do you know where a contracted beast needs to awaken their attributes? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask. Originally, she wanted to borrow it from Steward Wu, but after thinking about it, she felt that other people should also have contracted beasts that were undergoing attribute awakening. It was impossible for everyone to find a way to borrow the innate talent awakening machine. There should be a special place for it. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao Rojin's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Junior Sister Bailey, has your contracted beast reached the time to awaken its innate talent? I just happened to reach it. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Baisher's situation was no longer a secret in the Inferno sect. Many cultivators had already noticed it. Moreover, ever since the battle with Di Wentao, White Lion had already become famous. Junior Sister's method of nurturing contracted beasts is truly impressive. Xiao Rojin sighed. Wanting to nurture a contracted beast to the starlight realm is not a simple matter. It's truly admirable. Senior Sister Xiao, you flatter me. There is indeed a place in Rong'an City where contracted beasts can undergo a tribute awakening, but they need to pay a certain fee. It just so happens that we will pass by that place on our way to the Holy Light Assembly. Why don't I point it out to you later? Thank you very much. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. It just so happened that she had earned some spirit stones from the D family, so she was very well off now. It would be more convenient to trouble Steward Wu. Junior Sister Bailey, your talent in the light attribute is very powerful. It's almost maxed out. This matter has spread throughout the entire Rong'an City. Xiao Rojin sighed and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a bit of shame. When my talent awakened, I was at level 8. I originally thought that I was pretty good, but I didn't expect your level to be so amazing. In front of you, I really feel ashamed. Senior Sister Xiao, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. Before awakening, she didn't know that it would be like this. Junior Sister, you don't have to be so humble. If it weren't for some impurities when you awakened, you might have become the Holy Maiden of Light. You may not know, but as long as you're a maxed-out light attribute cultivator, you can become the representative of the Holy Assembly. In fact, you're already maxed out, so it's not impossible for you to become the Holy Maiden of Light. Senior Sister, you also said that there are impurities in my talent. This so-called maxed-out level is not really maxed-out level. Besides, I don't have such big ambitions. This kind of existence is too far away from me. I just need to cultivate well. Bailey Hongshuang looked indifferent. Ever since she guessed the situation with Bewitching, she had no thoughts about being the Holy Maiden of Light. She didn't even have freedom, so what was the use of such a title? Xiao Rojin quietly looked at Bailey Hongshuang. After seeing her calm expression and clear eyes, she also chuckled. Perhaps it's because Junior Sister has nothing else to ask for that the heavens are especially kind to you. Bailey Hongshuang followed Xiao Rojin through the streets of Rong'an City. In front of a building, Xiao Rojin stopped. Junior Sister Bailey, this is the place where contract beasts awaken. When the time comes, you can bring your contract beast here to awaken. Looking in the direction Xiao Rojin pointed, Bailey Hongshuang was stunned by the words "Talent Awakening" on the signboard. A smile suddenly appeared on her lips. White Lion was now looking forward to the awakening of his talent. She was also curious about what kind of attribute White Lion would awaken. The two of them didn't stay here for long. Instead, they continued to walk for a while before stopping in front of a snow-white building. Under the sunlight, the white building exuded a holy light. The whole building was round and looked round and warm, just like the holy and comfortable feeling the power of light gave people. On the plaque at the front of the building, there were 4 majestic words. Written in gold, Holy Light Assembly. This is the Holy Light Assembly. I'll bring you in. You should come here often in the future. Xiao Rojin smiled gently and walked into the Holy Assembly with Bailey Hongshuang. As soon as Bailey Hongshuang entered the Holy Light Assembly, she felt that everything here was so bright, as if all the filth had nowhere to hide. At a glance, the people inside the building were all wearing white clothes. After seeing that the person who came was Xiao Rojin, many people's faces showed a smile. Xiao Rojin, why are you here today? A woman about the same age as Xiao Rojin slowly walked over. Her white clothes set off her fair and clear skin, and her facial features were exquisite and deep. Compared to Xiao Rojin's gentle and lovely appearance, she was more beautiful and flamboyant. Junior Sister? Listening to Xiao Rojin's words, Jiang Qiantong's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and then her eyes fell on Bailey Hongshuang. In fact, Jiang Qiantong had already noticed Bailey Hongshuang from the moment she walked into the sacred assembly. Such a beautiful woman was bound to be a moving scene no matter where she went. It was impossible not to notice her. She even noticed Bailey Hongshuang first before noticing her old rival, Xiao Rojin. Is this the cultivator with the full level of the light element that your School of Flames just discovered? Xiao Rojin nodded with a faint smile. Jiang Qiantong, you're quite well informed, you received the news so quickly. It's only been a few days since our School of Flames talent awakened. Such a big piece of news has already spread throughout Rong'an City in such a short time. Jiang Qiantong chuckled, we're all members of the Sacred Assembly. It's impossible not to notice this kind of news. You're right. Xiao Rojin's smile gradually widened. Her gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, and she said, in the past, we've always competed with each other. But this time is different. My junior sister's talent has reached the full level. If it weren't for the slight flaw, she might be the next saintess. Xiao Rojin raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at Jiang Qiantong with a hint of pride. However, although there are slight flaws, it shouldn't be a problem. I think with my junior sister's talent and potential, it won't be long before she occupies a very important position in the sacred assembly. You have to be polite to her. Following Xiao Rojin's words, Jiang Qiantong looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a hint of hostility and disdain. It's indeed very impressive to have the full level of talent. But since there are impurities, it's not really the full level. You'd better not be too arrogant. At the same time, many people from the Holy Assembly also heard Xiao Rojin's words and immediately came over. Ever since the news about the House of Raging Flames spread, everyone was filled with curiosity about Bailey Hongzhuang, who was known to be extremely talented. Apart from Miss Xiao, who was rumored to be the next Holy Maiden of the Light, they had never heard of such a level of talent. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was here, everyone naturally wanted to see who she was. However, after listening to Xiao Rojin's words, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a bit more displeasure. Jiang Qiantong is right. Although she is talented, she is still a newcomer from the lower world. It is not good for her to be so arrogant. At this time, another man came over, his handsome white face rippling with a faint smile, but his words were directly directed at Bailey Hongzhuang. Blue Flame, I didn't expect you to come to the sacred assembly today. After Xiao Rojin saw the blue flame, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Blue Flame nodded. I happened to hear that Jiang Qiantong was here for the sacred assembly, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see a big shot who has been in the limelight recently. Master, this is your first time in the Holy Assembly. Why are these guys targeting you? When Blackie saw this scene, he was also displeased. Master's talent was outstanding. Even if these people were envious, they shouldn't target her right from the start. It was too ungracious. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a mocking light. She sneered in her heart. This is senior sister Zhao's trick. She's flattering me to death. Flattering you to death? Xiao He was stunned. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang said in a low voice. On the surface, she didn't say anything bad about me. Every word she said was praising me. However, she deliberately mentioned the Holy Maiden and reminded everyone to be careful with their attitude towards me. In this way, everyone won't think that it's her idea. On the contrary, everyone will think that it's all my idea. I'm just a newcomer. I just came to the upper realm. I don't know anything yet. I'm so arrogant. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't like me under such circumstances. She was wondering why Xiao Rojin was so kind. It turned out that this was the main point. She took the initiative to bring her to the Holy Assembly. On the surface, it seemed like she was taking care of her junior sister. In fact, she was here to help her create a group of enemies. It was really a good trick. Xiao Hei's face turned ugly when she understood all this. Master, what should we do? We can't just suffer like this, right? It's not worth it. Ordinary people may suffer in such a situation. However, it doesn't mean that I can only suffer in silence. A cold light flashed in Bailey Hongzhuang's dark eyes. However, she didn't show it on her face. Was she praising people? It wasn't like she didn't know how to do it. I'm just a newcomer. To be honest, I came from the lower realm. There are many things in the upper realm that I don't know. Although I just awakened my talent during the awakening ceremony, I know my identity very well. I won't overstep my boundaries. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice. Her delicate little face was full of worry and uneasiness. It was obvious that she was frightened by what Jiang Qiantong and Bailey Hongzhuang had said. As the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang fell, Jiang Qiantong and Lan Yin could not help but look at each other. The dissatisfaction in their eyes suddenly dissipated and was replaced by a trace of doubt. She had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was a self-righteous person, but judging from her behavior, it didn't seem like that. Naturally, they had already heard that Bailey Hongzhuang came from the lower realm. However, most people wouldn't be willing to talk about such a background. However, Bailey Hongzhuang actually took the initiative to talk about it. It could be seen that she wasn't an arrogant person. Because if she really thought she was infallible, then she would never reveal her weakness. Suddenly, the way Jiang Qiantong and Lan Yan looked at Xiao Rojin became strange. Bailey Hongzhuang had already made it clear that she didn't know anything about the upper realm. Naturally, she wouldn't think too much about it. In this way, what Xiao Rojin said might not be Bailey Hongzhuang's idea, but her own. Xiao Rojin's face turned pale. She didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to say something like that. Naturally, she understood that Jiang Qiantong and Lan Yan already knew something. Actually, I've always wanted to learn from senior sister Xiao, but I didn't have the chance to get close to her. Today, senior sister Xiao is the first one to talk to me, and she even took the initiative to bring me to the Holy Assembly. I'm really surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Xiao Rojin, her pretty face full of admiration. I already knew when I joined the Blazing Flame School that senior sister Xiao is the disciple with the highest status in the school. I'm most happy to have the opportunity to learn from senior sister Xiao. Senior sister Xiao also said that she would take good care of me. Before I came, I really didn't expect that the senior sister from the upper world would be so nice. I will definitely learn humbly and won't be arrogant. Seniors, you can rest assured. If Jiang Qiantong and Lan Yan had some doubts before, after listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the two of them no longer had any doubts. It turned out that today was the first time Bailey Hongzhuang talked to Xiao Rojin, and it was Xiao Rojin who took the initiative to bring her here. Since she was a girl who didn't know anything, she probably didn't know anything about the current situation of the Holy Assembly, let alone the saintess of the Holy Assembly. Xiao Rojin, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you're still as insidious as before. Jiang Qiantong looked at Xiao Rojin with a chuckle, her expression full of disdain. She's just a little sister who just came from the lower world and doesn't know anything. How can you treat her like this? Your tolerance is really surprising. She had been fighting with Xiao Rojin for a long time, and she knew her character very well. This fellow usually looked gentle and kind, but she knew very well that Xiao Rojin's heart was very sinister. Back then, she didn't see that, so she suffered a big loss at Xiao Rojin's hands. I don't understand what you're talking about. Xiao Rojin looked confused. I'm telling the truth. The truth is the truth. However, if you want me to help you, then you've made a mistake in your calculations. She's from the Blazing Flame School. If she wants to threaten you, she'll threaten your position. It has nothing to do with me for now. Jiang Qiantong put her hands in front of her chest, and a teasing smile appeared on her lips. Now there was a good show to watch. Lan Yan shrugged, I don't understand the things between you women. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Lan Yan, wait. Seeing Lan Yan was about to leave, Jiang Qiantong couldn't help but stop him. I'll go with you. After Jiang Qiantong and Lan Yan left, the way Xiao Rojin looked at Bailey Hongzhuang changed, but she soon smiled again. Junior sister Bailey, I was just trying to raise the morale of our Raging Flame School in front of them. You're a cultivator with max-level talent, and your position in the Holy Light Assembly won't be simple. Their sects are our competitors, so I'm afraid we'll run into them often in the future. Jiang Qiantong said that just to drive a wedge between us. Don't be fooled. Looking at the speed at which Xiao Rojin's expression changed, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. The speed at which this woman changed her expression was indeed extraordinary. She was obviously furious, but she could still smile so gently on the surface. It was really not easy. Senior sister Xiao, I understand. I'll listen to you, Bailey Hongzhuang said with a smile. Xiao Rojin looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, and her heart was also complicated. She didn't understand whether Bailey Hongzhuang's performance at the moment was fake or serious. After Jiang Qiantong and Lan Yan left, Xiao Rojin took Bailey Hongzhuang to the second floor of the Holy Light Assembly. The news of your talent awakening has spread very quickly. The people of the Holy Light Assembly have already noticed you. I'll take you to register your information first, and then find the vice president to take you to receive the martial arts technique. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Sorry to trouble you, senior sister. There were not many light attribute cultivators, so there were not many people in the Holy Light Assembly at the moment. After successfully registering her information, Bailey Hongzhuang received her own robe and name tag. From now on, she was a member of the Holy Light Assembly. Then, Xiao Rojin and Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in front of a door. Knock, knock. Xiao Rojin knocked twice and said softly, "Vice President, I brought Bailey Hongzhuang to report. Please come in." The door opened, and Xiao Rojin and Bailey Hongzhuang walked in together. Bailey Hongzhuang found a woman in her 40s sitting in the room. She was wearing a white robe of the Holy Light Assembly, and her hair was neatly combed. She looked serious and serious. With just one look, Bailey Hongzhuang felt that the vice president of the Holy Light Assembly was a very old-fashioned person. Vice President. Xiao Rojin and Bailey Hongzhuang bowed together. Gong Tianfeng raised her head and looked at the two people in front of her. This is the light attribute cultivator with the highest level of talent in the Raging Flame sect? Yes, that's her. Xiao Rojin replied. I'm Bailey Hongzhuang. Greetings, Vice President. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her hands. Gong Tianfeng nodded slightly. Very good. It's very rare to see someone with the highest level of talent. Your light attribute talent is so strong. It shows that you and the Holy Light Assembly are fated. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and did not comment. Xiao Rojin, you go out first. I want to talk to Bailey Hongzhuang alone. Hearing this, Xiao Rojin's expression was slightly stunned. Although she wanted to say something more, she could only leave. Yes. After the door closed, Gong Tianfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang again and said, Welcome to the Holy Light Assembly. Thank you, Vice President. You're welcome. It's a joyous occasion for the Holy Assembly to have a talent like you join us. Bailey Hongzhuang listened to Gong Tianfeng's words and secretly cursed in her heart. The Vice President said so many words, but she didn't know what she was really trying to say to her. She was very clear that although her talent was indeed not bad, Gong Tianfeng definitely did not keep her here just to welcome her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to drive Xiao Rojin out. I heard that you're already married? Suddenly, Gong Tianfeng changed the topic and asked. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. I didn't expect you to be married at such a young age. This is really unexpected. Haha. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. For cultivators, she was indeed married at an early age. However, as far as she knew, there were many people who were married at this age. The person you're married to seems to have awakened the darkness attribute? Gong Tianfeng's eyes stared straight at Bailey Hongzhuang, staring into her eyes as if she wanted to see through everything about her, see through her. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly. For some reason, when Gong Tianfeng asked this question, she had a bad premonition in her heart. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's affirmative answer, Gong Tianfeng's expression turned cold. You should know that the light attribute is the most respected attribute in the upper realm, while the dark attribute is the most unpopular. The dark attribute is dark, cold, and icy. It's completely different from our light attribute. Most people who awaken the dark attribute are more sinister. When she heard this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but frown and interrupt Gong Tianfeng. Vice President, the awakened attribute doesn't seem to have anything to do with one's personality, right? Attributes, weren't things like that random? She could not understand why the Vice President would link attributes with human nature. This was too ridiculous. Just based on Bewitching, this point could be completely overturned. However, seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang refuted her words, Gong Tianfeng's tone became more serious. How is it not related? There must be a connection between the two. This can be seen from the war back then. If it weren't for the dark attribute's sinister personality, why would they do such a thing? Vice President, there are all kinds of birds in the sea. There are good and bad cultivators of every attribute. What happened back then was because there were some exceptions among the dark attribute cultivators. They were indeed in the wrong. But now, your words have overturned a whole boat of people. You seem to disagree with my judgment? Gong. Tianfeng's face suddenly became serious. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gaze full of dissatisfaction. We've always thought so. That's why the dark attribute cultivators in the upper realm are like rats crossing the street. I hope you can change your mind from today onwards. Master, why is this vice president so strange? From the looks of it, she seems to have a deep hatred for dark energy practitioners. I wonder who has offended her. Xiaohe could not help but complain through telepathy. It thought that there was something important that made its master stay, but it did not expect that it was just nonsense. It was really speechless. Who knows? Bailey Hongzhuang was also speechless. Maybe she's been in a high position for too long and thinks that her thoughts are right. She's used to everyone listening to her. We don't have to care about her. Just keep quiet. She knew very well that no matter what she said, she would not be able to achieve any effect on a person like the vice president. Since that was the case, it would be better to keep quiet and not provoke her. After all, she still wanted to obtain the light attribute cultivation method from the Holy Assembly. There was no benefit in offending the vice president. After seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not refute, Gong Tianfeng's expression softened a little. However, her next words made Bailey Hongzhuang dumbfounded. Since you're marrying a dark attribute cultivator, I don't think that you're suited for each other. You are a max-level light attribute cultivator. In the future, you will have a high honor in our Radiant Sacred Assembly. If everyone knows that you are together with a dark attribute cultivator, it will affect everyone's impression of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Moreover, I heard that he's a dark attribute cultivator. From the looks of it, his thoughts must be even darker. It's better for you to leave him earlier. Facing Gong Tianfeng's self-righteous appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that it was ridiculous. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? As the saying goes, one would rather tear down a temple than a marriage. This woman actually wants me to break up with Beichin. Who does she think she is? Vice President, I know better than you whether my husband and I are suitable for each other. You don't have to worry about it. Bailey Hongzhuang spat out the words, don't have to worry about it. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was the vice president of the Holy Light Assembly, she would have scolded her. After roaming the world for so many years, she had seen many strange people, but no one was as strange as this woman in front of her. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't seem to take her words to heart, Gong Tianfeng couldn't help but frown. Her already serious face became even more serious. Bailey Hongzhuang, I'm saying this for your own good. Then I'll have to thank the vice president for her good intentions. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold and her beautiful face was filled with a trace of coldness. Gong Tianfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and knew what she was thinking. She immediately raised her voice and said unhappily, if you want to join the Holy Light Assembly, you must sever your relationship with people with the dark attribute. Otherwise, our Holy Light Assembly will not accept you. Following Gong Tianfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but raise her eyes. Her tightly knitted brows were starting to slip. I didn't know that the Holy Light Assembly would have such a rule. I've seen people who don't discriminate, but this is the first time I've seen such discrimination. Vice Guild Leader, do you judge people based on their attributes? Then what about cultivators with the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes? Let's not talk about cultivators with the other attributes for now. In short, we can't accept cultivators with the dark attribute. Then there's nothing to say. Bailey Hongzhuang's face turned cold. Gong Tianfeng's face suddenly became incomparably ugly in her eyes. What do you mean by this? Gong Tianfeng frowned and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with dissatisfaction. She was very dissatisfied with his attitude. Whatever you think it means is what it means. Bailey Hongzhuang said coldly. Pay attention to your attitude. My attitude? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and sneered, anyway, I'm not going to join your Holy Light Assembly. Do you want me to treat you like a vice president? As soon as he said that, Gong Tianfeng's expression changed. She frowned and asked coldly, what did you say? I said I don't plan to join the Holy Light Assembly. Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized again, her tone firm and resolute. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the house. What kind of attitude is this? Gong Tianfeng said angrily. However, the only response she got was the sound of the door slamming shut. Xiao Rojin had been waiting outside the house. When she suddenly saw Bailey Hongzhuang walk out of the house like this, her eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Junior sister Bailey, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I didn't expect the threshold of the Holy Light Assembly to be so strange. I'm afraid I'm not fated to be here. Wait a moment, I'll go ask the vice president. Xiao Rojin couldn't help but say. No need. Master, are we leaving the Holy Light Assembly just like that? Xiao He had a complicated look on her face. She knew that under such circumstances, her master would definitely make such a choice. However, leaving the Holy Light Assembly meant that her master would not be able to obtain the method to cultivate the power of light in the future. This was a huge problem in the upper realm. Now, everyone was cultivating their elemental powers. As long as they joined the guild, they would be able to obtain the cultivation method. However, her master had rejected her just like that. Based on her understanding of her master, she would definitely not turn back. If we don't leave, are we waiting to quarrel with that old hag? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Her voice was filled with disdain and disgust. She had never seen such a detestable old hag. Every word that came out of her mouth was detestable. If she did not leave now, she did not doubt that she would quarrel with the old hag if she continued to stay there. But if that's the case, you won't have the method to cultivate the power of light, master. Xiao He lowered her voice. Her round face was filled with concern. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There will always be a way. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. Her expression was indifferent. She believed that there would always be a way out. There would always be a way. Besides, it was already impossible for her to separate from Bewitching. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao He understood that her master had made up her mind. She immediately nodded. That's right. There will definitely be a way. I believe that not everyone in the Holy Light Assembly is like this detestable old hag. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. That's right. Let's go back first. Let's not talk about this vice president anymore. Just talking about her makes me sick. After Xiao Rojin saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she walked into the vice president's room. She was also very confused. Before Bailey Hongzhuang came here, the president and vice president had always been looking forward to Bailey Hongzhuang's arrival. After all, a light attribute cultivator with such talent was a great resource for the Holy Light Assembly. It was because of this that she took the initiative to bring Bailey Hongzhuang here. On one hand, she could show her generosity to the cultivators of the Blazing Flame School. On the other hand, she could leave a good impression on the president and vice president. She just didn't expect things to turn out this way after Bailey Hongzhuang entered the room and chatted with the vice president for a while. It was really beyond her expectations. Vice President, what happened? Xiao Rojin looked at Gong Tianfeng in confusion. No matter how she guessed, she couldn't figure out what could make Bailey Hongzhuang decide to give up joining the Holy Assembly. This Bailey Hongzhuang is simply rotten wood that cannot be carved. Gong Tianfeng's anger still hadn't subsided. She had been the vice president for so many years, but she had never seen a light attribute cultivator as arrogant as Bailey Hongzhuang. She actually dared to directly contradict her and show disdain for the Radiant Sacred Assembly. She was simply angered to death. I only asked her to lead that dark attribute man of hers. She actually refused to join the Radiant Assembly. Simply unreasonable. Hearing this, Xiao Rojin immediately understood. A trace of joy quietly appeared in the depths of her eyes. Actually, she didn't really want Bailey Hongzhuang to join the Holy Light Assembly. If that happened, her position would definitely be replaced by Bailey Hongzhuang. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would encounter such a problem when she joined the Holy Light Assembly. As a result, her original worries naturally dissipated. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang didn't join the Holy Light Assembly, she wouldn't be able to obtain the cultivation method of light energy. In that case, no matter how strong her light attribute talent was, it would be meaningless. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was originally envied by everyone, was suddenly in the same situation as Bewitching. Both of them had max-level talent, but neither of them had a cultivation method. It was really interesting. Vice President, Bailey Hongzhuang and her husband have always had a good relationship. In the Raging Flame sect, the two of them are known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. They are a pair that everyone envies. Gong Tianfeng sneered, Golden Boy and Jade Girl? What a joke. How can a light attribute cultivator be together with a dark attribute cultivator? From the day their attributes were different, they were no longer on the same side. Xiao Rojin revealed a difficult expression, but according to my understanding, it's impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching to separate. Their feelings for each other are very deep. No matter what happens, it's impossible for them to separate. Love is stronger than gold? Gong Tianfeng's smile contained a bit of ridicule. When I was young, I was very fearless, so I thought so. Just wait and see. When the time comes, Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely come back and ask to join the Holy Light Assembly. She won't give up on cultivating the light attribute just like that. Hearing this, Xiao Rojin looked at Gong Tianfeng with a complicated gaze. She had always known that the vice president had a cold personality and didn't care about feelings, but she didn't expect that the vice president would ask Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching to separate. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude was so firm. Most people would make such a decision. However, in this way, Bailey Hongzhuang would be giving up her future. If Bailey Hongzhuang comes back at that time, will the Holy Light Assembly accept her? Xiao Rojin asked tentatively. Gong Tianfeng paused for a moment, then said, when the time comes, it will depend on her attitude. She was so determined today, I wonder what kind of expression she will have when the time comes. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the Blazing Flame School, she acted as if nothing had happened. It was just a cultivation method, so it didn't matter if she didn't have it. However, without Bewitching, she couldn't bear it. Wife, is there something on your mind? Bewitching stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. He had been with Bailey Hongzhuang for a long time, so he knew Bailey Hongzhuang's character very well. Although she didn't show it, he could tell from some details. No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, and a gentle smile appeared on her beautiful face. You've been acting a little strange ever since you came back from the Holy Light Assembly. I saw it. What happened? Can't you tell me? Bewitching's eyes were deep and gentle. Let me guess. Something that can make you unhappy and at the same time, you're unwilling to tell me. Could it be that when you went to the Holy Light Assembly, someone mentioned my darkness attribute? As soon as he said this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart also sighed. Bewitching's observation had always been amazing. This matter is a little complicated. As soon as they opened the door, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching saw Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao's anxious expressions. Junior sister, I heard that you refused to join the Holy Assembly? As soon as the door was opened, Wan Yanhan couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. As Wan Yanhan's voice fell, Bewitching's eyes suddenly changed. Even if he thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's trip to the Holy Assembly might not be pleasant, he did not expect that it would be to the extent of refusing to join the Holy Assembly. Yes. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. It's not a big deal. Hongzhuang, you're too calm. Yi Haomiao couldn't help but sigh when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent expression. Do you know that only the Holy Assembly has the method to cultivate the light energy? Even light elemental cultivators were not allowed to teach others their cultivation methods without the permission of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Since you refused to join the Holy Assembly, it means that you won't have the method to cultivate the light energy in the future. I know. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Her expression was still indifferent. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent expression, Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were a little anxious. Do you really understand? If you refuse like this, you definitely won't be able to keep up with everyone's cultivation speed in the future. If you stay in the upper realm, you won't have any room for improvement. You're giving up your bright future. I know. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Thank you for your concern, but I've already made up my mind. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were puzzled. They couldn't understand why Bailey Hongzhuang was so determined. Can you tell us why? Wan Yanhan couldn't help but ask. If it's because of some unhappiness during your trip to the Holy Assembly, you can bear with it for the time being. After all, your future is the most important. It's already in the past. Why bring it up again? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Actually, it's not a big deal not to cultivate. I'm also an inscriptionist. If I want to gain a foothold in the upper realm, it might be faster to use my identity as an inscriptionist. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had already made up her mind, Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao sighed. Although we don't know what happened, since you've already made your decision, we'll support you. Thank you. After sending Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao away, Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. I'll cultivate the dark energy with you from now on. Others didn't know that she had awakened two attributes, but Di Beichen knew. Even if she couldn't cultivate the power of light, she could still cultivate the power of darkness with Di Beichen. Although her talent in the dark energy was slightly lacking, so what? Di Beichen took a deep look at Bailey Hongzhuang. In the end, he decided not to ask about the reason. He understood the importance of cultivation for Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for something that touched her bottom line, she would never have made such a choice. Since Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't willing to say, he wouldn't ask anymore. Okay, let's cultivate the dark energy together. Di Beichen smiled and nodded. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang decided not to join the Radiant Sacred Assembly, all the cultivators in the Sect of Flames were dumbfounded. They all thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had really gone mad. She had actually given up such a great opportunity. With her talent for the element of light, her status would definitely surpass most cultivators in the future if she joined the Radiant Sacred Assembly. This was an opportunity that everyone envied. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had actually given up under such circumstances. Giving up on the element of light meant that not only would Bailey Hongzhuang not have the opportunity to surpass ordinary people, but she would also end up at the bottom of the upper world in the future. Under such circumstances, everyone was extremely curious about her decision to leave the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Immediately, many people began to investigate the reason. There was strength in numbers. Before long, everyone discovered the reason why Bailey Hongzhuang did not want to join the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Before, I thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had gone mad for making a decision like that, but now that I know the reason, I suddenly understand her. Yeah. I never thought that the Radiant Sacred Assembly's conditions would be so harsh. She can only join if she leaves Di Beichen. It really is difficult to make a decision like that. Bailey Hongzhuang really does have deep feelings for Di Beichen. She's willing to give up her future for him. At that moment, the cultivators of the Sect of Flames could not help but shake their heads and sigh. They never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have to make such a huge decision. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang's decision was so firm. All of his confusion instantly turned into understanding. Everyone understood Bailey Hongzhuang's situation. They just felt that it was a pity. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao originally did not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang would make a decision like that. However, after understanding the reason, the two of them understood. They never thought that there would be a problem like that. Aren't the Radiant Sacred Assembly's conditions a little too strange? Yi Haomiao looked puzzled. You want to break them up just because of their attributes? Are you crazy? The Holy Light Assembly has always been the dominant force in the upper realm. Perhaps they are used to being arrogant, so even this request is different from the rest. Wang Yanhan shook his head. I should have thought about it. Based on junior sister's character, she would never give up on her future unless something crossed her bottom line. There's nothing we can do about it now. If it were any other reason, there might still be room for negotiation. However, there's nothing we can do about it now. Yi Haomiao spread out his hands. With little junior sister and Di Beichen's relationship, it's impossible for them to be separated. Therefore, when the Holy Light Assembly made such a request, little junior sister has no fate with the Holy Light Assembly. However, just as junior sister said, she is also an inscription master. It won't be a problem for her to gain a foothold in the upper realm. Yi Haomiao nodded slightly. His face was filled with joy. Fortunately, Hongzhuang has such an identity. Otherwise, it would really be terrible. Similarly, after this matter spread, everyone was puzzled by the Holy Light Assembly's request. My dear wife, I already know the reason. Di Beichen slowly walked into the room. His handsome face was full of guilt and heartache. I've wronged you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and shook her head. What kind of grievance is this? I'm just not joining the Holy Light Assembly. It's not a big deal. My dear wife, not joining the Holy Light Assembly will have a great impact on your path of cultivation. Di Beichen said in a low voice. He knew how important the path of cultivation was to Bailey Hongzhuang. Now that she had given it up so freely, it was all for his sake. So you mean you want to separate from me? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked. No. Beichen's eyes suddenly darkened. He pulled Bailey Hongzhuang over and kissed her deeply. It was not until Bailey Hongzhuang was out of breath that his voice rang out again. I will never allow you to leave me. Beichen was very strong and domineering. It was as if he wanted to rub Bailey Hongzhuang into his bones. Bailey Hongzhuang only felt a little pain, but the smile on her face gradually widened. So, this is the right decision. Actually, we're not the ones who will lose the most. Beichen hugged Bailey Hongzhuang. A cold light flashed across his ink-black jade-like eyes. The one who will lose the most is the Holy Light Assembly. It's a loss for any force to miss a genius like my wife. You think so highly of me? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were filled with happiness. In fact, as long as Beichen was with her, everything else was not a problem. My wife is the best. When the time comes, they will definitely regret it. Beichen's eyes were serious. He didn't look like he was trying to comfort or joke. He believed that this day wouldn't be too far away. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and rested her chin on Beichen's shoulder. Let's cultivate the power of darkness together. We'll impress everyone in the future. All right. After Wu Wenfeng found out about this matter, he only felt that his enthusiasm was suddenly splashed with cold water. Originally, he was still immersed in the joy of discovering such a genius light attribute cultivator for the School of Flames. Who would have thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would give up on joining the Radiant Sacred Assembly in the blink of an eye? This was quite a blow to him. Steward Wu, if you want to say something, just get straight to the point. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a calm and polite smile as she spoke slowly. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Wu Wenfeng knew that she already knew what he was going to say. Bailey Hongzhuang, I've already heard about what happened to you at the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Wu Wenfeng's voice was low. Do you really think it's worth it? His wise and sharp eyes looked straight at Bailey Hongzhuang. Even though he already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had rejected the Radiant Sacred Assembly, he still wanted to ask again. Was it worth it? Was she really willing to give up this rare opportunity when she could have shone so brightly? It's worth it. Bailey Hongzhuang faced Wu Wenfeng's gaze. Her voice was firm and her expression was calm. After knowing about this matter, everyone seemed to like to ask her this question. However, no matter how many people asked or how many times she asked, her answer would not change. After noticing the unwavering determination in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, Wu Wenfeng already understood. However, a complicated feeling arose in his heart. Since you're so determined, I won't try to persuade you anymore. A smile appeared on Wu Wenfeng's face once again. Actually, after knowing about this matter, I've already thought of a way. However, according to the vice president of the Light Guild, I'm afraid she won't change her mind. This isn't the first time she's done something like this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Similar things have happened before? Have they been separated by the vice president? Although the possibility of a light and dark attribute cultivator being a couple was not very high, it was still possible. However, she did not expect the vice president to insist on this. They were separated. Wu Wenfeng slowly said. I didn't expect them to be separated so easily. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. She could understand that in the upper realm where strength spoke louder than words, some cultivators would indeed make such a decision. However, this also proved that their feelings for each other were not deep enough. Otherwise, they would not have separated just like that. She could not judge who was right and who was wrong. She was just a little emotional. The one who was separated is not someone else, but herself. Following Wu Wenfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly stunned. Her eyes instantly widened and her beautiful face was filled with a strange luster. Herself? That's right. Wu Wenfeng nodded. Back then, Gong Tianfeng's husband was also a dark attribute cultivator. Previously, when they were together, their relationship was also very good. However, after Gong Tianfeng found out that she was a light attribute cultivator and her husband was a dark attribute cultivator, she completely ended their relationship. When this news first spread, everyone sighed. Until now, we have to say that Gong Tianfeng is indeed ruthless. It's really unbelievable. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. it's just a matter of attributes. She just had to escalate it to a problem of human nature. I really can't understand her thinking. Master, I also think that this kind of woman deserves to be alone for the rest of her life. Xiaohe could not help but speak up. Previously, it had thought that Gong Tianfeng was talking nonsense when she asked its master to separate from Bewitching. Now, it felt that this woman was a complete pervert. How could he still be so cold-blooded when such a thing happened to her? The other party must be blind to fall in love with her. I think so too. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded quietly. From her appearance, I can tell that she must still be alone at such an old age. This Gong Tianfeng is indeed ruthless, but she is also a character. Wu Wenfeng shook his head and sighed. In fact, Gong Tianfeng's talent in the light attribute isn't very outstanding, but she fought her way out of the encirclement and became the vice president of Rongan City. This isn't easy. Now, she's asking you to separate from Bewitching, or else you won't be allowed to join the Holy Light Assembly. I'm afraid that even if the sect leader goes to discuss with her, he won't get a good result. I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. This person is very inflexible. He won't be moved by force or persuasion. Basically, it's useless no matter what you say. That's right. In the Holy Light Assembly of Rongan City, the person that everyone wants to avoid offending the most is her. Because once you provoke her, it will be really troublesome. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. You have your own persistence. Wu Wenfeng also nodded. He knew that there was no point in continuing this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang's bottom line was here. Unless the Holy Assembly's request changed, all of this was unshakable. As this matter spread, many people were quite dissatisfied with Gong Tianfeng's request. Many people even went to ask, feeling that such a request was too unreasonable. Vice President, Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude hasn't changed, but our sect master wants to visit you. Xiao Rojin looked at Gong Tianfeng in front of her. She didn't expect things to get to this point. Most importantly, she didn't expect that the sect master would come to see Gong Tianfeng for Bailey Hongzhuang. It was obvious how much importance the sect master attached to Bailey Hongzhuang. Your sect master? Gong Tianfeng's expression remained serious. Even if he comes, there's no room for negotiation. This Bailey Hongzhuang, I know she's narrow-minded. In such a short time, she has already spread the news, as if I'm in the wrong. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, she doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. I'm doing this for her own good. It's fine if she doesn't appreciate it, but she actually spread rumors everywhere. How hateful. In the past 2 days, no matter where she went, she could feel that people were talking about her. This feeling undoubtedly made her feel very unhappy. Seeing Gong Tianfeng's determined look, Xiao Rojin felt a little more at ease. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang didn't join the Holy Assembly, her wings would be broken, and her status in the Raging Flame sect would never be comparable to hers. Junior sister Bailey is indeed in the wrong, but her talent is indeed very outstanding. If she doesn't join the Holy Assembly, it's indeed a pity. What's there to pity? Gong Tianfeng looked disdainful. There are many talented cultivators in this world, but not all of them can succeed in the end. Everything depends on one's own efforts and performance. Just like me, my talent isn't outstanding, but didn't I surpass many cultivators who were more talented than me? Rojin, I know you're kind-hearted and want to help Bailey Hongzhuang, but there's no need to talk about this anymore. Seeing this, Xiao Rojin's expression was filled with helplessness. Vice President, since you've decided, I won't say anything more. Don't get angry because of this matter, after all, you're mine. Hearing this, Gong Tianfeng smiled and nodded. I understand. Cultivate well. I have high hopes for you. In the future, you will definitely stand out. Thank you, Vice President. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the house, she and Bewitching began to retreat. Now they had given up on the cultivation of the light attribute. Anyway, they could still cultivate the dark attribute. In addition, Bewitching had an inheritance. If they cultivated from this aspect, they may have better results. After adding elemental talent, the control of elemental energy will be more biased. The characteristic of dark energy is that it's silent, but it can kill in one strike. Bewitching slowly told Bailey Hongzhuang what he knew. Before cultivating, Bailey Hongzhuang had to have a more comprehensive understanding of dark energy. After understanding its characteristics, Bailey Hongzhuang finally understood the power of elemental power. Previously, the cultivation of essence energy was purely destructive. However, the power of elemental power allowed many more possibilities for combat. Ingenious use of elemental power's characteristics could very likely result in unexpected results. The essence energy in our bodies has no elemental power now, so we have to take advantage of this opportunity to transform it into dark power, Bewitching explained seriously. However, this process requires a lot of spirit stones. It just so happens that we extorted a sum of money from the D family previously. We can use it now. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. The D family can be considered to have kept their word and returned the remaining 50,000 spirit stones. As she said that, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the spirit stones from her heaven-earth bag. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were about to start using the spirit stones, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly frowned. Wait. Is there a problem? Bewitching's eyes narrowed. There was only one possibility for Bailey Hongzhuang to stop at this time. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the spirit stones in her hands. I can smell a faint scent on these spirit stones. Although it is almost indiscernible, I am still certain that it exists. Spirit stones have always had no scent. If there is a scent on them, it means that they have tampered with them. Bewitching put down the spirit stones in his hands. He knew how sensitive Bailey Hongzhuang's sense of smell was. She had always been able to detect drugs immediately. It seems like the D family is indeed dishonest. They actually tampered with these spirit stones. A cold glint appeared in her pitch-black phoenix eyes. She had long had a bad impression of the D family, but she had never thought that they would actually think of tampering with them here. I think they had already thought of this when they decided to hand over the spirit stones, so they came prepared. If you were not proficient in medical skills, I'm afraid that an ordinary person would have fallen into their trap. They thought that we would not be able to use these spirit stones this way. Unfortunately, the target is me. Give me some time and I'll be able to solve this problem. Bewitching nodded slightly. Wife, your medical skills have always been praised. At the same time, Devouz and the others were also waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to have a problem. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no news. Logically speaking, we've already given the spirit stones to Bailey Hongzhuang for such a long time. It should have taken effect long ago. Devouz frowned. Ever since he heard from Di Sudong that he had tampered with the spirit stones, he had been waiting for news. However, he didn't expect that after waiting here for so long, there was still no news. It really made him feel helpless. That shouldn't be the case. Di Sudong was also puzzled. Could it be that they haven't used our spirit stones for so long? It can't be? Devouz was a little doubtful. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to resist taking out so many spirit stones to have a look. If they haven't taken them out, then Bailey Hongzhuang and the others are too patient. Let's wait a little longer. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang has refused to join the Holy Light Assembly, this is extremely good news for us. A smile appeared on Di Sudong's face once again. Originally, when they had found out that Bailey Hongzhuang's light attribute talent was so outstanding, they had been worried for a while. Ever since Bailey Hongzhuang found out that there was a problem with the spirit stone, she began to deal with the poison on the spirit stone. The poisons in the upper realm were all strange. Many of them had changed in the past 1,000 years, but they were still the same. Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to deal with them easily. Beichen, I've already understood the poison, but I still need to go out and buy some herbs to make the antidote. Why don't you come with me? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and looked at Di Beichen. Xiao Rojin told me the place where contract beasts can awaken their innate talents. Why don't we take Baishur to test its innate talent today? Di Beichen nodded and looked at her lovingly. Okay. Baishur was also excited when he found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to take him to awaken his innate talent. That's great, Master. Bailey Hongzhuang rubbed Baishur's head. He had become more and more muscular. Just looking at his appearance was enough to make many people gasp in amazement. He was no longer the cute little guy from before, but a majestic beast king. A beast king that both humans and contract beasts would fear at first glance. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen walked out of the House of Raging Flames together. They were now the most eye-catching couple in the House of Raging Flames. However, after everyone knew that the two of them had such a deep relationship, many people gave them their heartfelt blessings. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the place where contract beasts' innate talents were tested. Everything here was very simple. One only needed to pay a sufficient fee to awaken their contract beasts. However, after understanding the price, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. The price was really unusually high. Even though she had already expected that the price would not be cheap, this price was really amazing. Although the price here is a little expensive, everything here is very secretive. Moreover, the contract beast's attributes will not be leaked. In this aspect, they do a good job. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in the secret room, looking around at the closed room, her pretty face showing a satisfied look. The upper realm is different from the lower realm. Here, the dark attribute is disliked by the people. In order to prevent the news of the dark attribute from spreading, the upper realm is well hidden. What's more, to be able to raise a contracted beast to the point of awakening, one must have a lot of financial and material resources. Such a person must have a lot of financial resources, so it's normal for the shop to want to make a profit. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. So, we can only be the spendthrifts. It can't be helped. Di Beichen chuckled. But, my wife, you're already rich. You flatter me. When White Lion awakened his talent, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen immediately fell silent. They looked at White Lion with concern, wondering what kind of attribute White Lion would awaken. White Lion was fully focused on awakening his talent. Xiaohe and Xiaobai also looked at him curiously. Now that their talents had been awakened, only White Lion was left. I wonder what kind of attribute White Lion will awaken. Will it be the same as mine? Xiaohe's eyes shone with interest. But I hope that White Lion won't be the same as mine. Otherwise, White Lion won't be able to cultivate properly. Originally, awakening the light attribute was something to be happy about. But now that Master refused to join the Holy Light Assembly, they did not have the cultivation method of the light attribute. Xiaohe, don't worry. Sooner or later, there will be a way to cultivate the power of light. Xiaobai understood Xiaohe's thoughts the best. They had been together for so many years and understood each other's personalities very well. They could understand each other's thoughts just by looking at their expressions. Xiaohe nodded slightly. I also believe that there will be a way. However, although staying in the Raging Flames sect is more secure, opponents may appear at any time. The D family is still eyeing us covetously. If we can't increase our powers, we won't be able to help Master. Therefore, I hope that White Lion won't end up like me. Xiaobai could not help but sigh. I understand. The situation may not be as bad as you think. After coming to the upper realm, they had been like a small boat that could sink into the ocean at any time. The people here were not simple. Offending someone with a strong background could be a disaster for them. Not long after, a dazzling white light exploded from the crystal ball. When they saw this familiar light, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen could not help but look at each other. It seemed that the situation was just as they had thought. White Lion really did have the light attribute. I never thought that White Lion would have the same light attribute as me. Now that I think about it, it's really interesting. I wonder if this is a coincidence or if it was predestined. Bailey Hongzhuang's fair face was filled with astonishment. She could not help but be astonished. This was really too much of a coincidence. Xiaohe could not help but sigh when she saw this. White Lion really does have the light attribute. However, just as everyone was confirming this, a black light suddenly appeared quietly. The black light gradually became thicker and stronger in the crystal ball. In the end, it and the light energy each occupied half of the crystal ball. Neither was weaker than the other. When they saw this, Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai could not help but be stunned. They never thought that White Lion would have two attributes. The White Lion actually possesses the light and darkness attributes. After knowing this result, Bailey Hongzhuang was in disbelief. When this happened to her and Di Beichen, she already found it strange. She did not expect White Lion to be the same as them. Beast kings are so different from other demonic beasts. It's not hard to understand why their attributes are so different. Bewitching said slowly, but its attributes are the same as ours, which proves that it is fated to be with us. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. She immediately pulled Baisher into her arms. Baisher, we are indeed on the same side. White Lion was obviously very satisfied with its attributes. Originally, it was wondering if it would have other attributes, but now, it was undoubtedly most satisfied with this result. The kind of master would have the kind of contract beast. Only then would they be the most compatible. This is great. Other than Xiaohe, all of us are dark type. Bewitching shook his head and sighed. This kind of situation would make people speechless in the upper realm. He did not expect that most of them were of the same attribute. Once they had cultivated their dark-type powers, it was easy to imagine what would happen. Bailey Hongshuang and the beasts looked at each other. They were also very helpless. You're right. This is pretty good too. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Bewitching's current responsibility was to change the cultivator's perception of darkness. Now that they all possessed the darkness attribute, they would naturally be able to perform better in the darkness attribute. I'm actually the only one without the darkness attribute. How unfair. Xiaohe was depressed. She felt like she had suddenly been excluded. Bailey Hongshuang hugged Xiaohe and pinched her chubby cheeks. Don't be depressed. We're all one. Although we don't have a way to cultivate the energy of light right now, trust me. We'll definitely find a way. Although she had decided not to join the Radiant Sacred Assembly, it did not mean that she was not prepared to cultivate the energy of light. She believed that there were many ways to cultivate, and not just one. Although the Radiant Sacred Assembly could only spread the cultivation method and no one else could do so without permission, there would always be unexpected situations. If there was really no other way, she could just snatch it from other cultivators with the light attribute. It was not like she had never done something like that before. Yeah, Xiaohe, we're all one. Xiaohe, you don't have to be depressed. You all have the light attribute, but I don't. I'm the same as you in this aspect, Xiaobai smiled. Xiaohe's mood immediately improved when she heard everyone's consolation. She immediately nodded with a smile. You're right. It's fine as long as everyone can develop well. On the way back, Bailey Hongshuang and the others were in a very good mood. They only returned to the Raging Flame sect after buying some herbs they needed. When the cultivators of the Raging Flame sect saw how happy Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were, their eyes flickered with confusion. They could not help but feel pity and worry for Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaohe. Without a cultivation method, Bailey Hongshuang had no future. It went without saying for Bewitching. His full attribute was indeed very enviable, but he was of the darkness attribute. From the moment that was confirmed, it meant that he no longer had any hope or future here. This was evident from the fact that there were fewer and fewer women who admired him. Everyone thought that they should be in despair right now, but the two of them just happened to be indifferent and even happy. They did not understand why. The two of them really aren't worried at all. They're actually in the mood to go out and play at a time like this. Perhaps they've given up. There's no hope anyway. There's no hope. Don't look at how happy they are. Maybe they're just faking it. Who knows how much pain they're suffering in their hearts. At this moment, Wan Yanhan couldn't help but frown as he walked over. What does it have to do with you? Stop worrying over nothing. Disperse, disperse. If you have the time to talk about others, focus on cultivating, said Jihaomiao. Only when everyone dispersed did Wan Yanhan and Jihaomiao walk over to Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaohe. They comforted them with concern. Are you all right? These people just like to gossip. Don't worry about them. Looking at how calm Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching were, Wan Yanhan and Jihaomiao couldn't help but sigh at how strong their mental fortitude was. If ordinary people were in their shoes, they would definitely look worried and gloomy. However, the two of them acted as if nothing had happened, as if nothing had affected them at all. It really wasn't easy. However, the two of them weren't stupid. They already understood the current situation. Junior sister, junior brother D, what do you plan to do in the future? Wan Yanhan's eyes were filled with worry. Now, even he couldn't help but feel distressed. After rejecting the cultivation method of the Holy Light Assembly and not having the cultivation method of the dark energy, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were no different from having their wings broken. It might be fine for a short period of time, but after a long time, they would really be treading on thin ice in the upper realm. Don't worry about us, we'll find a way. Di Beichen's handsome face was as calm as water. We'll find the cultivation method of the dark energy. Hearing Di Beichen's words, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao weren't optimistic at all. The inheritance of the dark energy disappeared long ago when the dark forces were annihilated. After so many years, many dark attribute cultivators have tried to find it, but to no avail. It's really too difficult for you to find the inheritance of the dark energy on your own. Wang Yanhan sighed. In his opinion, the inheritance of the dark energy might have completely disappeared from the entire world long ago. Wang Yanhan is right. If it could be found, it would have been found long ago. Do you think those dark attribute cultivators don't want to hold their heads high? It's just that they can't find a way, so they can only live in silence, Yi Haomiao couldn't help but say. Yi Haomiao also couldn't help but speak. He didn't want to attack Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, he just wanted them to not be too naive. If they pinned their hopes on such an illusory thing, they would definitely be disappointed in the future. Senior brothers, I know that everything you've said is for our own good, but there's no better way now, is there? Bailey Hongzhuang gazed at Wang Yanhan and Beichen. Both she and Beichen felt very fortunate to have two friends who cared about them from the bottom of their hearts in the upper realm. With Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were at a loss for words. Everything was as Bailey Hongzhuang had said. They didn't have any better ideas. Little junior sister, why don't you try to think of another way to join the Holy Light Assembly? Wang Yanhan still felt that it was a pity for Bailey Hongzhuang to give up like this. If she could join the Holy Assembly, then their situation would be much better than now. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. There's no need to try. The vice president is very insistent, and I don't intend to bother with her. Although a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, I'm a little girl. I don't intend to lower my head to her. Upon seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's determined look, Wang Yanhan sighed faintly and said, if there's anything we can help with, you must tell us. Thank you, senior brother. We will. Oh right, the Di family seems to still be in Rongan City. However, they have been much more well-behaved recently and haven't taken the initiative to cause trouble, Yi Haomiao said slowly. Didn't you run into them when you went out today? They suffered a loss at our hands last time, so I don't think they'll dare to find trouble with us anytime soon. Di Beichen said slowly, however, all of you should stay in the fiery flame sect for the time being. Don't go out. They might find trouble with us at any time. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao nodded at Di Beichen's words. Bailey Hongzhuang was an inscription master. Not only did she have the fiery flame sect's support, but Chung Zonghao also thought highly of her. Under such circumstances, the Di family would not dare to act rashly. However, compared to them, it was a different story. They did not have a powerful backer like Bailey Hongzhuang, so it would be much easier for the Di family to attack them. Therefore, under the current circumstances, it was better for them to stay in the fiery flame sect for the time being. We understand, so we'll stay here for the time being. Wang Yanhan nodded. However, there will be an opportunity to go out and train in a few days. We'll all go out. What? Opportunity? Bailey Hongzhuang looked up, her bright eyes flickering with astonishment. She had not heard of this before. We just heard about it. The exact time has not been set, but we might all go together. However, it won't be just the fiery flame sect's cultivators. Cultivators from other sects will also go, so there might be a lot of competition. Competition for what? Di Beichen raised his long eyebrows. What treasures will there be in the training area? Actually, we're going there to explore, Yi Haomiao explained. An abyss has appeared in the mountain range north of Rongan City. The situation is not clear yet. Someone has already gone to explore it, but there are no definite results. The situation in the abyss this time is rather complicated, so we don't know whether it's good or bad. Usually, when such a situation occurs, all the sects will send cultivators to investigate. The more people there are, the more power there is. It's easier to investigate. Moreover, this is a competition between cultivators from different sections. Whoever can find out the final result will bring glory to the sect. If you perform well, you'll be rewarded when you return to the sect, even if there are no treasures there. I've already experienced this in the Inferno School. Wang Yanhan added, every once in a while, something similar will happen. Actually, it's also a competition between the various sections. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching immediately understood. There would always be some competitions between the sects to promote the progress of the cultivators. At the same time, they would be able to better understand the situation of their opponents. Whether it was in the lower realm or the upper realm, the situation was the same. We understand. Cultivate well during this period of time and strive to perform well when the time comes. Alright. Looking at the backs of Bailey Hongzhuang and Yihaomiao, Wang Yanhan and Yihaomiao were also filled with emotions. The so-called cultivate well was actually just to comfort themselves. Fortunately, they wouldn't be left too far behind in the short term. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were very fast. In a short period of time, she had already detoxified the spirit stone. Now that the spirit stones were no longer poisonous, they could be used without worry. Immediately after, they began to cultivate the power of darkness. Ever since their talents were awakened, almost all the cultivators had joined guilds of their respective attributes and began to cultivate their elemental powers. Naturally, they couldn't be left behind by others. As Bailey Hongzhuang and Yizichen transformed the primary energy in their bodies into dark energy, they felt that their primary energy was different from before. Darkness attribute practitioners are very good at hiding. Once their manipulation of dark energy is good enough, they can completely hide in the darkness, in the shadows, making it difficult for others to find them. Summoning skeleton armies is also our ability. As long as there are skeletons, we can use dark energy to summon them as our helpers. However, if we're not strong enough, we can only summon a small number of skeletons. If we're strong enough, we can summon a large number of skeletons. As Bewitching described the characteristics of dark energy, Bailey Hongzhuang and the two beasties listened attentively. Today, Bewitching was one of the few people in the world who had mastered the dark inheritance. If they followed what he said, they would be able to avoid detours. While they were cultivating dark energy, Xiaohe didn't give up on cultivation. Instead, it began to try to cultivate light energy. It felt that it might be able to find some methods by fumbling around on its own. Following the method Bailey Hongzhuang and the others used to transform their primary energy into dark energy, Xiaohe used a similar method to begin to transform light energy. Although there were slight differences between the two, they both believed that no matter how many changes there would always be some similarities between the various attributes. After starting to cultivate the power of darkness, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the ocean world. Time passes slower there, and they have more time to cultivate than everyone else. Moreover, with opponents, their progress would be faster. After a period of seclusion, when Bailey Hongzhuang came out, she found that someone was looking for her. Little junior sister, you're finally out. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang finally open the door, Wang Yanhan and Yihaomiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Senior brother, are you looking for me? Bailey Hongzhuang looked surprised. Is the training about to start? That's not it. Wang Yanhan shook his head. Master Qing is looking for you. Qing Zonghao? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang actually called Qing Zonghao by his name, Wang Yanhan were slightly stunned. However, when they thought of Bailey Hongzhuang's achievements and status in the field of inscription, they understood a little. Usually, even Wu Wenfeng had to respectfully address Qing Zonghao as Master Qing when he saw him. That's right. Master Qing sent someone to invite you a few days ago, but you were in seclusion, so he didn't disturb you. He said that he would invite you over for a chat after you came out of seclusion. He didn't expect that you wouldn't come out of seclusion for several days. Wang Yanhan said slowly. They lived next door to Bailey Hongzhuang. As long as there was any movement, they would be the first to notice it. After hearing some noises, they opened the door to take a look. Sure enough, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had already come out. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Since the last time she saw Qing Zonghao, she knew that Qing Zonghao would definitely find a chance to talk to her. Little junior sister, Do you want to go and take a look? Wang Yanhan couldn't help but ask. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment and replied, I'll go and meet him. Previously, when Qing Zonghao came to invite her, she had already rejected him once. Last time outside the Raging Flame sect, Qing Zonghao could be considered to have helped her. Wang Yanhan nodded. Judging from the situation last time, Master Qing doesn't have any ill intentions towards you. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and declined to comment. She couldn't make a conclusion too early on this matter. Needless to say, Qing Zonghao came to find her time and time again to get something from her. If there were no benefits, with Qing Zonghao's status, he wouldn't put in so much effort. As for what he wanted, she wasn't sure at the moment. The last time they met, Qing Zonghao did have a good attitude. However, if she rejected him, the situation would be uncertain. Wife, are you sure you want to go? After Wang Yanhan and Bailey Hongshuang left, Bewitching spoke slowly. He also thought of the problem. Even if I don't go now, Qing Zonghao will find a way to see me. Since I have to face him sooner or later, I might as well go earlier. I'll go with you, Bewitching said. Okay. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching walked out of the Raging Flame sect. They asked a random person and found out where Qing Zonghao lived. As the only inscription master in the city, Qing Zonghao was undoubtedly very famous. His mansion was also very luxurious. After they reported their names, the servant immediately brought Bailey Hongshuang and Bailey Hongshuang into the mansion. Obviously, someone had already informed them beforehand. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go and invite Master Qing. The servant poured tea for Bailey Hongshuang and said respectfully. Okay. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Qing Zonghao's servant was indeed very polite to them. However, she didn't know why Qing Zonghao was looking for her. Logically speaking, Qing Zonghao was also an inscription master. He shouldn't have any requests for her. Could it be that he just wanted to rope her in? Just as Bailey Hongshuang was thinking, Qing Zonghao's figure appeared in their line of sight. Miss Bailey, Master D, I'm sorry for not going out to meet you. Qing Zonghao walked in with a face full of smiles. His attitude was polite and courteous. Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching cupped their hands. Master Qing is too polite. With your status, you must be very busy. Actually, I'm also an idle person. Qing Zonghao smiled. Please have a seat. The taste of the tea in my mansion is quite good. It is indeed a good tea. Master Qing. Why? Is there anything that? Bailey Hongshuang's face was calm as she calmly asked. Was. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, Qing Zonghao chuckled. Miss Bailey is really a straightforward person. Since you're so straightforward, I won't hide it. Actually, with Miss Bailey's ability, you can establish your own sect. If we join forces, the inscriptions in the entire Rong'an city will belong to the two of us. Do you want to stay in the Raging Flame sect? To be honest, inscriptions are just my side job. What I value more is cultivation. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Thank you for your appreciation, Master Qing. Actually, I don't have many inscriptions now. I only gave a small amount to the Raging Flame sect. Qing Zonghao, who had been puzzled by Bailey Hongshuang, immediately understood after hearing her words. It turned out that Bailey Hongshuang valued cultivation the most instead of inscriptions. This thought had undoubtedly far exceeded his expectations. Generally speaking, between an inscription master and a cultivator, anyone would choose the first one because it would be much easier to walk on this road. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang would actually prefer the latter. In this way, it was easy to understand Bailey Hongshuang's choice. So Miss Bailey values cultivation the most. Qing Zonghao nodded. However, even if you leave the Blazing Flame sect, you can still cultivate. Actually, with your current situation, although the Blazing Flame sect can help you solve some problems, they can't help you too much. From what I know, you've run into trouble in the Holy Assembly, but the Blazing Flame sect can't help you solve it, right? That's right. Bailey Hongshuang replied, actually, this isn't the Blazing Flame sect's problem. It's a conflict between me and the Vice President of the Holy Assembly. I can't agree to her request, so it's useless no matter who comes forward to solve this problem. However, Qing Zonghao waved his hand. No, I can help you solve this problem. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were stunned when they heard this. Their eyes flashed with astonishment. You can solve it? That's right. Qing Zonghao smiled confidently. The president of the Holy Assembly went out of town a few days ago and will be back in a few days. I have a good relationship with him, so as long as I come forward, I guarantee that I can solve this problem for you. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. If someone else had said this, they would not have cared at all. They would have thought that the person was just painting a pie in the sky. However, with Qing Zonghao's identity and position, it was indeed possible for him to do this. Moreover, there was no need for him to exaggerate his abilities. If that was the case, it would be a good thing for them. Master Qing, we're all sensible people. Since that's the case, why don't we speak frankly? What do you want? Bailey Hongzhuang's black phoenix eyes flashed with a sharp light. She was very clear that Qing Zonghao wouldn't help her so much for no reason. As early as when Qing Zonghao came to find her time and time again, she understood that the other party must want to get something from her. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Qing Zonghao could not help but chuckle. Can't I do it for the sake of our friendship? Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang also laughed out loud. Master Qing, I'm not a greenhorn. I've long given up on this kind of pie falling from the sky. The world had always been fair. If you wanted to get something, you would have to pay a price. You're a busy person. I believe that you won't waste your time on me for this so-called friendship. Why don't you just tell me what you want? This way, we can see if we can make an exchange of conditions. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate jade-like face was filled with a bright smile. Her expression was calm and her eyes were clear. It was just a business discussion. It was useless to say anything more. What mattered was whether their conditions were suitable. Miss Bailey, putting all of this aside, I really admire you. Qing Zonghao's gaze was sincere. Nowadays, there were not many young people whom he admired. However, he had admired Bailey Hongzhuang since the first time he had met her. This cultivator from the lower realm obviously did not have any background, but she had been able to take advantage of it. Logically speaking, it would have been very easy for the Di family to deal with two cultivators from the lower realm. However, after meeting Bailey Hongzhuang, everything had become impossible. This was not the Di family's problem, but Bailey Hongzhuang was smart enough. Just like how she was talking to him now, Bailey Hongzhuang was also very smart. She understood the rules of this world too well. Furthermore, he could not ignore Di Beichen, who was beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Although Di Beichen had not spoken much ever since he had arrived, his deep and wise gaze made him understand that he had also seen through everything. He had just not said anything. Di Beichen had also been paying attention to their surroundings. If there was any unhappiness between them, he was already prepared to leave with Bailey Hongzhuang immediately. This young man was very protective of Bailey Hongzhuang. Thank you, Master Qing. I feel very honored to be admired by you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Master Qing, I am a very simple person. You can tell me what you want directly. Since you are so straightforward, I will not say any more nonsense. Qing Zonghao's expression became serious. I want to know the person behind you. As soon as Qing Zonghao finished speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other without batting an eyelid. They were secretly criticizing him in their hearts, but they did not reveal any clues on the surface. They had come to the upper realm alone and without any help. It was no longer a secret that they did not have any background. Everyone was very clear about this situation. What exactly had made Qing Zonghao mistakenly think that they actually had a background? Master Qing, what do you mean? Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm as she looked at Qing Zonghao in confusion. It was obvious that she did not understand what he meant. In fact, she really did not understand. However, in Qing Zonghao's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately pretending. In his heart, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's disguise was not bad. I have seen your inscriptions. You should know about this, right? Qing Zonghao smiled faintly. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. I know. When I first saw your inscriptions, I realized that your inscriptions had reached a perfect level. This was something that I had been trying to achieve all these years. Unfortunately, after spending so much time, I was still unable to do so. Thus, when I discovered that you were able to do so, I was pleasantly surprised. Chung Zonghao said while observing Bailey Hongshuang's expression. Sure enough, when he said this, he realized that Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed a little. Bailey Hongshuang had never understood why Chung Zonghao, who was also an inscription master, would pursue her so closely. Now, she finally understood. It turned out that the inscriptions that Chung Zonghao had not yet reached the level of skill, so he had been so persistent. This was where the problem lay. Although Bailey Hongshuang found it strange that Chung Zonghao would give her a master out of nowhere, she thought about it carefully and understood his thoughts. With her current age, it was already surprising that her inscription technique could reach such a level. Moreover, she could do things that Chung Zonghao couldn't, so it was normal for him to think so. Thinking about it, if it was anyone else, they would have the same opinion. In fact, she did have a master, and this master was abnormally strong, and that was the Chaos Ring. Thinking about this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly, then nodded and said, Master Ching, you're right, I do have a master. Bewitching also nodded quietly. At this time, bringing up a groundless master wasn't a bad thing for Bailey Hongshuang. On the contrary, it was a good thing. Only Chung Zonghao thought that they had a strong enough backing, so he wouldn't dare to act against them. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang admitted this point, Chung Zonghao's face revealed a joyful smile. It seemed that his guess was wrong. I have some questions to ask your master, I wonder if you can introduce me to him. Chung Zonghao's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Ever since he knew of Bailey Hongshuang's ability in inscription technique, he had wanted to pay a visit to Bailey Hongshuang's master. Before this, he also thought of directly capturing Bailey Hongshuang and learning the inscription technique from her. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. Because, just from this inscription technique, he could tell that her master's background wasn't simple. If he offended such a big figure, it wouldn't be beneficial to him. If the other party was angry and came to find trouble with him, he might not be able to withstand his own anger. In this way, he might as well build a good relationship with Bailey Hongshuang, and through Bailey Hongshuang's recommendation, he might be able to get a better result. Bailey Hongshuang pretended to be deep in thought for a moment, then said, My master has always been very good to me, Master Ching, you've helped me before, so I believe that my master should be willing to meet you. However, my master has something to do and isn't here recently. Hearing this, Chung Zonghao was slightly disappointed. He really couldn't wait to meet that master. If my master was here, I wouldn't be restrained by the D family. Actually, I understand that he left for a period of time to give me space to grow. Otherwise, if I was always under his protection, it would be difficult for me to grow by myself. Master Chung, don't you think so? Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's explanation, Chung Zonghao finally understood. You're right, young people should have the opportunity to rely on themselves. Your master is for your own good, he really cares of you. Actually, he's as D's. If it wasn't for him, it would be hard for me to imagine my current state. Saying this, Bailey Hongshuang said, Master Ching, if my master comes back, I'll definitely recommend you to him, but I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while. Chung Zonghao waved his hand. No problem, I can wait. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Alright, I'll inform you when my master comes back. Master Chung, you're too polite. You've helped me before. What I'm doing is just a small matter. Bailey Hongshuang smiled faintly. For a moment, Chung Zonghao felt that Bailey Hongshuang was more and more pleasing to the eye. Originally, he was worried that Bailey Hongshuang would hide it from him and not be willing to tell him. He didn't expect Bailey Hongshuang to be such a straightforward person. However, when he recalled how Bailey Hongshuang treated her two friends, he understood. If my information is correct, the president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly will be back tomorrow. When he's back, I'll introduce you to him. Don't worry, Gong Tianfeng is only the vice president. The president has the most authority. In fact, Gong Tianfeng's actions have already made many people unhappy. It has affected the Radiant Sacred Assembly to a certain extent. Moreover, your attribute talent is so outstanding. The president has no reason to reject you. Chung Zonghao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His aura was released. He was very confident about this. Looking at Chung Zonghao's confident look, Bailey Hongshuang smiled and cupped her hands. Thank you, Master Ching. I really don't see eye to eye with this vice president. I thought that it would be impossible for me to join the Radiant Sacred Assembly. If Master Ching has a way, I'll be very grateful. Although she was unhappy with Gong Tianfeng, she wouldn't joke about her future. As long as they could obtain the cultivation method of the light attribute, it would be a good thing for them. Moreover, she, Bewitching, Baisher, and Xiaohe all had the light attribute. If they could cultivate the light attribute, their battle strength would definitely increase greatly. Don't worry. Wait for my news. Goodbye. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching stood up and left Qing Zhonghao's residence. After achieving his goal, Qing Zhonghao didn't invite Bailey Hongzhuang to join him. In fact, just like what Bailey Hongzhuang said, the inscriptions in the entire Rong'an city belonged to him, which was undoubtedly the best. Bailey Hongzhuang was only in charge of the Raging Flame School's inscriptions, which wouldn't affect him much. After leaving Qing Zhonghao's mansion, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. I thought that we would face a dragon's pool and a tiger's den this time. I didn't expect it to be so easy. On the contrary, we got a big gift. You can rest assured now. Bewitching chuckled. He knew that although Bailey Hongzhuang had rejected the Holy Light Assembly, she still cared about this matter. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't want her future to be affected by a woman she hated. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Isn't that good? Since Qing Zhonghao is so confident, I think this matter will most likely succeed. It will definitely succeed. Bewitching said with certainty. However, you have to go back and face that disgusting woman again. Are you okay with that? No problem. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. She said she wouldn't let me in, but I went in anyway. The person who should be the most unhappy should be her, not me. If I can stimulate her and make her understand that the Holy Light Assembly doesn't belong to her alone, why wouldn't I do it? Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. If she could make her opponent unhappy, she would be happy. Good move. Bewitching nodded. That vice president will have a headache after meeting my wife. I'll take it as a compliment. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. After solving the problem that had been troubling them for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were in a good mood. They did not rush back to the Blazing Flame sect immediately. Instead, they went to the restaurant. However, they did not expect to meet someone they did not want to meet on the way. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the woman in front of her with a trace of disgust in her clear black and white eyes. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching also looked at her. It was an unfamiliar face. He had never seen her before. However, looking at the other party's age and Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude, he had already guessed the other party's identity. This is the vice president of the Holy Assembly? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. That's right, it's her. Gong Tianfeng naturally saw Bailey Hongzhuang as well. Not only that, Xiao Jin, who was beside her, also noticed her. Junior sister Bailey, are you going to the restaurant to eat? Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao Jin's face immediately revealed a friendly smile. Her gaze quietly fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's hands that were held together. Immediately, the smile on her face became even brighter. Yes, I didn't expect to meet senior sister so coincidentally. It's a coincidence that we met. Why don't we sit down and eat together? Xiao Jin invited. However, before Bailey Hongzhuang could reply, Gong Tianfeng's voice had already sounded. Then there's no need. I feel disgusted when I see such a self-deprecating person, let alone eat together. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also looked at Gong Tianfeng. Her voice was cold and disdainful. Vice President, do you not have eyes? Are you using your nose to replace the function of your eyes? As soon as these words were said, Gong Tianfeng's face darkened. Anger flashed in her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? Look at how arrogant you are. How can others see your eyes? They can only see two big nostrils. Gong Tianfeng's face changed, and her high head lowered a little. Her eyes then looked at Bewitching. I was wondering why you didn't want to break up with him. It turns out that he's quite good-looking. Xiao Bai face. No wonder you like him. However, if you give up your future for a man, you will definitely regret it, at that time, even if you cry and beg me to let you join the Holy Light Assembly, I won't give you the chance. You don't have to worry about that. That day won't come. Bailey Hongzhuang retorted, for a guy like you who only looks at attributes and not people, talking about feelings is equivalent to talking nonsense. Back then, you left your husband for your so-called laughable reason, and now you feel happy? From the looks of it, you're going to spend the rest of your life alone. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao Rojin and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to even bring up Gong Tianfeng's past. Darkness attribute cultivators are synonymous with depravity. My choice back then was very correct. Even now, I still feel that it was very correct. You, on the other hand, are stubborn. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Seeing that Gong Tianfeng had already integrated this view into her bones, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but shake her head. At this point, it was useless even if she said anything more. This woman was so stubborn that she wouldn't listen to anything. So what if you're of the dark attribute? Bewitching's gaze was cold and eerie. If the dark attribute has fallen, then is your appearance an infinite radiance? Hearing Bewitching's words, Gong Tianfeng was momentarily at a loss for words. Following that, the corners of her lips curled into a cold smile as she arrogantly said, "People of the dark attribute don't deserve to speak to me." Following Gong Tianfeng's words, one of the cultivators in the restaurant could not help but stand up and angrily said, "Who do you think you are, old woman? Did a dark attribute cultivator kill your entire family or something? Don't think that you're so great just because you're of the light attribute. Looking down on people of the dark attribute, why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who you are?" The sudden appearance of the man caused Gong Tianfeng to be stunned. Clearly, she did not expect that someone else would suddenly appear while she was talking to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but look at the other party. After seeing the angry look on the other party's face, she already understood. Come to think of it, the other party must also be a dark attribute cultivator. After hearing Gong Tianfeng's ridicule, he could not help but stand up. "That's right, old woman of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. You're vicious and think highly of yourself. I've long been displeased with you. You really think you're so great." Another cultivator stood up, "I'm of the dark attribute, so what? What does it have to do with you? Come to think of it, we're too lazy to talk to you. We feel that it's a waste of time to talk to a person like you who reeks of stench from head to toe." After seeing this scene, the other cultivators in the restaurant could not help but whisper to each other. Although I'm not a dark attribute cultivator, the words of this vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly are really too harsh. That incident happened so long ago. Even if there's a mistake, it's the fault of those dark attribute cultivators in the past. What does it have to do with the people now? It's already very unfortunate that they haven't been able to develop well because of this. This woman's attitude is actually so exaggerated. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to stand it. I think this Bailey Hongzhuang is right. This woman wants to be alone for the rest of her life. That's why she wants to break up the affectionate couple and separate others. Words of disdain and ridicule fell into Gong Tianfeng's ears. Even as stubborn as she was so angry that her hands were trembling. She was speechless for a moment. "Bailey Hongzhuang, our sacred assembly will never accept you." After Gong Tianfeng said those words angrily, she looked at Xiao Ruojin, "Let's go. She's, but she didn't expect things turned out at how it turned out, she didn't expect things, her. Of it. Her. She. When she's when she her too. Hers is. Don's hers are for what? Gong Tianfeng roared, "As long as I'm in the sacred assembly, don't even think about joining." Bailey Hongzhuang spread out her hands and shrugged nonchalantly, "We'll see." "All right. We'll see." It wasn't until Gong Tianfeng left that the restaurant regained its silence. Bewitching smiled faintly and shook his head, "It's not worth it to affect my mood for such a person. Master, I'm really looking forward to seeing Gong Tianfeng's expression when Master Qing and the president of the Holy Light Assembly agree to let you join." Xiaohe gloated, "Just now, she said that as long as she's here, she won't let you join. This woman is so determined. What if she fights with the president? Will it affect things? Xiaobai was a little worried. The most important thing right now was to obtain the cultivation method of the holy light energy. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Gong Tianfeng had said so much today. If she joined the Holy Light Assembly, it would be a heavy slap to her face. Don't worry, it won't affect things. Di Beichen held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand tightly. Chung Zonghao looked like he was going to win. His relationship with the president of the Holy Light Assembly should be very deep. Moreover, from his attitude when he mentioned Gong Tianfeng, he seems to be somewhat disdainful of her. If my judgment is correct, although Gong Tianfeng is the vice president, the president might not like her very much. Hearing that, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. You're so sure? Di Beichen smiled mysteriously. If you don't believe me, then just wait and see. In the private room, they ordered a table of delicious food and wine. Bailey Hongzhuang, Di Beichen, and the four beasties ate happily. Xiao Xuanzi's strength had greatly improved. Previously, it had been bullied by the three beasties. Now, it finally had the right to speak for itself. Finally, it no longer had to be bullied by them. Just as they walked out of the restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen saw Devouz and Di Sudong walking towards them. These two must have heard the news and rushed over. Bailey Hongzhuang lowered her voice. Previously, they had a big conflict with Gong Tianfeng, so it was normal for Devouz and the rest to receive the news. Let's see what they want to do first. Di Beichen calmly pulled Bailey Hongzhuang behind him. His handsome face was covered with frost as he looked at Devouz. However, Devouz and Di Sudong pretended to be passing by. When they got closer, they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Sudong with resentment. Bailey Hongzhuang, I heard that you've been rejected by the Holy Light Assembly. I thought I would be able to soar into the sky, but I didn't expect it to be useless. This is really embarrassing. Devouz had a mocking look on his face. He was already very unhappy that he had lost face in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Later on, he had been blackmailed by Bailey Hongzhuang, so one could imagine how unhappy he was. You don't have to worry about that. It wasn't easy to get rid of the poison, but you can't wait to jump around. Be careful not to get poisoned again. If that happens, it won't be something that can be resolved with 150,000 spirit stones, Bailey Hongzhuang retorted. Devouz's face fell when he heard this. This was what he didn't want to hear the most. You took the D family spirit stones and now you're running out to have fun. You're really comfortable. Di Sudong's eyes narrowed. He also wanted to know if Bailey Hongzhuang had used the D family spirit stones after such a long time. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Sudong might not have understood the purpose of their trip, but now they understood after hearing Di Sudong's words. This kind of trick is too low level. It's useless against me. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was languid as if she was talking about something that was not worth mentioning at all. If you want to deal with me, you'd better think of some better moves first. With that, Bailey Hongzhuang held on to Di Beichen's arm and brushed past Devouz. When the cultivators present heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, their faces were filled with confusion. They did not understand what she meant. Only Devouz and Di Sudong, who had remained on the spot, understood Bailey Hongzhuang's meaning. As it turned out, Bailey Hongzhuang had already known about them and knew that they had poisoned the spiritual stones. She had even thought of a way to deal with it long ago. It was just that they were kept in the dark. They still remembered the disdain and ridicule that appeared on Bailey Hongzhuang's face when she had left. Second uncle, what do we do now? Devouz's expression was extremely ugly. He did not know why, but when he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang now, he actually had the misconception that he could not defeat her. She was clearly a cultivator from the lower realm. No matter how he looked at it, he should not be a match for her. However, ever since he had arrived in Rong'an City, he had been defeated time and time again by Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, he no longer had his initial drive. On the contrary, whenever he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, he would lose his confidence. Di Sudong's face was also dark. He did not know what to do now either. He had thought that his plan this time was flawless and that there would be no problems at all. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had actually cracked it. Let's go back first and think of something else, Di Sudong said in a deep voice. Second uncle, I think that Bailey Hongzhuang is really difficult to deal with. Now that she has the Blazing Flame sect and Qingzhonghao's support, I think that we won't be able to take revenge at all, right? Devouz looked dispirited. He had failed again and again. Now, he didn't want to see Bailey Hongzhuang anymore. It was too much of a blow. He even felt that instead of continuing to stay here, he might as well go back. It was better than being treated as a joke by everyone. Di Sudong naturally understood Devouz's mood. In the past, Devouz had always been full of confidence. How could he be like now? To a cultivator, self-confidence was extremely important. Without self-confidence, it would be extremely detrimental to his future cultivation path. However, it was too embarrassing to go back like this. Wu Zhe, don't be disheartened. The reason why we can't deal with Bailey Hongzhuang here is because her helpers are here. It's normal that we can't deal with her. In a few days, the Raging Flame School will arrange for their cultivators to go out and train. That is a very good opportunity for us. Wentao's death is still unclear. We can't not avenge him. Hearing Di Wentao's name, Devouz's expression turned serious. He nodded heavily and said, yes, we can't just leave like this. We still have to avenge Wentao. Seeing Devouz's expression, Di Sudong finally relaxed. He couldn't just go back like this. Otherwise, his clansmen would definitely say that he didn't do a good job. He would only have the face to go back if he achieved his goal. After walking for some distance, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen realized that the people from the Di family didn't chase after them. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. It seems that they came here today for nothing else but to find out if the poison on the spirit stones worked. The Di family has been attacked time and time again, so their morale is no longer the same as before. When I saw Devouz just now, I realized that his eyes were no longer as sharp as before. No wonder he's been so well-behaved recently. Di Beichen's eyes sparkled with wisdom. He had not missed out on Devouz's performance just now. With just a simple glance, he had already discovered the problem. That's a good thing. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Speaking of which, she really did not have the time to deal with the Di family now. The two of them strolled around the streets of Rong'an City for a while before slowly walking back to the Fiery Flame sect. They spent most of their time cultivating and wanted to relax when they had the time. However, when they arrived at the Fiery Flame sect, they realized that the atmosphere around them was a little strange. The disciples in the sect were all looking at them strangely and whispering to each other. However, their voices were so soft that they could not hear them clearly. What's going on? Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Although there were many people who talked about them on a daily basis, it was obvious that something else had happened. However, the two of them had just returned from outside and had not stayed in the sect at all. What could have happened? Let's ask Wang Yanhan and the others. Di Beichen looked calm. They could not afford to panic at a time like this. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. It seemed that all the cultivators in the sect already knew about this. She believed that Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao, who were well informed, would definitely know as well. However, just as the two of them were walking in, Yi Haomiao's figure happened to appear in front of them. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yanhan, Yi Haomiao's eyes lit up and he immediately rushed over. I've finally met you. Haomiao, what's going on? Di Beichen asked in a low voice. The vice president of the Holy Light Assembly came just now. I really have to hand it to this old woman. Why does she have to target you again and again? Yi Haomiao's face was filled with disgust and confusion. He immediately recounted what had happened. After she came, she went to find the sect master and threatened to have the sect master chase you and Beichen out. This woman keeps calling me scum. Her words are very unpleasant. Yi Haomiao frowned. I really don't know what's wrong with this vice president. No matter what, he's still the vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. I'm speechless. After hearing all this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, they finally understood why everyone was looking at them with such strange gazes. It turned out that this was the reason. Looks like Gong Tianfeng came to the Raging Flame sect after leaving the restaurant. Di Beichen's eyes were cold as a cold light danced in the depths of his eyes. This woman really doesn't like me. Not only did she not allow me to join the Holy Light Assembly, now she wants the Raging Flame sect to chase me out. She really thinks she's so great. Her ink-black phoenix eyes were filled with disgust. She hated people who thought too highly of themselves and thought too highly of themselves. I can't understand this vice president's thoughts either. Hong Zhuang, you're really unlucky to have offended her. It's said that old women who can't get married are the most troublesome. Sigh. No. Xianxia shook his head. I only saw the vice president leave after looking for the master. Until now, the master hasn't said anything and Steward Wu hasn't said anything either. Now, everyone is guessing what the master's decision will be. After all, the Radiant Sacred Assembly is quite powerful. If the vice president insists on targeting you, this matter will be difficult to handle. Don't worry. Since the master hasn't said anything, it means that he won't chase us out. Bewitching's extraordinarily handsome face was calm and certain. His long and narrow eyes were bright and wise as if they could see through everything. How can you be so sure? Xianxia was startled. He had been anxious about this matter the entire time. Bewitching was the person involved in this matter. If he was chased out of the Blazing Flames house, it would be terrible. However, Bewitching was acting as if nothing had happened. This was simply too incomprehensible. Bewitching chuckled when he saw Xianxia's puzzled look. If the master really planned to chase us out, he would have announced it the moment Gong Tianfeng suggested it. Only then would he be able to achieve the best results. Now that Gong Tianfeng has left, the master hasn't said anything about it. This proves that he won't do it. Bewitching is right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. When it came to people in power, they always knew when to maximize their benefits. Clearly, the master didn't think that a single sentence from the vice president was worth chasing them out. My master is an inscription master of the Blazing Flames house. Although he's a disciple in name, his identity as an inscription master is also very obvious. Gong Tianfeng may be a member of the Radiant Sacred Assembly, but she hasn't been of much help to the Blazing Flames house. How could the master chase my master out because of Gong Tianfeng? Baisher couldn't help but ask. Xianxia came to a realization when he heard Baisher's words. He stroked Baisher's head and smiled. Baisher, you're really smart. You've even understood this. Of course. Then we can rest assured. That old hag really thinks she's so great. She actually dared to interfere with our House of Raging Flames business. Xianxia smiled faintly. He finally let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, Xianxia's expression changed. Oh no, I was so focused on talking to you that I forgot about Wan Yanhan. What's wrong with senior brother Wan Yan? Bailey Hongzhuang asked in confusion. Wan Yanhan and I wanted to inform you as soon as we found out about this. However, you weren't in the Raging Flames school, so we couldn't find you immediately. Wan Yanhan told me to stay here and wait for you guys. He really couldn't take this lying down. He has already gone to the Radiant Sacred Assembly to reason with the vice president. Let's hurry over and take a look. I think that vice president isn't some kind person either. If Wan Yanhan suffers because of this, that would be terrible. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's expressions changed when they heard Xianxia's words. They never thought that Wan Yanhan would be so daring as to go to the Radiant Sacred Assembly alone to reason with them. It would be terrible if he was hurt because of this. Let's hurry over and take a look. The members of the Holy Light Assembly were also surprised by Wan Yanhan's sudden appearance. After he arrived, he immediately announced that he was looking for Gong Tianfeng. Gong Tianfeng happened to be in the main hall. When she saw that someone was looking for her, she came out to find out what was going on. However, when she found out Wan Yanhan's purpose, her expression immediately turned ugly. I know that you're the vice president of the Holy Light Assembly and have an extraordinary status. However, you've been targeting my junior sister over and over again. Don't you think it's a little too despicable? Looking at Gong Tianfeng, Wan Yanhan's eyes were burning with rage. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were his junior brothers and sisters. Since they were here, he had an obligation to take care of them. He did not have much ability in the face of a colossus like the Holy Light Assembly. However, he could not tolerate the fact that the other party was pushing him to his limits. Not only did he not allow Bailey Hongzhuang to join the Holy Light Assembly, he even wanted to make Bailey Hongzhuang leave the Raging Flame sect. Until now, he had never seen an elder go so far. Despicable? Gong Tianfeng chuckled. I don't like her. So what if I want her to disappear from Rongan City? Young man, I advise you to go back and stay there. Otherwise, if you make me unhappy, I'll make you leave with her. You're simply despicable and shameless. Wang Yanhan's anger surged. Don't think that you're so great just because you're the vice president of the Holy Light Assembly. Just the fact that the Holy Light Assembly hired someone like you to be its vice president is already a huge failure. Gong Tianfeng's face was gloomy. She was a reputable figure after all. Being pointed at and scolded by Wang Yanhan in front of the Holy Light Assembly like this, she was also embarrassed. Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The cold voice was full of threat. Gong Tianfeng was obviously angry. Most importantly, the nearby passers-by were looking at them. Those looks of disbelief made her feel very unhappy. Look. The vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly has been stirring up a lot of trouble recently. I've already heard that after the conflict at the restaurant, the vice president went to the Blazing Flame sect and asked them to kick Bailey Hongzhuang out. That's why Bailey Hongzhuang's senior brother came here to fight for justice. The Holy Light Assembly is more peaceful when the president is around. When the president is not around, this vice president is completely running amok. Everyone shook their heads. Their impression of the Holy Assembly had always been very good. However, their impression of the Holy Assembly had changed after Gong Tianfeng's recent actions. Unless you change your mind, I won't leave just like that. Wang Yanhan's attitude was firm. Even if Gong Tianfeng's status was not ordinary, they also could not allow Gong Tianfeng to continue bullying them like this. After all, a person in a high position should be reasonable. Looking at Wang Yanhan's unyielding attitude, Gong Tianfeng's fury surged. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me. In the next moment, Gong Tianfeng raised her hand and prepared to attack Wang Yanhan. Wang Yanhan was also prepared. Even though he knew that the other party's strength was far above his, he still had no intention of giving up. Hearing this familiar voice, Gong Tianfeng stopped what she was doing and looked at the person who had come. As expected, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had both appeared. Her expression was cold and her eyes were filled with disgust. As juniors, you have no respect for me at all. Do you expect me to treat you well? Gong Tianfeng, you're the one who came looking for trouble with us today. Originally, I didn't want to bother with an annoying person like you, but you provoked us first. After failing to provoke us and being scolded by other cultivators, you went to the Blazing Flame sect to look for trouble with us. You're already so old. Do you know how to write the word shame? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were burning and her voice was loud and sharp. She had seen many annoying people, such as Di Sudong. However, at least Di Sudong had an irreconcilable enmity with her. However, this woman in front of her was targeting her for a groundless reason and was abusing her power. It was fine if she was a real villain, but the most disgusting thing was this kind of person who pretended to be righteous on the surface but was doing shady things behind the scenes. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's merciless words, Gong Tianfeng's expression turned even uglier. Some of the cultivators who didn't know the situation looked at Gong Tianfeng differently after hearing all this. It was really hard to imagine that the vice president would do such a thing. Not only that, but the cultivators of the Holy Light Assembly also felt embarrassed. Usually, they were praised by others. They didn't expect the vice president to do such a thing that didn't fit her status. It had affected the entire Holy Light Assembly's image. I don't like you, so I'm going to chase you away. Gong Tianfeng said angrily. There are many people in this world who don't like me. Who do you think you are? Bailey Hongzhuang was furious. This person was simply shameless. As long as you dare to appear in my sight, I'll never let you have a good time. No matter which force you join, I'll get them to chase you away. In short, as long as I, Gong Tianfeng, am here, I'll make sure you have no place in Rongan City. Gong Tianfeng's gaze was vicious. At this point, she was too lazy to say anything else. What she wanted was for Bailey Hongzhuang to regret it. Vice President, as long as you're still alive, you can't be too full of yourself. Leave some leeway for us to meet again in the future. If you're too aggressive, I'm afraid it won't do you any good. Debachen's eyes flashed with a cold light. You're just the vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Behind you is the president. He's the one with the most authority. Aren't you being a little too confident with your words? Hearing this, Gong Tianfeng smiled disdainfully. I've already said this much. What can you do, in this Radiant Sacred Assembly, who dares to refute my words? In short, if I don't let Bailey Hongshuang join the Holy Light Assembly, she can't join. If I want her to disappear from Rongan City, she has to disappear. What if the president says no? Debachen had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. You rejected him for such a weird reason. The president might not be like you. So what if the president is here? You don't have to hope that the president will agree. If I say it's impossible, it's impossible. What arrogance! Bailey Hongshuang sneered. You're just a vice president. You don't even put the president in your eyes. If she's not qualified, then I'm qualified, right? As soon as Gong Tianfeng finished speaking, a low and deep voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this familiar voice, Gong Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly turned around. When she saw the person behind her, her face instantly turned pale and cold sweat suddenly appeared. She hurriedly bowed, President. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the approximately 50-years-old elder in front of her and her eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. The man was wearing a gray-green robe and had an extraordinary and majestic bearing. At this moment, his eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Gong Tianfeng. Next to the president, Chung Zonghao stood impressively and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a faint smile. She was secretly surprised. Previously, didn't Chung Zonghao say that the president would only be back in 2 days? Why did he suddenly come back? Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but look at Debachen. Just now, Debachen suddenly led the topic to the president. Could it be that he already knew that the president was back and deliberately set a trap for Gong Tianfeng? Seeing the president's dissatisfied look, it was obvious that he was angry. Gong Tianfeng was so arrogant just now and completely did not put the president in her eyes. Presumably, she was going to be in trouble now. Facing Bailey Hongshuang's gaze, Debachen's lips hooked into a trace of an evil smile and winked at her. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood. It seemed that her guess was not wrong. Indeed, it was Debachen's trap. Vice President, I didn't think that in just a short period of time, the entire guild would be turned upside down by you. Looking at your arrogance, I should give up the position of president to you, right? Shui Hongyan's eyes flashed with a cold light and his voice was gloomy and filled with pressure. Gong Tianfeng's back turned cold and she couldn't help but look at Debachen and Bailey Hongshuang with resentment. At this point, how could she not understand that it was Bailey Hongshuang who had deliberately set up a trap for her to say such outrageous words, especially Debachen? This guy completely saw through everything. He knew that it would not be easy to deal with her, so he wanted to kill her with a borrowed knife. She knew it. Darkness attribute cultivators were all black-bellied. They were good at using others to do their dirty work. Guild leader, I definitely didn't mean that. I was just spouting nonsense out of anger. Please don't take it to heart. Hee hee. Shui Hongyan sneered, if you don't have any thoughts in your heart, even if you're talking nonsense, you wouldn't say something like that. Gong Tianfeng's expression was extremely ugly. No matter how she explained, it was obviously useless. What she had said before had completely angered Shui Hongyan, and it would not be easy for her to redeem herself. As the vice president, you are standing outside the door and arguing with a bunch of juniors. What is this? Shui Hongyan was very unhappy. He just happened to come back first today. If he had not come back early, he would not have seen this scene. Usually, Gong Tianfeng was very capable and obedient under his command, but he never thought that she would be like this behind the scenes. Previously, when Chung Zonghao told him about it, he did not quite believe it. Now, he understood everything. Guild leader, they were the ones who started it. Gong Tianfeng defended herself. I've heard about what you've done on my way here. I have my own judgment on who's right and who's wrong. As the vice president, the entire Holy Light Assembly's image has been ruined by you. After being scolded by Shui Hongyan, Gong Tianfeng was dumbfounded. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to explain herself. Her words earlier had already made Shui Hongyan extremely displeased. Presumably, no matter what she said now, it wouldn't change Xue Hongyan's mind. The more she said, the more mistakes she would make. If she continued to quibble, it might worsen Xue Hongyan's impression of her. Thinking of this, Gong Tianfeng could only endure Xue Hongyan's anger. President Xue, this is Bailey Hongzhuang that I've mentioned to you before. Chung Zhonghao's face was filled with an amiable smile. Her talent is at the maximum level. Although there are some impurities, I believe that her future achievements will not be bad. To tell you the truth, there aren't many juniors that I admire, but Bailey Hongzhuang is one of them. Listening to Chung Zhonghao's words, Xue Hongyan's eyes also fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, and a smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. So you're Bailey Hongzhuang. Greetings, President Xue. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed. Xue Hongyan nodded slightly. Along the way, Master Qing has been praising you. I've known him for so long and I know his temper very well. Among the younger generation, you're the only one who can receive such praise from him. I believe in his judgment. Thank you, President Xue. Thank you, Master Qing. Bailey Hongzhuang said humbly and secretly exchanged glances with Qing Zonghao. She appreciated his kindness. Let's go in first. It's really inconvenient to stand outside with so many people coming and going. Xue Hongyan smiled faintly and brushed past Gong Tianfeng. Clearly, he didn't want to bother with her. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others entered the Holy Light Assembly, Gong Tianfeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a venomous gaze. She had heard that Qing Zonghao wanted to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang, but she hadn't expected him to think so highly of her. He had even come to the Holy Assembly for Bailey Hongzhuang just to put in a good word for her in front of President Xue. Greetings, Guild Leader Xue. As soon as Xue Hongyan appeared, the cultivators of the Holy Light Assembly bowed respectfully. After Xue Hongyan nodded, everyone returned to normal. Master, it seems that this President Xue has a very high reputation in the Radiant Sacred Assembly. This situation is completely different from when Gong Tianfeng was here. Xiao Hei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Initially, she was worried that the president might be in cahoots with Gong Tianfeng. However, judging from the current situation, that did not seem to be the case. Gong Tianfeng does things based on her own preferences. She doesn't make any sense. We're all smart people. Naturally, we won't respect such a person from the bottom of our hearts. It's normal for such a situation to occur. That's great. Now that President Xue is back, the vice president won't be able to do things based on her own feelings. Immediately after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were arranged to the side. Xue Hongyan had just returned and there were still many things he needed to understand. At the very least, he needed to understand more about how to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang before he could make a decision. Chung Zonghao also left. Before he left, he gave them a look, indicating that he would take care of everything and there was no need to worry. Little junior sister, I didn't expect your relationship with Master Qing to be so good. Master Qing has been speaking up for you. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Grandmaster Qing is indeed a good person. Senior brother Wanyan, it's too dangerous for you to come here alone to reason with Gong Tianfeng. Beichen's expression was grave. If they hadn't come at the right time, the consequences would have been unimaginable if Gong Tianfeng had attacked Wanyan Han. With Gong Tianfeng's character, he didn't doubt that she would have killed him if they had fought just now. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression also turned grave. Beichen is right. Senior brother, you were too impulsive just now. This is related to your safety. Although there was some blame in his words, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen were touched. Wanyan Han was willing to disregard his own safety for them. It was clear that he truly cared for them. Hearing their words, Wanyan Han smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Isn't everything fine now? The vice president's previous actions were too much. If we had allowed her to continue causing trouble, your position in the Raging Flame School would have been in jeopardy. I had to stop her. Senior brother, thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black eyes sparkled with gratitude. Her voice was gentle, but she remembered Wanyan Han's kindness in her heart. You're all really unpredictable. Yi Haomiao sighed. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I followed you. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but smile when they heard Yi Haomiao's words. Their actions were crazy in many people's eyes, but they were slowly closing the gap between them. This vice president isn't a good person. With her around, it won't be easy for you to join the Radiant Sacred Assembly. Even if you do join, I'm sure she'll find ways to stop you. Wang Yanhan frowned. He hadn't met Gong Tianfeng before, but he knew a little about her from other people. After meeting her today, he realized that she was a completely unreasonable woman. Everything he said to her was nonsense. If it wasn't for the fact that little junior sister needed the cultivation method of the light attribute, it would have been better if she didn't join the Holy Light Assembly. I know. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent, but the light in her eyes became sharper. She will indeed try to stop me, but I can also think of a way. Just like today, wasn't she also tricked by us? As long as we continue to fight, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious. Her delicate and perfect face was overflowing with confidence, and her pair of beautiful eyes were sharp. Facing Gong Tianfeng, she was not afraid at all. The worst that could happen was to leave the Holy Light Assembly. This woman couldn't think of any other way. As long as Hong Zhuang can obtain the light attribute cultivation method, it's already a good thing. As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gentle expression. Currently, the biggest obstacle was the lack of cultivation methods. As for the rest, it was nothing more than cultivation resources. On the contrary, they didn't care about this the most. Wang Yanhan, don't worry. Look at how insightful Bewitching and Hong Zhuang are. In fact, I also think that they're right. As long as we can obtain the cultivation method, we don't care about the rest. No matter how bad it is, it won't be worse than now. On the contrary, if we cause trouble and make Gong Tianfeng unhappy, then it'll be considered as interest. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were waiting, Xiao Rojin walked in from the outside. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Xiao Rojin's expression froze. She blinked, as if wondering if she had seen wrongly. After confirming that she was not mistaken, Xiao Rojin couldn't help but walk over and pretended to be concerned. Junior sister Bailey, why are you here? I've already heard about what happened in the sect before. The vice president has such a temper, but you coming here now will only make things worse. Why don't I think of a way to help you ask? You should go back first. No need. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled lightly, but she sneered in her heart. If Xiao Rojin really wanted to help her, with her relationship with Gong Tianfeng, it would have already had a certain effect. How could it be getting worse and worse like now? Junior sister Bailey, I'm doing this for your own good. You should know the vice president's power. If she doesn't want you to stay in Rongan City, she can definitely do it. It's not a wise decision for you to go against her like this. As she spoke, Xiao Rojin couldn't help but look at Bewitching, her eyes rippling. Junior brother D, you should stop junior sister Bailey. Bewitching glanced at Xiao Rojin lazily and said indifferently, Senior sister, you don't have to worry about this matter. President Xue has already returned and is now dealing with this matter. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Rojin couldn't help but be stunned. What did you say? Senior sister Xiao, although the vice president's power is not small, in Rongan City, there will always be people with higher status than her. For example, President Xue, don't you think so? Xianxia chuckled, but there was coldness in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Rojin nodded with a slightly embarrassed expression. Yes, that's great. I'll go take a look at the situation. It would be best if I could help junior sister Bailey. Looking at Xiao Rojin's somewhat flustered back, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up slightly. Senior sister Xiao is really busy every day. Hongzhuang, don't believe this Xiao Rojin. Her gentleness and kindness may have fooled many people, but she couldn't fool us. One of the people I knew before was her follower, so I have a good understanding of her character. If I really believe that she is as gentle and kind as she appears to be, then it will be over. Yi Haomiao looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and reminded her seriously. I understand. Just as Xiao Rojin was about to go upstairs, Xue Hongyan and the others came down. At the same time, Gong Tianfeng also walked out from the other side. Previously, Xue Hongyan had asked others to understand what had happened during this period of time and did not ask her. At this moment, she also wanted to know what decision the president would make. Xue Hongyan walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side with a face full of smiles and said, Miss Bailey, I formally invite you to join the Holy Light Assembly. As soon as this was said, some people were happy, while others were worried. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Thank you, President Xue. Chung Zonghao, who was standing beside Xue Hongyan, was also full of smiles. If he said that there would be no problem, there would naturally be no problem. President. Gong Tianfeng said in dissatisfaction, looking anxious. She had previously said that as long as she was in the Holy Light Assembly, she would not let Bailey Hongshuang join. Now that the president had made such a decision, wasn't this a slap to her face? You don't have to say anything more. I already know the whole story. Xue Hongyan's face was cold, and he did not intend to say anything more to Gong Tianfeng. President, but I have already rejected her joining. If you do this, Xue Hongyan's words shut Gong Tianfeng's mouth immediately. For a moment, Gong Tianfeng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but she could only glare hatefully at Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Miss Bailey, you'll be a member of the Holy Light Assembly from now on. Don't worry, you'll be treated fairly here. I hope you'll have a good future. Thank you, President Xue. Bailey Hongshuang bowed and thanked him. Xue Hongyan waved his hand. I just found out that Miss Bailey is already an inscription master at such a young age. Speaking of this, you're not simple at all. There's no need for you to bow to me. You're the president. It's only right for me to do so. The smile on Xue Hongyan's face widened. No wonder Master Qing keeps recommending you. You're really an excellent young man. After returning from the Holy Light Assembly, Bailey Hongshuang and the others were in a good mood. Did you see the vice president's expression just now? I tried my best not to laugh. It's just too funny, haha. Yi Haomiao couldn't help but laugh after walking some distance away from the Holy Light Assembly. His loud laughter caused Bailey Hongshuang and the others to chuckle as well. I saw it. Thinking back to her arrogant face just now, I felt so relieved just now. Now that I've obtained the cultivation method of light energy, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Bailey Hongshuang breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she had obtained the most important thing, she didn't have to worry about anything else. Bewitching held Bailey Hongshuang's hand. If you're unhappy to see Gong Tianfeng, you don't have to go to such a place. I'm fine. Bailey Hongshuang smiled. If I'm unhappy, she'll be even more unhappy than I am. As soon as they returned to the Blazing Flames Gate, Wu Wenfeng appeared in front of Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang, you already know about what happened just now, right? Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Just as she was about to tell Wu Wenfeng about it, the latter spoke first. Don't worry, the sect master has already said that he won't pay any attention to that vice president. If you stay in the Raging Flames School, no one will be able to drive you out. You don't have to worry about this, do you understand? Wu Wenfeng looked a little nervous, obviously worried that Bailey Hongshuang would misunderstand. Manager Wu, thank you, sect leader, and thank you. I am now a member of the Holy Light Assembly. Bailey Hongshuang's expression was gentle. The situation was just as Bewitching had expected, but she was still pleasantly surprised. What did you say? Wu Wenfeng was stunned. He only suspected that he had misheard. I said, I have already joined the Holy Light Assembly. How is that possible? Wu Wenfeng was dumbfounded. The vice president has always been against you. Why would he suddenly change his mind? President Xue is back. He was the one who asked me to join, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. I see. That's great. No matter what, Manager Wu, I am very grateful to you. Hee hee. Wu Wenfeng chuckled. Then I'm relieved. Cultivate well. President, you really didn't give us any face today. Gong Tianfeng looked at Xue Hongyan in front of her with a complicated expression. President, that's not what I meant. Gong Tianfeng defended herself, her husband is a max-level dark attribute cultivator, and that's why I rejected her. Moreover, according to my understanding during this period of time, this Bailey Hongshuang thinks highly of herself and doesn't know what modesty and politeness are. If she joins the Holy Light Assembly, she will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Vice President, whether you have any selfish motives for doing this, both you and I know very well. It's nothing more than the appearance of Bailey Hongshuang poking at your sore spot, so you're like this. However, I hope you understand that you are the Vice President of the Holy Light Assembly, and your purpose is to let the Holy Light Assembly have a better development and recruit young people with potential. This is our goal. I originally thought that you were already able to take charge, but now it seems that your ability is still not enough, so my original intention of recommending you to be the president has been dispelled. For the time being, you should just be the vice president. Following Zhuo Hongyan's words, Gong Tianfeng's expression suddenly changed. President, you can't do this to me. I want to rest, you can go out. President, get out. Not far away, Xiao Rojin looked at Gong Tianfeng, who walked out of the president's office, and her eyes became complicated and deep. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang was unable to join the Holy Light Assembly, so she didn't take it to heart. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang had obtained the cultivation method of light energy, and the president seemed to think highly of her, if she didn't make more preparations, she was afraid that it wouldn't work. A max-level light attribute cultivator, I have to report this matter back to the family first. Xiao Rojin secretly decided. Their Xiao family had always produced light attribute cultivators, but other than the proud daughter of the main family who had reached the max level of talent, no one else had appeared. According to her understanding, the proud daughter of the main family wasn't really at the max level, but she was still lacking something, but everyone had already determined that she was the next Holy Light Assembly's Holy Light Assembly. Although this Bailey Hongzhuang had some impurities, according to everyone's judgment, she was at the max level of talent. If Bailey Hongzhuang could not cultivate the power of light, it would be fine. But now that she could, everything had changed. Therefore, she had to send this news back. Otherwise, if something went wrong, she wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. After sending Steward Wu off, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching began to study the cultivation method of light energy. Looking at the cultivation manual in her hand, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. I thought I wouldn't know when I would be able to get this cultivation method. I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. It's much better than I thought. Wife, you've always been a blessed person. Bewitching smiled faintly and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang dotingly. Today's matter had finally allowed Hongzhuang to let out a sigh of relief. After flipping through the contents of the manual, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. Sure enough, no matter how many changes there are, it's still the same. After careful analysis, the cultivation method of light energy and darkness energy is still related. Immediately after, Bailey Hongzhuang, Bewitching, Baisher, and Xiao He began to try to cultivate the power of light. Ordinary cultivators only had one attribute, but they had two. If they did not put in double the effort, they would definitely not be stronger than cultivators of the same attribute. On the contrary, they might even be weaker. This was not a situation that they wanted to see. Time passed very quickly while they were cultivating. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had converted the origin energy in their bodies into light energy, she, Bewitching and Baisher were shocked to find that their dantians had been occupied by black and white. Originally, these two types of origin energy should be completely opposite. However, at this moment, they were both in their dantians. Not only did they not show any signs of conflict, on the contrary, the two seemed to be fusing into one. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were somewhat puzzled. According to the common understanding of the world, these two types of energy are completely opposite. Why would they fuse into one in our bodies? Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a thick light of confusion. It had to be said that this situation was somewhat illogical and could not be understood at all. Bewitching was also deep in thought. Perhaps everyone's understanding of light and darkness are not completely opposite. Perhaps things will move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Sometimes, such an unexpected situation will occur. However, it's a good thing that there is no conflict. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Previously, I was worried that these two types of energy would clash with each other in our bodies. When that happens, our bodies would become a battlefield. Just thinking about it, I know how uncomfortable that situation would be. I never thought that it would be so natural. I think it's very likely that the cultivators in the past did not know about this. Or perhaps someone knew but did not mention it. After all, there are not many cultivators who possess both the darkness and light attributes other than us. Perhaps there are none at all. Beichen's voice was low and his eyes were filled with wisdom. All of this was a new discovery that they had made. What you said makes sense. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Let's continue to cultivate. Once we have a better understanding of these two powers, perhaps we will know more. However, while Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen were talking, Xiao He and Xiao Bai wailed at the same time. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately turned to look at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were lying limply on the ground. They were clutching their heads with both hands, and their expressions were hideous. It was obvious that they were in great pain. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you guys? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was quickly filled with worry. She didn't understand why such a situation would suddenly occur when everything was fine just now. Master. My head hurts. Xiao He rolled on the ground. Her voice was extremely weak. In such great pain, it was extremely difficult for her to even speak. My head. Why did it suddenly become like this? I can't take it anymore. Xiao Bai's situation wasn't much better than Xiao He's. The intense pain seemed to come from the depths of their souls, making it impossible for them to hide. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly stepped forward and grabbed Xiao He's hand. She began to examine it carefully. Wife, what's the situation? Master, how are they? Beichen and Baishir asked in concern. This sudden situation was simply too worrying. It's so strange. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Xiao He's pulse is normal. There's nothing wrong with it. It's the same for Xiao Bai. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, Beichen also frowned. He naturally believed in Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment. Then, the problem lay with Xiao He and Xiao Bai themselves. Could the situation this time be similar to the last time Xiao Bai appeared? Beichen asked. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and nodded. It's possible. However, Xiao Bai's pulse was very strange last time. But this time, there's nothing wrong with their pulses. I can only say that although they feel intense pain now, it has no effect on their bodies. According to what you said, the problem should lie with Xiao He and Xiao Bai themselves. Wife, you still don't know why they appeared in the Chaos Ring, and you don't know what kind of contract beasts they are, right? I really don't know why they appeared in the Chaos Ring, and I don't know when they appeared. However, I already know their names now. They are the Black and White Light Spirits. This is the information I got from the White Dragon. However, the White Dragon's own memory is not very complete. When I asked her about the details, she was already confused. Bailey Hongzhuang spread her hands. It was not easy to find the White Dragon, but in the end, it was still useless. It was really a pity. Perhaps this incident is also an opportunity for number 1 high school. Beichen said slowly, after Xiao Bai's situation last time, she formed a contract with me. This time, Xiao He and Xiao Bai have headaches at the same time. There should be a reason for this. When they calm down, we may find out the connection. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. However, there was still some sympathy in her eyes when she looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. From their expressions, it was obvious that they were in extreme pain. An hour later, Xiao He and Xiao Bai fell into a coma. Bailey Hongzhuang checked them again and found that they were indeed not in danger. Everything was normal. After such an incident, they were not in the mood to continue cultivating. They just stayed by Xiao He and Xiao Bai's side, waiting for them to wake up. They were in a coma. They were unconscious for 3 days. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai woke up, they saw Bailey Hongzhuang, Beichen, Baishir, and Xiao Xuanzi as soon as they opened their eyes. How do you feel? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with concern. Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at each other and suddenly said, We've recovered some of our memories. The 2 people and 2 beasts were stunned when they heard this. They looked at Xiao He and Xiao Bai in surprise. What did you say? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. Recovered some of your memories? Xiao He and Xiao Bai nodded in unison. Yes, we know the cultivation method. In the next moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai explained their situation in detail. After listening to everything, everyone finally understood. After the previous pain, some of their lost memories came back. These memories included the cultivation method of the light and dark powers. According to what you've said, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's attributes should have been fixed long ago. That's why they have such memories in their minds. However, these two completely contradictory powers mean that they were taught by two cultivators of different attributes. But why are Xiao He and Xiao Bai together? Bailey Hongzhuang had a complicated expression on her face. After understanding all of this, the situation behind this seemed even stranger. Could it be that everything had been fixed in the unseen world? Or Xiao He and Xiao Bai's previous master had already calculated the future? If that was the case, then it was a little too terrifying. I think your guess is right. Beichen's voice was slightly heavy. Xiao He and Xiao Bai's previous master was probably not simple. He mastered the cultivation method of the two attributes of darkness and light. Perhaps he was a dual attribute cultivator like us. If that's the case, perhaps this was the reason why the Chaos Ring chose you as its master. I believe that a divine artifact would not choose a master so casually. There must be a reason behind this. Bailey Hongzhuang fell silent. She originally thought that her transmigration was just an accident. However, according to Beichen's analysis, it seemed that there were many things that they did not understand at all. If that's the case, the secret of the Chaos Ring was only revealed after we came to the upper realm. That's possible. Beichen nodded. Wife, you don't have to worry. I believe that Xiao He and Xiao Bai must know what happened in the past. Although they've only recovered a part of their memories, since they've begun to recover, it means that they might remember everything in the future. When that time comes, we'll definitely know the truth. At this moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai also nodded repeatedly. Master, we'll try our best to remember. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and patted the two little fellows' heads. Don't break your heads over this matter. It's not a big deal. We'll find out sooner or later. What's the big deal if it's a little later? Anyway, we are all doing well now. Even if we don't know, it doesn't matter. Xiao He and Xiao Bai leaned against Bailey Hongzhuang and happily rubbed against her. We knew that master is the best. Since you've thought of the cultivation method in your minds, then tell us about it. We'll see if there's any difference. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were contracted beasts from many years ago. Their memories might be different from now. What I remember is exactly the same as what master said. There is no difference. Little White looked at Beichen and took the lead to speak. What about Xiao He? The content that I remember is different. Then, Xiao He began to recount everything that it remembered. After listening to everything, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen couldn't help but look at each other. They immediately noticed the difference. I'm afraid that this is the true cultivation method of the power of light, Bailey Hongzhuang said. That's right. Xiao He's description sounds more complete. In comparison, the cultivation method that we're seeing now seems to be a simplified version. According to what you said, Beichen, the inheritance of darkness that you previously obtained is indeed the true essence. Bailey Hongzhuang was relieved. The inheritance was the same as the one in Xiao Bai's mind. It was obvious that it was the inheritance of the origin. No, this isn't a coincidence. Bailey Hongzhuang's jet-black eyes flickered with a lively luster as she spoke with certainty. Previously, she still could not understand it. However, after learning that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had regained part of their memories, she finally understood. What do you mean? The reason Xiao He and Xiao Bai have regained part of their memories is because the power in their bodies has already transformed into the power of darkness and light. From the moment they completed the transformation, part of their sealed memories began to recover. I believe that their memories have been sealed. Only by encountering some opportunities can these seals be broken. If we can find these opportunities in the future, I believe that Xiao He and Xiao Bai will gradually remember everything that happened in the past. She had heard of such situations before. However, she did not expect it to happen in front of her eyes. However, just from this method alone, she could tell that Xiao He and Xiao Bai's previous master was not an ordinary person. I see. Beichen understood. In that case, it's only a matter of time before they regain their memories. 7 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others officially received a notice to head to the demonic dragon abyss for training. Little junior sister, junior brother D, we're leaving today. Have you prepared everything? Wang Yanhan smiled. Ever since the matter of Bailey Hongzhuang joining the Holy Light Assembly was resolved, he had nothing to worry about. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. We're all ready. That's good. There are a total of 50 cultivators going on this trip. It's quite a large number. You can come with me and Yihaomiao so that we can take care of each other. No problem. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. Although they were familiar with many of the cultivators going on this trip, they basically did not have any friendship with them. They could encounter danger at any time in the demonic dragon abyss. Under such circumstances, it was best for them to be with someone they could trust. Seeing the appearance of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, everyone's expression suddenly became a bit complicated, and more of them became envious. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really amazing. Even the vice president of the Radiant Sacred Assembly said that she wouldn't be allowed to join. I didn't expect her to become a member of the Radiant Sacred Assembly in the end. I really admire her now. She's simply a genius. I thought she wouldn't have a chance in the future. Who would have thought that things would turn around in the end? Life is truly unpredictable. I've asked around. It's all because of Master Cheng's help. Fortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang had a good relationship with Master Cheng. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to join the Holy Assembly. No way. In the blink of an eye, Bailey Hongzhuang became the envy of everyone again. Master, these people's opinions change so quickly. They were laughing at you before, and now they're envious of you. Xiaohei couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. The human world was really complicated. The most difficult thing to understand was the human heart. There are a lot of people in this world who are easily swayed. Don't pay attention to them. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm and indifferent. She had long been used to these things. No matter how others looked at her, she didn't care. After everyone gathered, Wang Yanhan, as the leader, led everyone in the direction of the demonic dragon abyss. The demonic dragon abyss was located in a mountain range not far from Rongan City. However, it was a relatively special area. The group of 50 people set off. Due to the large number of people, they were divided into 5 groups of 10 people each. Wang Yanhan was the leader of the group. Other than him, there were 4 other vice leaders. This expedition to the demonic dragon abyss had too many people. The possibility of exploring together was not high, so it was more convenient to split into 5 groups. Just as the cultivators of the Inferno School were moving, the cultivators of the other forces were also moving. There was an unfamiliar situation in the demonic dragon abyss. Perhaps there was an opportunity, or perhaps it was hell. Everyone was filled with curiosity. I heard that apart from the Inferno School, the cultivators of the Azure Dragon School also set off on the same day. However, they took a different route from us. He must have taken a different route on purpose. Otherwise, we might have fought on the way. Haha, that's true. We have always been on bad terms with the Azure Dragon School. As long as we meet, we will inevitably cause trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked in the group. Her gaze immediately fell on Xiao Rojin, who was not far away. Xiao Rojin is the vice leader this time. It seems that senior brother Wan Yan is really valued in the Inferno School. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching. She originally thought that if Xiao Rojin joined, the leader would definitely be her. Xiao Rojin has such a position because she is a cultivator of the light attribute. Secondly, it is because of the Xiao family behind her. In terms of combat strength and leadership, senior brother Wan Yan is more outstanding, Bewitching said slowly. You are right. Even when she is out training, Xiao Rojin is still like the moon surrounded by stars. Speaking of which, there are probably many people in her small group who exist to protect her. If something happens to her, the Inferno School will be in trouble. The Xiao family was not a small family like the D family. Just the D family alone would be troublesome, let alone a huge family like the Xiao family. Even if Xiao Rojin was only a member of the Xiao family's branch family, she was backed by the real Xiao family. The Inferno School would definitely not dare to offend her. Actually, it's just a show. If she wants to maintain her position in the House of Raging Flames, she naturally has to participate. Bewitching looked indifferent. He had never felt anything for Xiao Rojin. As long as the other party did not provoke them, it did not matter. This time, Steward Wu wanted you to be the vice captain. Why did you refuse? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Bewitching. Before they were about to set off, Steward Wu had specially communicated with them about this matter. Although Bewitching had just joined the House of Raging Flames, everyone knew of his strength. There was no problem for him to become the vice captain. I'm not interested in such a thankless task. The corners of Bewitching's lips curled up slightly. If I have the time to lead a team, I might as well train with you alone. It'll save me the trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. I've heard that many cultivators have racked their brains to fight for the position of vice captain. I didn't expect you to have no interest at all. If this were to spread, I'm afraid many people would be speechless. They all want to develop well in the House of Raging Flames, so they are racking their brains. However, neither you nor I have such plans, so why should we fight with them? You're right. If we don't fight for these benefits, we'll have less trouble. Bailey Hongzhuang was also a clever person. Naturally, she understood what Bewitching meant. The reason they stayed here was to wait for Xiran, Ao Lingxiao, and the others to arrive. As long as they met up with Xiran and the others, they would leave Rongan City. I wonder what realm Xiran and Ying have broken through. I really hope they can break through to the Starlight Realm as soon as possible. Then, they'll be able to meet up with us. Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face revealed some longing. Unknowingly, they had been in the upper realm for some time. When they separated by accident, she had long gotten used to having them by her side. Now that it was just her and Bewitching, she felt that something was missing. With Xiran and Ying's talents, it should be soon, Bewitching said after some thought. Right now, I just hope that they can arrive at Rongan City directly. That would be the best situation. Otherwise, it won't be easy to meet up with them. Xiran and the others are smart people. Since I can find you, I believe they can find us as well. It'll just take some time. Bewitching's thin rose-colored lips curled up. He and Xiran had been brothers for so many years, so they knew each other very well. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded lightly. That's great. The group rushed all the way to the demonic dragon abyss. Along the way, they also met some small teams that were also exploring the demonic dragon abyss. However, compared to their huge team, they were not worth mentioning. Even in the mountains, the monsters seemed to know that such a huge team was not easy to bully. They did not even attack them. Under such circumstances, the group's speed was also extremely fast. However, as they got closer and closer to the demonic dragon abyss, they discovered that a dark aura was gradually becoming more obvious. This demonic dragon abyss is filled with the aura of dark power. Could it be that the dark power here is awakening? The upper realm of the dark side has been silent for a long time. Some of the places that appeared in the past have been cleared out by everyone. Logically speaking, it shouldn't appear again, right? That's not necessarily true. There have always been a lot of dead people. If the power of darkness appears in this place, then these things can easily turn into skeletons. It's said that this was the case in those places in the past. Everyone couldn't help but frown when they noticed the increasingly gloomy environment. This kind of place really made people feel uncomfortable. Of course, except for Bewitching and the others. Back when I was in the lower plane, I also felt very sad when I first headed to the training grounds. But now, looking at this situation, I don't feel that way at all. Bailey Hongzhuang turned her head to look at Bewitching. At this moment, she actually felt very comfortable in this kind of environment. Moreover, the dark attribute energy in the air was constantly fusing into her body. Her cultivation method automatically circulated, and her cultivation speed was much faster than usual. This should be because we've awakened the darkness attribute. Bewitching said slowly. The dark attribute energy in my body is circulating much faster. My power is quickly filling up, and I'm in an excellent state. Originally, after such a long journey, their state should have been slightly affected. However, after arriving here, he found that his state was rapidly recovering. From the looks of it, this should be the advantage of attribute awakening. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Before their attributes awakened, they would not have any advantage in this place filled with dark aura. Now that they were here, their strength had increased by quite a bit. If they had already awakened their talents when they were in the lower realm, then their performance in the training grounds would definitely be much better than before, and they would not be forced to come to the upper realm. Master, but my strength is suppressed here. Xiao Hei's little face fell as it spoke faintly. It was the only one with the light attribute here. Ever since it came here, it felt that its aura was suppressed, and this feeling was much more uncomfortable than outside. As Xiao Hei's voice fell, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other, and immediately understood the situation better. Attributes can be restrained. When there is more of a certain element in the surrounding environment, the opposite element will be restrained. Di Beichen's voice was low and magnetic. Many questions could be understood just by thinking about it carefully. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. According to this, if we have these two opposing attributes at the same time, doesn't that mean that we won't be suppressed? Di Beichen nodded. You can say that. In a place filled with other elements, although it will increase the strength of cultivators of the same attribute, our strength will not be affected or restrained. Then this is a huge advantage. Although this point did not seem to be useful for the time being, in some specific environments, this was a huge advantage. Now, only Xiao Xuanzi has not awakened its talent. I wonder what attribute Xiao Xuanzi will have. Will it have the same dark attribute as Master? Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Xuanzi at the side. This little guy's strength had not been long since it was born. Although its strength had improved tremendously, it was still some distance away from them. Fortunately, Long Yanwei had helped Xiao Xuanzi speed up its growth. It would not be long before it could awaken its talent. There is such a possibility. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. When the time comes, Xiao Xuanzi will definitely awaken his talent together with Yingying and the others contracted beasts. After Xiao Rojin felt the dark aura of the demonic dragon abyss, her face became very ugly. She did not expect the environment of the demonic dragon abyss to restrain her so much. In this place full of dark aura, she could hardly feel any light element. Her strength's recovery was extremely slow, and she felt uncomfortable all over her body. Although the other cultivators felt a little uncomfortable, it was only a feeling. In fact, it was not much. Xiao Rojin could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang at the back. However, she found that Bailey Hongzhuang's as if she did not feel the attribute suppression here. She slowly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, her face full of concern. Junior sister Bailey, us light attribute cultivators are suppressed here. You should also feel uncomfortable, right? This is very normal. You don't have to hide it. Later, you will stay with the team. Don't put too much effort into the exploration because our light energy recovers very slowly here. We won't be able to replenish it. Senior sister Xiao is really gentle and kind. She's so nice to the new junior sister. I wonder who will be able to pursue senior sister Xiao. That would be such a blessing. Indeed, senior sister Xiao and junior sister Bailey are both favored by the heavens. It's just that junior sister Bailey is already married, but senior sister Xiao is not. As long as you can pursue her, you will have a meteoric rise from then on. In this situation, only Di Beichen is the most comfortable among us. He is of the darkness attribute, so he is naturally the most comfortable in this place. Speaking of which, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen are really not suitable. One is comfortable, and the other is uncomfortable. For a moment, everyone looked at Di Beichen with complicated gazes. The darkness attribute was originally an attribute that was despised by everyone. Looking at the desolate darkness around them, they couldn't help but feel depressed. Bailey Hongzhuang found that after Xiao Rojin said this, everyone actually began to ostracize Di Beichen. She couldn't help but frown. Although Xiao Rojin hadn't provoked her so far, the words she had caused at this moment were enough to make her unhappy. Senior sister Xiao, I don't feel uncomfortable. I'm already used to such an environment when I was in the lower realm. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold voice was filled with alienation. She looked at Xiao Rojin coldly. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Rojin's expression couldn't help but change a little. How can that be? How can it not be? Bailey Hongzhuang asked back. Senior sister Xiao, do I look like I'm uncomfortable? Hearing this, everyone's gazes couldn't help but fall on Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiao Rojin. With this look, everyone found that as Bailey Hongzhuang said, she didn't look uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, Xiao Rojin's discomfort was written all over her face. This is strange. Both of them are of the light attribute. How can their reactions be so different? Maybe it's because senior sister Xiao has always been spoiled and rarely goes out. This is her first time coming to a place like this, so she's not used to it. Perhaps it's because senior sister Zhao's attribute talent isn't as good as Bailey Hongshuang's, so the situation is different. After all, Bailey Hongshuang's attributes are maxed out. This is naturally different from ordinary cultivators. Xiao Rojin looked at the smiling face in front of her. She really wanted to tear it apart. Originally, she just felt that she was a little uncomfortable and felt that she had lost face. She wanted to use Bailey Hongshuang to find a way out. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongshuang would not only not give her a way out, but also leave her hanging. However, looking at Bailey Hongshuang's appearance, she did not seem to be uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, it seemed that everything here did not affect her at all. Seeing this, Xiao Rojin looked at her gloomily and thought, if you have the ability, keep pretending like this. I don't believe that you will be completely unaffected in such an environment. The more indifferent you act now, the more embarrassed you will be when you are exposed later. Xiao Rojin left unhappily. Bailey Hongshuang, on the other hand, looked at Bewitching happily. Beichen, don't you think the environment here is very similar to a training ground? If only this was a training ground, then we could meet up with Ying and the others. At this time, Wan Yanhan also walked over. Junior sister, what are you talking about? We are talking about the environment here is very similar to the training ground in the lower realm. Following Wan Yanhan's words, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen were confused. Senior, what do you mean? Actually, I heard it from someone else. Wan Yanhan smiled, but his tone was uncertain. Isn't the entrance from the lower realm to the upper realm in the training grounds? In fact, I was just like you when you first came here. I wanted to go back and meet Wan Yanling. So, I also inquired about some information in this regard. I heard that the training grounds are directly connected to the upper realm, but the distance is very far, and the direction can't be determined. If you encounter a place like that in the upper realm, it's very likely that it's connected to the lower realm. Based on what you said, this place might be connected to the lower realm. Bailey Hongshuang's eyes lit up. If that was the case, then it would be great. Wan Yanhan chuckled. Even if the two are connected, we can't reach the lower realm. No one knows how far the two places are. Moreover, it's such a big place, and we can't be sure of the direction. If I could, I would have gone back long ago. You're right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Her pretty face had a trace of helplessness. If she could, she really wanted to meet up with Shangguan Ying and the others as soon as possible. Of course, there was also Ao Lingxiao. As long as Ao Lingxiao was there, they could also set off for the Di family. They didn't have to stay here all the time. The demonic dragon abyss appeared suddenly, so we don't know what's going on. You guys must follow the team closely and don't act recklessly. There might be some unknown danger here. Wan Yanhan warned. We understand. The group walked all the way into the demonic dragon abyss. The deeper they went, the thicker the dark aura became. Everywhere they looked was dark, but the surroundings were dead silent. Nothing existed. Previously, when they were outside, they met many other teams who were also exploring. However, as they went deeper into the abyss, the other teams gradually disappeared around them. Beichen, I don't know why, but I feel like someone is following us. Bailey Hongshuang abruptly turned her head to look behind her, but there was nothing behind her. She frowned suspiciously. She had been having this feeling for quite a while, but she had never noticed it. Even she herself was a little doubtful whether this was an illusion or real. Hearing this, Di Beichen also looked behind him. It was really hard to hide in such a place. When did you start to feel this way? Di Beichen might not take it seriously if someone else said it, but he believed that Bailey Hongshuang had such a feeling. It has been quite a while since we entered the demonic dragon abyss. There's clearly no one behind us, but I keep feeling like there are eyes staring at us. No matter what, we have to be careful. Di Beichen said in a low voice. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. Okay. Xiao Rojin only felt more and more uncomfortable in such an environment. She quietly turned around to look at Bailey Hongshuang, but found that the latter was just as she said before. Her expression was natural, as if there was nothing wrong at all. Xiao Rojin was full of doubts. She couldn't help but think of everyone's previous guess. Could it be that it was really like what everyone said, that it was because Bailey Hongzhuang's talent had reached the max level? It was said that cultivators with max level talent would indeed be much stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, she wasn't very clear about where this was reflected in. According to this explanation, all of this was not impossible. If it was really like this. Xiao Rojin bit her lower lip. The dissatisfaction in her eyes became more and more intense. This Bailey Hongzhuang would definitely become an existence that would threaten her. The curtain of night slowly descended, causing the land that was already dyed black to become even darker. Everyone stopped one after another and found a place to sit down and rest. The area inside is getting larger and larger. If we continue to form a team, I'm afraid it will be difficult to investigate the situation here clearly. When dawn comes, let's split up. Wang Yanhan looked at the other 4 vice-captains. The reason why so many of them came was so that it would be more convenient for them to split up later. Xiao Rojin and the other vice-captains nodded. It was not very convenient for such a large team to move. If they split up, everyone's speed would be faster. What's more, they came here to understand the situation of the demonic dragon abyss. On the other hand, it was a competition between several forces. If the Azure Dragon School's cultivators understood the situation here one step ahead of them, they would undoubtedly lose. This was not the result they wanted to see. Everyone has to be more careful tonight. The dark aura here is so dense. Skeletons may appear at any time. Wang Yanhan looked at everyone. In terms of understanding of this kind of place, these cultivators from the lower realms might have a better understanding than others. It doesn't matter. Even if skeletons appear, how could we be afraid of those skeletons with so many of us? A vice-captain said indifferently. Skeletons are just some things that are already dead. How could they be compared to us living people? If they appear, I will directly crush them into powder. Another vice-captain also said with a smile. Seeing that they didn't care at all, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but frown. He emphasized, I'm not joking. I know how powerful this skeleton army is. Once they appear, it will be very dangerous. Wang Yanhan, don't be an alarmist. Our team has a total of 50 people. How powerful can those skeletons be? With so many of us gathered together, no matter what kind of skeleton it is, it won't be able to shake us. Don't think that you can throw your weight around just because you're the captain. Xiao Rojin looked at Wang Yanhan with displeasure. At this moment, she was extremely dissatisfied with Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing that Wang Yanhan and Bailey Hongzhuang had such a good relationship, her anger that could not be vented seemed to have found a breakthrough. As Xiao Rojin's voice fell, the other cultivators nodded one after another. They only felt that Wang Yanhan came from the lower realm and had not seen much of the world, so he was startled. Wang Yanhan's complexion was livid. He did not expect that everyone was actually so unconvinced of him. Wang Yanhan, don't bother with them. They don't put the skeletons in their eyes now, but when the skeleton army really appears, they will know how powerful it is. Yi Haomiao walked to Wang Yanhan's side and patted his shoulder. Senior brother, Haomiao is right. There's no need to argue with them. The cultivators from the upper realm have always liked to be self-righteous and have no respect for anything. However, I believe that sooner or later, they will suffer the consequences of their own actions. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze quietly turned to Xiao Rojin, who was not far away. Her eyes darkened slightly. Xiao Rojin actually wants to take revenge on me, but she couldn't find a breakthrough, so she pointed the spear at you. I've implicated you. Wang Yanhan waved his hand. Junior sister, all of this has nothing to do with you. In fact, everyone has some opinions about me being the leader. Senior brother, you have this ability. Steward Wu has taken a fancy to your ability, so he let you lead the team. As for the others, most of them are just a little jealous in their hearts, but it's only a matter of time before they accept it. Your ability is obvious to all. Bewitching spoke slowly. His low and gentle voice was filled with comfort. Everyone would encounter stumbling blocks on the road to success, but it didn't matter. Wang Yanhan's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he chuckled. Junior brother D, your ability is even more outstanding. If you weren't unwilling, it wouldn't be long before the position of leader would be yours. It's rare for me to be free. Bewitching's lips curled into a faint smile. Besides, I think it's better for you to be the leader, senior brother. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others spoke so authoritatively, Wang Yanhan's mood was obviously much better. Let's rest first and recover our energy. We'll split up tomorrow. Okay. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were about to move, Xiao Rojin and the other two vice leaders said, "We're going to go ahead and take a look. Why don't we split up tonight?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Yanhan couldn't help but stand up and frown. It's late, and it's very dangerous to move now. Why don't we rest for the night and move tomorrow? Wang Yanhan, although you're the leader, Steward Wu also said that we're split into 5 teams this time. Our members don't have any objections. Why do you care so much? I'm not trying to control you, Wang Yanhan explained. It's just that it's too dangerous at night. It'll be less safe if we separate. That's our business, Xiao Rojin said slowly. We've already made a decision. Xiao Rojin, this. Wang Yanhan's expression was ugly. Everything he said was for everyone's safety, but he didn't expect everyone to be so ungrateful. You don't have to say any more. It's decided. Xiao Rojin and the other 2 vice captains seemed to have made up their minds. They immediately led the team of cultivators and set off. From the looks of it, it was impossible to stop them. At this time, Bewitching stood up and said, 3 vice captains, now that you don't listen to your captain's advice and insist on leaving, if something happens, are you going to take responsibility? Hearing this, Xiao Rojin and the other 2 couldn't help but look at Bewitching. Then, they chuckled and said, of course, could it be that we can't bear the responsibility? In that case, why don't you sign a letter of responsibility? Then, Bewitching took out a piece of paper. While the 2 sides were arguing just now, he had already written the content simply. Looking at the letter of responsibility that Bewitching handed over, the faces of Xiao Rojin and the other 2 became very ugly. Bewitching, you're just an ordinary member. It's not your turn to intervene in this kind of thing. In the face of the disdain of the 2 vice captains, Bewitching was unusually calm, as if the target of their disdain and ridicule was not him. That's right. In the past, several vice captains were prepared to bear the responsibility themselves. Why don't you sign it? This way, everything will be clearer. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, in case something happens, someone will shirk the responsibility. Hee, that's funny. We won't shirk the responsibility for this kind of thing. You really think you're important? Under Bailey Hongzhuang's provocation, Xiao Rojin and the other 2 quickly signed their names and then left with the team. Wang Yanhan looked at the backs of Xiao Rojin and the others as they left and couldn't help but sigh. This kind of situation was not what he wanted to see. Senior, don't mind it. People should always pay the price for their arrogance. They have already signed a guarantee to prove that they insisted on this matter and it has nothing to do with you. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted. Wang Yanhan nodded slightly. I understand. In that situation just now, even if I stopped it, it would have been useless. You made them sign this responsibility letter, which helped me solve a hidden danger. He naturally understood that Bewitching's actions were completely for his sake. Because in this way, if there really was trouble, as long as he took out this responsibility letter, Steward Wu would not blame him. However, he was the captain after all, and this kind of feeling was really not good. Wang Yanhan, don't be depressed. Actually, this is not a big deal. Yi Haomiao comforted. They just follow Xiao Rojin's lead. They just want to take this opportunity to show off in front of Xiao Rojin. Why bother with them? Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at the other vice captain. Fortunately, this vice captain didn't leave. Otherwise, if only the 10 of them were left here, Wang Yanhan's face as the captain would really be lost. Wang Yanhan, are we going to rest here tonight? Another vice captain, Lu Yan, asked. Wang Yanhan nodded slightly. The terrain here is still relatively safe. The risk of resting here will be slightly smaller. He had stayed in the training ground for a long time and had some experience in choosing a place to rest. Although he couldn't guarantee 100% accuracy, there was no problem most of the time. That's fine. Lu Yan smiled. Don't take it too seriously. It's safer for the three teams to be together. It's no problem for our two teams here. Anyway, we have to act separately tomorrow. It's just a little earlier. I'm just worried that they will encounter danger. Wang Yanhan sighed. But obviously, it's useless for me to say anything. Let them be. Are the skeletons here really that powerful? You seem to be very afraid of these skeletons. Lu Yan's eyes fell on Wang Yanhan, Bailey Hongzhuang, and the others. He was not stupid. From the expressions of Wang Yanhan and the others, he could see that they were really afraid of these skeletons. Lu Yan, I'm not lying to you. Once the skeleton army appears, it's really an army. As far as I know, the skeletons of the upper realm are much more powerful than those of the lower realm because they were stronger when they were alive. Once they appear, if you don't treat them carefully, you might really lose your life. Hearing this, LV Yen nodded. I understand. If you have time, why don't you tell me about the characteristics of this skeleton army? If we encounter them after we split up, our team can also have some experience in dealing with them. Looking at LV Yan's serious appearance, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. Previously, LV Yan was the least conspicuous of the four vice-captains, but now, judging from LV Yan's attitude, they realized that LV Yan didn't seem to be simple. Generally speaking, such humble cultivators tended to have higher achievements than those who thought highly of themselves. Okay. Wang Yanhan nodded slightly. He naturally didn't mind explaining more about these situations, but Xiao Rojin and the others didn't want to listen. As the captain, he hoped that everyone could return safely. This was the best way to complete Steward Wu's instructions. When LV Yan and the other cultivators heard Wang Yanhan's description of the skeleton army, the expressions of the people who were still at a loss about the skeleton army suddenly changed. They didn't expect that the skeleton army would appear in such a terrifying scene. If everything was really like what Wang Yanhan said, then his previous cautiousness was indeed correct. In that terrifying pit, if he wasn't careful, the entire team would be wiped out. Captain, fortunately, we're with you. After understanding this, we finally know how to deal with it. A cultivator looked at Wang Yanhan with a rueful expression. If they encountered such a situation without any understanding of the situation, it was very likely that they would be utterly defeated. Now that they had a little more understanding of the situation, at least they knew how to deal with it and wouldn't panic. Wang Yanhan smiled slightly. It's good that you're willing to believe in me. Captain, actually, we all believe in you. Although identity and status are part of it, most cultivators started from scratch. No matter how strong their background is, it can't be compared to their own strength. Everyone spoke one after another. Most of them didn't have a very strong background. They were just ordinary people in the upper realm. Even in front of Wang Yanhan, they wouldn't have much of a sense of accomplishment. On the contrary, everyone could see Wang Yanhan's efforts. It's good that Xiao Rojin and the others left. Our team is happy and harmonious. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a faint smile as she turned to look at Bewitching. That's right. Bewitching smiled faintly. Without them, we can work together. By the way, I have some healing medicine here. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly stood up. The damage left behind by the skeletons are all attribute damage. Normal healing potions have no effect, but this kind of healing potion is quite effective. Everyone, take some with you. If you accidentally get injured, you can treat it in time. She had prepared quite a lot of this kind of medicine at that time. Originally, he thought that he wouldn't need to use it for a while after coming to the upper realm. He didn't expect that it would appear again so soon. With Bailey Hongzhuang's healing medicine in hand, the way everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang gradually changed. Previously, they more or less had some misunderstandings about Bailey Hongzhuang's group, but today, Bailey Hongzhuang's actions gave them a completely different feeling. Junior Sister Bailey, thank you. Everyone thanked her. You're welcome. We're all from the same sect. I hope we can all return to the Blazing Flame sect safely. Xiao Rojin and her group of 30 people left in a mighty manner. Even in this pitch-black environment, they were not the least bit worried with their large numbers. This Wang Yanhan really thinks he's so great just because he's a captain. He wants us to listen to him. The vice captain of Group 3 said disdainfully. That's right. He doesn't even look at his own status. What ability does he have to order us around? The vice captain of Group 4 nodded. It's better to leave early. I'm tired of seeing his self-righteous face again. Hearing their words, Xiaorojin's face rippled with a gentle smile. After all, he's from the lower realm, and this is his first time leading a team, so he's a bit paranoid. In fact, with our team's strength, there's no need to fear the skeleton army. Senior Sister Xiao is right. It's more comfortable for us to come out now. Now there are only 20 people left in their team. Speaking of which, Lu Yan doesn't fit in, so he should lead with us. The vice captain of Group 3 was quite dissatisfied. He wanted to let Wang Yanhan's team stay alone. Just thinking about it made Wang Yanhan's expression very interesting, but he didn't expect Lu Yan to not leave with them. Lu Yan has always had such a temper. It's not strange for him to do this. Xiaorojin's expression was calm. This was also within her expectations. Indeed, Lu Yan and Wang Yanhan's personalities are somewhat similar. He doesn't have any background, so he's slightly closer to Wang Yanhan. We might as well take advantage of the time when those cowards are hiding to check out the depths of the demonic dragon abyss. We'll understand the situation one step ahead of them. We can also go back and claim credit. The vice captain of Group 4 calculated in his heart. As long as they made a great contribution, Manager Wu would naturally not value Wang Yanhan so much. The 30 people walked in the darkness. Xiaorojin used the power of light to illuminate the way forward, so everyone's speed was not slow. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was preparing to rest, suddenly looked thoughtfully into the distance. Bewitching saw this and couldn't help but ask, "Wife, what are you looking at?" I sensed the aura of light energy in the distance. It should be Xiaorojin. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows as a playful smile appeared on her lips. It seems that they really don't care about skeleton. Bewitching shook his head. I can foresee that something will happen to them tonight. They chose their own path, so let them walk it. Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged. They had tried to persuade him, but it was to no avail. If he kept emphasizing it, the other party wouldn't appreciate it. If it was a thankless task, it was fine to try it once, but if he persisted, it would be lowering his status. White Lion and Xiaobai looked at each other. They understood what their master meant. The skeleton army was very sensitive to the power of light, and because Xiao Hei was a pure light-type being, she was not used to staying here and had already returned to the Chaos Ring. If Xiaorojin used the power of light here, wouldn't that be the same as attracting the skeleton army? Is this woman brainless? Baisher was confused. She was the representative of the Blazing Flames sect, but she didn't use her brain at all. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others rested where they were. Although they said they were resting, everyone still looked around vigilantly. After Wang Yanhan's introduction, everyone had already realized how terrifying the skeleton army was, so no one dared to let their guard down. After all, if such a deep pit suddenly appeared where they were resting, it would be too late for them to do anything. Instead of resting like this, it was better to open their eyes and look around. That way, they could feel more at ease. In contrast, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were much calmer. Now that they had obtained the power of darkness, their perception of the aura of darkness had become much more obvious. If the skeleton army appeared, they would definitely be able to sense it. Time gradually passed. Everyone chatted with each other, and it passed very quickly. However, this tranquility was broken by a scream. Hearing this scream, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the source of the sound. It was the direction where Xiaorojin and the others had left. Judging from this sound, it's very far away from us. Yi Haomiao stood up and looked into the distance. This sound was obviously a scream made by many people at the same time. However, it was only a faint sound in their ears. It could be seen that the distance was really far. Could it be that something really happened to them? Lu Yan's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that Xiaorojin and the others would really encounter danger just because they didn't listen to Wang Yanhan's opinion. From this distance and direction, it's very likely that it's them. Wang Yanhan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that something would happen so soon. Whether it's them or not, let's go over and take a look. If there's really danger, we can also help. For a moment, everyone stood up and walked in the direction of the scream. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. They could already confirm that it was Xiao Rojin and the others who were in trouble. However, they were so far away that they probably wouldn't be able to help much when they rushed over. They deserved it, White Lion said coldly. They reaped what they sowed. They were the ones who reaped what they sowed. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and patted Baisher's head. Let's go and take a look. Everyone sped up and hurried forward. However, it was late at night and they could encounter danger at any time. Even if everyone sped up, their speed was not much faster. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Previously, they had already understood the terror of the skeleton army. Now that the other three teams were in trouble, their minds were constantly thinking about what kind of situation they would face if they went there. Wan Yanhan, they should be fine, right? Lu Yan could not help but look at Wan Yanhan, his voice unable to conceal the worry and nervousness. I don't know either. Wan Yanhan shook his head. Their strength is not bad. If they encounter the skeleton army, they should have the ability to escape. However, if the hole happens to appear under their feet, it will be a little troublesome. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. For some reason, everyone had a feeling that it might be the second possibility. As they hurried along, they realized that the sound was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that the battle was not far from them. The aura of darkness is getting denser and denser. Di Beichen said slowly. Along the way, he realized that the aura of darkness was constantly increasing. It was obviously the skeleton army and nothing else. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. It's good to let them suffer. After this incident, everyone's dissatisfaction with senior brother should lessen a lot. When Bailey Hongzhuang and the others arrived, they saw an extremely tragic scene. There were hundreds of skeletons in the huge army of skeletons. They were black and majestic, like an army of darkness, making people feel awe. In front of such a huge army, Xiao Rojin's team of 30 people seemed very small. At a glance, not even half of the original 30 people were left. Everyone was desperately running away, and the speed of the skeleton army was equally astonishing. After seeing the appearance of Wan Yanhan and the others, Xiao Rojin hurriedly shouted as if she had seen a life-saving straw, "Help us!" Lu Yan and the others were completely stunned when they saw this scene. Even though Wan Yanhan had told them about the terrifying scene of the skeleton army, it was absolutely incomparable to the shock of seeing it with their own eyes. Oh my god, so scary! How can there be so many skeletons, and their combat power is so strong? What Wan Yanhan and the others said before was right. Compared to this skeleton army, we are really small. The three vice-captains, including Xiao Rojin, were pale at the moment. They were originally very proud of going deep, but they didn't expect that a pit would suddenly appear under their feet. Then, some of their teammates were directly killed by the skeleton army. Their reaction speed was also extremely fast, and they had already started to counterattack at the first moment. However, when they saw the number of skeletons increasing, they were completely dumbfounded. Originally, there were only a few dozen skeletons, so they didn't take it to heart. However, when these skeletons increased to 100 or even a few hundred, everyone could only escape. Only those who escaped fast could have a chance to live. Once they were late and the skeleton army caught up, they would only end up losing their lives. It was only now that they realized that what Wan Yanhan had said earlier was not an exaggeration, but the truth. Let's go help them. Wan Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. The other party was from the same sect, so they couldn't just watch the other party be completely annihilated here. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Everyone, do your best and move together. There are too many skeletons. Once they catch up, only death awaits. Everyone should also pay attention to their own safety when saving people, Di Beichen added. Everyone responded and immediately went to help the cultivators who were trying to escape. Di Beichen arrived in front of a cultivator who was being chased. The dark energy in his body quickly surged out. Immediately after, the skeletons that were chasing him paused for a moment. Noticing this, Di Beichen suddenly had an idea. He used the power of darkness to envelop the escaping cultivator. Following this action, the skeletons behind seemed to treat this cultivator as one of their own. Their movements were a little confused, and they turned around to chase after the other cultivators. After the cultivator was freed, he collapsed beside Bewitching, his eyes filled with gratitude. Bewitching, thank you for saving my life. Bewitching waved his hand. It's fine. Go ahead and find a place to rest. I'll go save the others. Thank you. The man thanked him profusely. His gratitude was beyond words. After Bewitching discovered this method, he began to save people quickly. Every time, it was very effective. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching undoubtedly became the fastest people to save people. With their help, the cultivators escaped one after another. However, everyone had to run forward for a distance before they could escape the pursuit of the skeleton army. It should be safe here. Everyone can rest for a while. Wang Yanhan looked at the skeleton army behind him and couldn't help but say. Hearing Wang Yanhan's words, everyone sat down on the ground in exhaustion, panting heavily. That soul-stirring scene from before had almost scared them out of their wits. Right now, they only wanted to have a good rest. Everyone looked at the original team of 50 people, but now there were only 30 people left. They all felt a sense of sorrow in their hearts. Most of the cultivators who died were their close friends. They didn't expect that in such a short time, they would disappear forever from this world. For a moment, many cultivators' eyes were filled with tears. If they were a little slower just now, they might have died as well. Captain, thank you for coming to save us. A cultivator couldn't help but say. If Wang Yanhan and the others hadn't appeared, they might have been completely annihilated. Wang Yanhan waved his hand and said, since I'm the captain, I naturally should take good care of you. I just didn't expect such a coincidence. We just separated tonight and such a thing happened. It was only the first day in the demonic dragon abyss, and they had lost more than a dozen cultivators. This loss was not small. Hearing Wang Yanhan's words, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. Previously, they ignored Wang Yanhan so much, but he was able to disregard their former enmity and never took it to heart. In comparison, what they did was indeed too inappropriate. When they looked at Xiaorojin and the others again, everyone's gaze became a little complicated. If they didn't insist on leaving, as team members, they could only leave with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caused such a big loss. Because of the impulsive actions of the 3 vice-captains, half of the cultivators paid with their lives, and they also almost lost their lives. Xiaorojin and the other two's expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect such a situation to happen at all. Recalling the previous scenes, they even felt that they were still in shock. Everything that Wang Yanhan had said before was actually true. When they encountered the skeleton army, they were completely defeated. It was really too terrifying. Junior brother D, junior sister Bailey, thank you for saving me. Forgive me for being prejudiced against the power of darkness, but after this incident, I realized that every power is equal. The power of darkness can also save people. Just now, almost all of us were saved by you. If it weren't for you, we really would have died. At this moment, one of the cultivators stood up and bowed deeply to Bailey Hongzhuang and Yi Zichen. He had no words to thank them for saving his life, so he could only express his gratitude in this way. After the cultivator did so, several figures stood up one after another and bowed to Bailey Hongzhuang. Thank you for saving my life. Everyone, you're too polite. Since we're from the same sect, it's only right that we help each other, Bewitching said slowly. I apologize for my prejudice against you. Junior brother D, you are an outstanding cultivator. Bewitching smiled faintly. Thank you. After seeing this scene, Wang Yanhan and the others were also relieved. Bewitching's dark attribute was really useful in this kind of place. Seeing the change in everyone's attitude, Wang Yanhan and the others couldn't help but feel gratified. In their opinion, Bewitching was a true genius. If he was rejected by everyone because of his darkness attribute, it would be too much of a pity. Fortunately, everyone was discerning. After this incident, they finally saw everything clearly. The expressions of Xiaorojin and the others were extremely ugly. Originally, their goal was to take advantage of this opportunity to attack Wang Yanhan and the others. They didn't expect that it would be their failure and instead, it would be Wang Yanhan and the others. Now, from everyone's expression, it could be seen that everyone trusted Wang Yanhan and the others from the bottom of their hearts. On the contrary, their trust in them had rapidly decreased. However, no matter how unwilling they were, they couldn't do anything. Being able to keep their lives was already the most fortunate thing for them. We escaped a calamity tonight. Everyone is tired. The sky is gradually brightening. The skeleton army won't appear again. Everyone, have a good rest. Wang Yanhan said. Hearing Wang Yanhan's words, everyone was incomparably convinced. Immediately, they began to relax and rest. Because, among all of them, only Wang Yanhan and the others understood the skeleton army the best. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and sighed. It's just that the loss is a bit greater. With the arrival of the day, everyone had completely recovered after a few hours of rest. However, what happened last night was still vivid in their minds. Clearly, they couldn't forget it for a while. It's daybreak. We can move separately. However, the team may need to be regrouped. Wang Yanhan looked at everyone with a slightly complicated expression. Originally, there were 50 people, but now there were only 30 people left. It was really terrible. The eyes of Xiaorojin and the other two vice-captains also flickered. They were constantly thinking in their hearts. It had to be said that the situation yesterday really scared them out of their wits. So much so that they didn't have the courage to leave alone. Captain, we'll follow you. Yeah, it's too dangerous here. We don't have any experience. If we encounter the situation last night, it's really, Captain, just let us follow you. Don't split into groups. Everyone spoke one after another. Their voices were filled with pleading. Now, they only believed in Wang Yanhan and the others. Only in this way could they feel safe. Wang Yanhan obviously didn't expect that everyone would have such a request. He couldn't help but be stunned. So many of us are moving together? Actually, it's not a big deal. Although it will be slower, at least it's safer, Xiaorojin said slowly. At this moment, she no longer cared so much. If it weren't for the fact that she still wanted to save some face, she would have immediately returned to the Blazing Flame sect. It was not worth it to train in a place where she could lose her life at any time. With her status, she only needed to stay in the Raging Flame sect. Noticing the change in Xiaorojin's attitude, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other with interest in their eyes. However, with so many of us moving together, it's very likely that we won't be able to compare to the Azure Dragon Gate. Wang Yanhan frowned. How about this? Let's split into two groups. On one hand, it's safer. On the other hand, we can speed things up a little, Lu Yan said. After some discussion, it was finally decided that Wang Yanhan and Lu Yan would lead the team and split into two teams. Although Xiaorojin and the two vice-captains still wanted to lead the team, it was a pity that no one wanted to pay attention to them and did not mention them at all. When they saw this scene, they tactfully stopped mentioning this matter to avoid embarrassing themselves. After splitting into two teams, Xiaorojin and the other three vice-captains naturally became ordinary team members. Unfortunately, they all followed Wang Yanhan's team. In any case, they were vice-captains. It was not a big deal to follow the captain, but if they followed Lu Yan, it would be really embarrassing. Everyone went all the way inside. What they needed to know now was not only what was in the demonic dragon abyss, but also how big it was. Wife, has the feeling of being followed disappeared? Bewitching asked. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly. No, it's still there. Bewitching's eyes darkened. We have been away for so long, but they are still following us. It seems that the other party's background is not simple. But why is the other party following us? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows wrinkled. This was what she couldn't understand the most. Although they had made a lot of noise after coming to Rongan City, they had not provoked many people. It was a little strange that the other party had followed them all the way to the depths of the demonic dragon abyss. Is it the D family? Bewitching pondered. It could be them, but would they follow us so far? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her slender eyebrows. She always felt that with the D family's temperament, they would have jumped out long ago. Besides them, there is only one possibility left. Di Baichen looked at Bailey Hongshuang's bright eyes. Gong Tianfeng's revenge. That is indeed possible. Bailey Hongshuang's expression changed slightly. They had embarrassed Gong Tianfeng in front of the president. She would definitely be very unhappy, so it was possible that she would send people to take revenge. We have to be careful. Since we already know of their existence, we should be prepared to deal with them at any time. Yes. During the day, everyone's speed could be said to be extremely fast. Because they knew that skeletons would not appear during the day, everyone was very relieved. It was only in the evening that the group slowed down. Let's find a suitable place to rest nearby, Wan Yanhan said slowly. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Okay. Due to the fact that the other cultivators didn't know much about the training grounds and didn't know what kind of place was the safest, it was those who were more knowledgeable who scattered around to search. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen led some of the cultivators in a direction to find a suitable place. Everyone agreed to meet up later. Xiao Rojin seemed to be competing with Bailey Hongshuang, so she decided to follow Bailey Hongshuang. Bailey Hongshuang could not be bothered with this. She had never regarded Xiao Rojin as her opponent, but the other party liked to compete with her, so there was nothing she could do. It's so dark here, we can't see the surroundings at all. Junior sister Bailey, you still don't know much about the use of light power. Why don't I teach you how to use light power to illuminate? Ever since she came to the demonic dragon abyss, she had lost face in front of Bailey Hongshuang several times. Now that she had a chance, she naturally wanted to save some face. However, just as Xiao Rojin was about to use her light power, Bailey Hongshuang snapped, "Stop." Xiao Rojin couldn't help but be startled by Bailey Hongshuang's sudden shout. She stopped what she was doing and looked at Bailey Hongshuang with displeasure. "What are you doing?" "Senior sister Xiao, don't you know that the light power will attract the skeleton army? There are dark elements everywhere here, and the most repulsive element is the light element. If you use the light power here, it will undoubtedly be a bright light in the dark night, making those skeletons target us." The light and pleasant voice was cold, and Bailey Hongshuang's beautiful eyes were still fierce. If Xiao Rojin was courting death, she would be too lazy to pay attention to it, but if it affected their safety, she could no longer turn a blind eye to it. Xiao Rojin, who was about to make trouble, was also stunned at this moment. She had a startled look on her face, obviously not expecting such a situation. Isn't the light power the nemesis of the dark power? They should be afraid of the light power. Xiao Rojin retorted, but her voice was somewhat powerless. The light power is indeed the nemesis of the dark power, but only when the light power is strong enough. If an army of light attributes appears, the skeleton army may leave, but your scattered light power will only attract them to destroy you. Senior sister Xiao, you should understand this principle, right? After Bailey Hongshuang faintly dropped a sentence, she looked into the distance, looking for a place to rest tonight. Xiao Rojin looked embarrassed. She opened her mouth, but closed it in the end. Because what Bailey Hongshuang said was really reasonable, and no one could refute it. The other cultivators couldn't help but look at Xiao Rojin. Bailey Hongshuang's words reminded them that Xiao Rojin used the light power to illuminate the area yesterday. In that case, it was very likely that the skeleton army that attacked them yesterday was provoked by Xiao Rojin. Xiao Rojin didn't think of this at first, but when she noticed the change in everyone's expressions, she finally thought of it. Her face immediately turned pale, and her aura instantly dissipated into nothingness. She just walked with her head lowered, not daring to meet everyone's eyes. However, just as Bailey Hongshuang and Lin Mingyao were searching, several figures suddenly appeared before them. "Bailey Hongshuang, Di Baichen, I'd like to see who can protect you today." Devao's figure suddenly appeared. At this moment, he had a complacent look on his face. In order to confirm whether Bailey Hongshuang and the others were accompanied by a mentor, they had spent a lot of effort. In the end, they had found the best opportunity. Looking at the group of people who appeared in front of them, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Baichen looked at each other. They didn't expect that they were really from the Di family. However, for some reason, after knowing that they were cultivators from the Di family, they actually heaved a sigh of relief. At least, the people from the Di family should be easier to deal with than the people sent by Gong Tianfeng. The other cultivators couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw the sudden appearance of the Di family. No one expected that someone would appear halfway. This is a personal grudge between us and Bailey Hongzhuang. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave. After all, if they killed the other cultivators from the Blazing Flame sect, they would be disrespecting the Blazing Flame sect. They did not want to offend the Blazing Flame sect completely because of this. As Di Sudong finished speaking, the cultivators could not help but look at each other. This situation was indeed very awkward for them. They did not want to lose their lives because of this, but if they left Bailey Hongzhuang and White Tiger here because of this, they would be too disloyal. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang also said, "You guys should leave. This is a grudge between the four of us. We will settle it ourselves. But they have the advantage in numbers and there are only two of you. This is too dangerous." A cultivator frowned. Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang had saved him yesterday. If he left just like this, he would not know how to repay their kindness. Bewitching waved his hand. "It's okay. You can go back and help us inform Wan Yanhan and the rest." Neither he nor Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to implicate them. There were 6 cultivators from the D family in front of them, and they were all very powerful. However, he, Hongzhuang, Xiaohe, and White Lion were not weak either. Although they could not guarantee that they would defeat them, they would at least be able to deal with them for a while. Moreover, if worst came to worst, it would be like last time. As long as they suppressed one of them, the situation would be reversed. Just as the cultivators were puzzled, Xiaorojin said, "Since this is a personal grudge between them, it is not appropriate for us to interfere. Let's go back first." With that, Xiaorojin turned and left first. Seeing this, the other cultivators hesitated and finally chose to leave as well. After all, no one wanted to get involved in this mess. "Master, these guys are too disloyal." White Lion's eyes were filled with disgust. They had helped these people before, but they had actually done this. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was indifferent. True friends can only be encountered by chance, not sought after. To have a few such friends is something to be happy about. As for the others, there is no need to force them. After everyone left, the smiles on the faces of Devouz and the others grew even brighter. "I thought you guys would stay in the Blazing sect forever. You're finally out." Time and time again they had suffered losses in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. They had almost begun to doubt their lives, but at this moment, they finally had a chance to fight them head-on. Needless to say, this was a crushing situation. At the thought of this, Devouz was a little excited. "Looks like you didn't suffer enough from us last time. This time, it won't be as easy as last time." Bewitching's voice was slightly cold. This group of people was always looking for trouble. It was time to put an end to it. As soon as he said that, Devouz's face darkened. It would have been fine if Bewitching hadn't mentioned the previous incident. Now that he mentioned it, it immediately reminded him of the embarrassing scene. "Last time, we were ambushed by you. This time, we will send you directly to the underground to be buried with Wen Tao." Devouz finally couldn't hold back. With a move, he directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. After the last fight, he already understood that he was no match for Bewitching. So this time, he wouldn't send himself to his doorstep. When Devouz made his move, Di Sudong and the others immediately began to move as well. Now that there were 6 of them, it was undoubtedly the easiest way to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching unleashed their full strength. Even if they were facing cultivators stronger than them, they were not afraid at all. Bang! Bailey Hongzhuang and Devouz clashed head-on. The power of light was unleashed without any concealment. If it was a normal day, she would naturally not use it. However, it was not a bad idea to attract the skeleton army over. After all, they could completely cover themselves with the aura of darkness. The skeleton army would not attack them. On the contrary, Devouz and the rest would not be so lucky. Blood aura field. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly shouted in her heart. A dense blood aura suddenly erupted. Her dark pupils were dyed with a blood-red color. The surrounding aura also became cold and murderous. Noticing the change in Bailey Hongzhuang, Devouz could not help but be stunned. For a moment, he did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang was doing. However, when he noticed that Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had actually started to rapidly rise, his expression changed. Star Radiance Level 5, Star Radiance Level 6. She who was originally Star Radiance Level 4 had actually forcefully raised her aura to Star Radiance Level 6. From that pure aura, one could tell that she had really raised her aura and was not putting on an act. How could this be? DeVos was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could forcefully raise their cultivation like this. This was too heaven-defying. However, it was only Star Radiance Level 6. It was not much of a threat to him. Even if you used all your strength, you would only be able to raise your cultivation to Star Radiance Level 6. You are still not my opponent. DeVos' face rippled with a cold smile. He was Star Radiance Level 8. How could Bailey Hongzhuang compete with him? Don't worry, I will definitely let you die an incomparably painful death later. DeVos' gaze was sinister. Towards Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, he had already tormented them countless times in his imagination. Right now, he was just starting to implement it. I'm afraid it's not as easy as you think. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold, and her murderous aura spread out, the dense murderous aura mixed with the astonishing blood qi, causing people to shudder. DeVos only felt an inexplicable fear in the bottom of his heart. He faintly felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was invincible. Under the influence of this state of mind, DeVos discovered that he was unable to fully display his Star Radiance Level 8 strength. He tried to exert his full strength, but he couldn't do it. Bailey Hongzhuang's murderous eyes kept circling in his mind, making him uneasy. If Bailey Hongzhuang was not DeVos' opponent in the past, her strength had undoubtedly increased by a few notches after her Yuan Qi had been converted into the power of light. Coupled with her killing aura and blood aura, she was not at a disadvantage at all. How could this be? DeVos' expression was extremely ugly. In the past, he didn't really fight with Bailey Hongzhuang. He always felt that defeating Bailey Hongzhuang should be a very simple matter. However, the current scene was completely beyond his imagination. At this moment, he finally understood why Di Wintao was defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest's fighting strength could not be judged based on their cultivation. If they were to be so sure, once they fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Di Sudong could not do anything to Di Beichen at the moment. He finally understood why Wu Wenfeng thought so highly of these fellows. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, he understood that once these young people developed in the future, they would not be simple characters. Di Sudong's gaze grew increasingly sinister at the thought of this. It was precisely because of this that he had to get rid of all these people. Otherwise, these people would bring great trouble to the Di family in the future. Someone help me! DeVos hurriedly shouted. At a time like this, he did not care about his reputation. All he wanted was to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. Bai Shi and Bailey Hongzhuang faced off against 3 people, including DeVos, while Di Beichen faced off against 3 people. It goes without saying that their opponents were not weak at all. It was not an easy task for them to deal with them. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Their thoughts were simple. If they could win, they would fight. If they could not win, they would run. They would grind their opponents to death. Within the range of the blood and murderous aura, their opponents' cultivation levels were suppressed. Hence, Bai Shi and Xiao Bai's opponents had undoubtedly been weakened. Bailey Hongzhuang held the colored glass sword in her hand. Her beautiful face was murderous and emotionless. Her movement technique was ethereal and strange. She only needed to find an opening to deliver a fatal blow. Both parties' martial techniques collided loudly, the dazzling colors illuminated the darkness like brilliant fireworks. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen worked together seamlessly. Even when faced with 6 people's attacks, they were still able to take care of each other. Di Sudong and the others' expressions turned ugly. They had thought that this would be a one-sided situation. They never thought that it would be so troublesome to kill the 2 of them. If this continues, once reinforcements arrive, it would be difficult for them to attack. However, just as they were exchanging blows, a group of black-clothed men suddenly appeared and surrounded all of them. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of another group of people, Bailey Hongzhuang and the Di family cultivators could not help but stop what they were doing and look at each other in surprise. They did not understand who had suddenly appeared. The cultivators who appeared were all dressed in black with black veils covering their faces. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. That black figure was hidden in this training ground, and there was no way to discover it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the cultivators who suddenly appeared in front of her. This group of people seemed to be well trained. Previously, when they were fighting, they did not notice that there were other cultivators around them. She did not know why, but she vaguely felt that the stalker she had sensed earlier might not have been the D family's cultivators, but this group of men in black. Who are you? DeVos clearly did not expect that a group of people would suddenly appear under such circumstances. Furthermore, based on the other party's posture, they seemed to be well-trained and had an extraordinary background. However, that group of people completely ignored DeVos and only looked at their leader. Leader, what should we do? Kill them all. The leader's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. They were cold and emotionless. He looked at the group of people in front of him as if they were cats and dogs. He did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. As the man finished speaking, the other men in black nodded one after another. They immediately took out their weapons and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten to kill all of us? Aren't you too arrogant? A cultivator from the D family stepped forward with a mocking smile on his face. The other party did not even know who they were, yet they dared to speak so arrogantly. Besides him, Di Sudong and the others also had a mocking look on their faces. The other party did not have more people than them. They were merely 4 people, yet they dared to speak so arrogantly in front of them. It was simply ridiculous. However, what happened next made them unable to laugh anymore. The other party's figure flashed and the head of the D family cultivator who had spoken fell to the ground. It rolled a few times before it finally stopped at DeVos' feet. DeVos felt as if his throat was being choked by a pair of invisible hands. He could not utter a single word. The other party's speed was as fast as lightning. The D family cultivators did not even have time to react before the other party's attack ended. The most terrifying thing was that there was no sign of struggle or pain from the beginning to the end. Only his widened eyes showed his disbelief. At that moment, they finally understood that the 4 people in front of them were not ordinary people. Such a method could be considered terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching exchanged glances. In their hearts, they already knew that these people were professional assassins. Apart from professionally trained assassins, no one else could have such nimble methods and swift speed. Their actions were silent. If it had been a sneak attack, they might not even have known how they died. The other party had stepped forward openly because they did not care about them at all. In their hearts, they did not deserve to be their opponents. Almost immediately, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching fled without hesitation. They were no match for this group of people. If they stayed, only death would await them. DeVos and the others' reactions were no different from Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's. A true expert could be judged by the way they attacked. However, their speed was slightly slower than Bailey Hongzhuang's. Everyone split into 2 groups and fled in different directions. The 4 cultivators also split into 2 groups. Since they had already made their move, they could not leave any traces behind. Moreover, such an opponent was not a problem for them at all. Even if the other party was given time to escape, he would not be able to escape from their clutches. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching fled as fast as they could. Behind them, blood-curdling screams could be heard. It was obvious that the cultivators of the D family had died at their hands. For the first time, Bailey Hongzhuang felt like she was on the run. There was a kind of panic in her heart, and all of her cells seemed to be activated at this moment. She could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat. She had no doubt that as long as she was slightly slower, the other party would directly chop off her head. In the process of escaping, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching tacitly avoided Wan Yanhan and the others. They were no match for this group of people at all. No matter how many people came, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. In such a tense moment, they did not even have the time to think about who the other party was and why they had immediately threatened to kill them. They did not even know who the other party was after. With a stomp, the other party's figure rushed directly in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Cold. An extreme coldness spread throughout Bailey Hongzhuang's body. It was a coldness that came from the bottom of her heart. The other party's sharp eyes were merciless and murderous, as if she was only his prey. The other party's lips curled into a sinister sneer, and the sharp blade in his hand attacked her without hesitation. Ding! Debachen's flowing light sword blocked it. "Wife, be careful." His warm and mellow voice was filled with concern, and he did not even have the time to say anything before he exchanged blows with the other party. Bailey Hongshuang's reaction speed was extremely fast, and she immediately rushed forward. Even though they knew that they were no match for them, they still wanted to fight to the death. Faced with Bailey Hongshuang and Debachen's counterattack, the other party looked relaxed and at ease. Their eyes even carried a hint of playfulness, as if they were looking at two pets on the verge of death, and it was interesting to see their final struggle. The other party's abilities were definitely not at the Starlight realm. Even if they used all their skills, they were still no match for them. In a short period of time, Bailey Hongshuang's body was covered with wounds. That kind of pain was nothing in the face of death. Bailey Hongshuang and Debachen's desperate counterattack was unfortunately unable to injure the other party. It was a kind of indescribable despair. "Wife." Just as the other party's sharp sword was about to pierce Bailey Hongshuang's body, Debachen's figure flashed and blocked in front of her, pulling her into his arms. Debachen's actions were instinctive, without the slightest bit of hesitation. As long as he was still alive, he would protect Bailey Hongshuang with his life. Blood, bright red and warm blood splashed onto her face, and the fishy sweet smell stimulated her soul. She did not know who the other party was, nor did she know why they wanted to kill them. They had experienced a lot of pain in the past, but they had never experienced such despair. However, looking at Debachen beside her who was risking his life to protect her, the blood in her body seemed to ignite in an instant. The scorching heat almost burned her to ashes. Thinking that Debachen might leave her life because of this, or that they might be buried underground forever, or that they might never see their loved ones again, her eyes flashed with an indescribable madness. "Ah!" With a hysterical cry, Bailey Hongshuang suddenly felt that the question in her mind that she had been unable to figure out all this time was suddenly solved. Devil's Gate. Bailey Hongshuang's scarlet eyes were filled with madness and cruelty. The power within her body exploded wildly and a gigantic beast suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her opponent's attack. It was a huge centipede. Its scarlet body reflected a cold light, and its hard and tough shell seemed indestructible. As soon as the crimson centipede appeared, it stared at the two cultivators in front of it as if they were delicious food. The other party was obviously shocked by this sudden scene. They simply couldn't understand how such a giant beast could appear out of nowhere. What's going on? The two assassins were completely dumbfounded. They had lived for so long and had never encountered such a situation before. This fellow can't be this woman's contracted beast, right? The other assassin was puzzled. He had seen Bailey Hongshuang suddenly shout and this gigantic fellow had appeared out of thin air. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that he was dreaming. The two men looked at each other. Based on their powers, it should be a piece of cake for them to finish off Bailey Hongshuang and Xiaobei. After all, the higher-ups had sent them here to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, they would not have needed to deal with cultivators of this level. Previously, when they had received this mission, they had felt that it was unnecessary to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, the higher-ups had placed great importance on this mission, so they had no choice but to come personally. However, after witnessing this scene, they finally understood that the other party was no simple character. She had actually summoned such a large creature out of thin air. It was no wonder that the higher-ups had sent them here to deal with it. They had never seen such an ability before. Debachen, Baisher, and Xiaobei stared at Bailey Hongshuang in astonishment. They could not understand how Bailey Hongshuang had managed to summon such a large creature. In fact, Bailey Hongshuang herself was in disbelief as she stared at the large creature before her. "Kill them," Bailey Hongshuang ordered. As Bailey Hongshuang spoke, the blood-red centipede began to attack the assassins. Its enormous strength forced the two assassins to retreat. This large creature with thick skin and flesh could not be defeated in a short period of time. However, Bailey Hongshuang only glared at them. She wanted to remember their faces. She would definitely have her revenge for what had happened today. The large creature's appearance stopped the assassins in their tracks. Bailey Hongshuang supported Debachen and quickly left. They did not know how long the large creature could hold them off. They could only try their best to find a place to hide. However, just as they were about to escape, the two cultivators who had been heading in another direction rushed over. "Master, what should we do?" Baisher and Xiao Bai's bodies were covered in wounds. They had finally found a chance to escape, but they never thought that they would be targeted by the other two. Despair spread once again. "Leader, kill them. Don't let them get away." The two cultivators who were being forced back by the giant beast could only shout from the side. They didn't expect the giant beast to be so strong. They could only be chased by the giant beast and couldn't kill it in a short time. However, they could not allow Bailey Hongzhuang and Gu Ruoyun to leave this place alive. Otherwise, they would be severely punished when they return. "Wife, let go of me." Di Baichen spoke slowly, but his attitude was unusually firm. If he continued to be with Bailey Hongzhuang, he would only be a burden to her. If he stayed, at least he could buy some time. As long as Bailey Hongzhuang could live, it was enough for him. However, Bailey Hongzhuang completely ignored him. In the next moment, Di Baichen was sucked into Bailey Hongzhuang's chaos ring. The four assassins stared at Di Baichen, who had suddenly disappeared. They were dumbfounded. Bailey Hongzhuang had first pulled this big fellow out of thin air. Now, she had made Di Baichen disappear out of thin air. Was she performing a magic trick? They looked around, but there was no sign of Di Baichen. "Baisher, Xiao Bai, you two go in as well." Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was solemn. Her eyes were so cold that there was no warmth in them. This was the only thing she could do now. "Master, we're not going in." "Master, you and I are one. If you die, I won't be able to live either. Let's fight to the death." Baisher's eyes were cold and fierce. There was no fear in them. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes reddened. An indescribable complex emotion rippled in her heart. No matter when or where, they would always be by her side. Even if they had to die. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze turned sharp again. "Good." After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's performance, the four people's gazes changed gradually. Cultivators in the Starlight Realm were like ants to them. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Baichen's performance made them look at them in a new light. With their cultivation base, it was already very scary to be able to achieve this. Di Sudong and the others from before had a higher cultivation base than them, but they could not hold on for so long. They did not doubt that if these two cultivators were allowed to continue developing, they would definitely become terrifying existences in the future. "Who are you people?" Bailey Hongzhuang looked sharply at the four people in front of her. These four people had appeared out of nowhere, and their strength had completely exceeded their level. She was certain that they had never offended cultivators of this level. In fact, they did not have the qualifications to come into contact with people of this level in the upper realm. Naturally, they could not afford to offend them. However, the other party did not answer. "Now that things have come to this, I can no longer escape. Why don't you let me die knowing?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. The outcome was already predictable. She was fighting with her back against the wall. However, even if she died, she should at least know who killed her. "We can't tell you." The man in the lead had a cold gaze and an indifferent expression on his face. Other than a flash of surprise, his eyes were cold and inhuman from the beginning to the end. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart sank. It seemed that the people behind them were very careful. Even at this point, they were not willing to reveal their identity. They really could not be underestimated. "Do it." The leader looked at the cultivators beside him. One person was enough to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang. Although they could not deal with this giant centipede in a short period of time, it would be enough if one of them could kill Bailey Hongzhuang. The assassin immediately attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze was cold and murderous. At this moment, her body was covered in wounds. Even if she ran, she could not outrun her opponent. She might as well fight to the death. Ding, both weapons clashed. The opponent's terrifying strength caused Bailey Hongzhuang's hand to go numb. Blood faintly, but she still held her sword tightly. Whoosh, all the power in her body erupted at this moment. It was as if everything around her had disappeared, and the only thing in her eyes was the assassin before her. The other party's methods were astonishingly sharp. There was no hesitation at all. The sword in his hand landed everywhere, aiming for vital points. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult for Bailey Hongzhuang to persist for even a moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Bailey Hongzhuang stumbled back several steps. Her clothes had long been stained red with blood. She looked disheveled and miserable. However, her eyes were as sharp as a wolf's. They were tragic and persistent. Faced with Bailey Hongzhuang in this state, the assassin's heart was shaken. The opponent was clearly no match for him. Yet, she had been able to hold on for so long. This was already a miracle. Slash! The sharp blade pierced Bailey Hongzhuang's body, drawing a red line of blood. Master! White Lion! Fresh blood blurred Bailey Hongzhuang's vision. She could no longer tell if it was blood or tears that had blurred her vision. His heart ached to the extreme at this moment, and he felt as if he couldn't even breathe. The opponent was too terrifying and cold-blooded, causing one to break down from the bottom of their heart. The White Lion fell in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Its eyes were fixed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Even at its last moment, it still wanted to imprint its master's face deeply into its heart. Die! The man's eyes were cold and sharp. He stabbed the sharp blade in his hand without hesitation. However, at that moment, Bailey Hongzhuang felt the dark aura beneath her feet suddenly become denser. A ray of light flashed across her eyes, which were filled with despair and agony. She used all her strength to run wildly backward. The opponent clearly did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to still want to escape at this point in time. However, given her current state, how could she escape? It's useless. The man shook his head. This kind of resistance was a joke to him. However, just as the man was about to chase after Bailey Hongzhuang, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank. A huge force grabbed his leg and mercilessly tore it off. Ah! The man let out an earth-shattering blood-curdling scream. He never expected that a pit would suddenly appear beneath his feet. A numbing number of skeletons quietly appeared from the pit and tore the man's body into pieces before he could defend himself. In a short while, the man had disappeared without a trace. The other three assassins couldn't help but be stunned when they saw the scene. This sudden turn of events was completely beyond their expectations. Even though they had lost one person, Bailey Hongzhuang must have lost her life since she had entered the sea of skeletons. However, they did not notice that a pair of blood-red, eerie eyes were staring fixedly at them from within the sea of skeletons. She would definitely avenge today's grudge. When Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao found out that Bailey Hongzhuang and Dijiu had been besieged by the Di family's cultivators, their expressions changed abruptly. There are so many people in the Di family. How could you leave the two of them there? After being reprimanded by Wang Yanhan, everyone's gazes immediately turned to Xiao Rojin. It was Xiao Rojin who had suggested coming back. Noticing the change in everyone's expression, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao couldn't help but look at Xiao Rojin with sharp gazes. This is a personal grudge between them. Why should we get involved? Xiao Rojin spread out her hands and asked innocently. Obviously, she did not feel that there was anything wrong with her approach. Hearing this, Wang Yanhan looked at Xiao Rojin in disgust. He knew very well that this woman must be eager for something to happen to little junior sister and the others. Let's go take a look. Right now, he didn't have time to settle this score with Xiao Rojin. He had to hurry over. He only hoped that junior brother Di and little junior sister could hold on until they arrived. After Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao set off, Lu Yan also rushed over with people. Even though he had not interacted with Bailey Hongzhuang and Dijiu for a long time, they were already friends. Furthermore, they were from the same sect. How could they watch outsiders bully their fellow disciples? However, when Wang Yanhan and the others arrived, they did not see Bailey Hongzhuang and Dijiu. At the thought of this possibility, Wang Yanhan could not help but clench his fists tightly under his sleeves. No way. He did not believe that junior brother Di and little junior sister would die in the hands of the Di family. Guilt, regret, self-blame, Wang Yanhan's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. In fact, he was the one who had killed Di Wentao. If it had not been for him, little junior sister and the rest would not have had any interaction with the Di family. If they had died in the hands of the Di family, he would never forgive himself. Yi Haomiao's face was also filled with anxiety. According to what they said, this should be the place. Why are there no traces? Wan Yanhan, come over and take a look. At that moment, LV Yan's voice was heard from a short distance away. Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao immediately rushed over to where LV Yan was. However, their expressions changed when they saw the corpse on the ground. I remember this face. He is a cultivator from the D family. Yi Haomiao said hurriedly. LV Yan and the rest could not help but look at each other. Since a cultivator from the D family has died, this proves that things are not as bad as we thought. Let's go and take a look nearby. Okay. Everyone spread out and searched the surroundings. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. We found the corpse of a cultivator from the D family here. We found Dabao's corpse here. We found Di Sudong's corpse here. In a short time, a group of people found the 6 corpses of the D family not far away from this place. There were only 6 cultivators from the D family that we saw previously. Now, they are all dead. The cultivator who had gone back to inform Wan Yanhan had a complicated expression on his face. Could Bewitching and the rest have killed all the cultivators from the D family? If that was the case, the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching was too terrifying. The D family had not wanted to kill them. They were the ones who had exterminated the D family. No way. Wan Yanhan shook his head with a solemn expression. If little junior sister and the others killed them, they should have returned by now. It's impossible for there to be no news at all. Lu Yan nodded his head solemnly. Indeed. Based on the distribution of the D family's cultivators' corpses, it is obvious that they fled in 2 different directions. However, they were caught up and killed. There are only 2 of them, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. It's impossible for them to do this. Wan Yanhan, look, there's blood here. Yi Haomiao's voice suddenly sounded. Looking at the blood trail on the ground, his heart gradually sank. Wan Yanhan and the others quickly rushed over. As expected, these bloodstains were left behind when they were fleeing. Look, there are footprints on the bloodstains. Everyone took a closer look, and it was indeed as he said. It seems that there should be a 3rd group of people here. These bloodstains could only belong to little junior sister and her group. Wan Yanhan's expression was complicated. He couldn't understand why they would encounter another group of people here. Let's search nearby again. They might not have gone far, Yi Haomiao said. Based on the situation of the bloodstains, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Sudong's situation was definitely not good. They had to speed up. Let's search in the direction of the bloodstains, Lu Yan said in a low voice. However, as the group continued to move forward, they realized that there was an army of skeletons in the distance. The black mass of skeletons emitted a heart-palpitating fluctuation. Ever since they had encountered the army of skeletons, everyone had a lingering fear. Now that they had seen it again, almost everyone wanted to run away. Just as they were hesitating, they suddenly saw 2 black figures sweep past them. The other party's speed was extremely fast, but they were certain that the 2 figures they had seen were not fake. Who are these 2 people? Could Beichun's accident be related to the 2 of them? Yi Haomiao looked in the direction in which the 2 had left. The 2 of them had suddenly appeared here and were dressed in black. Even their faces were covered. It was obvious that they were going to do something shameful. Wan Yanhan also looked at the 2 of them. Although he did not have any evidence, he was almost certain that the 2 of them had done it. However, by the time they wanted to chase after them, the 2 of them had already disappeared without a trace. They're so fast. They're definitely very powerful. Yi Haomiao stared in horror at the backs of the 2 men in black. In the blink of an eye, their figures had disappeared from sight. This speed was simply shocking. That means that little junior sister and the others should be in the army of skeletons. Wan Yanhan turned around and looked at the army of skeletons. Based on the way the 2 men in black had fled, he could see that they were in a sorry state. It must have been because of the army of skeletons. Thinking about it, this was the only possibility that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were in the army of skeletons. Little junior sister. Wan Yanhan immediately called out loudly at the thought of this. Bewitching. Bailey Hongzhuang. Everyone called out to her, but unfortunately, there was no response. Seeing this, everyone looked at each other. Although no one said anything, they knew very well that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' chances of survival were very small. First, they had been pursued and seriously injured. Now, they had fallen into the army of skeletons. It was simply impossible for them to survive. "I'll go in and look for them." Wang Yanhan refused to believe it. They had clearly been fine together. They had only been separated for a moment and the two of them had fallen. How could anyone accept this? Seeing Wang Yanhan's action, Lu Yan and Yi Haomiao hurriedly stopped him. "Are you crazy? With so many skeletons, let alone you, even if all of us went there, we would still die. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. If I don't find them, I definitely won't give up." Wang Yanhan's expression was resolute. He absolutely couldn't accept such an outcome. "Wang Yanhan, calm down." Yi Haomiao shouted, "If they were really surrounded by the army of skeletons, nothing would be left. Have you forgotten what happened last night?" Wang Yanhan was stunned when he heard these words. Indeed, with the terrifying strength of the skeleton army, he would be torn to pieces in a short period of time once he was surrounded. "They died because of me." Wang Yanhan stared at Yi Haomiao, his voice filled with hysteria. Little junior sister and little junior sister had gotten into such trouble because of him. Now that he was alive and well, but little junior sister and little junior sister had fallen, how was he going to face them? Pain. A heart-wrenching pain. She felt as if her entire body had been crushed by a giant beast. There was not a single part of her body that did not hurt. A burning sensation spread throughout her body as if someone was calling out to her. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not open her eyes. "Master! Master, wake up!" Bailey Hongzhuang's body was shaken. She used all her strength to open her eyes. Xiaohei was calling out to her anxiously. When she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had opened her eyes, Xiaohei's teary eyes lit up with joy. "Master, how are you? Nothing must happen to you." Bailey Hongzhuang's mind went blank for a moment as she stared at Xiaohei. Then, her memories quickly returned. Assassin, pursuit, a fight to the death. Scene after scene flashed across her mind. In the end, she stopped at the scene of Bewitching and Baisher who had been stabbed. Her expression changed and she immediately tried to sit up. However, the moment she moved, the heart-wrenching pain caused her to frown. Her body felt as if it had been filled with lead. It was extremely difficult for her to move. Even though her body was in great pain, she insisted on sitting up. She then turned to look at Bewitching and Baisher. They were lying there without any reaction. "Bewitching. Baisher." Bailey Hongzhuang called out to them. However, they still did not move. It was as if they could not hear Bailey Hongzhuang's voice at all. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart trembled when she saw this. Her bright eyes revealed a trace of fear. She clearly remembered that Bewitching and Baisher had taken a blow for her. She was afraid that they would leave her just like that. "Master, they're not dead yet." Xiaohei's eyes were filled with tears. It did not know why they would encounter such a calamity out of the blue. Almost everyone was on the verge of death. After listening to Xiaohei's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart calmed down a little, but she was still worried. She knew very well how serious her injuries were at that time. If she didn't receive treatment in time, it was hard to say whether she could survive. She wanted to stand up, but she had no strength. Therefore, she could only use all her strength to crawl to Bewitching and White Lion's side. She placed her hand on Bewitching's pulse. That weak pulse had almost disappeared, but the faint fluctuations made her understand that Bewitching was still alive. However, judging from his pulse, his injuries were far more serious than he had imagined. She quickly took out a medicinal pill from her bosom and fed it to Bewitching before looking at Baisher at the side. The white lion's fur was now dyed red with blood, and it no longer had its majestic appearance. There was a huge hole in its stomach, and blood was flowing uncontrollably from the wound. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly took out some medicine and sprinkled it on Baisher's wound, then began to bandage it. However, the blood was flowing too quickly. She could not stop it even when she tried to cover it with her hands. Her hands were covered in blood. Bailey Hongzhuang's vision was blurry. She was on the verge of breaking down, and she wanted to cry out loud. However, she managed to calm down in the end. She understood that she could not break down now. She had to think of a way to save them. Because if they were no longer around, she would not be able to live either. Master, don't cry. Let me help you. Xiao Hei's lips trembled. Everywhere they looked was a shocking bloodstain. They had never been in such a tragic state before. No matter what, as long as there was still a glimmer of hope, they could not let anything happen to Bewitching and White Lion. All right. Lower realm, Lan family. Mu Lingbing's heart clenched in pain, and she couldn't help feeling nervous and uncomfortable. Yun Xiao, I don't know why, but I'm suddenly very worried. Did something happen to Hong Zhuang and the rest? Mu Lingbing hurriedly went to find Lan Yunxiao. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. She had felt this way when Bailey Hongzhuang was in trouble. She didn't expect to feel this way again today. It truly made her feel uneasy. Lan Yunxiao's expression changed slightly at Mu Lingbing's words. He pondered for a moment before saying, "It can't be. I received a letter from Xiran saying that they went to the upper realm. Moreover, Beichen's father is already looking for them. Logically speaking, they should be in the D family by now. There shouldn't be any problems. Could it be that the D family doesn't accept Hong Zhuang?" Mu Lingbing looked anxious. She had never thought that there would be such a problem before she knew about the upper realm. However, she couldn't help but worry after learning that Di Beichen was the young master of an aristocratic family in the upper realm. After all, not all families didn't care about status. It can't be. Lan Yunxiao shook his head. You've seen Beichen's father. He's not that kind of person. Seeing Lan Yunxiao's confident expression, Mu Lingbing relaxed a little. However, she still couldn't help but pace back and forth. I keep feeling that something has happened. We should go to the upper realm as soon as possible. Hong Zhuang is alone there with no one to rely on. It's too dangerous. I understand your worries. Lan Yunxiao pulled Mu Lingbing back. Hong Zhuang is our only daughter. I'm also very worried about her. Once we break through to the Starlight Realm, we'll immediately head to the upper realm. Is that all right? Hearing this, Mu Lingbing nodded in satisfaction. All right. With their current situation, they weren't far from the upper realm. Lan Yunxiao's eyes darkened when he saw that Mu Lingbing had finally left in peace. A woman's intuition was always sharper. It was the same situation back then. He could only hope that nothing bad would happen to Hong Zhuang. Unfortunately, in their current situation, they couldn't. Immediately rushed to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. After Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen disappeared, Wan Yanhan and the others lost interest in exploring. In fact, after the battle with the skeleton army, everyone was already full of fear of this place. They felt uncomfortable staying here for even a moment longer. After their investigation, they found out that this demonic dragon abyss was the place where the skeleton army gathered. Along the way, they also encountered the cultivators of the Azure Dragon School. However, there wasn't much difference between the two sides. Once they encountered the skeleton army, they would definitely be in an extremely difficult situation. By the time they returned to the Raging Flames Gate, the entire team had shrunk by half. Everyone couldn't help but hang their heads in dejection, completely different from the high-spirited appearance they had when they arrived. After this incident, they finally understood how powerful the dark forces were. As it turned out, the power of darkness that they had always looked down upon and despised was actually so powerful. If a darkness attribute cultivator could find their own inheritance, then their strength would definitely be terrifying when they matured. Wan Yanhan and Di Haomiao couldn't help but hope that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were still alive and that they would have a chance to meet again. That damn Di family. If it hadn't been for them, Beichen and the others would not have been killed. Wan Yanhan could not hide his anger. He could not accept the fact that he had been the cause of all this. Unfortunately, no matter how much he regretted it now, it was useless. Steward Wu was shocked when he heard the news. He had always planned to nurture Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. He never thought that they would lose their lives during this training exercise. Qing Zonghao was also depressed when he found out that Bailey Hongzhuang had died. He never thought that such an unforeseen event would happen. He had wanted to build a good relationship with Bailey Hongzhuang and learn the art of inscription patterns from her. Things did not go according to one's wishes. Everything had been arranged properly, but something like this had happened. The happiest person was none other than the vice president of the Holy Light Assembly, Gong Tianfeng. Her future had been affected because of Bailey Hongzhuang. She could not take this lying down. She had thought that she would teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson in the future. Now that this trouble had disappeared, it could be considered as helping her to vent her anger. Half a month later. Bailey Hongzhuang had unknowingly stayed in the chaos ring for half a month. Beichen, how are you feeling? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Beichen. Although his face was still pale, it was much better than before. Wifey, I'm fine. Beichen drank the medicine that Bailey Hongzhuang gave him, the corners of his lips raised into a gentle smile. At the same time, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were also taking care of Baisher. We were really lucky this time. If the skeleton army had not appeared at the right time, I'm afraid we would have been finished. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. This could be considered as the heavens helping them. Otherwise, she would not have been a match for those assassins. Actually, this was not entirely luck. My wife, you had been using the power of light to attract them. Beichen stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. The tragedy from back then was still vivid in his mind. One wrong move and they would have been completely annihilated. I wonder who those assassins are. We have never offended such an existence. Why would they want to assassinate us? Bailey Hongzhuang's brows wrinkled. She had never understood this point. Even when I asked them at the last moment, they did not reveal any information. Hearing this, Beichen's face sank. Until now, we still don't know if they are coming for us or the D family. The other party came out of nowhere and wanted to kill all of us without any explanation. It's really hard to determine their target. From the beginning to the end, the other party had never said who they wanted to kill, but one thing was for sure, the person they wanted to kill was among them. So far, there are only 3 people in the upper realm who could have attacked us. The first is the D family, but we can rule that out now. The second is Gong Tianfeng. Our appearance has affected her development. She hates us, so it's not strange that she wants to attack us. As for the third possibility, it's the Xiao family. Beichen's eyes flickered with wisdom. Based on their current experience, there was no fourth possibility apart from these 3. According to this judgment, it's most likely to be the Xiao clan, Beichen said in a low voice. Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen looked at each other and immediately understood. It's very likely that Xiao Rojin has sent news of me back to the Xiao clan. They think that my appearance will affect their holy maiden who's about to succeed the throne? That's not strange. It's been many years since the upper realm has seen a light attribute cultivator with full talent. It's said that the holy maiden who's about to succeed the throne isn't really at full talent. On the contrary, you're really at full talent. Once she sends this news back, the Xiao clan will most likely make such a decision. Beichen said in a low voice. With the Xiao clan's strength, it was definitely not a problem for them to send out such an assassin. Moreover, the other party's cautious approach was indeed very similar to the style of an aristocratic family. No wonder Xiao Rojin wanted to take the other cultivators away first. Perhaps this is the reason. Xiao He's gaze suddenly sharpened. I knew that Xiao Rojin wasn't easy to deal with. She's really despicable. Once the opponent is confirmed, we'll definitely take revenge. Her pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed with thick killing intent. When she thought about how Beichen and Baisher had almost left her forever because of this matter, the killing intent in her heart boiled and couldn't dissipate at all. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Since the other party had bullied me, I'll definitely take revenge. Although the other party was very strong and they were no match for them now, as long as they were given a certain amount of time, she believed that they would definitely be able to take revenge. Beichen also narrowed his eyes. His thoughts were the same as Bailey Hongzhuang's. They would definitely take revenge. This time, they were beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back, but it would definitely not happen again. Beichen, you should rest for a while. Your injuries are very deep. Although they're almost healed now, you've still damaged your vitality. You need to rest well. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Beichen with concern. The sword strike that he had blocked for her was too deep. Furthermore, after such a long time, he had lost too much blood and his vitality was greatly damaged. In the past few days, although she had thought of ways to help Beichen heal, she still had to rest well. Beichen nodded slightly and said gently and concernedly, "Your injuries aren't light either. You should also rest well. Most of my injuries were superficial, but they're all healed now. Taking care of you and White Lion is the most important thing for me now." Then, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at White Lion's condition. She had to admit that White Lion was indeed a beast king. Back then, he had suffered such serious injuries that she almost believed that White Lion would not survive. However, White Lion's recovery ability was also very strong. Now, his life was no longer in danger. It was just that he could not use force for the time being. "White Lion, you have to rest well too. You've suffered great injuries this time, so you can't move too much. It'll be bad if you aggravate your wounds, understand?" "Don't worry, master." Bailey Hongzhuang stroked White Lion's warm and soft fur. She still remembered how White Lion had used all his strength to hug her and block an attack for her. It was also this warm. She swore that she would use her life to protect them. Something like this would not be allowed to happen a second time. Xiaobai and Xiaoxuanzi were both injured. However, their injuries were not as serious as Beichen's and White Lion's. They had already recovered. 7 days later. After confirming that Beichen was safe and sound, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others came out of the chaos ring. What they saw was still a black world. Bailey Hongzhuang did not find it strange. Back then, she had escaped into the chaos ring in the midst of the skeleton army. In addition, there were teleportation arrays everywhere in the training grounds. As for where they had been teleported to, she was not sure at the moment. "I wonder where we are now." Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. The environment where the dark energy gathered was always the same. It was very difficult to determine the direction in such a place. Go in one direction and sense that the dark energy in that direction is the weakest. We should be able to find the way out. Beichen said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This was indeed a good idea. Senior brother Wan Yan and the others must be very worried about our inexplicable disappearance this time. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her red lips. Just thinking about it, she could guess that Wan Yanhan and Yi Haomiao must be worried about them. "I'm afraid everyone must think that we are already dead." Beichen chuckled. Not to mention others, even he himself almost thought that he was dead. "When we go back, they must be very surprised. Just thinking about it is interesting." Her elegant red lips curled up slightly. Her pitch-black eyes flashed with a bright light. It was a blessing to have escaped death this time. However, if these assassins were really sent by the Xiao family, once we go back, they will know that we are still alive. At that time, I'm afraid that they will attack again. Beichen's eyes darkened. His handsome face was grave. They had to consider this problem. "Let's disguise ourselves before going back. At least we have to confirm whether it is them or not." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were sharp. If it was really the Xiao family, no matter how powerful the other party was, she would think of ways to make them unhappy. Beichen nodded. Okay. On this point, their thoughts were the same. Revenge was a dish best served cold, but at the very least, they had to figure out who their opponent was. The two of them continued forward. Their location was clearly rather deep. They walked for 4 hours without encountering anyone. "Master, look, there's someone in front." Xiaobai pointed not far away, her eyes filled with surprise. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen looked at each other and quickly walked over. A man was lying in a pool of blood. There was a ghastly wound on his back, and his clothes were completely dyed red. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. There was obviously no one else in the vicinity. However, she noticed a trail of blood coming from afar. It was obvious that the man had fled all the way here. It was just that after arriving here, he was already exhausted, so he fainted here. "Master, is this person still alive?" Xiaobai was secretly speechless. With such a terrifying injury, he had almost lost all his blood. Bailey Hongzhuang took his pulse and said, "He must have taken some pills before he fainted. Although his injuries are very serious, he is still alive. Wake him up, and we should know where this place is." Beichen slowly said. After Bailey Hongzhuang had bandaged the most serious wound on the man's back, they then turned the man over. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was undoubtedly an extremely handsome man. His facial features were as distinct as if they had been carved out. His angular face was unusually handsome. Even though his face was stained with blood and he looked a little wretched, he was still so handsome that it was impossible to ignore him. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching next to her and unexpectedly felt that the two of them were somewhat similar. Bewitching, I didn't think that there would be a man as handsome as you in this world. Xiaobai was also astonished. Ever since she had met Bewitching, she had never seen a man more handsome than him. Many men looked quite handsome, but they paled in comparison to Bewitching. She did not expect that this man in front of her was not inferior to Bewitching in any way. Bewitching looked at the man in front of him. His deep eyes lit up slightly and the corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. Then in your opinion, who is more handsome between me and him? In my opinion. Bailey Hongzhuang dragged her voice and looked meaningfully at Bewitching. Just as Bewitching's expression gradually turned serious, she suddenly smiled and said, "Of course it's you." Bewitching raised his eyebrows slightly. Fortunately, this man is not a threat to me. What if he is a threat? Bailey Hongzhuang asked back. Then I'll take you away. I won't save him. The man's injuries were very serious. Even after Bailey Hongzhuang had helped him apply medicine and treat his wounds, the man was still unconscious. Xiaobai's figure grew bigger and carried the man on his back as they continued forward. It was not until the next day that the man slowly woke up. When the man opened his eyes and saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, his expression was obviously sluggish for a moment. He looked at them in confusion, obviously unable to distinguish the situation for a moment. However, when he noticed the wounds on his body that had been bandaged, he understood what had happened. I am Di Xiaofeng. Thank you both for saving me. The man clasped his hands together. Even though this action tore open the wounds on his back, he still insisted. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also smiled and clasped their hands together. It's fate that we met, young master, you don't have to be so courteous. I will never forget the kindness of saving my life. The man's expression was serious. I will remember this kindness in my heart and will definitely repay the two of you in the future. You're too kind. Bailey Hongzhuang took out some water and handed it to Di Xiaofeng. You've been unconscious for so long and lost so much blood. You must be thirsty. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng's lips were dry and his throat was smoking. He was indeed thirsty. He took the water and thanked them before gulping it down. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect this man to also have the surname Di. It was really strange. This was already the second cultivator with the surname Di that they had met so far. Speaking of which, it really wasn't an ordinary fate. Young Master Di, I see that the wounds on your body aren't caused by the skeletons. Why are you here alone and heavily injured? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Di Xiaofeng's expression immediately darkened. His gaze was deep and angry. I came here to find an opportunity, but I don't know why I was assassinated. The other party had a lot of people. Even if I did my best to kill all of them, I couldn't help but be injured. Miss Lan, young Master Situ, why are you here? Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Situ Beichen suspiciously. This is the depths of the dark forest, it's very dangerous. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. Usually, people who come here travel in large groups. It's too dangerous for the two of you to be here alone. Ever since they were hunted down, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had changed their appearances and names. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally used the name Lani Xuan, while Bewitching used the surname Sidu. It was safer this way before they were sure who their opponents were. Our situation is somewhat similar to young Master D's. We were also hunted down by our enemies and accidentally came here to avoid a disaster. Bewitching slowly said, You said this is the dark forest? You don't know where this place is? Di Xiaofeng asked in surprise. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Ever since we were hunted down, we went all the way into the depths. In the end, we didn't know where we were. So that's how it is. Di Xiaofeng understood. Who are your enemies? I still have a certain amount of power in this water cloud city. Why don't you tell me and I'll help you take revenge? Young Master D is too polite. We'll take care of this matter ourselves. Bewitching said with a smile. Situ, I don't know why, but when I first saw you, I felt like we hit it off very well. It's like we're old friends at first sight. I've always made friends based on my feelings. I believe you're a friend worth making. What's more, you saved my life, so there's no need to be polite with me. If you're too polite, it means you don't want to be friends with me. Di Xiaofeng's expression was free and easy. His handsome face rippled with a warm and bright smile, as bright and dazzling as the sun. It affected the moods of the people around him. Seeing Di Xiaofeng so honest, Bewitching's lips also bloomed into a smile. Xiaofeng, I feel the same way. No matter what, I'm definitely going to be friends with you. That's great. Di Xiaofeng grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth. He patted Bewitching's chest. It's hard to meet a friend in life. We can't let this fate down. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng, who seemed to have hit it off in such a short time. She was surprised and happy at the same time. Then, according to what you said, you're still not sure who's after you? Bewitching nodded. Although I have some guesses, I can't be sure for the time being. We can only figure it out when we go back. I understand. Di Xiaofeng understood. Then I'll wait for you to figure out the situation. When you need my help, just let me know. Di Xiaofeng patted his chest as if he was a loyal friend. Bewitching smiled. Right now, we do need your help with something. What is it? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. Just say it, I definitely won't decline. Now I need you to lead the way. Bewitching shrugged. He and Hongzhuang had been trying to figure out the direction before. Since Di Xiaofeng knew where this place was, he naturally had to give this important task to him. Di Xiaofeng was slightly stunned. After reacting, he chuckled. No problem, leave it to me. Although Di Xiaofeng had woken up, he was still in no condition to travel in his current state, so Xiaobai was still carrying him on his back. When Di Xiaofeng saw Xiaobai, he was also extremely surprised. He had never seen such a contracted beast before, and it could even change its size. It was simply too amazing. It's called the Black Light Spirit. Xiaofeng, have you heard of it? Bewitching turned to look at Di Xiaofeng. Although Di Xiaofeng did not reveal his identity and background, according to his judgment, Di Xiaofeng's identity should not be simple. This was because there was a noble aura in his actions. With a single glance, one could tell that he was not an ordinary person. Presumably, cultivators with a strong background would know more about the contents of the book. Even now, as the masters of Xiaohe and Xiaobai, they did not know much about them. Di Xiaofeng shook his head, a trace of helplessness appearing on his handsome face. To be honest, I previously thought that I understood the types of contracted beasts very well. I have never met a contracted beast that I did not understand. However, I've never heard of this black light spirit before. It's really an eye-opener for me. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Actually, this is not strange. We only found out that Xiaobai is a black light spirit by chance. Other than that, we did not receive any other information. Oh? Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. That's interesting. You were not from Water Cloud City before. Then which city are you from? Rong'an City. That is quite a distance from Water Cloud City. You left a bit too far this time. We went to train with our fellow disciples. We did not expect an accident to happen. In my opinion, after you reach Water Cloud City, don't be in a hurry to leave. You might as well stay here for a while. Situ doesn't need to recuperate from his injuries, right? It won't be too late to leave after he fully recovers. It is rare that we feel like old friends at first sight. I will not be staying in Water Cloud City for long. I don't know when we will meet again in the future. What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and nodded. That's good too. Bewitching's injuries were almost healed, but when they thought about how strong their opponents were, they were not in a hurry to go back. Anyway, revenge was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang agreed, Di Xiaofeng was very happy. That's great. After 2 days of traveling, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others finally made it out of the dark forest. When they saw that the land in front of them was no longer black, they couldn't help but smile. I'm finally out. Di Xiaofeng sighed with emotion. We only need to continue forward for about 6 hours before we reach Water Cloud City. Alright. When we get there, I'll treat you guys to a good meal. As he spoke, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but look at Xiaobai. You've been carrying me for the past few days. Tell me what you want to eat later. I'll definitely let you eat to your heart's content. As soon as he said this, Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Can I order as much as I want? Of course. That's great. Seeing Xiaobai's happy expression, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but chuckle. They had been eating dry rations for the past few days. It had indeed been a long time since they had eaten hot food. Not to mention gluttons like Xiaobai and Xiaohei, even she wanted to eat a good meal. Water Cloud City. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 3 walked on the wide and flat streets. This was a city that was not inferior to Rong'an City. Lively hawking and bustling noises entered their ears. This kind of atmosphere filled with smoke and fire made everyone feel happy. The most famous restaurant in Water Cloud City is the Tianyun residence. The food and wine there are very good. Let's go there. Di Xiaofeng said. This is your territory. We will naturally listen to you. As Di Xiaofeng entered the restaurant, the waiter inside immediately greeted him with a smile. Young Master Di, you're here. Is it the same as usual? Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly. Private room on the 2nd floor. Okay. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that it was as Di Xiaofeng said. He was very familiar with Water Cloud City and was a frequent customer of the Tianyun residence. Private room. Di Xiaofeng very considerately ordered 2 tables of food and wine. One table was for the monsters to eat, and the other table was for them to eat. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, Baisher, Xiao Xuanzi, and Di Xiaofeng's contract beasts were very happy to see the food in front of them. Before Bailey Hongzhuang and the others could say anything, they already couldn't help but eat heartily. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head helplessly. These little guys always revealed their true colors when they saw food. However, looking at Di Xiaofeng's contract beasts, they didn't eat any better than Xiaohei and Xiaobai. At the same time, Di Xiaofeng also saw the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that we are not the only ones who hit it off at first sight. They are also kindred spirits. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen both nodded. Indeed, it's rare to see contract beasts who hit it off so well with them. Haha. Di Xiaofeng laughed heartily. They eat, we'll drink. Okay. The 3 of them drank to their heart's content. They had just experienced the brink of death, and now they really wanted to relax. However, just as they were drinking happily, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Immediately after, a green figure appeared in their line of sight. Emperor Xiaofeng, you still know to come back. Hearing this sudden voice, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were both stunned. In comparison, Di Xiaofeng was very calm, as if he had already expected this result. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up the green-robed woman in front of her. She was about 25 years old, with outstanding looks and an extraordinary temperament. Her clothes were very simple, but they couldn't hide her otherworldly temperament. Her round oval face was flawless, and there was a trace of heroic spirit between her brows. The temperament that lingered around her was cold and distant. Clearly, she was an ice beauty. The woman clearly didn't expect that there would be other people in the private room. When she saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, she couldn't help but be stunned. However, the frost on her face didn't dissipate. Di Xiaofeng slowly stood up, and a smile appeared on his lips. Yunyan, you're here. I know you still care about me. You must have come to find me as soon as you heard the news of my return? I just happened to pass by. Yunyan, I've known you for so long, and I know your personality very well. Don't be so stubborn. Di Xiaofeng clearly didn't mind the woman's coldness. The smile on his face was like the rising sun, as if it could melt the woman's frost at any time. Hearing this, the girl looked at Di Beichen and Situ Zhongfeng indifferently and said, "Hello." Seeing this, Di Xiaofeng helplessly shook his head. "Situ, Yi Xian, she is Bailey Yunyan." She is like this, don't mind her. Her surname is Bailey? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. Her surname was rare. Other than in Fengbo, she hadn't met anyone with the same surname in a long time. That's right. Di Xiaofeng nodded, what's wrong? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, nothing, it's just that this surname is rare. This surname is indeed rare. Bailey Yunyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Xiaofeng, her dark and cold eyes quietly flashing with a trace of complex emotions. As a girl, Bailey Hongzhuang understood the situation very well. Just as she was about to explain, Di Xiaofeng gave her a look, causing her to swallow her words. I'm leaving first. Bailey Yunyan coldly glanced at Di Xiaofeng, then turned and left. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask, aren't you going to chase after her? No need. Di Xiaofeng waved his hand, we'll eat our own food. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She had some doubts in her heart. Although Bailey Yunyan had only said a few words, she could still feel that her relationship with Di Xiaofeng was not ordinary. Xiaofeng, if I'm not wrong, you should like this Miss Bailey, right? Bewitching smiled. At this moment, he felt that he was even more congenial with Di Xiaofeng. Not only were they both surnamed Di, but the girl they liked was also surnamed Bailey. How interesting. Is it that obvious? Di Xiaofeng asked helplessly. Di Baichen nodded, it's very obvious. Di Xiaofeng curled his lips, then sighed and drank the wine in his cup, it's useless, she's not interested in me. Look at you, you're even younger than me and you're already married. Speaking of which, I'm really ashamed of myself. With your identity and ability, it shouldn't be a problem. Di Baichen's tone was certain. No matter how one looked at it, Di Xiaofeng was undoubtedly extremely outstanding. Such a man would definitely be favored by many girls. Sigh. Di Xiaofeng shook his head, I'm not bragging, there are many girls who like me. Who told me to like this ice beauty? I can't help it, Miss Bailey Yunyan, Di Xiaofeng, you'll, Di Xiaofeng, but as long as you work hard, you'll eventually, you will. Situ, how did you catch up with Yixian back then? Di Xiaofeng lowered his voice and asked curiously. Di Xiaofeng, Bailey Xiaofengs, and Hongzhuang, Xiaofeng DS Xiaofeng. Di Xiaofeng nodded in understanding, actually, to tell you the truth, I came to Water Cloud City this time to chase after her. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come here at all. Xiaofeng, with your determination, I'm sure there won't be a problem. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, however, if you didn't chase after her, I'm sure Miss Yunyan would be unhappy. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's disappointed look, Bailey Hongzhuang was about to speak, but was stopped by Di Baichen's gaze. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang was puzzled. According to her intuition as a woman, this Miss Yunyan must be interested in Di Xiaofeng, and not as heartless as Di Xiaofeng thought. Usually, if a woman with such a cold personality didn't have a good impression of the other party, she wouldn't even look at them. However, this Miss Yunyan rushed over as soon as she heard the news of Di Xiaofeng's return. She was obviously worried about where Di Xiaofeng had gone these days, but she didn't know how to express it. As long as Di Xiaofeng continued to pursue like this, it was expected that he would get the beauty. However, since Di Baichen hinted like this, she believed that he naturally had his own plans, so she didn't say anything more. After Bailey Yunyan walked out of Tianyun residence, she found that Di Xiaofeng didn't follow her. Her delicate and cold face was slightly stiff, and there was a faint feeling of bitterness in her heart. She continued to walk forward as she kept thinking about what happened before. Ever since she met Di Xiaofeng, he began to pursue her. For such a long time, no matter where she went, Di Xiaofeng would follow her. Every time something happened, Di Xiaofeng would always be by her side. Even she didn't know when she started to get used to Di Xiaofeng being by her side. It was as if when he wasn't around, her heart would feel empty. These days, Di Xiaofeng had mysteriously disappeared. At first, she didn't care, but later she couldn't help but worry. However, she sent people to inquire for a long time and didn't get any news of Di Xiaofeng. She only thought that Di Xiaofeng had bitterly chased after her to no avail and gave up on her. Today, when she heard that Di Xiaofeng had appeared in Tianyun residence, her heart was filled with joy for no reason and she immediately rushed over. She thought that Di Xiaofeng would be as mischievous as usual and even pester her, but he didn't chase after her. Thinking back to the woman in the restaurant, although her appearance wasn't that outstanding, her pair of sparkling eyes overflowed with light, bright and resplendent, making it hard for people to forget her at a glance. Not only that, but the aura that lingered around him also made people's eyes light up. Was Di Xiaofeng with them these days when he disappeared? After 3 rounds of drinking, Di Xiaofeng's mood was obviously not very good. Even when Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang tried to persuade him to stop drinking, it was useless. They could only watch helplessly as he drowned his sorrows in alcohol and finally got himself drunk. Fortunately, there were rooms upstairs in Tianyun residence. In addition, Di Xiaofeng was familiar with this place, so they directly booked a room upstairs. After Di Beichen moved Di Xiaofeng to the bed, Di Xiaofeng was already drunk and dizzy. He was still mumbling that he wanted to continue drinking. You can have a good sleep here. Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly shook her head. She didn't expect Di Xiaofeng to be so infatuated. After covering Di Xiaofeng with a blanket, Di Beichen turned to Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Wife, Xiaofeng's injuries haven't healed yet. Will drinking like this affect him?" Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Although Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng's familiarity at first sight was inexplicable, she understood that Di Beichen really cared about Di Xiaofeng. His injury hasn't recovered yet, but it's gradually recovering after my treatment. Although drinking isn't good for the recovery of injuries, Xiaofeng isn't an ordinary person. His physique is very good. As long as he doesn't drink like this every day, there won't be a problem. As for this injury, he just needs to rest for a period of time to completely recover. Hearing this, Di Beichen nodded, then let's go back. You've worked hard these past few days. Rest well tonight. Okay. As he spoke, Di Beichen opened the door and walked out with Bailey Hongzhuang. As the door closed, Di Xiaofeng, who was still in a daze, opened his eyes. He looked in the direction the two of them left and revealed a trace of a smile on his lips. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen's room was next to Di Xiaofeng's. After entering the room, Bailey Hongzhuang poured a cup of tea for Di Beichen and said, "You also know that drinking isn't good for the recovery of injuries, but you still drank so much today. Xiaofeng obviously has something on his mind, so he's drinking to drown his sorrows. How can I not accompany him?" Di Beichen smiled. "What's more, my injury is no longer a problem. Although that's the case, it's better to be careful for a short period of time." Bailey Hongzhuang emphasized. "Thank you for your concern." Di Beichen's lips hooked up into a devilish smile. He reached out and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang to sit on his lap. "My wife's concern for me is really cute." Bailey Hongzhuang's pretty face blushed slightly. "Your injury just got a little better and you're already acting indecent. In front of you, I'm not a gentleman. By the way, why did you stop me from talking when we were eating?" Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and wrapped her arms around Di Beichen's neck. Her bright phoenix eyes rippled with doubt. "In my opinion, that Miss Xianxia is most likely interested in Xiaofeng. That's why I told him not to chase after me," Di Beichen said frankly. Hearing his words, Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly surprised. "Why is that?" Since Miss Xianxia was interested in him, it would be best if he chased after her. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up just like that? Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's anxious look, Di Beichen gently scratched the tip of her nose with his slender finger. "Wife, I didn't realize you were interested in being a matchmaker before. I'm too lazy to care about ordinary people." Bailey Hongzhuang puffed up her cheeks. "Can't I see that you're very concerned about Xiaofeng?" Di Beichen chuckled lowly. "You heard what Xiaofeng said. He chased after Miss Xianxia all the way here. Since he's been chasing after her for so long without any results, changing his method midway might lead to unexpected results." "Unexpected results?" Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "Just wait and see." Di Beichen chuckled. "They'll be together sooner or later. Maybe after this incident, they'll be together even faster. Since you're so sure, I'll believe you this time. Wife, you should have confidence in me. Otherwise, how could I have pursued you in the first place?" "So, you have a plan?" Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes and threatened. "Tell me, have you ever tricked anyone before?" The next day, when Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen walked out of the room, Di Xiaofeng had already woken up. "Situ, Yishuan, let's have breakfast together." Di Xiaofeng greeted them with a smile. Xiaofeng, you drank so much yesterday, but you don't seem to be feeling any discomfort today. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Di Xiaofeng waved his hand. I'm so young, I'm just drunk. It's a common occurrence in the past, so I'm already used to it. It's just that I was drunk in front of you yesterday, so I'm a bit embarrassed. I hope you don't mind. It's nothing. The three of them sat in a private room and ate breakfast. Di Xiaofeng's breakfast was also very exquisite, with a wide variety of dishes and excellent taste. You were drunk last night, so we didn't know where you were staying, so we let you stay at the inn. Do you plan to go back today? Di Beichen asked casually as he ate. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. I'm fine with staying at the inn with you. Ah? Bailey Hongzhuang was surprised. You plan to stay at the inn with us? Yes, actually I'm not from Shuiyun City. You know why I came here this time. Staying at the inn is something I should do, so maybe she'll feel more at ease this way. Hearing Di Xiaofeng say she, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen immediately understood that he was talking about Miss Yunyan. It seemed that Miss Yunyan's rejection for so long had hurt Di Xiaofeng. It wasn't that he didn't like Bailey Yunyan anymore, but he felt that his love for her might have become a hindrance to Bailey Yunyan, so he wanted to change his way of doing things. At the very least, he couldn't make Bailey Yunyan feel uncomfortable because of his love. Bailey Hongzhuang quietly glanced at Di Beichen, but saw that Di Beichen's expression was indifferent. He didn't intend to say anything more about this. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed to have become heavy because of his words, Di Xiaofeng smiled and said, I'll be the host for the next few days and show you around Water Cloud City. It hasn't been long since you came to the upper realm, so it's boring to cultivate every day. It's good to walk around. Sure. Di Beichen nodded. There are indeed many places that we haven't seen yet. It's good to take this opportunity to learn more about the upper realm. Just in time. Let's go out after breakfast. For the whole day, Di Xiaofeng took Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang to stroll around Shuiyun City. As long as there was any interesting place or delicious food, he would take Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Hongzhuang to try them one by one. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang was still a little worried about Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen's situation. But seeing Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen having so much fun, she simply didn't care. After this day, they were really very happy. On the way back, they passed by a cloth clothing store. Di Beichen took Bailey Hongzhuang inside, intending to buy a few clothes for her. Wife, you don't usually have many clothes. Now that you're injured, your clothes can't be used anymore. Since we're here today, let's buy some clothes. Di Beichen looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a deep and gentle gaze. His wife usually dressed very simply, but with her stunning beauty, just casually dressing up was enough to make people unable to take their eyes off her. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. Okay. Beichen, there are quite a few men's clothes here. You should pick a few too. Di Beichen walked to the other side of the store to look at men's clothes while Bailey Hongzhuang picked out women's clothes. Di Xiaofeng didn't need to buy these, so he stood at the entrance of the store and looked at a cyan dress. Bailey Yunyan had always liked cyan and most of her clothes were cyan. When he first met Bailey Yunyan, the first thing he noticed was her proud blue figure. Even now, that figure was still deeply imprinted in his mind. After Bailey Hongzhuang picked out a few clothes, she turned around and saw Di Xiaofeng in a daze. She noticed the cyan dress he was looking at and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaofeng, this cyan dress really suits Miss Yunyan. You have good taste. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Xiaofeng came back to his senses and looked away from the cyan dress. His eyes flickered as he said, I was just thinking about something. No need to hide it. Why don't you buy this cyan dress and give it to Miss Yunyan? Bailey Hongzhuang's face was filled with a bright smile, and her voice was a bit teasing. She didn't expect Di Xiaofeng to be so carefree, but in this matter, he would be so careful. Forget it. Di Xiaofeng shook his head, even if I give it to her, she won't accept it. However, a smile quickly appeared on Di Xiaofeng's face. I can't compare to you and Beichen. You're so affectionate that others are envious of you. When Bailey Yunyan passed by, she saw Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongzhuang chatting happily in the clothing store. The two people's laughing appearance fell into her eyes, completely flirting. Usually, Di Xiaofeng had very little contact with women. With his qualifications, there were countless women who admired him. In fact, when she found out that Di Xiaofeng liked her, she was also surprised. However, at this moment, Di Xiaofeng was chatting happily with this woman. As far as she knew, Di Xiaofeng took this woman to play around in Shuiyin City all day. Other than the person he liked, who else could it be? Bailey Yunyan's heart trembled. This result was really beyond her expectations. She originally thought that Di Xiaofeng wasn't important to her, but for some reason, this harmonious scene in front of her was especially dazzling. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was chatting with Di Xiaofeng, looked up and noticed Bailey Yunyan outside. Her outstanding temperament would be noticed at a glance. However, Bailey Yunyan seemed to have felt her gaze and quickly left in the next second. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang seemed to suddenly understand what Di Xiaofeng said. According to Di Xiaofeng, Bailey Yunyan didn't care about him at all. Naturally, she wouldn't care where he went. However, whether it was yesterday or today, it was always Bailey Yunyan who took the initiative to appear. Xiaofeng, I think I saw Miss Yunyan just now. Bailey Hongzhuang said. Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look outside. However, he didn't see that figure and said, "Did you see wrongly?" Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, "No, Miss Yunyan still cares about you. Don't give up." Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's caring appearance, Di Xiaofeng chuckled and didn't comment. "I said I saw Miss Yunyan just now, but Xiaofeng didn't believe me." Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged and smiled. Hearing this, Di Beichen's eyes deepened. Di Xiaofeng didn't believe her, but he did. With her personality, even if I left Water Cloud City, she wouldn't care. Why would she come looking for me? Di Xiaofeng chuckled and turned to look at the shopkeeper. "How much do these cost?" Seeing Di Xiaofeng change the topic, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and shook their heads. Xiaofeng really underestimated his own charm. Along the way, so many girls have been secretly looking at him. She clearly remembered that when they were playing outside today, many girls couldn't help but follow them. Many of them even looked at her with hostility. She had also felt this kind of gaze when she was with Di Beichen. However, as she became more and more compatible with Di Beichen, it disappeared. In fact, handsome men like Di Beichen and Di Xiaofeng had always been very charming. That's because he likes Miss Yunyan very much. That's why he couldn't help but overlook this. Di Beichen's lips curved into a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. "Did you do that back then too?" "That's not true." Bailey Hongzhuang glared at Di Beichen and turned her head away angrily. Di Beichen chuckled. "I only have my wife in my heart. How would I have the mind to pay attention to others, whether it was in the past or now? My heart has never changed." Sweet words. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her lips, but her mood became cheerful. She tilted her head and saw Di Beichen's serious and affectionate eyes. He was only trying to make her happy, but he was so serious. Di Xiaofeng shook his head and walked over. "There's no justice in this world. I'm already so disappointed and you still want to provoke me." "Poochie." Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. "In my opinion, even though Feng Xiaofeng is playing with us, his heart has long gone somewhere else. Why don't you go find your Miss Yunyan?" "Io, it's getting late." Di Xiaofeng looked outside and said, "I'm still a bit hungry, let's hurry back to the Skycharm residence." Seeing Di Xiaofeng change the topic so obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen also chuckled. They simply didn't expose him and the three of them returned to Tianyun residence together. Night gradually fell. Water Cloud City was still very lively, and the Heavenly Charm residence was still bustling with noise. Just as the three of them were about to finish their meal, Bailey Yunyan unexpectedly appeared again. Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at the green-robed woman in front of them with a trace of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect her to come directly. Di Xiaofeng was also surprised to see Bailey Yunyan. He didn't expect her to take the initiative to look for him. "Yunyan, what are you doing here?" Di Xiaofeng stood up and asked. Bailey Yunyan looked at Di Xiaofeng in front of her, then looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Her expression was complicated. She bit her lip, her cold face showing some hesitation. Finally, she said, "When are you coming back?" Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and said, "Why should I go back?" In the next second, Di Xiaofeng's lips quietly curved into an evil smile. Don't tell me, you agree? If there's nothing else, then don't stay in Shuiyun City any longer. Go back. After saying that, Bailey Yunyan didn't say anything else. She turned around and left immediately. Looking at Bailey Yunyan's departing figure, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. It seemed that this Miss Yunyan's personality wasn't just a little cold. Situ, Yishuan, you two stay in Tianyun residence first. I'll go over. Di Xiaofeng put away his previous joking expression, and a serious look appeared on his face. Have you changed your mind? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a faint smile. Di Xiaofeng shook his head. With Yunyan's personality, she wouldn't have come looking for me unless something had happened. Now that she's here, something must have happened over there. I'll go over and see if I can help. Di Beichen nodded slightly. Go quickly. You don't have to worry about us here. Seeing Di Xiaofeng's departing figure, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and smiled. Di Xiaofeng really knew Bailey Yunyan well. The other party had only said a few words, and he had already guessed it. This understanding and concern was enough to show his feelings. Beichen, Xiaofeng isn't here right now. Let's go buy some herbs. For the entire day, no matter what it was, Di Xiaofeng would pay for everything. No matter how much she and Di Beichen refused, it was useless, so they could only choose not to buy. Although Di Xiaofeng had always said that this life-saving grace must be repaid with a spring, and spending a little money was nothing, they treated Di Xiaofeng as a friend. They didn't want to take advantage of him like this. This time, they used a lot of herbs to recuperate from their injuries. In order to prevent any future situations, they had to be prepared first. Okay. The two of them asked the waiter and came to the largest herb shop in Shuiyun City. They smoothly bought some of the herbs they needed. The shopkeeper was a man around 40 years old. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen buying a lot of herbs in one go, he immediately became interested in chatting. Could it be that the two of you are buying so many medicinal herbs to treat that Miss Bailey? Miss Bailey Hongzhuang? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows. Which Miss Bailey? Bailey Shi, Miss Shi. The shopkeeper said matter-of-factly, today, Miss Shi has already fainted. Basically, all the famous doctors in the city have gone over, but until now, there hasn't been any effect. The bounty is getting higher and higher. In the past, we couldn't tell what's so great about this Lady Shi. However, a few days ago, Lady Yun Yan, who claimed to be her elder sister, came. Now, all the doctors and alchemists in the city are hoping to cure Miss Shi. This is a big business. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Di Beichen. Di Xiaofeng was right, something did happen to Miss Yun Yan. May I know where Miss Shi lives? Bailey Hongzhuang inquired. The two of you also want to try your luck? The shopkeeper chuckled and pointed to the door. After you go out, head east. You'll see a very lively place at the entrance. That's Miss Shi's residence. Thank you, shopkeeper. After leaving the herb shop, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen headed east. This Miss Shi is Miss Yunyan's younger sister. No wonder Miss Yunyan came to find Xiaofeng today. She probably doesn't know what to do. Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly understood. Looking at the situation, this Miss Shi's illness is very serious. Speaking of which, this was also because Xiaofeng did not know that Bailey Hongzhuang was an expert in medicine. Otherwise, he would have brought them over to have a look. Back when she had saved Di Xiaofeng, although his injuries were very serious, he had already taken a pill. In addition to his strong healing abilities, Bailey Hongzhuang had only bandaged his wounds and applied some medicine. Therefore, Di Xiaofeng did not know that she was a doctor. According to the shopkeeper, this Miss Bailey Shi is from Water Cloud City and Miss Yunyan is not. However, both of them have the surname Bailey. This is really strange, isn't it? Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with confusion. She had thought that these two Miss Bailey were from the same family. She did not expect that they were not. However, the two of them knew each other. She really could not understand. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. You'll understand once you get there. Speaking of the Bailey family, her feelings were a little complicated. She did not know if the Bailey family of the past still existed. However, even if she had met the two Miss Bailey, she was still very happy. As the two of them walked forward, a courtyard in front of them was suddenly surrounded by many people. It looked very lively. I think this must be the place that the shopkeeper was talking about. It is indeed very lively. There were about 10 people standing outside the courtyard and chatting with each other. Bailey Hongzhuang also smelled a familiar medicinal scent. This Miss She is really strange. When I took her pulse, there was clearly nothing wrong with her. Why did she faint? This old man's pulse was exactly as you said. However, Miss She looked as if she had lost her soul. I only thought that she might have lost her mind. Sigh, I really don't understand. This illness is really too strange. The group of doctors stood outside the room with their heads hung low. There was only one word written on their faces: I don't understand. Listening to everyone's discussion, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood the situation a little better. Wife, the situation that they're talking about is very strange. Do you know what's going on? Bewitching's eyes darkened and his handsome eyebrows furrowed slightly. Although he was not a doctor, the situation described by the crowd was too strange. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I can only judge after taking his pulse. According to what they said, there are actually many possibilities. I can't tell until I see it for myself. It seems that my wife has encountered a similar situation before. I have indeed come into contact with many strange patients. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Back then, in order to improve her medical skills, her old man had brought in all kinds of patients. It was because of this that she had seen so many diseases at such a young age. After they walked into the courtyard, Di Xiaofeng also noticed their appearance, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. How did you know I was here? Bailey Yunyan, who had just walked out of the room, also noticed Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen. Her cold face revealed a trace of stiffness as she slowly walked over. We were buying herbs earlier and happened to hear the shopkeeper talk about your situation here, so we thought of coming over to take a look. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. I see. Di Xiaofeng understood and sighed helplessly. There's no other way. We have already invited all the doctors in the city, but there's no solution. Bailey Yunyan walked to Di Xiaofeng's side and said, My sister has fallen into a coma. The doctors have prepared the medicine and are brewing it now. Can I go in and take a look? Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Di Beichen explained, Yi Xian is also a doctor and her medical skills are not bad. You're a doctor? Di Xiaofeng's eyes widened with astonishment. This was clearly out of his expectations. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, her beautiful face rippling with a faint smile. If I knew you were in such a situation, I would have come long ago. Then quickly go in and take a look. Di Xiaofeng said. Bailey Yunyan didn't say anything and only nodded. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Yunyan followed Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan into the room and saw a girl in her early 20s sleeping on the bed. Her face was pale and she looked weak and pitiful. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Bailey Shi and then at Bailey Yunyan. Although they both had the surname Bailey, they didn't look alike. After taking Bailey Shi's pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang's brows gradually furrowed. Di Beichen and the others noticed her expression and their hearts sank. It seemed that Bailey Shi's situation was really strange. After taking her pulse, Bailey Hongzhuang put Bailey Shi's hand back under the blanket and turned around. Bailey Hongzhuang's black phoenix eyes were filled with doubt as she frowned. Did Miss Shi suffer some kind of shock? Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan glanced at each other. Both of them were astonished. How do you know? So far, although many doctors had come to check her pulse, no one had said this. Bailey Yunyan and Di Xiaofeng had also not said this. Bailey Hongzhuang's words after checking her pulse really made them surprised. Her pulse is stable and there's no big problem. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to fall into a coma in such a situation. However, I noticed that she was restless and isolated. This should be a psychological problem. She does have a mental illness. Only then did Bailey Yunyan speak. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a complicated gaze. She originally thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's medical skills would not be that good at such a young age. However, she was able to diagnose something that so many doctors had failed to do. It was really surprising. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Mental illness needs to be cured by mental medicine. She just doesn't want to face it. Then what should we do? Bailey Yunyan looked anxious. Do you have a way to wake her up? There is a way, but if we can't solve her problem, it's useless even if she wakes up now. What's wrong with Miss Shi? Bewitching asked. Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan sighed. Her expression was extremely complicated. Di Xiaofeng pondered for a moment and said to Bailey Yunyan, Yishuan, and Situ are not outsiders. Since they want to help treat Miss Shi, there's no harm in telling them. I believe they won't say anything. Seeing Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's hesitation, Bailey Hongzhuang sighed in her heart. It seemed that the reason was very complicated. Don't worry, we won't say anything. Actually, Xier is my cousin. We've always had a good relationship. She went out to train and when she came back, I felt that something was wrong with her. When I asked her what had happened, she refused to tell me. Until one day. Everything was exposed. Bailey Yunyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen with a complicated expression, as if she found it difficult to speak. It turns out that when Xier went out, she fell in love with a man. The two of them had already pledged themselves to each other. After Xier came back, she waited for that man to come and ask for her hand in marriage, but he never came. In the end, Xier couldn't take it anymore and went to the man's residence. When she came back, she looked heartbroken. Because this matter damaged the reputation of the family, she was punished by the family and left. Xier didn't know where to go, so she came to Water Cloud City. I came here specifically to see if she had settled down well in Water Cloud City, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Bailey Yunyan sighed. She used to be a very lively girl, but I didn't expect her to become like this. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other. Although Bailey Yunyan's words were very vague, they both understood that Bailey Shi was most likely pregnant. She thought that her lover would come and marry her, but she didn't expect him to be a heartless man. Not only was she infatuated with the wrong man, but she was also banished by the family. Most importantly, as a woman, this blow was too great. No wonder she fell into such a situation. When I checked her pulse just now, I also found that her body was very weak. Her qi and blood were in disarray. All of these things accumulated together and attacked her heart. That's why she's in this situation. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was heavy. After understanding the general situation, she also understood how serious the blow Bailey Shi had suffered was. This kind of thing was indeed not something an ordinary person could bear. In the end, it was all because of that heartless man. If he hadn't lied to Bailey Shi and then acted irresponsibly, she wouldn't have fallen into the mire of this tragedy. Then what should we do now? Bailey Yunyan looked anxious. She also knew that this was a difficult matter. She had tried to persuade Bailey Shi many times, but it didn't seem to work. Now that Bailey Shi had become like this, if she were to remain unconscious and lose her life, she would really. I'll let her wake up first, but she's prone to depression during this period of time. You guys should accompany her more. Although the wrong person caused her irreparable damage, people should always look forward. Don't give up your life because of this. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed faintly. This situation couldn't help but make her think of her grandmother. Back then, his grandmother had also left with such feelings. However, his grandmother was strong enough to persevere under such circumstances. Fortunately, her grandfather wasn't such a heartless man. He was just a traitor. Now, they were finally together. Miss Shi might not be so lucky, but it wouldn't be worth it if she had to pay with her life. Yixian, do you have the confidence to wake Lady Shi up? Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Many doctors had come to see Bailey Shi before, but they couldn't come up with a treatment method after discussing for a long time. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had a casual look as if this wasn't a problem at all. Di Beichen's handsome face was full of confidence and certainty. He knew very well how outstanding his wife's medical skills were. Even in the upper realm, her medical skills were still outstanding. Seeing Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang so confident, Di Xiaofeng couldn't help but sigh in surprise. He didn't expect that the savior he met this time was actually a very powerful doctor. No wonder my injuries healed so quickly. I thought it was because my physique was good. It turns out it's because of Yishuan. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. He knew very well how serious his injuries were before, and the speed of recovery was obviously much faster than he thought. Although he felt that it was a bit strange, he could only attribute it to his physique. He didn't expect that the real reason was here, but he had always overlooked it. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, "Actually, your physique is really good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to recover so quickly." "No matter what, Yixuan, I have to thank you again. If you didn't treat my injuries, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but frown after hearing this. She immediately looked at Di Xiaofeng and asked, "You're injured? When did you get injured?" Di Xiaofeng smiled faintly and waved his hand, "It's nothing, don't worry about it." However, Bailey Yunyan didn't believe it. If it was just a simple injury, with Di Xiaofeng's body, there wouldn't be any problem at all. From their conversation, she could tell that the injury must be very serious. "You disappeared a few days ago. Was it because you were injured?" After connecting the dots, Bailey Yunyan immediately understood what was going on. Previously, when Di Xiaofeng mysteriously disappeared for a few days, she only thought that Di Xiaofeng's temperament couldn't hold on and left. She didn't expect that something like this had happened, and she didn't know anything about it. Seeing the worry in Bailey Yunyan's eyes, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and tactfully said, "We'll go out first to prepare the medicine. You guys take your time to chat." With that, the two of them walked out of the house and closed the door behind them. Bailey Yunyan had always misunderstood Di Xiaofeng before, so it was good to take this opportunity to resolve the misunderstanding. "Beichen, I'm afraid we have to go to the medicine shop. There are some herbs that I don't have." Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly shrugged. Although she had a lot of herbs here, she didn't have the medicine to cure this disease. Xiaofeng and Miss Yunyan also have things to talk about. Xiaofeng and Miss Yunyan also have something to talk about. They have things to talk about it. Of Xiaofeng. Found D was. Of C. Tt. Teat. We went to the medicine shop to buy some herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, with Miss Xi's current condition, it's better for her to wake up early. If she's unconscious for too long and falls into a deep sleep, it'll be more difficult for her to wake up. What's more, her body is very weak now and she needs to be nursed back to health. Xiaofeng, you're being too polite. Di Beichen said, Yixian and I happen to have nothing to do, so we're just buying some herbs. Since we're friends, there's no need to be so polite. Hearing the faint dissatisfaction in Di Beichen's words, the smile on Di Xiaofeng's face became more and more warm. Haha, you two are my friends, I was wrong this time, so I shouldn't be polite to you. You have to treat me the same in the future. Of course. Bailey Yunyan's eyes lit up when she heard the word friend. Her gaze quietly fell on Bailey Hongzhuang, but she found that Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm, as if she didn't care about this matter at all. She immediately understood that she had misunderstood the relationship between Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Hongzhuang. It turned out that the two of them were just friends. Thinking of this, the corner of Bailey Yunyan's lips unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Noticing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen both looked at Di Xiaofeng with deep meaning. It seemed that this misunderstanding was not only resolved, but there was also some progress. Di Xiaofeng looked at Bailey Yunyan's smile and couldn't help but be stunned. The iceberg beauty's smile was like the sun in March, melting the ice and snow. It was so beautiful that it made people unable to open their eyes. Bailey Yunyan saw that there was suddenly no sound and couldn't help but raise her head, only to find that 3 pairs of eyes were looking at her. Especially after noticing Di Xiaofeng's affectionate gaze, her face quietly dyed with a faint blush. Miss Yixian, thank you very much. Bailey Yunyan hurriedly looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, intending to change the topic. However, the scene just now had been clearly seen by them, so this kind of cover-up was obviously useless. Miss Yunyan is too polite. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, her dark eyes sharp and bright. This is what I should do. Wait here for a moment, I'll go brew the medicine. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. Bailey Yunyan hurriedly walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and said, Miss Yixian, let me help you. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at her and nodded slightly, okay. The two of them walked into the kitchen at the back. Bailey Hongzhuang saw the medicine furnace as soon as she entered and immediately began to process the herbs. Bailey Yunyan looked at the busy Bailey Hongzhuang, her red lips slightly opened, hesitant, as if she didn't know whether to speak or not. Although her back was facing Bailey Yunyan, Bailey Hongzhuang could still guess her expression. "Miss Yunyan, if you have anything to ask, just ask." Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan was slightly startled. She didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang had already guessed that she had something to ask. "You deliberately followed me in, so you must want to talk to me." Seeing that the other party was so direct, Bailey Yunyan no longer hesitated and immediately asked, "Missy Xian, did you meet because you saved Xiaofeng?" "That's right." "Where did he get injured?" Bailey Hongzhuang turned around, her bright eyes rippling with a faint smile. "This kind of question, why don't you ask Xiaofeng directly?" Bailey Yunyan bit her lip. "I just asked him, but he didn't want to say." As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Bailey Yunyan's expression changed slightly. Her clear and bright eyes rippled with a touch of light, but more than that, there was worry and guilt. After Bailey Hongzhuang finished processing the herbs, she put them into the medicine furnace and lit the fire. Seeing Bailey Yunyan fall into silence, she said, "Miss Yunyan, although you and I have only just met and aren't familiar with each other, I still want to say that it's easy to find a priceless treasure, but hard to find a lover. If you meet someone you like and don't want to express yourself because of the situation, once you miss it, it'll be too late for regrets." Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but be startled. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in astonishment. She didn't expect her to say this to her. "You? Then what about you?" "Me?" Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. "What about me? Don't you like Xiaofeng?" Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but ask. She didn't doubt Di Xiaofeng's charm at all. In fact, ever since she met Di Xiaofeng, she knew very well how many girls liked him. Long before she met him, she had already heard of Di Xiaofeng's name. He was the dream lover of many young girls, the object of their adoration. In fact, it was very difficult for girls to not like such a man. Her friends were also very envious of her for being liked by Di Xiaofeng, but because he was too outstanding, she didn't dare to believe it. Everything was too illusory. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You think I like Xiaofeng? Isn't that the case?" Bailey Yunyan asked doubtfully. "Situ is my husband. Fortunately, he's not here, otherwise it would be really interesting." Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Bailey Yunyan's misunderstanding was really deep. You're married?" Bailey Yunyan was really dumbfounded at this moment. But after she reacted, she couldn't help but feel happy. It turned out that she was thinking too much. "Yes." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "Although Xiaofeng is good, I only have Situ in my heart." "Sorry, I misunderstood." Bailey Hongzhuang blinked. Her bright eyes were filled with teasing. "I understand. You're too concerned." Faced with such an appearance, Bailey Yunyan felt somewhat uncomfortable. However, she also knew that she could not hide her thoughts from Bailey Hongzhuang. Thus, she decided not to hide it anymore. When Bailey Hongzhuang finished brewing the medicine and went out with Bailey Yunyan, Bewitching and Di Xiaofeng were chatting. Seeing the two of them come out, they also went up to greet them. "Feed this medicine to Miss Shi, she should wake up tomorrow." "Thank you." Di Xiaofeng took the medicine and glanced at Bailey Yunyan. The two of them walked into the room together. After dealing with it, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen returned to Tianyun residence and promised to come back the next day to check on Bailey Shi's situation. The lower realms. Wen Ziren, Shang Guanying, Mo Yunjue, and Ao Lingxiao were walking in the training ground. "After waiting for so long, I've finally broken through to the star boundary. We can also go to the upper realms to meet up with Hong Zhuang and the others." Shang Guanying's face lit up with excitement. Her lips curled into a brilliant smile. She was in a very good mood and even her steps were lighter. They should already be in the D family. They must be living a comfortable life. Ao Lingxiao's eyes flashed with a bright light, but deep in his eyes, there was some worry. At first, although he believed that Di Beichen was a member of the D family, but after all this was confirmed, his heart began to worry about personal gains and losses. From the beginning to the end, he actually didn't help Di Beichen and the others much, but he hoped that Di Beichen could help him return to the D family. Thinking back to when Di Beichen and Mo Wuji agreed to help him, the condition was that he would lead everyone to the D family. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to lead the way anymore, so naturally, he didn't fulfill the previous condition. Therefore, even if Bewitching chose to reject him, he couldn't do anything about it. When he thought of the situation in his family, the anger in his heart burned wildly. He couldn't bear this infamy for the rest of his life. He couldn't let his father die in such a dubious way. He had to go back and wash away all of this. Now, Bewitching was his only hope, so he had to beg Bewitching, hoping that he would agree to help him. Xianxia remained silent, his deep eyes were also filled with extraordinary splendor. Actually, he had already broken through to the astral chi realm long ago, it was only because he was waiting for Xiren and the others that he stayed until now. He regretted that he couldn't protect Bailey Hongzhuang at that time. During this period of time, the worry in his heart had never disappeared, he only hoped that he could ensure the safety of Bailey Hongzhuang when he went to the upper realm. Xiren, since you already know that the Golden Flame auction house is under the D family, why don't you go directly to the D family? Xianxia looked at Xiren with suspicion. Logically speaking, it was undoubtedly the most convenient way for them to go to the upper realm through the Golden Flame auction house. This is indeed the best way, but we don't know the situation of Bewitching in the D family. If we take the risk and go to the upper realm through the Golden Flame auction house, it might bring trouble to Bewitching. Anyway, you know where the D family is. At most, we'll just have to spend a little more time. Xiren's eyes darkened. He had been worried about this ever since he found out about Bewitching's identity. Such a huge family was much more powerful than they had expected. Dujue indeed appeared to be very concerned about Bewitching. However, with such a large family, their interests were tangled and complicated. As outsiders, they simply couldn't understand the situation. Bewitching had never returned to the D family for so many years. Naturally, he didn't have any foundation in the D family. Not only that, there was no need to think to know that during these years when Bewitching wasn't around, there would definitely be a replacement for him in the clan. Now that Bewitching had returned, it would definitely affect the benefits of some people. Maybe, his current situation in the Supreme D clan was extremely difficult. As Bewitching's friends, they wholeheartedly wanted to help Bewitching solve some problems. If they brought trouble to him, that wasn't the result they wanted. Therefore, they would rather be a little more troublesome than have the possibility of dragging Bewitching down. Hearing Xiren's words, Xianxia immediately understood what he meant. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Xiren's relationship with Bewitching was indeed extremely good. He actually even considered such a problem for him. If it was an ordinary friend, they definitely wouldn't be so meticulous. Xiao, you're from the upper realm. Why don't you tell us what the upper realm is like? Is it very different from the lower realm? Shangguaninging turned to look at Xiao. Among the four of them, only Xiao knew about the upper realm. Moreover, he had been in the upper realm since he was young. When Xiren and Xianxia also looked at Xiao. They also wanted to know more about the upper realm. Xiao chuckled when he saw everyone's curious expressions. Actually, there's not much difference between the upper realm and the lower realm. The biggest difference is that the cultivators are generally very powerful. The upper realm and the lower realm are separated by power. Other than that, there's not much difference. There should be more treasures in the upper realm than in the lower realm, right? Xiao nodded. Indeed. Many of the treasures in the lower realm actually end up in the upper realm. With our current strength, we have to keep a low profile when we go to the upper realm. Otherwise, we'll easily attract disaster. Not only that, but when we go to the upper realm, our talents will awaken. Our cultivation methods will also be different from before. Talents awaken? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. His handsome eyes were filled with doubt and inquiry. Actually, every cultivator has their own talents. Those below the Starlight Realm don't know. Those above the Starlight Realm can awaken their talents. As Xiao walked, he explained the process and meaning of talent awakening to Xiren and the others. After listening to everything, the three of them couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that after reaching this level, the cultivation methods would be different. It was really surprising. No wonder the cultivators in the upper realm are so powerful. Not only do they have more cultivation resources than us, but their cultivation methods are also different. Shangguaninging shrugged. Bewitching and Hongzhuang's talents are so powerful. I'm afraid they've already left us in the dust. We have to hurry and catch up with them. With their current strength, it was no longer as dangerous to walk in the training ground as before. It could be said that they were familiar with the way to the entrance of the upper realm. Along the way, they also met many cultivators, but everyone was here to gain experience. Seeing the four of them going deeper and without stopping, everyone was obviously curious. However, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them as they hurried on their way. "Junior brother, junior sister, wait for me." Hearing that, the four couldn't help but stop and look back. When they saw that it was Wan Yanling, they were a bit surprised. "Eldest senior brother, why are you here?" Ao Ling Xiao looked at Wan Yanling in astonishment. If Wan Yanling was leading a group of people here, they wouldn't find it strange. However, it was strange that Wan Yanling was alone. When Xiren and the other two were also sizing him up. After the incident at the remains, they had a pretty good impression of Wan Yanling. Although an accident happened later on, none of them had expected it to happen. "Are you going to head to the upper realm?" Wan Yanling asked with a bright smile. "That's right." Ao Lingxiao nodded. "How did eldest senior brother know?" When Xiren and the others came to an understanding when they heard this, but they still couldn't help but be surprised in their hearts. "Senior brother Wan Yin, if we didn't happen to be going today, would you go to the upper realm alone?" Shang Guanying couldn't help but ask. According to Ao Lingxiao, the cultivators in the upper realm were extremely powerful. Even the four of them had to be careful. If Wan Yanling was going to go alone, the risk would be even more shocking. Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Wan Yanling smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I wasn't the only one who wanted to go. However, not everyone wants to go to a wider world. Sometimes, staying in this familiar place was also a very good way to live. However, my elder brother has already gone to the upper realm. Before he left, I promised him that I would go to the upper realm to find him. Now that he has stayed in the upper realm for a long time, I should go and meet him." Hearing Wan Yanling's words, everyone immediately understood. It seemed that the cultivator who had made an agreement with Wan Yanling had decided to stay in the lower realm. In fact, during the time they stayed on Punlai Island, they also discovered that some cultivators in the Punlai Palace knew about the existence of the upper realm. They just chose not to go. Everyone had different thoughts. Some people didn't want to see the wider world. After all, after so many years of hard work, it wasn't easy to achieve such achievements in the lower realms. Once they went to the upper realms, it would be tantamount to starting all over again. Many people no longer had the same fighting spirit, so staying in the lower realms wasn't necessarily a bad choice. Senior brother Wan Yan's elder brother should be the previous senior brother of the Punlai Palace, Wan Yan Han, right? When Xiren looked at Wan Yanling, they also knew about Wan Yan Han's name. Even though Wan Yan Han was no longer here when they came to the Punlai Palace, they could often hear Wan Yan Han's name from the cultivators who came here. It was said that this senior brother was a person who valued friendship and loyalty. It was because of this that everyone had a deep impression of him. However, as Wan Yan Han's younger brother, Wan Yanling was also not bad. Both of them had achieved results that ordinary practitioners simply could not achieve in the Punlai Palace. "Senior brother, let's set off together then. It's our first time in the upper realm. We can take care of each other if we're together," Xiren said with a smile. Wan Yanling smiled and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you. Senior brother, you're too courteous. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you'll have to take care of us." Everyone chuckled as they walked forward. Although everything in the upper realm was unknown to them, they were still filled with hope. Early the next morning, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen headed to Miss Shi's residence. As soon as the two walked in, Di Xiaofeng noticed them and smiled brightly. "Situ, Yixuan, you're here." Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. They noticed that the doctors outside had already left, and the notice on the door had been taken down at some point. "Yixuan, I'm really convinced by your medical skills now. With you here, we don't need to look for other doctors. Your medical skills are much better than theirs." Di Xiaofeng's black eyes flashed with surprise and joy. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang had made a solemn vow yesterday, because her performance was too relaxed, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't expect that when he was still resting this morning, Bailey Yunyan's surprised voice could be heard. Bailey, she had woken up. It was only at that moment that he truly understood that Lan Yixuan's medical skills weren't ordinary. This level of medical skills was definitely at the level of a master. Bewitching chuckled. I already told you yesterday, but you didn't believe me. My wife's medical skills aren't just for show. When we were in the lower realm, countless people wanted to see my wife, but she didn't have the time. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Bewitching's proud expression as he introduced her. Her lips curled into a bright smile. Her husband was getting better at praising her. Di Xiaofeng nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I firmly believe in this point now. So many doctors came and discussed the solution, but after so long, they still didn't have a clue. To be honest, Yunyan and I have been thinking of all the solutions we could think of because of this problem. We didn't expect to find a solution so easily. It seems that I really did obtain a fortuitous encounter when I went to the dark forest last time. The reason why he went to the dark forest was because he heard that there might be some special and precious herbs there that might be helpful for Bailey Shi's illness. But he didn't expect that not only did he not find any herbs, he was even ambushed and almost lost his life. He thought that he had gained nothing, but he didn't expect his savior to be such a skilled doctor. This was really a turn of events. Is Miss Yunyan taking care of Miss Shi inside? Bailey Hongzhuang asked. Di Xiaofeng nodded. Although Miss Shi has woken up, her emotions aren't very stable. Yunyan can only watch over her, afraid that she will do something stupid. Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. I'll go in and take a look. Di Xiaofeng was about to follow them in but was stopped by Bailey Hongzhuang. It's better to let me and Yunyan deal with this kind of thing. You guys should obediently stay outside. Otherwise, you'll only provoke her more. Hearing this, Di Xiaofeng was slightly stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Bailey Hongzhuang said was indeed very reasonable. When he turned his head, he found that Di Beichen had been standing in the same place all this time. He had no intention of going in to take a look. Noticing Di Xiaofeng's expression, Di Beichen just spread out his hands. The expression on his face showed that he had already expected this situation. The faint smile between his brows looked like he was mocking Di Xiaofeng. Di Xiaofeng glared at him. This guy had already guessed it, but he didn't tell him, causing him to hit a wall. Knock knock. Bailey Hongzhuang stood outside the door and knocked. Inside the room. Bailey Shi looked outside the room. Her pale face was filled with worry and nervousness. Cousin, don't worry, it should be Miss Yixuan. Seeing Bailey Shi like this, Bailey Yunyan couldn't help but hug her. I know you're in pain, but you can't give up on life because of this. You just misjudged him. It's him who betrayed you. It's his fault. Why do you have to pay with your life? Bailey Yunyan's eyes were burning with rage. That heartless man is nothing. He should be the one to suffer, not you. If you lose your life because of him, then it's not worth it. Miss Xian is a good person. If she didn't find a way to wake you up yesterday, I really don't know what you would be like now. Let her in first, okay? Bailey Hongzhuang stood outside the room, vaguely able to hear the conversation inside. She understood Bailey Shi's complex emotions, so she wasn't in a hurry and just waited outside the door. She didn't need to think to know that Bailey Shi's emotions were definitely not calm. If she rashly went in and agitated her, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. After a while, Bailey Yunyan's voice sounded, "Please come in." Only then did Bailey Hongzhuang enter the room. Looking around, she saw Bailey Shi curled up on the bed, her face buried deep. Bailey Yunyan was sitting next to the bed, her pretty face filled with helplessness and pain. She exchanged a glance with Bailey Yunyan, then spoke, "Miss Shi, I am Lan Yixuan." N. Bailey Shi, who had her head buried, only made a sound of acknowledgement. Her voice was low and soft, clearly not like she was speaking. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang took a stool and sat down beside the bed. "Miss Shi, I am a doctor, how about you take out your hand and let me take your pulse?" "Shi-er?" Bailey Shi slowly took out her hand, and Bailey Hongzhuang took the opportunity to take her pulse. "Miss Xian, how is my sister's situation?" "It's about the same as what I said yesterday." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Her body is weak, and she hasn't recovered from her previous losses, and now she's immersed in grief all day. If this continues, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head, and Bailey Yunyan immediately understood. "Shi-er, pull yourself together, don't give up hope because of this. Bailey Yunyan spoke up. However, Bailey she only lowered her head and didn't say a word, clearly her heart was already dead. Shigunyang, in fact, you didn't do anything wrong. You just trusted the wrong person. It's a pity that you gave up your life because of this. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said, I've also encountered a situation like yours. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, Bailey she raised her head and asked, is there anyone else who's been like this? Seeing Bailey she's eyes suddenly light up, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bailey Yunyan glanced at each other before continuing, the world is big, and there are different things happening every moment. Naturally, this kind of thing can't only happen to us, what? Bailey Yunyan slowly walked out of the room. Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen saw that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't come out with her, and they were a bit puzzled. Yunyan, why did you come out by yourself? Di Xiaofeng asked, puzzled. Bailey Yunyan smiled. Miss Yixuan is truly a wonderful person. My words are not as effective as hers. Her comforting words are clearly much more effective than mine. I might as well come out and let them have a good chat. It was obviously not a simple thing to let a stranger believe in you, but this situation was not so difficult when it came to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Yunyan thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was a stranger to Bailey Shi, but she didn't expect that with just a few words, Bailey Shi would believe her so much. In fact, it wasn't just Bailey Shi, even she had an inexplicable feeling of trust when she saw Bailey Hongzhuang. This was a woman with magical power. Hearing Bailey Yunyan's words, Di Xiaofeng nodded with a smile, Missy Xian is indeed a good girl. He also had to admit that, in fact, whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Di Beichen, they both made him feel very comfortable at first glance and wanted to communicate with them. It seems that this heavy responsibility will be placed on Missy Xian. Di Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows. After seeing Bailey Yunyan go to the kitchen, he put a hand on Di Beichen's shoulder and teased, Situ, your eyes are really good. You found such a treasure. Many people praise me. Di Beichen replied. You really don't know what modesty is. Di Xiaofeng was helpless. He thought that Di Beichen would at least be modest, but he didn't expect him to admit it so calmly. You already know that this is the truth. If I pretend to be modest, wouldn't it be hypocritical? Di Beichen spread his hands. His wife was impeccable. You're good. Bailey Hongzhuang went in for a long time. Even though Bailey Yunyan had already prepared lunch, she still didn't dare to disturb them. It wasn't until a moment later that Bailey Hongzhuang came out. Missy Xian, how is my sister? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, bring the food in for her to eat. She's willing to eat? Bailey Yunyan was surprised. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She hasn't had a good meal recently. Let her have some porridge first. As for who that man is, since she doesn't want to say it, then don't ask. One day, she will be willing to say it herself. Hearing this, Bailey Yunyan wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, she nodded. Okay. She just wanted to know who that irresponsible heartless man was. That way, she could think of a way to get justice for her little sister. Unfortunately, Bailey she wasn't willing to say anything, making her anxious to death. After Bailey Yunyan entered the room, Di Xiaofeng walked over and said, why don't you ask who that man is? If it wasn't for that man, Miss Shi wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. Actually, if I think about it carefully, someone who can catch Miss Shi's eye is definitely not from an ordinary family. Moreover, how could an ordinary man dare to let Miss Shi down? This was a great opportunity for him to climb up the social ladder. After eliminating this possibility, there weren't many possibilities left. She doesn't want to say it. On one hand, she feels embarrassed. On the other hand, she might still have a trace of hope for that man. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was heavy. After talking with Bailey she felt that this girl was very pure. It was because she didn't know much about the world that she was deceived. She had almost given up everything for this relationship, and this result was really beyond her ability to bear. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Di Xiaofeng had a look of disbelief. I didn't hear wrong, right? That man already treated her like that and she still has a glimmer of hope? You men might not be able to understand. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed, we all think that man is despicable and we know that he was lying to her from the beginning. However, that man is the only person she has ever liked. Think about it from her perspective. Lady She isn't a bold person, yet she was able to do this for him. It can be seen how deep her feelings for him are. Di Xiaofeng and Di Beichen looked at each other and instantly understood. As expected, a woman could understand a woman's feelings the best. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang only went in once and Bailey She was willing to eat. In comparison, Di Xiaofeng and Bailey Yunyan's persuasion was a bit too extreme. No wonder it didn't have a good effect. Step by step. She won't be able to let go of her heart in a short period of time. However, as long as she doesn't have any thoughts of suicide, she will slowly walk out of it. Di Xiaofeng nodded slightly, you're right. If we keep forcing her like this, it will only make her go into a dead end. Why don't we give her more time and let her slowly think it through? This is a process that requires patience. I can help her heal her body and nurse her back to health. However, she will need to slowly think through this heart of hers. Her clear eyes were filled with concern. She could only do this much, but she believed that Lady She would let go of everything sooner or later. When the day comes when Lady She is willing to say the other party's name, she would have already let go of it. Not long later, Bailey Yunyan walked out of the room with a look of surprise on her face. Lady Yi Xian, you're really amazing. You only talked to my sister for a short while and she's already in a much better state. Although it can't be compared to before, her eyes are starting to regain their luster. I'm really grateful to you. Bailey Yunyan said emotionally. You're too polite. We're friends, and I'm happy to be able to help you. Do you think Xi'er will still take things too hard? Bailey Yunyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. She now felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was really a genius doctor. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about it and shook her head. I don't think she will. It's just that she was first betrayed by a heartless man and then expelled by your family. It was a big blow to her. Right now, she really needs company. If you have time, you should spend more time with her. It's good to walk around with her, but don't ask too much about what happened before. She'll naturally tell you when she figures it out. Bailey Yunyan nodded, I understand. I will write a few prescriptions. On the one hand, it will be used to treat her previous weakness. On the other hand, she needs to recuperate. Although this kind of mental illness wasn't a real illness, it still caused a lot of damage to the body. After her body recovers, she won't feel so uncomfortable anymore. Maybe her mood will be better. Then I'm really grateful to you. Bailey Yunyan's eyes blossomed with splendor. She really didn't expect the heavens to send such a helper. If Bailey Hongzhuang didn't appear, they really wouldn't know what to do now. After dealing with the problem, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen didn't stay in the courtyard for long. They had done everything they could. This kind of problem couldn't be completely solved in a short time. After all, they were outsiders. It was fine to stay here. It would be more comfortable to stay in the restaurant. Then you guys can rest in the elegant sky residence. If there's anything, come find me directly. Di Xiaofeng urged. Don't worry, we'll be fine. After walking out of the courtyard, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen didn't plan to go anywhere else. They went straight to the elegant sky residence. Ever since the incident in the demonic dragon abyss, we spent most of our time healing and didn't cultivate properly. Let's take advantage of this time to break through and increase our cultivation. Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at Di Beichen. Last time, in front of the 4 assassins, they didn't have the power to fight back. It was obvious how powerful their opponents were. Since they were still alive, once the other party knew about this, they might come looking for trouble. Moreover, they had already made up their mind to take revenge. Therefore, increasing their strength was the most important thing now. Di Beichen's eyes darkened. That's right. Let's go into closed-door cultivation after we go back. Strength was the foundation of everything. If they didn't have enough strength, even if they found an opponent, it would be very difficult to take revenge. Xiren and the others were very fast. Last time, he and Shang Guaniying saw the other party leave with their own eyes. They had already memorized the entrance to the upper realm clearly. During this period of time, they had been hoping to enter the upper realm as soon as possible. This time, they really could go. Their speed was extremely fast. The five of them smoothly passed through the skeletons and arrived at the entrance to the upper realm. Standing in front of the entrance, the five of them looked at each other. Then, they smiled at each other and walked in together. The world spun. When they saw everything in front of them again, they were already in another place. Looking at the entrance behind them and the completely different scene in front of them, they knew that they had successfully reached the upper realm. This is the upper realm. Shangguan-Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's quite fast. The teleportation array is really useful. When Xiren and the rest had faint smiles on their faces. They had finally arrived at the place they had been waiting for. Ao Lingxiao looked at everything in front of him. His gaze was deep and complicated. Back then, he'd been forced to leave the upper realm and hide in the lower realm. Yet now, he'd finally returned. After such a long time, he didn't know what had happened to his family. However, he would definitely find a way to reveal the truth to the world. His hands under his sleeves gradually clenched into fists. The enormous strength caused his knuckles to turn white, but it was still not enough to express the hatred in his heart. Let's go out. Mo Yunjue reminded everyone. Hearing this, Ao Lingxiao and the others recovered from their thoughts and walked out together. Walking on the bustling street, everyone looked at the bustling scene and felt joy in their hearts. When Xiren, Mo Yunjue, and Wan Yanling were also observing their surroundings. However, what they noticed more was that the auras of the people around them were extremely powerful. It was impossible to see such a scene in the lower realm. The situation was just as Ao Lingxiao had said. The cultivators in the upper realm were generally very powerful. With their strength, they could do whatever they wanted in the lower realm. However, they were just ordinary people here. I noticed a few very powerful auras just now. The cultivators here really can't be underestimated, Mo Yunjue said slowly. Xiren nodded slightly. We still have to keep a low profile. Don't offend people casually. Otherwise, once we get into trouble, it'll be really bad. Hearing you guys talk like this, I'm a little worried. Previously, when Hong Zhuang and Beichen came to the upper realm, it was just the two of them. It was quite dangerous, Shangguan-Ying said emotionally. Beichen and Hong Zhuang are both smart people. They definitely have the ability to protect themselves. Xiren patted Shangguan-Ying's shoulder. His cultured and elegant face was filled with relief. You're right. Hong Zhuang and Beichen are both very resourceful. When we first arrived at Punlai Island, if it wasn't for the two of them, it would have been very difficult for us to escape. Even though quite some time had passed, she could still remember everything clearly until now. At that time, she thought that they wouldn't be able to escape the heaven-shaking faction's pursuit. However, she never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen would be able to turn the tables on them. This is Water Cloud City. After Ao Lingxiao asked a few questions, he already knew where they were. Coming from the lower realm to the upper realm is a random teleportation. There are a total of 8 cities. Junior brother D and the others could have arrived at any one of these 8 cities. However, they should be at the D family now. Let's stay here for today. Everyone can also look around and familiarize themselves with the environment of the upper realm. When Xiren and the others nodded. Their goal in coming to the upper realm was to meet up with Di Beichen and the others as soon as possible. Junior brother Ao, can you tell me a total of 8 cities? I'm going to find my brother. Currently, I don't know which city he is in. I might have to go to a few more places, Wan Yanling said with a smile. Hearing this, Ao Lingxiao reacted and hurriedly said, no problem, these 8 cities are Water Cloud City, Rongan City. Since senior apprentice brother Wan Yan wants to gather information, why don't we gather some information in Water Cloud City first? Maybe we're lucky and eldest senior brother is here. Shangguan-Ying raised her eyebrows slightly. Although she often heard about Wan Yanhan, she had never seen him before. If she could see eldest senior brother's heroic figure before she left, it would be pretty good. No need. Wan Yanling smiled and waved his hand. You must be tired from rushing all the way here. Let's find a place to rest first. Senior apprentice brother Wan Yan, we're from the same sect. Naturally, we should take care of each other when we're outside. You don't have to be so polite. When Xiren laughed and said, actually, we're not tired yet, right? Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao both nodded. If it was in the past, it might have been a bit tiring for them to pass through the training grounds. However, it was much easier now. That's right. Let's gather information together. We can also find out if Beichin and the others were here before. For a moment, the five of them began to ask around. However, the final result disappointed them. Looks like we're not that lucky. They're not in Water Cloud City, Mo Yunjue said in a low voice, a complicated look in his deep eyes. Shang Guaniying sighed. 1 in 8 chance. It's really hard to be so coincidental, but it doesn't matter. We'll find them eventually. Let's not be discouraged. Since no one knows about this place, we'll go somewhere else to ask around, Xiran said. Everyone nodded. How easy would it be to find a few people in the upper realm? Before they came, Wan Yanling should have been prepared to spend time looking for them. Everyone asked around as they walked forward. When they passed by a restaurant, Shang Guaniying stopped in her tracks. A guilty smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. Are you guys hungry? As soon as she said that, everyone smiled knowingly. I think you're just hungry because you smelled the aroma coming from inside, right? Xiran looked at Shang Guaniying dotingly. They had been eating dry rations for the past few days. With Shang Guaniying's personality, she must want to try the dishes of the upper realm. Shang Guaniying chuckled. We haven't tried the food of the upper realm before. It's time to eat. Let's go in and fill our stomachs first. Her gaze swept over Mo Yunjue and the others. When she saw that no one had any objections, her eyes lit up. I saw many restaurants along the way, but this one has the best business. The aroma coming from it is the most fragrant. I've never seen you observe so carefully. Your observation skills are unparalleled. Xiran laughed involuntarily. Shang Guaniying shook her head proudly. This is also a kind of ability. Look at the name, Elegant Heaven Residence. It looks pretty good. Since Ying is hungry, let's go in, Mo Yunjue said slowly. It's getting late. It's time to eat. As they chatted, the five of them walked into Elegant Heaven Residence. As soon as they entered the restaurant, the five of them could already feel the liveliness inside. Fortunately, there is a table inside. If we came a little later, we wouldn't have anything to eat. After sitting down, Shang Guaniying immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry. If you want to eat it, you can just come back after you miss the most time, Ao Lingxiao said. As they chatted and laughed, they inadvertently began to size up the people around them. However, when Mo Yunjue's gaze swept across the people at the table beside him, his gaze quietly deepened. Noticing the change in Mo Yunjue's expression, Xiran couldn't help but ask, Yunjue, what's wrong with you? Why do you have such an expression? The people at the table next door are the same people we saw when we first came out of the entrance. They are looking at us suspiciously. Something feels wrong. Hearing that, Xiran also quietly looked at them. Although he didn't know Mo Yunjue for long, he knew that Mo Yunjue was a very powerful person. His eyesight was also very accurate. Looking at them, he also felt that something was wrong. You're right. They keep looking at us. What are they trying to do? Xiran frowned. The other party's gaze was obviously not friendly. However, they didn't know each other and he didn't know what they were trying to do. I didn't expect you newbies to be so rich. You actually came to the best restaurant in Water Cloud City to eat. Since that's the case, why don't you hand over the money and let me, your big brother, live freely? The man's face was filled with a sinister smile. The threat between his brows could not be more obvious. The mockery in his eyes clearly indicated that he was certain that they would not dare to resist. Hearing the man's words, the faces of Mo Yunjue and the others immediately turned cold. They had long guessed that the other party was up to no good, but they did not expect him to have such thoughts. Why should we give it to you? Shang Guaniying said coldly. Hearing this, the man's gaze fell on Shang Guaniying. Little girl, I advise you to obediently hand over the spirit stones now. Otherwise, it won't be so easy to solve this problem later. As he spoke, the man gestured behind him. The three men behind him also had provocative looks on their faces. You're just rookies who just came from the lower realm. In the upper realm, it's best for you to be obedient. Otherwise, if we're in a bad mood and kill you, it won't be worth it for you. His joking words were filled with mockery and threats. The man sat down next to Imo Yunjue without any scruples. Hurry up, don't waste my time. The faces of Xiren and the others immediately turned extremely ugly. They did not expect to encounter such a problem as soon as they arrived in the upper realm. If the other party had fewer people, they might have been able to put up a fight. However, the other party had many people, so this was a little troublesome. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to hand over the spirit stones just like that. Take your hand off my shoulder. Imo Yunjue's voice was cold, and his deep eyes contained a hidden sharpness. The man chuckled and looked at Imo Yunjue disdainfully. I hate Xiaobai faces like you the most. I won't let go. What can you do about it? Imo Yunjue's appearance had always been extremely outstanding. In fact, from the moment he walked into the restaurant, many people had already noticed him. Such a handsome man coupled with his cold and arrogant temperament was exceptionally charming. However, in the eyes of the man, he was extremely displeased. The moment the man finished speaking, Imo Yunjue grabbed his hand and placed it on the table. At the same time, his other hand took out a pair of chopsticks from the bamboo tube and stabbed them without hesitation. His movements were as fast as lightning, and it was done in one breath. Almost everyone present could not react in time. Ah! The man screamed as the chopsticks pierced through his palm, causing blood to flow out. Hearing the man's screams, his friends came over one after another. The man's eyes were burning with rage. He wanted nothing more than to tear Imo Yunjue to shreds. Brat, you're courting death. However, Imo Yunjue was still as cold as ever. Since you have nowhere to put your hands, I'll help you solve it. Isn't that great? When everyone in the Elegant Sky residence saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. No one would have thought that this refined and handsome man would be so swift and decisive when he made his move. His movements were fast and his methods were ruthless. They couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Motherf *Ker, kill them. The man shouted angrily. The other three men's auras instantly exploded. Two of them were Astral Rays level 2, and one was Astral Rays level 3. Seeing this, Imo Yunjue and the rest did not back down. Their auras were not any weaker than the other parties. When Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen returned to the Elegant Sky residence, they found that there was a conflict inside. They couldn't help but be surprised. The Elegant Sky residence was the largest restaurant in Water Cloud City. They didn't expect that someone would be so insensible as to start a fight here. However, when they heard that familiar voice, both of them were stunned. They looked in the direction of the source of the voice in disbelief. Kill them. I want them all to die here. The man looked at his hand that had been pierced by the bamboo chopsticks. Murderous intent boiled in his heart. He didn't expect that a few newcomers from the lower realm would dare to attack him like this. They were simply digging their own graves. In the past, when he encountered cultivators from the upper realm, the other party usually didn't dare to say a word when they tried to rob them. Who would have thought that he would encounter such an exception this time? However, just as he was thinking about how to make them beg for mercy later, a hand had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Who dares to attack me? The deep and magnetic voice was filled with anger and threat. It was also filled with arrogance. The man couldn't help but be stunned by the sudden turn of events. He stared at the man in front of him with wide eyes. He didn't understand what this had to do with him. Why did this strange guy suddenly appear out of nowhere? What does it have to do with you that I'm teaching someone a lesson? The three men who were about to attack realized that their friend had been restrained. Their expressions changed immediately. They quickly turned to Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang and said, "Put him down." When Xiren and the others obviously did not expect that there would be people helping them in this unfamiliar place, Water Cloud City. At first glance, it was obvious that these two people were strangers. However, after noticing that familiar gaze, Xiren and Shang Guanying recognized him almost immediately. Di Beichen, they grew up with Di Beichen since they were young. They couldn't be more familiar with him. Even if his appearance was different, they could still recognize him at first glance. They knew how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang's disguise was. Therefore, they could understand the changes on their faces. Mo Yunjue looked at the delicate and pretty woman in front of him. It was a pair of completely unfamiliar faces, but he still recognized her at first glance. Bailey Hongzhuang. Other than Bailey Hongzhuang, there was no one else in that pair of sparkling and translucent eyes. For a moment, Wen Xiren, Shang Guaningying, and Mo Yunjue were all pleasantly surprised. They had originally thought that they would only be able to see Bewitching and the others after going to the D family. They had never thought that they would meet them on their first day in the upper realm. How could they not be pleasantly surprised? However, while Xiren and the others were extremely pleasantly surprised, Ao Lingxiao and Wan Yanling were looking at the man and woman who had appeared in front of them in confusion. Could it be that they had met someone who had acted bravely for a just cause? There were so many people in the restaurant, but no one had come out to help. They hadn't expected that these two people, who had just arrived at the restaurant, would be willing to help. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching stared at Xiren and the others. Their eyes met, and they were filled with excitement. "You're not letting go, are you?" The other man looked angry. "You're courting death." They had thought that the matter could be resolved with just a few words. They hadn't thought that it would end up like this. The most despicable thing was that the other party actually had helpers. Clang! The man was sent flying by Bewitching's kick. He fell to the ground and smashed into the table next door, drenching his body with vegetable soup. The colorful soup drenched his hair and his clothes were in a mess. A piece of vegetable was hanging on his head, making him look extremely miserable. The man quickly got up from the ground and wiped the vegetable soup off his face so that his vision would not be so blurry. However, when he looked at Bewitching again, he was no longer as arrogant as before. This was because when Bewitching made his move, he could clearly feel that his opponent was not weak. At the very least, he was stronger than him. The guests at the other table could only stand up and walk to the other side because of the man's sudden appearance. There was some dissatisfaction on their faces. For a moment, the other two cultivators did not dare to make a move because Bewitching already had a hostage in his hands. From the man's cold and murderous gaze, they were sure that if they made a move again, this man would not hesitate to break the hostage's neck. "Let him go quickly." The two men looked at each other and hurriedly said. However, Bewitching's expression was still cold and indifferent. He only stared expressionlessly at the struggling man who was being choked by his neck. "I won't let him go." "What can you do?" "You." The man was speechless for a moment. His eyes were filled with anger, but he did not know what to say. After seeing such a big commotion, the shopkeeper hurriedly rushed over. When he saw that it was Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "So it's Sir Situ and Miss Lan. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Can we not make a move first?" The shopkeeper's face was filled with a warm smile like a spring breeze. Even though many of his things had been destroyed, it did not dampen his enthusiasm. Hearing this, Bewitching glanced at the shopkeeper and then at the other three men. He immediately understood. "Sir Situ, I guarantee that they won't dare to make a move again. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." The shopkeeper's sharp eyes swept over them, and the arrogance of the three men was immediately extinguished. Seeing this, Bewitching let go of his hand. As far as he knew, Di Xiaofeng was very familiar with the shopkeeper of the elegant sky residence. Therefore, after the shopkeeper appeared, they still had to give the shopkeeper some face. After Bewitching loosened his grip, the guy whose face had turned purple gasped for air. "You guys dare to cause trouble in my elegant sky residence today? I think you guys are really bold." The shopkeeper's eyes were sharp and angry, like a sharp knife, making people not dare to look at him directly. The four men immediately smiled in embarrassment. "Shopkeeper, we didn't do it on purpose." "Not on purpose?" The shopkeeper snorted coldly, obviously not buying it. "You were the one who started the conflict, and now you're saying that you didn't do it on purpose? Who would believe you?" At the same time, Xiren and the others could not help but look at each other. They were not stupid people. When the conflict broke out earlier, the shopkeeper did not appear at all. The only reason he appeared now was because of Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. If they had not come, even if they died here, the shopkeeper might not have appeared. It seemed that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang were living quite well in Water Cloud City. "Why aren't you apologizing immediately?" the shopkeeper said coldly. Seeing the four men standing there unwillingly, the shopkeeper's expression turned cold. "I think you don't want to stay in Water Cloud City any longer." As soon as he said that, the four men's expressions changed. They hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper, don't. That's not what we meant." "Then apologize quickly," the shopkeeper shouted angrily. "If you can't appease young Master Situ and Miss Lan, don't even think about leaving this place." The four men's legs trembled. The unwillingness and anger on their faces disappeared. They hurriedly apologized. "Young Master Situ, Miss Lan, we didn't know they were your friends. Please forgive us and let us go. If we knew they were your friends, we wouldn't have dared to do this even if we had 100 guts." Bewitching's expression was cold. "They're the ones you need to apologize to." Hearing that, the four men looked at Xiren and the others with complicated expressions. They were so depressed that they were about to die. They thought these newcomers were pushovers. They didn't expect them to have helpers in the upper realm. The shopkeeper of the Elegant Sky residence thought so highly of them. They had really misjudged this time. They went for wool and came home shorn. They were completely screwed today. "We're sorry," the four men said in unison. "We were wrong before. Please forgive us. Please be magnanimous and let us go." After seeing this scene, the cultivators in the lobby couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching. They secretly wondered who these two people were. The Elegant Sky residence has a powerful background. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. The shopkeeper has always ignored these things. I didn't expect him to step in today for these two people's sake. It seems these two people's identities aren't simple. These two people look very unfamiliar. I've never seen them before in Water Cloud City. Could it be that their identities aren't simple? No, these two people are young Master D's friends. I see. Everyone looked at each other. For a moment, many people began to become interested in Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang. Although the Elegant Heaven residence was only a restaurant, to be able to achieve such success in Water Cloud City, it naturally had a force supporting it. A trace of disdain appeared in the eyes of Xiren and the others when they saw the four of them bowing their heads and apologizing like frosted eggplants. Thinking back to how arrogant they were before, it was really ironic. "Weren't you all very arrogant before? I didn't expect it to become like this in the blink of an eye." "What a joke," Shang Guanying sneered. "If it weren't for Bewitching's coincidental appearance, it would have been very troublesome." Yes, it's all our fault. We're just a joke. Just treat it as a joke and forget about us?" The four men nodded like chickens pecking at rice. No matter what the other party said, they only had one attitude, and that was to admit their mistakes. Otherwise, if they didn't doubt the shopkeeper's words, they might not be able to walk out of Elegant Sky residence today. Looking at the other party's cowardly appearance, everyone was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Just based on their current state, they probably wouldn't have the guts to cause trouble for them again. Scram! As Bewitching's cold voice fell, the four men immediately scrambled out of the Elegant Sky residence as if they had been pardoned. "Shopkeeper, you're too polite. We should be the ones thanking you." Bewitching cupped his hands. After all, this was the Elegant Sky residence's territory. If they killed those annoying fellows here, it would have a negative impact on the place. "You're young Master D's friends, so of course I have to treat you well. However, I didn't expect something like this to happen. It's my fault for not treating you well. These are your friends, right? I'll immediately send someone to prepare a room for them. They can stay here for the next few days. Everything will be waived. Consider it my apology." "Shopkeeper, there's no need for that." Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but speak up. The shopkeeper waved his hand. It's my duty. Please don't refuse." Seeing this, although Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia were a little helpless, they had no choice but to agree. After the shopkeeper left, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and smiled. Even if something like that happened just now, it still didn't affect their joy of reuniting. Immediately, everyone walked into the room under Bewitching's lead. They really had too much to say. As soon as the door closed, Shangguaninging excitedly ran in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and grabbed her hands. Her crystal clear and bright eyes flashed with joy. That's great. Hongzhuang, I finally see you again. Bailey Hongzhuang was also very surprised. Yes, I didn't expect to meet you here. When did you come to the upper realm? We just arrived today. When we passed by, we felt hungry, so we walked in to eat. We didn't expect to encounter something like this. Shangguaninging pursed her lips. At first, I thought that it was very unlucky to encounter something like this. However, if this didn't happen, we might have missed each other. I'm so happy now. Xiren looked at Bewitching. The two of them hammered each other's shoulders with smiles on their handsome faces. You brat, we finally meet again. Seeing you like this, I'm relieved. After exchanging a few words with Shangguaninging, Bailey Hongzhuang turned to Mo Yunjue, who was looking at them from the side. Her beautiful face was filled with a bright smile, and her eyes were bright and resplendent. Welcome to the upper realm. Mo Yunjue chuckled. It seems that our luck is good. I didn't know when I would find you. I didn't expect to meet you on the first day. Heaven's arrangement. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, it's good to see you again. Originally, Ao Ling Xiao and Wan Yanling didn't understand what was going on. They also didn't understand why when Xiren and the others, who had never been to the upper realm, would have helpers. However, after listening to their conversation, they immediately understood. Their eyes were filled with shock. And Junior S. and Junior. And you. And Junior. And Ao. Ao Ling Xiao looked at them in astonishment. No wonder he felt that they looked a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out who they were. Now that the other party had revealed their identities, he finally understood. It was really a pleasant surprise. Bewitching nodded and smiled faintly. Long time no see. Wen Xianxia was the most unfamiliar with everyone. However, at this moment, he was very happy. Meeting fellow disciples in the upper realm was no different from family. Senior brother Ling, I didn't expect you to come too. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Wen Xianxia with a smile. Wan Yanling smiled and nodded. That's right. It just so happened that junior brother Mo and the others were coming to the upper realm, so I came with them. I see. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. Wan Yanhan had always been worried about his younger brother, looking forward to when Wan Yanling would come to the upper realm. They didn't expect to meet everyone when they came to Water Cloud City this time. Wan Yanhan and Wan Yanling would be reunited soon. Just as they were about to talk about Wan Yanhan, there was a knock on the door. Bewitching opened the door and saw a waiter walking over with wine and dishes. The shopkeeper said that those guys just now ruined your lunch, so he made new dishes and sent them over. I hope you'll enjoy them. The shopkeeper is too courteous. Please thank him for me. The waiter left after putting down the dishes. Looking at the dishes on the table, they were much more sumptuous than what they had ordered before. Bewitching, this shopkeeper is really courteous to you. From his performance just now, I feel that this restaurant is not simple. Those guys were originally quite arrogant, but as soon as the shopkeeper appeared and said nothing, they were already terrified. It seems that you're doing quite well in Water Cloud City. Xiren raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of ridicule and interest. We only saved one person. The shopkeeper was only like this because of the other party. Saved one person? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Actually, we've only been in Water Cloud City for a few days. On the way here, we saw someone injured, so we helped. The other party is also a good person. His name is Di Xiaofeng. If he comes later, you'll see him. No wonder. Shangguaninging understood. I heard the shopkeeper mention Di Xiaofeng just now. But this is really interesting. His surname is also Di? Bewitching chuckled. Not only that, the woman he likes is called Bailey Yunyan. Her surname is also Bailey. Xiren and the others were stunned. Such a coincidence? That's right. From the looks of it, you two are really fated. After the joy of reuniting, Xiren couldn't help but frown. There was confusion between his brows. Beichen, you've been in the upper realm for a period of time. Why are you here instead of going to the D clan? Mo Yunjue and Ao Lingxiao both stared at D Beichen. Regarding this point, they also felt very confused. We originally planned to go, but the upper realm is very big. Ordinary cultivators can't come into contact with that kind of existence. We asked many people, but none of them knew where the D family was. Therefore, we could only give up. We've been thinking about when we'd be able to meet up with you. Now that Ao Lingxiao is here, we can come out together. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up. Ao Lingxiao knowing the location of the Supreme D clan was undoubtedly a piece of good news to them. However, after everyone heard Bailey Hongshuang's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. You can't find the Supreme D clan? Mo Yunjue frowned. Shouldn't it be the Supreme D clan looking for you? Ah? At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang and D Beichen couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't understand what the other party meant. Why would the Supreme D clan look for us? Seeing Bailey Hongshuang and Ao Lingxiao's serious expression, everyone understood that they probably didn't know what was going on. Looking at Shang Guanying's matter-of-fact manner when she said those words, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen both frowned as several thoughts appeared in their minds. What do you mean? Seems like the D family's people haven't found you yet. Shang Guanying sighed. Beichen, we have already confirmed that you are the young master of the D family. Moreover, you definitely wouldn't have thought that Di Yujue whom you saw before was actually your father. Following Shang Guanying's words, Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang were both stunned as a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. What did you say? Bailey Hongshuang's eyes were filled with disbelief. This news was simply too unbelievable. Di Yujue was actually Beichen's father? It's true. Shang Guanying emphasized seriously. Previously when we returned to Punlai Palace, Uncle Di had been waiting for us to come out. Afterwards, when he found out that you were in danger, he immediately rushed over with us. However, we didn't expect that in the end, we were still a bit late. When we arrived, we only saw Beichen's back. He had already arrived at the upper realm. Therefore, Uncle Di also immediately came to the upper realm. With the Di family's strength, we felt that we should be able to find you very quickly. Xiren also said, we originally thought that when we came to the upper realm, we would only be able to see you after we arrived at the D family. Who would have thought that we would be able to see you as soon as we arrived here? It's really surprising. Now we finally understand why Beichen acted so strangely when he first met Uncle Di. I think this must be due to familial affection. If not, Beichen definitely wouldn't be so close to someone he had never met before. Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen listened to everyone's narration. Only then did they understand what had happened. However, when they came to the upper realm, they actually didn't know anything. Previously, when Uncle Di left Punlai Island, he went to Tiangang sect. After confirming your identity at Tiangang sect, he immediately returned to Punlai Island to look for you. I just didn't expect to miss it so coincidentally, and we also received a letter from Sect Master Sidhu. As he spoke, Xiren took out the letter from his Chankuan bag. He had kept the letter with him all this time. If it weren't for the fact that Beichen and the others weren't around, he wouldn't have opened it himself. After Di Beichen took the letter and skimmed through its contents, his expression suddenly became complicated. He never thought that it would turn out like this. From the first time he saw Di Yujue, he had a very strange feeling. No one had ever made him feel so familiar. However, he could never imagine that Di Yujue was actually his father. After Di Beichen finished reading the contents of the letter, Bailey Hongshuang took the letter. After she finished reading the contents of the letter, her heart was also filled with shock. However, since even her grandfather had confirmed this news, it seemed like it was the truth. Xiren and the others looked at Di Beichen's expression. They knew that this news must be hard for him to accept for a while. In fact, when they first heard this news, they also felt that it was unbelievable. After everyone left, only Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang were left in the room. Bailey Hongshuang sized up Di Beichen. Ever since he knew about this, Di Beichen's expression had been so complicated. She didn't know what Beichen was thinking. Beichen, since grandfather and the others have confirmed this news, it shouldn't be wrong. Di Beichen nodded slightly. He also knew that this news couldn't be wrong. However, he had always guessed what kind of person his father was. When he found out, he still felt complicated. Perhaps it was because he hadn't imagined his father's real appearance for so many years. When this appearance became clear, he actually had an indescribably complicated feeling. When you found out about this, did you have an indescribable feeling? Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Bewitching. When I found out that my biological parents were someone else, my thoughts were also very complicated. However, what we know now is that they haven't given up on looking for you all these years, right? To them, this was already the best news. Bewitching nodded slightly. He still remembered that when he was chatting with Diyujue said that he was looking for someone very important to him. All these years, he had been looking for that person, but there was no news at all. At that time, he even comforted Diyujue that he would definitely find that person. However, he never thought that the person that Diyujue was talking about would actually be him. Xianxia's judgment was really right. You are actually the young master of the D family who was left behind. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Bewitching was still immersed in his own thoughts and didn't say anything else. He needed some time to think things through. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang woke up and found Bewitching still sitting at the table. Obviously, he hadn't slept the whole night. Bewitching, are you still thinking about this? Bailey Hongzhuang walked to Bewitching's side and sat down. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to Bewitching. Bewitching took the tea and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Did you sleep well? Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, but her gaze was fixed on him. Obviously, she was waiting for his answer. My wife, I suddenly thought of a problem. Bewitching's voice was deep and his expression was serious. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also became serious and asked, what problem? According to what Xiran said, with the D family's ability in the upper realm, it would be very easy for them to find us. Moreover, when we were in Rong'an City, we didn't disguise ourselves, nor did we conceal our identities. According to that situation, they would only need to ask around a little to know where we are. However, why haven't they found us yet? His deep, dark eyes rippled with the light of wisdom. Last night, he was in a complicated mood, but when he came out of it, he found some problems. Hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang thought for a moment and understood what he meant. You mean the people who chased after us before? Bewitching nodded slightly. They are too strong. Back then, the assassins had appeared out of nowhere, and from the beginning to the end, they hadn't said who had sent them. Previously, they had always thought that it was either the Xiao family or Gong Tianfeng who had sent them, because apart from these two possibilities, they could not think of any other possibilities. But now, after knowing the news, they thought of another possibility. Since Diyujue had been looking for Bewitching for so many years, his family must have been looking forward to his return. Logically speaking, it was impossible that they could not find him for so long. Therefore, the reason why they had not been nervous for so long was that someone must have been behind it. There are two possibilities. The first one is that the D family's opponents got the news, and they don't want me to go back, so they attacked me before the D family. As for the second possibility, it is that someone in the D family doesn't want me to go back. Bewitching said in a low voice. The D family had not heard any news about him for so many years, until Diyujue confirmed his identity. Thinking about it, Diyujue must have only told the core members of the D family before finding him. Under such circumstances, there was still someone who took the initiative to kill them. The situation could be imagined. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. She had also thought of this possibility, but she was not willing to believe it. But in fact, this was not out of her expectations. Actually, you have been away for so many years. With such a big family like the D family, there must be someone who wants to replace your identity. As long as you don't go back, he can use your resources. But once you go back, his interests will be affected, so this situation is not unexpected. They had already thought about this when they wanted to go to the D family to confirm this problem. Indeed, Bewitching said in a heavy voice, it seems that it is not easy to go back. Bailey Hongzhuang held Bewitching's hand, and her bright eyes were shining with determination and certainty. Bewitching, since we have confirmed your identity, even if the way back is difficult, we will still go back. Your parents have been looking forward to your return all these years. We don't care what others think, but we can't let them down. She knew that resources and interests were not what Bewitching cared about. What he cared about most was his family. As long as his family was looking forward to his return, then he should go back. Looking at the smile on Bailey Hongshuang's face, Bewitching's cold heart was instantly warmed, and the cold corners of his mouth were gradually dyed with a smile. You are right. We should go back. When Bailey Hongshuang and Shangguan Ru walked out of the house, they found that Xiren and the others were having breakfast in the hall. Seeing the two of them, Xiren waved his hand, "Here." The two of them immediately walked to them and sat down. You have already come to eat, but you didn't call us. Xiren said that you might not be able to digest this news in a short time, so he asked you to have a good rest. We are going to send breakfast to your room later, Shangguan Ying said. Do I look like I can't take it? Bewitching raised his eyebrows and said. Ao Lingxiao, do you know anything about the D family? Bewitching turned his gaze towards Ao Lingxiao. Currently, they didn't have any way to understand the D family's situation. The only person who might know something was Ao Lingxiao. I only know a little bit of information. Moreover, I have been in the lower realm for quite some time now. I don't know much about the current situation. Ao Lingxiao shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. Then why don't you tell us what you know about the situation in the past? At least we can understand a little more, Wen Xiren said. All right. Ao Lingxiao nodded. According to what I know, Diyu Jue was supposed to be the next head of the D family. However, because the young master of the D family disappeared, the old man didn't pass the position to Diyu Jue all these years. Even so, everyone knows that the position of the next head of the family will fall on Diyu Jue sooner or later. It's just that the old man of the D family was too angry, so he chose to do this. So, the people of the D family hope that Bewitching will go back? Bailey Hongshuang frowned. At least Diyu Jue and the old man of the D family really hoped that Bewitching would go back. With these two people, once Bewitching went back, the situation wouldn't be too bad. Ao Lingxiao nodded. Bewitching is the second young master of the D family. His status is very high. The old man of the D family would naturally hope that he will go back. Second young master? Bewitching's eyes narrowed. Then who is the eldest young master? Actually, I don't know much about this eldest young master. Ever since you disappeared, the D family has been very secretive about the news of their direct descendants. So much so that we don't know much about it. However, this young master is your eldest brother. It is said that he is also a proud son of heaven. As he spoke, Ao Lingxiao shrugged. In fact, with the supreme family's nurturing, as long as one's talent isn't too bad, he will definitely be nurtured into a genius. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone sighed with emotion. Indeed, with such a huge background, even if they used a pile of spiritual herbs, they would be able to produce a genius. Would the young master of the D family not want Bewitching to go back? Mo Yunjue asked in a deep voice. In aristocratic families, there were often many shameful things behind this kind of power struggle. Ao Lingxiao shook his head. I don't think so. This young master is Bewitching's brother, and he was so young when Bewitching went missing. How could he have done anything to him? What you said makes sense. Xiren nodded. In that case, it should be someone else who did it? Right now, we can't rule out any possibilities. Anyway, before Bewitching goes back, we have to be extra careful. No one knows if there will be any unknown dangers. Mo Yunjue's expression was serious. From the fact that the supreme family still couldn't find Bewitching after so long, he had already sensed some clues. That's right, we still have to be extra careful. As for the specific situation, we will know when Bewitching goes to the supreme family. Xiren looked at Bewitching. When do you plan to go to the D family? No hurry. No hurry? Shangguan Ying was surprised. Don't you want to go back and take a look? To be honest, when we were in Rongan City, we were chased and almost lost our lives. If it weren't for the appearance of the skeleton army, we wouldn't be in this world anymore. Even though it had been a few days, Bailey Hongshuang still felt a lingering fear whenever she recalled that scene. Their lives were hanging by a thread. That was a real life hanging by a thread. If it weren't for luck on their side, they would have been finished. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiren and the others looked at each other. Even though they hadn't personally experienced the previous scene, they could tell how dangerous the situation was from Bailey Hongzhuang's description. Indeed, if the aristocratic families of the upper world wanted to deal with them, with their current strength, they would have escaped death. So what are your plans now? Xiren looked at Bewitching, his gentle face full of worry and concern. I plan to go back to Ronan City first to make sure that it has nothing to do with the people there. If that's the case, then we can confirm the general result. Bewitching said in a deep voice. That's fine. Anyway, now that we know your identity, it's only a matter of time before you go back to the D family. Mo Yunjue also said, this time, the D family hasn't been able to find you for such a long time. It's obvious that someone is obstructing the process. The other party can't hold back, so Uncle D can't possibly not know that someone is obstructing him. I'm sure that he has already started to investigate this matter. Bewitching, it's not a bad idea to go back for the time being. Otherwise, once you go back, you'll be in an unfamiliar environment. The other party is in the dark while we are in the light. It's always more dangerous. That's right. To be on the safe side, it's better for us to increase our strength a little. Ao Lingxiao nodded. Although it was impossible for them to face a colossus like the D family with their current strength, at least they could protect themselves in the face of assassination. Wan Yanling listened to everyone's conversation, and his expression was extremely complicated. He really didn't expect Bewitching to have such a shocking background. He also didn't expect that there would be so many dangers after this. Junior brother D, from what you've told me, I feel that your trip this time is really very dangerous. If you need help, I'll go with you first, and then look for my big brother. Wan Yanling was also conflicted. However, he had a good impression of Bewitching's group. Now that they were in danger, how could he leave by himself? Following Wan Yanling's words, everyone could not help but feel surprised. In reality, they weren't very familiar with Wan Yanling. They didn't evade him because they believed in his personality. However, they hadn't thought that he would be willing to temporarily give up meeting with his eldest brother in order to help them. Then his feelings were much deeper. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other and smiled. Senior brother Ling and eldest senior brother are indeed brothers. Both of you are so willing to help others. Hearing this, Wan Yanling was slightly stunned. Junior sister Bailey entered Penglai Palace relatively late. Logically speaking, you shouldn't have seen my elder brother, right? Haha. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. Previously, we were lucky enough to be in the same force as eldest senior brother. However, we were chased this time, so we didn't go with him. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. Eldest senior brother is in Ronan City. When I first arrived in the upper realm, it was eldest senior brother who saved me. Speaking of which, this is all fate. As she recounted the process of how she met Wan Yanhan, everyone was deeply moved. They didn't expect their fate to be so deep. Hongzhuang, according to what you said, you didn't come to the upper realm with Beichen back then? Shang Guaninging immediately discovered the problem in Bailey Hongzhuang's words. No. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I came to the upper realm on my own. Beichen came later, but he found me very quickly. I see. Everyone sighed faintly. They didn't expect so many things to have happened. Situ, Yishuan. Di Xiaofeng walked into the elegant sky residence with a smile. He immediately saw Di Beichen and Bailey Hongzhuang eating. It was only after he walked in that he noticed Wen Xiren and the others at the side. They were obviously very familiar with each other. Are these the new friends you made? Di Xiaofeng looked at Xiren and the others with a smile. His attitude was cordial and friendly. Di Beichen stood up. They are all our friends in the lower realm. I didn't expect them to be teleported to Water Cloud City. We only met them yesterday. Di Xiaofeng's eyes widened in surprise. What a coincidence. It seems that the fate between the two of you is not ordinary. Everyone chuckled and smiled at Di Xiaofeng. Why are you here so early in the morning? Di Beichen looked at Di Xiaofeng in confusion. Logically speaking, Di Xiaofeng should have stayed there to take care of the Bailey sisters. There's nothing going on over there. Yunyan is now chatting with Xier. It's not convenient for a man like me to follow, so I just came over. After all, I said I would be the host. I can't just leave you here. Hearing this, Di Baichen and Bailey Hongshuang smiled. Di Xiaofeng was really enthusiastic. Xiaofeng, we plan to leave tomorrow, Di Baichen said slowly after thinking for a while. Since they had already made their decision, they did not intend to stay here any longer. It was better to go back and figure out everything. You're leaving so soon? I didn't even treat you properly. Di Xiaofeng frowned. His bright eyes dimmed. He was clearly unhappy. You've already done a good job. Di Baichen's expression was serious and solemn. You also know that we came to Water Cloud City because we were being hunted. Now, we also want to go back and find out who did it. Looking at Di Baichen's serious expression, Di Xiaofeng stopped joking and asked seriously, do you need my help? No need. We'll find out ourselves. Di Baichen patted Di Xiaofeng's shoulder. Thank you for your kindness. Although he guessed that Di Xiaofeng had a certain background, he did not want to drag Di Xiaofeng down with him. Since you've already decided, I won't keep you. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. We definitely will. If you need my help and can't find me, you can tell the manager of Elegant Sky House. He has a way to find me, Di Xiaofeng reminded. Thank you. Since you're leaving tomorrow, let's have a good gathering today. How about it? Inside the room, Baichen, this person you know also has the surname Di. Could he be related to the Di family? Xiren looked at Di Baichen. Although this was his first time meeting Di Xiaofeng, he felt that Di Xiaofeng's temperament was extraordinary. He shouldn't be an ordinary person. Faintly, he even felt that Di Xiaofeng might be a member of the Di family. We've asked, and he said there's no relationship, Di Baichen smiled faintly. He also understood why Xiren would have such a guess. In fact, when he first found out, he also had such a thought, but in the end, he dismissed it. The surname Di rarely appears in the lower realm, but it appears more frequently in the upper realm, Bailey Hongshuang slowly said. The Di family had existed for so many years, and in the process, there must have been many branch descendants. After several generations, although the surname was still Di, it was no longer related. So that's how it is. Xiren suddenly understood. That's true. If there really was such a relationship, you would have asked long ago. Why would you need me to worry about it? As he said this, Xiren couldn't help but laugh. Whether it was Di Baichen or Bailey Hongshuang, they were both attentive people. They must have discovered this problem long ago. On this day, Di Baichen and the others had a good time touring the city under Di Xiaofeng's guidance. Xiren and the others had just arrived in the upper realm, so they were quite curious about many things here. With Di Xiaofeng and the others' introduction, touring Water Cloud City was like an outing. Bailey Yunyan also rushed over after learning that Bailey Hongshuang and the others were leaving. Missy Xuan, I didn't expect you to leave so soon, Bailey Yunyan said with a regretful expression. I wanted to spend more time with you. Seeing the sincerity in Bailey Yunyan's beautiful eyes, Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled up slightly. I also want to, but we still have some things to do, so we have to leave. I believe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. It won't be too late to meet then. Bailey Yunyan nodded. I also think that day will come. Although they said that, they also understood that in this vast upper realm, once they went to different places, it would not be easy for them to meet again in the future. Before leaving, Bailey Hongshuang checked on Bailey Shi's situation again and explained any possible problems she might encounter before leaving with peace of mind. Situ, Yishuan, take care. Emperor Xiaofeng's eyes darkened. Take care of yourselves too. Di Baichen and Di Xiaofeng looked at each other. They were really fated. They had come to Water Cloud City because they were being hunted, and Di Xiaofeng had met them because he was being hunted. In fact, even if they didn't leave, Di Xiaofeng would have to leave Water Cloud City sooner or later to investigate the identity of his pursuers. Just like that, Bailey Hongshuang and the others began their journey back to Rongan City. Along the way, the happiest person was Wan Yanling, thinking back to when Xiren and the others had found Di Baichen so easily, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. He didn't expect that he would also find out his big brother's location so easily. It had been a long time since he last saw his big brother. Fortunately, from Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, he learned that his big brother was doing well, so he was relieved. Beichen, why didn't you tell Di Xiaofeng your true identity this time? Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and looked at Di Beichen. She knew very well that Di Beichen really regarded Di Xiaofeng as a friend. She thought that he would definitely tell Di Xiaofeng all this, but she didn't expect that he chose not to say it. Telling him will only cause trouble. Di Beichen slowly said, our opponent is so powerful. As long as he knows that we are still alive, he will definitely not let us go easily. If Di Xiaofeng knows our true situation and accidentally tells it, it will bring him trouble. That would be really bad. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood. It was precisely because he regarded Di Xiaofeng as a true friend that he didn't want to harm him. When we solve these problems in the future, it won't be too late to talk about it when we have the chance to meet him. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded with a smile. She only hoped that they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Everyone walked all the way in the direction of Rong'an City. There was some distance between Rong'an City and Tianshui City, and it would take some time to travel, but fortunately, it wasn't too far. They only needed to walk to the transmission array to be able to be transmitted, so it didn't take too much time. While Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were hurrying, Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao were immersed in the grief of Di Beichen's death. They never thought that going out to gain experience would turn out like this. Their last friend died just like that. They didn't even know who did it. They wanted to take revenge, but they couldn't. How uncomfortable was this feeling? Alas, if we knew it would be like this, we wouldn't have gone. Yi Haomiao sighed faintly. Recalling the days when he was with Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen, he really missed it. Unfortunately, he couldn't go back. Wang Yanhan fell into silence. In the end, they were involved in this dispute because of me. I hope I can still get to know them in my next life. Yi Haomiao sighed. I'm getting more and more unhappy when I see Xiaorojin now. She usually pretends to be benevolent, but this time, she's completely exposed. Without Beichen and Hongzhuang, our situation in the Blazing Sect has become difficult. We should focus on our cultivation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to maintain our current positions. Wang Yanhan had a complicated expression on his face. He knew very well that the main reason why they developed well in the Raging Flame School was because of Bailey Hongzhuang. On one hand, it was because she was an inscription master. On the other hand, it was because she was an extremely talented light attribute cultivator. At the end of the day, they were just basking in the limelight. Now that the Hongzhuang duo was no longer around, they had to rely on themselves. A few days later, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others successfully arrived at Rong'an City. Looking at this familiar city, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen felt rather emotional. Beichen, we'll join the Raging Flame School under another identity when we return. What do you think? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with raised brows. Since those assassins knew they were coming here to kill them, they would naturally confirm the news here. If they returned with their original appearances, they would probably be discovered very quickly. Thus, their only choice was to hide their identities. Di Beichen nodded slightly. All right. What should we do now? Wan Yanling looked at Di Beichen. Go directly to the Raging Flame School to find my big brother? That doesn't seem appropriate. Although he was looking forward to seeing his big brother immediately, he didn't want to bring trouble to Di Beichen and the others because of his own affairs. You guys go to the restaurant first. We'll go find our big brother. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. We know where he usually goes. We'll go directly to him. Okay. After seeing everyone enter the restaurant, Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen set off. Big brother usually has things to do in the guild. At this time, he might be on his way to the guild. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Di Beichen. They had been with Wang Yanhan for a long time and had a certain understanding of his habits. Di Beichen nodded. Go to the path that they must pass. You'll definitely see them. Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao went to the guild as usual. As a member of the guild, they could obtain some cultivation resources by doing some things for the guild. For cultivators like them who had no background, cultivation resources were undoubtedly extremely important. Having such an opportunity was already a great thing for them. It didn't take long for Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen to see two familiar figures coming in their direction. Both of them couldn't help but chuckle. Look, it's Big Brother and Haomiao. As Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao got closer, Di Beichen pretended to accidentally bump into them. Ouch. Yi Haomiao took 2 steps back. He frowned and looked at the man in front of him unhappily. Why don't you watch where you're going? Sorry. Di Beichen smiled. Looking at Di Beichen's bright smile, Yi Haomiao felt annoyed for no reason. Do you look like you're apologizing? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into a smile. Brother, I can tell at a glance that we are destined to be good friends. What do you think? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Haomiao looked at the two people in front of him in confusion. Whether it was their appearance or their words, they were all baffling. He actually didn't know what to say. He had seen people who acted like they were familiar with each other, but he had never seen someone who acted like they were familiar with each other. Wang Yanhan looked at the two people in front of him but inexplicably felt a feeling of déjà vu. He could not help asking, who are you guys? Of course we're your good friends. Bailey Hongshuang dragged her words. Eldest senior brother. Both Wang Yanhan and Yi Haomiao couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the words eldest senior brother. Both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Junior sister? Bailey Hongshuang smiled and nodded. Haha, it's been a long time. Junior sister, you guys are still alive? Wang Yanhan's face was filled with surprise. That's great. So it's you guys. I was wondering why the other party was so baffling. You guys are deliberately messing with me. Yi Haomiao laughed and scolded. Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. Isn't this a surprise for you guys? Where have you been all this time? We thought you guys. Shoo, Di Beichen lowered his voice. Eldest senior brother, come find us at the Yunlai restaurant when you're done, Bailey Hongshuang said. However, Wang Yanhan shook his head. How can we still be in the mood to go to the guild in this situation? You should tell us what happened during this period of time. It's been too torturous for us. Seeing that Di Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang had returned safely, they felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Their entire bodies relaxed and their hearts were immersed in joy. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang and Di Beichen looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Okay. Then let's talk as we walk. This time, we came back with a big gift for you, eldest senior brother. Bailey Hongshuang blinked and pretended to be mysterious. A big gift? Wang Yanhan looked puzzled. What gift? You'll know when you see it with your own eyes. Your return this time is really mysterious. Yi Haomiao narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he felt helpless against these two people who kept him in suspense. As long as it's a surprise and not a shock. That's true. In that case, you also don't know who attacked you previously? Wang Yanhan's face was filled with surprise. He completely didn't expect such an outcome. Di Beichen nodded. The other party was very secretive. They didn't say anything until the end. We think it was either Xiao Rojin or the vice president of the Holy Assembly. These two people are not easy to deal with. Yi Haomiao's eyes were filled with disgust. He really didn't have a good impression of these two people. We've come back this time to confirm the identity of the person who attacked us. Then, are you disguising yourselves to avoid being discovered by them? Wang Yanhan asked. He had already seen Bailey Hongshuang's disguise technique, so he didn't find it strange at all. That's right. Bailey Hongshuang nodded. The assassins from last time must have thought that we were dead. If we come back, we will definitely attract their attention again. Last time, we had a narrow escape from death. If we encounter it again, we might not be so lucky. You're right. Wang Yanhan's expression was solemn and serious. This time, after you come back, you must be careful. You must not be discovered by them. Don't worry, Haomiao and I will keep it a secret. We definitely won't let it slip. Yi Haomiao hurriedly nodded as well. That's right, we definitely won't leak it out. Previously, when they thought that Bailey Hongshuang and Gu Shijiao had met with a mishap, they felt terrible for a long time. They thought that they would never be able to get rid of the guilt in their hearts in this lifetime. Now that the two of them had returned safely, they did not want to go through the same thing again. Of course we believe you, Bewitching replied. Not long after, the group of four arrived at Yunlai restaurant. After asking the innkeeper, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others already knew where Wen Xiren and the others' rooms were. They immediately went up. Standing outside the door, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Wang Yanhan with a smile. Eldest senior brother, the big surprise we want to give you is inside. Bewitching also smiled faintly and nodded. He had often heard Wang Yanhan mention Wang Yanling. Now that he could finally see her in the upper world, he must be extremely excited. Wang Yanhan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly, but he was also looking forward to it. The two of them said they wanted to give him a surprise when they met. He couldn't figure out what kind of surprise they had prepared for him. Inside the room, Wang Yanling had been waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang and Wang Yanhan to come back. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice outside the door. His eyes lit up. He hadn't heard his elder brother's voice for a long time. This was clearly his elder brother's voice. As Wang Yanhan pushed open the door, he saw his younger brother, Wang Yanling, looking at the figure in front of him. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his stunned expression turned into a deep surprise and even ecstasy. Younger brother? Elder brother? Their voices were filled with excitement and joy. They immediately gave each other a hug. Younger brother, you finally came to the upper world. Wang Yanhan's eyes flashed with excitement. Back then, the two of them came to Punlai Island to explore. Later, he came to the upper world first, and then he had been waiting for Wang Yanling to come. However, it had been so long. Although he had been looking forward to it, he didn't know when he would see his younger brother again. He didn't expect to suddenly give him such a big surprise. He even wondered if he was dreaming. Wang Yanling nodded excitedly, yes, elder brother. I'm late. After the two brothers calmed down, Wang Yanhan looked at Wen Xiren and the others. Seeing this, Bewitching introduced, they are Mo Yunjue, Wen Xiren, and Sheng Guaningying. They are all our good friends and also cultivators of Punlai Palace. So it's junior brother and sister. Wang Yanhan cupped his fists. Greetings, elder brother. I've long heard that elder brother is dignified and elegant. Today, I see that you really live up to your reputation. Junior brother and sister are too polite. But you guys, you already have such cultivation at such a young age. You will definitely have great achievements in the future. Wang Yanhan's face was full of smiles. He turned to Wang Yanling and said, little brother, did you meet by chance? I came with junior brother Mo and the others. When we were in Shuiyun City, we happened to run into junior brother D and the others. They knew that you were here, so we came together. Following Wang Yanling's words, Wang Yanhan finally understood. I see. Eldest senior brother, are you satisfied with the surprise we prepared? Bailey Hongzhuang asked with a smile. Wang Yanhan nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, I'm very satisfied. But why? Are you going to Shuiyun City? It's a long story. When everyone gathered together, Bailey Hongzhuang told them what had happened that day. After listening to everything, Wang Yanhan and Xianxia were shocked. I didn't expect the process to be so dangerous. You were so close to losing your lives. So we came back this time to change our identities. We can also take this opportunity to investigate who did it, Bewitching said in a low voice. Are you planning to stay in Rongan City like this? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Bewitching nodded. Yes. There's no problem with your disguise, but it's not easy to pretend to be another person without being discovered. We'll be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang looked serious. Fortunately, we didn't know many cultivators in the Blazing Flame sect, so they don't know us very well. As long as we're careful, we shouldn't be discovered. That's true. Wang Yanhan nodded. Actually, they don't know much about you. Plus, you came together this time, so I don't think they'll doubt me if I say that you're all my junior brothers and sisters. That's right. Eldest senior brother, it doesn't seem like the time for the Blazing Flame sect to recruit disciples, right? Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. It hadn't been long since the last time the new disciples had reported. The Blazing Flame sect recruited once a year, so it naturally wasn't the time yet. It's indeed not the time for recruitment, but there are other recruitment methods. I'll go back and talk to Steward Wu. Maybe it'll work. If it doesn't work, there's no need to make things difficult. It doesn't matter if we don't join, Bewitching said. Wan Yanling also said, that's right, big brother. At most, I'll wait until next year. Anyway, I'm already here. There's still a long way to go. Haha. That's right. Wan Yanhan laughed heartily and patted Wan Yanling's shoulder. Now that you're here, we can roam the world together again. Eldest senior brother, why don't you tell us what happened after we left so that we can understand more? Bewitching's eyes flashed with wisdom and contemplation. They needed more information to make a judgment about the situation before them. The situation back then was very unexpected. When Xianxia and I heard the news, we rushed over immediately. However, we only saw the corpses of the D family cultivators. We didn't see any of you. Later, we saw 2 men in black. They were so fast that we didn't even have time to see them clearly before they disappeared. Then, we noticed the skeleton army behind us, so everyone thought that you were dead. Xiaorojin seemed rather happy when she saw this situation. She looked like it had nothing to do with her. Wan Yanhan was very angry because of this. He even argued with Xiaorojin, but she ignored him. Ever since you left, she became the only light cultivator in the Raging Flame school. I feel like she's become even more arrogant recently. Xianxia's eyes revealed a look of disgust. In the past, he didn't have a good impression of Xiaorojin. Now, he really hated her more and more. Any news from the Radiant Saint Hall? Bailey Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow and asked. I heard that the president felt very sorry for you after hearing about your death. As for the vice president, needless to say, she must be very happy. She's been looking for trouble with you before, so she's naturally the happiest when you're no longer around. Since you're coming back this time, your attributes naturally can't be changed. Fortunately, you've already awakened. When the time comes, as long as you don't reveal your true talent level, you shouldn't be discovered. I understand. Bewitching lowered his gaze. His gaze was deep and profound. If they wanted to investigate the situation clearly, they had to eliminate these 2 possibilities. At night, everyone drank to their heart's content. You 2 really gave us a big surprise today. Firstly, you came back safely. Secondly, my little brother came too. Let me toast you. Senior brother, you're too polite. Thank you for taking care of us during this period. The next day, Wan Yanhan immediately went to look for Steward Wu. Earlier, he had already told Steward Wu that he had a younger brother who would be joining the Blazing Flame school with him. Steward Wu had also agreed to this at the beginning. However, when Wu Wenfeng heard that there were a total of 7 cultivators, he could not help but frown. You mean that all of them have to join the Blazing Flame school? Wan Yanhan nodded. Steward Wu, I know this will make things difficult for you, but they are all very talented in cultivation. They definitely won't disappoint you. Wu Wenfeng sighed and said earnestly, Wan Yanhan, you should know that I have always thought highly of you. Ever since you joined the Blazing Flame school, I have always thought highly of you. However, the Blazing Flame school is not something that I can decide alone. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's performance was extremely outstanding. In addition, Bailey Hongzhuang is an inscription master, so I agreed to let them join. However, I can't possibly recruit all the cultivators from Punlai Palace. After all, the Blazing Flame School's recruitment criteria are not simple. I can't let everyone think that I am biased. What do you think? Hearing this, Wan Yanhan nodded. Steward Wu, I understand what you mean. It's good that you understand. Therefore, I can't promise you this. Don't take it to heart. As for your younger brother, I have promised you before that he can join. Thank you, Steward Wu. Wan Yanhan clasped his fists together. Cultivate well. I believe that you will achieve great things. After walking out of the door, Xianxia hurried over and asked, how was it? Did Steward Wu agree? Wan Yanhan shook his head. No. Hearing this, Xianxia sighed. Actually, this is not surprising. With so many people joining the Blazing Flame school, the possibility of them agreeing is not high. After all, this is too big of a commotion. Everyone will be dissatisfied with Steward Wu. This is indeed difficult for Steward Wu. However, if this is the case, what will Junior sister and the others do? If everyone could join and cultivate together, that would undoubtedly be the best. But now that this idea was rejected, didn't that mean that they wouldn't be able to cultivate together in the future? There's nothing we can do about it. We'll think of something when the time comes. Xianxia was also somewhat helpless. If Steward Wu did not agree, then they had no other choice. If it really doesn't work, then we'll just wait for a year. Given their strength during the recruitment next year, there definitely won't be any problems. But they've just arrived in the upper realm and are in need of cultivation resources. If they don't join a force, it will affect their cultivation. Let's go over and discuss with them first. Although Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were disappointed when they heard the result, they were not surprised. With so many of us here, Steward Wu really can't make the decision. Eldest senior brother, don't mind him. Bailey Hongzhuang comforted. Alas, I still couldn't handle this matter well. Wan Yanhan was somewhat helpless. Steward Wu said that at most, he can only let my younger brother join because this is what he promised me before. If it's just one person, he can make the decision. Once there are so many people, then the man can make the decision. If that's the case, then senior brother Ling should join the Blazing Flame School first, Bewitching said. Seeing Wan Yanling's firm refusal, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other and smiled. As expected, both Wan Yanhan and Wan Yanling were very loyal. Senior brother Ling, it doesn't matter. You can join first. It's not too late for us to find a chance to join in the future, Xiran said with a smile. They came here mainly to help Bewitching find out who was chasing after him. Wan Yanling was different. Wan Yanling was going to stay here and travel with Wan Yanhan in the future. If they gave up because of them, it wouldn't be worth it. However, Wan Yanling shook his head firmly. No. At this moment, Yi Haomiao's eyes flashed with a different light. Actually, I've thought of another idea. I just don't know what you think. What idea? Everyone looked at Yi Haomiao with some doubts. The Green Dragon clan will be recruiting disciples in a few days. Actually, you can go to the Green Dragon clan. That way, the possibility of people suspecting you will be even smaller. Moreover, the benefits of being a disciple of the Green Dragon clan are not bad. Although it's a little less than the Blazing Flames clan, there's not much difference. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others looked at each other. This idea is actually not bad. Bewitching nodded. To them, it was just finding a place to stay in Rongan City. No matter which clan they joined, there was no problem. However, the Green Dragon clan and the Blazing Flames clan are quite hostile. Won't that have a bad effect? Wan Yanhan shook his head. I've already told Steward Wu about this. He was the one who didn't agree. It's fine if you want to join other clans. After all, you have to consider your own interests. What do you think? Bewitching looked at Xiran and the others. They might need some time to investigate these problems. On the other hand, they should use this time to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. We don't have any objections. Seeing that no one had any objections, Bewitching said, then it's decided. We won't stay in Rongan City for too long. I don't think there will be too much of an impact. Senior brother Ling, if we join the Azure Dragon School, you should join the Raging Flame School. You are, after all, eldest senior brother's blood brother. If you join the opposing force with us, it won't be good for eldest senior brother. If word of this gets out, it might be used against you. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful and delicate face was full of seriousness. She had stayed in the Raging Flame sect for a while, so she was very familiar with the situation inside. As a cultivator from the lower realm, it was not easy for him to gain a foothold. Once he was caught, he would be in big trouble. That's right, Hongzhuang is right, senior brother Ling should join the Raging Flame sect. There's nothing between us. It doesn't matter which faction we join. Seeing this, Wan Yanling thought for a moment and nodded, all right then. After everyone had made their decision, Wan Yanling followed Wan Yanhan and Wan Yanling to the Scorching Flame School. With his talent, joining the Scorching Flame School was no problem at all. The Azure Dragon School's recruitment exam was 3 days later. Their timing was extremely coincidental. If they had come a few days later, they would have missed it. In that case, after we join the Azure Dragon School, we will also be able to awaken our innate talent? That's right. Everyone will awaken their innate talents when the time comes, but Hong Zhuang and I have already awakened our innate talents, so there's no need for that, Bewitching said in a deep voice. I'm really curious about my element. Who knows, I might be a prodigy too. Wen Xiren raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Now that the issue of where to go had been resolved, everyone was relieved. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Azure Dragon clan to register. Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 6 immediately made their way to the Azure Dragon clan. The Azure Dragon clan and the Blazing clan were both in Rongan City, but they were on opposite sides of the city. It could be said that they each occupied a territory. Standing in front of the Azure Dragon gang's door, they found that the buildings here were mainly made of cyan. Everywhere they looked was a rich cyan color. The spiraling Azure Dragon was awe-inspiring, making people feel intimidated at first glance. When they arrived, the registration area was already filled with cultivators, ranging from their 20s to 30s. At that moment, everyone's faces were filled with excitement and nervousness. They only hoped that they could become a member of the Azure Dragon clan. When Bailey Hongzhuang's group of 6 appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. After all, it was rare for so many people to come together. Most cultivators came alone. Why do the 6 of them look so familiar? Are they all here to take the test? I think I've seen them with Wan Yanhan from the Blazing clan before. Why are they here? Could they be spies sent by the Raging Flame School? As the cultivators' doubtful words fell, everyone could not help but look at them. The Azure Dragon clan and the Blazing clan had been competing for many years. Both sides wanted to become the largest force in Rongan City. Unfortunately, they were equally matched in strength, so it was difficult to determine a victor. As a result, they could only keep each other in check all these years. Naturally, spies had appeared during this process. It was unavoidable, but once they were discovered, the spies all met with miserable fates. At this moment, another cultivator smiled gently. Calling them spies is overestimating them. They're all cultivators from the lower world. Wan Yanhan did indeed want to recruit them into the Blazing School, but he was rejected, so they can only come here to try their luck. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gazes changed again. Their originally doubtful gazes instantly turned into ridicule. So that's how it is, haha. At the same time, the old disciples of the Azure Dragon School looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with strange gazes. Their old rival had rejected the cultivators outside the door to come to their place. If they accepted them, what would they become? Bailey Hongzhuang and the others obviously didn't expect anyone to know about this situation. From the looks of the other cultivators, they knew that their situation would be a little complicated. What should we do? Why do I feel that everyone is not very friendly to us? Shang Guaniying frowned. This situation was clearly out of everyone's expectations. First senior brother has always been the target of everyone's attention in the Blazing clan. Even the slightest movement of leaves in the wind is known to others. He must have accidentally leaked this time. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly, but that's fine. Everyone will find out about our relationship with first senior brother sooner or later. Hearing this, Wen Xiren and the rest calmed down. Just as Bewitching had said, the Azure Dragon clan recruited cultivators based on their own abilities. As long as they could pass the test, it would not be a problem. As for the other people's gazes, they did not care. After all, who knew how many of these people could successfully join the Azure Dragon clan? Just as the crowd was talking, the steward of the Azure Dragon clan walked out. Looking at the many cultivators gathered in front of him, his loud and clear voice rang out. The test this time is very simple. As long as you enter the testing room, the results will be divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and special grade. As long as you can reach middle grade, you will be able to stay. Low grade cultivators will be eliminated. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally nervous crowd could not help but feel relieved. So, as long as you reach middle grade, you can join the Azure Dragon clan. Previously, I heard from others that the requirements to join the Azure Dragon clan were very high. Now, it looks like that's not the case at all. That's right. As long as it's not low grade, it's fine. I believe that we'll have no problems. As long as it's not low grade, it's fine. This requirement is really not high. Zhang Guanying looked astonished. There were a total of 4 grades. As long as they eliminated the last grade, it was indeed much easier than they had thought. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on the room with its tightly shut door not far away. Her intuition told her that this test was not as simple as it seemed. Don't be happy too early. According to my judgment, I'm afraid that most cultivators can only reach low grade. A deep and magnetic voice slowly rang out. Bewitching's expression was serious and solemn. It seemed that this testing room was very difficult to pass. That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. We have some understanding of the Fiery Flames clan's recruitment requirements. Since the Azure Dragon clan is similar to the Fiery Flames clan, their requirements would not be lower than the Fiery Flames clans. Therefore, the only explanation is that this test is very difficult to pass. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching seemed to have confirmed this point, Xiran and the rest's expressions became more solemn. They believed that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's judgment would not be wrong. At this moment, the supervisor's voice sounded again. Everyone, don't think that this requirement is too low. In fact, it's not easy to reach the middle rank in this testing room. The group of cultivators who were originally happy about this matter could not help but be stunned when they heard this. They did not expect this to be the result. However, most of the cultivators were still in disbelief. I heard that this time, the Azure Dragon Gate suffered quite a loss in the demonic dragon abyss. Therefore, I guessed that this time, they would need to recruit quite a few disciples. Therefore, I intentionally relaxed the conditions. Indeed, I also heard that both the Azure Dragon School and the Raging Flame School suffered great losses in the demonic dragon abyss. After all, they had lost so many cultivators. They had to find a way to make up for it. Looks like our luck is pretty good this time. Seeing that everyone didn't care, the steward didn't say anything more. When the test started later, everyone would know the result. Now, everyone, start lining up and enter one by one. Male cultivators, stand on this side, and female cultivators, stand on this side. You will be assessed separately. Yes. Everyone quickly separated into 2 groups and stood in front of the testing room's door, waiting to enter the testing room. The Azure Dragon School had a total of 2 testing rooms. 2 cultivators, 1 male and 1 female, would enter each room. There was a table placed outside each testing room. The main disciples of the Azure Dragon School were sitting there. Obviously, as long as a cultivator passed the test, they would be able to leave their name on their handbook and become a member of the Azure Dragon School. After the first cultivator walked into the testing room, everyone looked on with anticipation. From the results of the other party's test, they could also roughly judge their own results. We have so many cultivators here, but there are only 2 testing rooms. I don't know when it will be our turn. Yeah, maybe it won't be our turn today. We'll have to wait until tomorrow. However, just as everyone was discussing, the door of the first testing room suddenly opened. A cultivator walked out with a gloomy face. Immediately after, everyone saw 2 big shining words appear on top of the testing room, inferior. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't expect that the first cultivator would be eliminated. The result of the test is disqualified. Take care. The Azure Dragon School's disciple at the door said indifferently. It seemed that he wasn't the least bit surprised by this result. Next. After the man heard this result, he could only leave dejectedly. Many cultivators wanted to take this opportunity to ask what kind of test was inside. However, the man clearly didn't want to say much. He only hung his head and left quickly. After the man's result came out, the woman also walked out of the room. However, in the next second, everyone saw 2 big words clearly on top of the room. Inferior. Disqualified. Next. The woman's face was dejected. Looking at the closed door, she seemed unwilling and helpless. Disqualified. Disqualified. Next. One after another, disqualified voices sounded, gradually extinguishing the enthusiasm of the cultivators present. They originally thought that this was an extremely simple test. They didn't think that it would be so difficult. This is already the 6th one. Until now, I still haven't seen a single disqualified. It seems that this test is really not simple. Ao Lingxiao frowned. He had always stayed in the Ao clan before. He didn't know much about the situation of the selection in these cities. However, after witnessing the situation today, he finally understood that the requirements of these forces to recruit cultivators were quite high. The strength of these cultivators is uneven. This result is not surprising. Mo Yunjue said slowly. He had noticed that there were some cultivators in their 30s who were only at the Starlight Realm. They were at the same cultivation level, but they were so much older. One could only imagine how talented they were. Average talent, pass. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked up and saw a young man standing in front of the table with a smile on his face, excitedly recording his name. Seeing this, everyone could not help but reveal an envious expression. He was the first disciple to pass the test. Once he joined the Azure Dragon School, his future path of cultivation would be much better than those of them who had failed. This is your identity token. Take it and go over there to rest. I'll bring you in after the examination. Many thanks, senior brother. Following the appearance of the first cultivator who passed the test, there were other cultivators who passed the test one after another. However, compared to the number of cultivators who were eliminated, the ratio was very small. Not only that, even the cultivators who passed the test were only average. Only at this moment did everyone understand that it wasn't the Azure Dragon School that lowered their requirements. What the manager said before was all true. In an instant, the cultivators who were originally full of confidence began to worry. I didn't expect the test to be so difficult. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to reach average. I can only pray that I can reach the standard. High talent, pass. Suddenly, the word high that appeared on the test door attracted everyone's attention. Even the cultivator who was responsible for recording the results with a cold expression revealed a smile when he saw this scene. Welcome to the Green Dragon School. Thank you, senior. The man was about 25 years old. At this moment, his face was filled with a confident and proud smile. Such a result was enough to make him look down on many cultivators. Although there were many cultivators waiting to be tested, the speed of the test was extremely fast. Soon, more than half of the cultivators were tested. Other than the cultivators who were eliminated at the beginning who felt embarrassed and chose to leave, the cultivators who were eliminated later basically chose to stay and watch. After all, they also wanted to see how many cultivators successfully joined in the end. Soon, it was the turn of the cultivator in front of Ao Lingxiao to take the test. After the man entered, Xiren and the rest could not help but look at Ao Lingxiao. Ao Lingxiao, it's your turn soon. No matter what, you have to have a good result, right? Xiren teased. Ao Lingxiao raised his eyebrows and looked proud. Of course. Not to mention other things, I have to at least get a high grade. Seeing Ao Lingxiao's proud and confident look, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest could not help but chuckle. Don't be too confident. If the test results are not good, we will laugh at you. Xiren chuckled. Ever since he became familiar with Ao Lingxiao, this guy was actually a shameless person who could take a joke. Forget about it. With my strength, I'll definitely pass without a doubt. Ao Lingxiao looked at Xiren. Just you wait. If I don't reach the superior level, I'll call you big brother when I come back. Haha. Xiren couldn't help but laugh. I believe you. Otherwise, I'd be taking advantage of having an older brother like you. Don't be happy too early. If I pass and you don't, that would be embarrassing. Don't worry, I definitely won't be worse than you. Xiren smiled. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Xiren and Ao Lingxiao's familiar faces. She understood that they had been together for so long in the lower realm. Now, they were as close as real brothers. However, when Xiren and Ao Lingxiao were making fun of each other, they inadvertently offended quite a number of cultivators. These fellows from the lower realm are really arrogant. Every time they open their mouths, they say superior. They don't even know what level they are at. End of chapter 4474. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.